Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
My name is Lee. I woke up in a panic, heart racing from a nightmare. I checked my body all over, arms, legs, even peeked into my underwear. Everything was still there. I sighed in relief. Yesterday, I went to the provincial library to escape the unbearable summer heat. I just wanted to enjoy the air conditioning and read a bit. But I fell asleep and woke up surrounded by fire. No one was around. Bookshelves were burning. I ran, but a heavy shelf collapsed nearby, and everything went black. Next thing I knew, I was awake again, alive. I thought I was in a hospital, but it didn't feel right. The bed was just wooden planks, the air smelled of mold, and the sheets were filthy. No TV, only old books and an oil lamp. Something was seriously off. I got up and ran outside. A clear stream flowed nearby, and when I looked into it, I saw the reflection of a beautiful young man. Sharp brows, clean robes, tied-up hair, like a character from a historical drama. But the strangest thing? That face moved exactly like mine. I touched my cheek, and so did he. It was me. Somehow, I was in another body. Thinking it was just a dream, I slapped myself hard. It hurt like hell. An old man walked by and stared at me like I'd gone mad. Honestly, I couldn't blame him. I probably looked insane. I sat by the river, staring into the water and asking myself those big, weird questions. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell is going on? After calming down, I realized something wild. I might have been transported into some other world or body. It sounded crazy, but I'd watched enough TV shows and read enough novels to know the signs. I asked the old man nearby what year and place this was, but his face just turned pale. He thought I'd lost my mind. He even waved over some big guys with hoes, yelling that I'd gone crazy. So here I am, apparently in someone else's body, in a strange place, and the locals think I've snapped. What the hell happened to me? When I saw two strong men running toward me, I knew something was wrong. The old man nearby had looked at me like I was insane, like I reminded him of a crazy widow who had once been chained up by the government. I didn't wait. I ran. If they caught me, who knows what they'd do? Maybe tie me up, maybe burn me like a demon. I ran faster than I ever had before. It surprised even me, and probably shocked them too. Once I got far enough from the village, I collapsed by the side of the road, out of breath and shaking. I was safe, for now, but still had no idea where I was or what time period I had landed in. I couldn't go back. That house was just a bed, a table, and four walls. No food. No future, and maybe even an angry crowd waiting for me. I had to survive somehow. Then the ground started shaking. For a moment, I thought, seriously? An earthquake now? But it wasn't. A massive cloud of dust rushed at me, stopping just in front. I coughed hard, then looked up and froze. A stunning woman in white armor sat on a tall horse, staring down at me. She waved her hand and said to tie me up. Her men jumped down and did just that. I was too shocked to resist. Next thing I knew, I was tied across a horse's back. The ride was torture. I was dizzy, bumping around, and passed out before long. When I woke up, I was in a room with pink silk curtains, carved furniture, and a sweet scent in the air. Bandits. That's what they were. I remembered hearing them talk, something about me being good enough for their chief. And marriage? I looked down and realized I was wearing a red wedding robe with a giant flower on my chest. Some kind of feathered hat too. I looked like a groom from an old drama. Pain in my stomach reminded me this wasn't a dream. My clothes were tight, and my skin was red and sore from the rough ride. And then it hit me. Did they really force me into a wedding? Was I about to marry a bandit chief? No, wait. I was the groom? What kind of twisted new world did I wake up in? Before I came to this world, time travel was just a trend, something people joked about in books, dramas, and online. I used to imagine, if I ever crossed over, maybe I'd be a young master in a peaceful era, flirting with women on the streets. Or, if it was a war-torn time, I'd become a hero, lead a band of brothers, and rule a mountain. I never expected it to actually happen. But now here I am. And instead of becoming a noble or a warlord, I woke up dressed like a groom, tied up by bandits, and told I was about to marry their tribal leader. For a moment, I panicked. Was the leader a man? The thought chilled me to the bone. I even checked myself to make sure I was still unharmed. Thankfully, I was. Still, I couldn't stop worrying. I told myself I was straight, absolutely straight. And if that leader turned out to be a huge guy calling me husband, I'd rather die. Then, I heard the door creak and someone walk in. I froze in fear. But when I looked up, what I saw stunned me speechless. A woman. Not just any woman, a literal goddess. She looked like she had stepped out of a fantasy painting. Tall, elegant, with skin like jade and eyes like water. I couldn't believe such beauty could be real. She spoke softly, telling me I could stay in the camp, read books, and that we'd pretend to be husband and wife in front of others. She even said she'd let me go one day. That's when it hit me. The tribal leader was her. All those terrifying thoughts I had earlier, gone, replaced by this graceful figure calling me her husband. For a second, I almost melted. Just as I started processing everything, the door burst open. A thick-waisted woman and a young man stormed in. The guy stared at me, half-dressed, sitting on the bed, and asked the woman, Rui, who I was. And just like that, things got complicated again. After all the madness, library fire, waking up in another world, almost getting burned alive, and becoming a bandit leader's groom, I finally got a moment to breathe. Or so I thought. A guy barged in, looking at me like I'd stolen his girlfriend and his lunch. I didn't even know the guy. But when Rui, the beautiful and terrifying wife of mine, called me husband in front of him, things escalated fast. She smashed a thick wooden table with one slap. I nearly wet myself. That wasn't normal strength, that was cultivation drama strength. I tried to make myself invisible on the bed. Thankfully, the angry relatives left before she smashed anyone else. When things finally calmed down, she introduced herself, Lu Rui, and told me to stay in camp and act like her husband for now. I could even read books if I wanted. After the chaos I'd been through, this didn't sound too bad. I had a roof over my head, food, hopefully, and no angry mobs chasing me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I thought about my past life, so full of ambition, but also helpless. I wasn't a genius or some high-level cultivator. I was just an engineering student who knew nothing about ancient exams or how to survive in this world. I didn't even know where I was. Still, I had one blessing. I somehow had access to every book I touched. Like my mind had become a library. The next morning, I was dressed by a shy maid and served thin porridge. Super thin. So thin I could see my reflection in it. I'd imagine being married to a bandit queen meant feasting every day, but even bandits here were poor. Just as I was adjusting to disappointment, a girl in white armor showed up, the same one who had me tied up like a goat earlier. I panicked, but I guess I owed her. Without her, I'd probably be dead. Still, my stomach hurt just remembering that horse ride. Then Rui came back, helping an old man into the room. He liked me, said I was handsome, and called me a scholar. Then out of nowhere, they decided I'd be the village's new teacher. Wait, what? A teacher? Me? I just wanted to retire, flirt a little, eat well, and enjoy mountain life. But no, of course not. The decision to have Li become a teacher at Liuye Village School was made happily and easily. Since he was new here, he didn't know much about the place and didn't dare oppose the decision. Of course, he had long been annoyed about the fact that there was a school in a bandit village. As a bandit, he thought they should be learning how to fight, rob, and cause trouble, professional skills for bandits. Why go to school? Could they learn anything useful? Would they become good bandits in the future? He thought that the education ideas of ancient times were still very backward. While it's true that children should be educated from a young age, they were clearly going the wrong way. Moreover, how did Li know how to teach? What should he teach them? A bandit's self-cultivation? Basic manners for robbing? Economic principles of sharing stolen goods? Li himself was almost illiterate now. He felt he had no rights living here. After the old man, whose body was almost ready to be buried, pointed at him and said a lot, confirming that he would be the teacher at the village school, he simply walked away with his hands behind his back, carefree. His so-called beautiful wife nodded slightly at him before leaving as well. The demon girl looked at Li Yi with a strange gaze for a long time before turning her head proudly, leaving only a cool, distant figure behind. Your husband also has dignity. Li Yi was left standing there, looking sad. After a while, Li turned to look at the pretty young maid standing nearby. He scratched his head and asked, "What is your name?" "Just call me Little Huan." The girl with twin buns nervously twitched her clothes and whispered. This young maid is so shy. Li looked at her with interest, then asked, Little Huan, where is the kitchen? Is there anything to eat? For someone who hasn't eaten for a long time, a bowl of porridge isn't much. In just a short while, Li Yi felt very hungry again. The maid was first surprised, then shook her head and said, "There isn't much food at home. Usually, we eat only twice a day. The young lady said that you didn't eat anything yesterday, so she asked me to prepare some porridge for you this morning." Li sighed. It turns out this world has no extra food even in bandit hideouts. The situation seems worse than he imagined. "Little Huan, what do you usually do?" Bored and with someone to talk to, Li Yi took 2 small stools and sat outside, pulling Little Huan to chat. The maid still looked a bit nervous, sitting there with an uneasy expression. She softly said, "I usually serve the young lady. Since you just arrived, the young lady said I should take care of you for a while." Honestly, besides not being very warm, his so-called wife was quite kind to him. Li Yi had to admit that. Right now, he knew very little about this place. Little Huan was his only way to understand this mountain village. It seemed she thought the new husband was not only good-looking but also very friendly. Her guard lowered a little, and through her, Li learned more about the place. Forget about the outside world for now. The place he was in was called Liuye Village. Usually, places with names like gully or village are not good places. Li used to watch movies and TV shows, and whenever the topic of mountain bandits came up, there was always a character called Blackwind. Although Liuye Village doesn't sound as imposing as Blackwind Village, they are similar in nature. Both are inhabited by bandits and outlaws. Those who prefer rough styles call it Blackwind Village, while those who prefer a more refined or fresh style call it Qingfeng Village or Liuye Village, which also sounds more cultural. But the situation in Liuye Village is a bit different. It is said that in the early years, during a time of chaos in Jingguo, various warlords fought for power, and ordinary people were displaced and suffering greatly. An ancestor with the surname Lu rose up, took control of a mountain, and became a local overlord. He gathered a group of followers and started a bandit business that claimed to fight for justice but was actually just robbers and outlaws. After several decades, a strong leader unified Jingguo, ended the chaos, and freed the country. People could finally live and work peacefully. Once all the bandit groups that had risen during the chaos were defeated, the Lu family sought to preserve their lineage and find new ways to survive. At this point, if they still pretended to fight for justice as bandits, it would be foolish. The wise leader of the Lu family chose to quietly withdraw and quickly transformed from bandits into honest citizens. They settled in Liuye Village, farming and weaving, drawing water and watering gardens, becoming ordinary people who follow the 5 virtues and 4 beauties. The small gang of followers who used to obey their leader's commands dispersed or stayed, eventually forming the current size of Liuye Village. Although the true authority of Liuye Village still belongs to the Lu family, internally the family had already fallen apart and couldn't unite. The main branch of the Lu family had lost their head, leaving only sisters Lu Rui and Lu Rui. Although Lu Rui was officially the village chief, the other branches of the Lu family had long disapproved of her and secretly schemed to control the main family's resources. If it weren't for Lu Rui's strong methods and loyal old brothers, the main branch might have already lost its influence. When the young maid talked about these things, she pouted her little mouth and looked full of anger and sadness. Li now understood that Lu Rui was his nominal wife, while Lu Rui was the devil girl who had taken him up the mountain yesterday. The reason he was forced to become the village's husband was because the direct descendants had been pressuring Lu Rui to marry. Once she married, her resources would be divided among others. So, Li became their first business venture and once again playing the role of mountain bandits. No wonder that night the young man looked at him that way. He really did pick his peach. No, wait, he was the one who got his peach picked. The young maidservant chattered on as she left. Li looked up at the sky, feeling a bit gloomy inside. The situation doesn't look very good. Unconsciously, he had already imagined himself in his current role. before becoming the leader of the bandits, roaming the great mountain roads. Before realizing his dream of retiring early and living a comfortable life, there still seemed to be a long way to go. A table, with 4 sides seated. Opposite Li sat the devilish young sister-in-law, Lu Rui. On either side were the maid Xiao Huan and the beautiful wife, Lu Rui, whom he could only look at but not touch. The table was bright and shining. The 3 beautiful women were all stunning, each more charming than the last, but Li Yi had no desire to admire them. He was staring blankly at a bowl of plain noodles in front of him. It was called plain noodles, and truly just plain noodles. In the bowl, besides the white noodles, there was nothing else with color. Li Yi picked up his chopsticks and took a small bite. No taste at all, almost bland enough to make him want to spit it out. This was their lunch. Li Yi, who tended to be a foodie, had high standards for food. Even though he was very hungry, he couldn't muster much appetite for this plain noodles. He looked at the 3 people beside him, who still ate with great relish. The young maidservant beside him looked happy, as if just filling her stomach was enough to make her joyful. Xiao Huan, besides being Lu Rui's personal maid, also worked as a nanny, cook, and cleaner. Maybe in winter, she could even be used as a bed warmer. Seeing her bowl with so little noodles, Li Yi took half of his own noodles and gave them to her. The young girl, about 15 or 16, was at the age of growing taller. How could she eat so little? Suddenly, Li Yi's bowl was snatched away. The girl was stunned. "Master," she just said, but Li Yi had already prepared her noodles, placing the bowl back in front of her. "I'm not hungry. You eat more." He reached out and ruffled her hair. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sound came from his stomach. The 3 of them looked up, giving him strange looks. Li Yi's face turned slightly red. He quickly finished his food in 3 bites, saying, "I'm full." Watching Li Yi leave in a somewhat awkward state, Lu Rui gazed at him for a long time, her beautiful eyes showing something she had never felt before. Beside her, Lu Rui rolled her eyes and saw the small maid nearby, who was moved to tears. Usually, she looked indifferent, but now her face showed a gentle smile. The maid named Xiao Huan, with big eyes, looked at the young master who had just finished eating and had gone into the kitchen. She felt a little worried inside. In her small heart, she thought the young master was a scholar. Scholars should stay away from the kitchen, which was a place for women. She was also worried that the young master might waste food. The family didn't have much food, and they couldn't afford any waste. Fortunately, the small maid who was secretly watching at the door didn't see the young master do anything else. Feeling a bit relieved, Li Yi came out of the kitchen. Li Yi sat on a big stone in front of the door, resting his chin on one hand, staring at the sky and lost in thought. He didn't expect that even in such a big mountain village, the chief's family was living so poorly. He guessed others probably lived the same or even worse. It was not surprising. Instead of being bandits, they chose to be honest citizens. When they had nothing, they had to steal. Now, they had to work hard just to survive and avoid starving. That was their biggest goal. Just as Li Yi was thinking about how to improve his life, at least to live comfortably without worries about food and clothing, a thick spit suddenly flew from the side. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have hit him. He turned his head sharply and saw a middle-aged woman he had met once before standing nearby, looking at him with a disdainful expression. It seemed she was disappointed that Li Yi had dodged her spit, her face nearly perfectly round. Humph! The middle-aged woman was just passing by. After snorting coldly, she twisted her round waist and walked into the next room. Li Yi watched her walk away, his face starting to look unhappy. He didn't like this woman, who was trying to hit on his wife. Now that he hadn't provoked her first, she wanted to scheme against him. Any man would find that humiliating. Not far away, the woman came out of the house, grabbed a handful of wheat grains, and threw them into the yard while cursing loudly. "Last year's poor harvest left us with nothing to eat. If you don't lay eggs soon, I'll have to slaughter you all." After the woman went back inside, Li looked at the chickens wandering freely in front of the house, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Xiao Huan, do we have any sewing thread at home? Bring me some." The young maid paused briefly, then whispered, "Yes. Yes, we do." 15 minutes later, several domestic hens moved clumsily, pecking at the ground, searching for missed grains. Perhaps a few of them were secretly cursing their stingy owner, who expected them to lay eggs but wouldn't feed them properly. Do you think eggs just appear out of nowhere? Suddenly, A white dough-like object flew out from a corner, rolled a few times on the ground, and finally stopped. One of the strongest hens, with small eyes suddenly shining with excitement, looked around to see if her companions noticed anything unusual. Seeing they hadn't, she felt pleased, pretending to be indifferent, and waddled over slowly. When she reached the dough, she was about to peck at it, but it suddenly rolled forward a short distance. Caught off guard, she missed her chance. She took a few steps forward to peck again, but the dough moved again. Thus, one of the hens from the second ant's family, lured by the small dough, finally headed down an unavoidable path. At a mountain stream behind the village, skilled at slaughtering chickens and plucking feathers, cleaning the internal organs, though thousands of years apart, Li was no stranger to these tasks. The only difficulty was the lack of hot water, which made plucking take longer. Fortunately, the process went smoothly overall. After 2 meals without much oil or fat, he could finally indulge himself. After finishing, his clothes smelled a bit bad, so Li took a quick bath by the stream. When it was dark, he wrapped the processed chicken in a rough cloth he had prepared earlier, carried it in his hand, and leisurely headed back to the village. "Young master, where did you go?" As soon as he entered the yard, Xiao Huan, who had been waiting here for a while, ran up to him, her face full of worry. "Just went out for a walk. Nothing special." "What is this?" The young maid pointed curiously at the cloth bundle in Li's hand. I just went for a walk earlier and found a wild chicken," Li casually said. "Wild chicken?" The young maid's face showed curiosity. The wild chickens near the village had already been hunted, and the young master hadn't left the village. Where did he find it? Inside the kitchen. When Li opened the cloth bag, the young maid was suddenly stunned. Is there really such a fat wild chicken? Moreover, not only were its feathers gone, but it had been opened and gutted. After dying, what kind of suffering did this chicken endure? Put the chicken legs into water and soak for an hour to remove the remaining blood. Then, take them out, Deb 1, and cut into small pieces. Soak dried shiitake mushrooms in warm water until soft, remove the stems, and cut into small pieces. Li was flipping through a book called The Complete Guide to Noodles in his mind, following the recipe for mushroom chicken noodle soup to prepare ingredients. It wasn't that he didn't want to make something more delicious, but the ingredients in this kitchen were very limited. Besides a small bag of flour, the only other thing he could find was a few dried mushrooms stored in the corner. The flour was quite different from the refined flour seen in later times, containing a lot of bran, which made it taste bad. Li had already noticed this during breakfast. However, from a nutritional point of view, eating this coarse grain was very beneficial for health. More importantly, he couldn't find a better flour substitute. The library, which he had previously considered useless, finally proved somewhat useful. Li easily found a book called The Complete Guide to Noodles in the recipe section. He was about to make mushroom chicken noodles. This dish helps strengthen the stomach and boost vitality, which is good for health. Li chose this recipe mainly because he couldn't find any other ingredients besides mushrooms and flour. A book only visible to Li floated in front of him. After tearing off 2 chicken legs and following the steps in the book, and once the mushrooms were diced, he started kneading the dough. Xiao Huan had already been chased out of the kitchen. After tasting the noodles she made at noon, Li decided that from now on, she wouldn't be allowed to interfere in anything except making porridge. Kneading dough is also a skill. To make the noodles taste good, the dough must be just right. First, you need to choose good flour, but for now, this can be ignored. When kneading the dough, the amount of water added, the quality of salt, and the strength and technique of kneading all affect the texture of the noodles. Li no longer cares about salt. Even the flour is like this, so he doesn't expect the world to have good salt either. As for other technical skills, they are not difficult at all. Anything he has seen before is deeply imprinted in his mind, and his hands move with divine ease. Outside the kitchen, a young maid stands on a stool, peering through the window at her master kneading dough skillfully. Her big, beautiful eyes widen in surprise. This master seems quite different from the scholarly gentleman she imagined. The method for making mushroom chicken noodle soup is very simple. In front of the kitchen, there is a small vegetable garden. Li finds some lettuce there. After cooking, he sprinkles chopped green onions on top, and a rich aroma fills the air. Although the ingredients are limited, Li is very satisfied with his dish. Since it's his first attempt, he worries about wasting food. He only makes enough for one person. After washing his hands in the water tank, he is about to taste the long-missed flavor when he turns around and sees the empty stove. His face suddenly changes. "Where's my noodles?" A loud scream suddenly echoes inside the kitchen. Night falls. Second Aunt is outside calling passionately for the only hen that lays eggs at home. Soon, her loving call turns into a vicious curse. "Who the heck stole my chicken? Don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll break your legs." Oh no. Lee stands at the door, watching the woman with her hands on her hips, cursing loudly over the lost chicken. He remembers the strange way he lost his bowl of noodles. He shakes his head and shows a sympathetic expression, then closes the door and walks back to his room. It's rare to have dinner time, and food must not be missed. Lee doesn't want to listen to the scolding woman while eating. Lu Rui sits opposite Lee, her stunning face showing a hint of curiosity. The noodles are chewy, the meat tender, and the broth tastes excellent. In fact, when she first saw the dinner, Lu Rui felt a bit suspicious. Today's dinner didn't seem like something Xiao Wan made. Not only was the aroma strong, but the bowl wasn't just plain anymore. It had red and green colors, making it look very appetizing. What puzzled her more was that, even though it wasn't a festival, the bowl still had some meat flavor. After tasting a small bite, Lu Rui's beautiful eyes light up slightly. She looks at the young maid and asks, "Xiao Wan, did you make tonight's dinner?" The young maid was deeply immersed in eating the best noodles she had ever tasted in her life. Hearing this, she suddenly looked up and said, "No, it's the young master." Afterward, she remembered she had just agreed not to tell the young lady about this matter. Her small face slightly changed, and when she looked up, she saw the young lady's face showing a very surprised expression. Cough, cough. Lee cleared his throat twice, subtly glancing at the young maid and saying, "I used to live alone, so I am used to these things." Lu Rui still looked a bit unsettled, clearly not fully digesting the news. Her eyes shifted to the meat in the bowl. "This meat, guinea fowl meat, I found it on the way." After a long while, Lu Rui nodded softly and said, "My husband is a scholar. These rough matters should be left to Xiao Wan to handle in the future." Li shot a quick glance at Xiao Wan. The young maid playfully stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head, afraid to look at him. The girl, around 15 or 16, was at the age of innocence and joy. It seemed she had realized that her young master was different from the men outside. She gradually became more relaxed around him. Next to Li, Lu Rui, who had been silent all along, occasionally looked at him with eyes like she had discovered a new world. Sometimes she would unconsciously lick her lips, as if reminiscing about something. "By the way, the village school will reopen tomorrow. The young master needs to prepare in advance," Xiao Huan said as she went to wash the dishes after the meal, seemingly remembering something. Li nodded but didn't pay much attention. It was just a group of unruly children. Tomorrow, he could find a few books to teach them a few words, then let them run around and make noise. If they refused to learn, they wouldn't get to eat dinner. In ancient times, schools were pretty much like that, right? Li had no real trouble dealing with a few mischievous children. After waking up the next day, before he even had breakfast, Xiao Huan came to tell him it was time to go to the school. Li still thought that a school like this shouldn't be in a bandit village. Xiao Huan led him through most of the village until they stopped in front of a house that looked slightly larger and more spacious than the others. Before entering, he heard a noisy commotion inside, mixed with the laughter of unruly children. The moment he stepped inside, the atmosphere suddenly tensed, and everything around fell silent. On the dirty faces, curious eyes looked him up and down from top to bottom, many with a scrutinizing gaze. After a few moments of silence, "Are you the husband of Sister Rui?" Before Li Yi could speak, a young voice with a hint of dissatisfaction came from nearby. A chubby boy about 10 years old looked at Li Yi with a defiant expression, his eyes showing a hint of curiosity. This kind of look was not unusual. Several other little boys around him had similar expressions. Even with his 2 lives, Li Yi couldn't quite understand what these mischievous children were thinking inside. Why did they seem to hold a faint sense of hostility? They had just met for the first time, and he had never seen these children before. "Why do you get to be Sister Rui's husband?" At this moment, the sturdy boy looked up at Li Yi and said, "When I grow up, I want to marry Sister Rui." Li Yi was slightly stunned and took a moment to recover. A kid who hadn't even finished growing his hair was already thinking of marrying someone? Looking at the other children nearby, who seemed to share the same hostility, Li Yi finally understood where their faint hostility towards him came from. It seemed he had underestimated his wife's charm. But thinking about it carefully, it made sense. These children, who ran around the village all day without clothes, probably only knew that when they saw a pretty girl, they dared to say they wanted to marry her when they grew up. Children speak without thinking, and the adults in the village naturally wouldn't interfere with their innocent words. Over time, these ideas would deepen in their minds, and they wouldn't realize that anything was wrong. However, Li's appearance dealt a crushing to these innocent but immature children. They were upset at the thought of their goddess, whom they wanted to marry when they grew up, being taken by someone else. Fortunately, they were just innocent children. If it had been someone else, they might even have threatened him with a kitchen knife in a fight. Glancing at these combative little roosters, Li naturally wouldn't bother arguing with them. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone sit back in your places. If you don't remember what I teach you today, you won't be allowed to go home for dinner." Their first encounter wasn't very friendly, but Li took out a bit of his authoritative presence at the right moment. Regarding the current world he lives in, he has already learned some things, such as customs and etiquette. It is quite similar to ancient China, where respecting teachers and valuing morality remain mainstream ideas. This idea is deeply rooted in every social class, so even these mischievous children, no matter how rebellious inside, sit quietly in their places. When Mr. Chin was still here, if they misbehaved in class, he would tell their parents, and they would surely face a harsh punishment at home. Discipline produces filial children, and for these uneducated common folks, this was still the only way to teach children properly. To protect their own behinds, these mischievous children no longer dared to be too wild in class. Although they sat in their seats, they still wore proud expressions, with clear, bright eyes full of disdain. Children's thoughts are very simple. What they think is written plainly on their faces. Li gave them a faint glance and said slowly, "Today is the first lesson. We won't teach anything complicated. Let's start with a story to help everyone relax." When they heard the word story, the mischievous children immediately showed interested expressions. Growing up in Liuya village, including their elders, most people around them were uneducated common folk who didn't know how to tell stories. When they felt bored, they would sometimes ask Uncle Air to tell legendary stories about the ancestors of the Liu family. But hearing those stories too often could get tiresome. Mr. Chin was the only educated person in the village, but he always had a cold, stern face when teaching, which scared the children so much that they didn't dare to make a sound. Hoping to hear an interesting story from him was just a dream. Before the lesson officially started, Li had already successfully sparked the children's curiosity. Sitting at the front, the strongest boy, although somewhat expectant in his eyes, sneered and said, "Boring story, what's so good about it?" Li observed all the children's expressions and couldn't help but smile slightly. He had countless ways to deal with these innocent children. "Today, I will tell a story about a monkey." In front of Li, a phantom book appeared, with the words "Journey to the West" written on it. The chaos before the separation of heaven and earth, the vast and indistinct world, unseen by anyone. Since Panga split the chaos and opened the world, distinguishing clear and muddy, Li read 2 lines. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He looked back at the confused expressions of the mischievous children and realized that he had just casually picked up an original copy of Journey to the West, which was quite difficult to understand. He quickly switched to a simplified version of Journey to the West in front of him. Before the world was divided, chaos was everywhere. No one could see clearly. Since Panga broke the chaos and opened the world, the clear and the muddy were distinguished. Li didn't realize that the 2 lines he just read sounded like thunder in the minds of the children. Although they didn't understand what the new teacher was saying, they felt like he was very impressive. At this moment, Li's charming voice once again reached the children's ears. It is said that a long time ago, the world was divided into 4 regions: Dongxing Shinzhou, Xinyo Hajou, Nanjing Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou. In the country of Aolai and Dongxing Shinzhou, there was a mountain of flowers and fruit. On the mountain, there was a fairy stone. One day, the fairy stone cracked, and a stone monkey jumped out, with golden light shining from his eyes. A few seconds after Li started speaking, the children's faces changed. They all opened their mouths wide, and their big eyes shone with disbelief. The Monkey King was born. He learned from the Bodhi Master, borrowed treasures from the Dragon Palace, and caused chaos in heaven. As Li told the story, a strange and wonderful new world slowly opened before the children. This was a world they had never seen before, where gods ruled and demons ran wild. They learned that thunder and lightning were caused by the thunder god and the electric mother beating drums in the sky, that after death, souls went to a place called the underworld, where King Yama and the judges decided their fate, that some people could fly and control the weather, and that above their heads, there were deep clouds and countless magnificent palaces. A monkey dressed in golden armor gradually became clear before their eyes. With a stick that could grow or shrink, he stirred up wind and rain across the world. In the classroom, the children were already immersed in this magical world. Everyone was staring with wide eyes, listening carefully, completely silent. When they heard that the monkey single-handedly fought through 33 heavens, and that 10,000 heavenly soldiers couldn't defeat him, the boy sitting at the front with a chubby face turned bright red. His breathing became rapid, and a strong, shining light appeared in his eyes like never before. "All right, that's enough for today," Lee said as he paused at the most exciting part of the story about the Monkey King causing chaos in heaven. He thought it was about time and kindly stopped at a key moment. The naughty kids were excited, imagining Sun Wukong fighting bravely, facing 10,000 heavenly soldiers alone, battling the 4 heavenly kings, the Great Spirit, and Erlangshin. They wished they could become Sun Wukong, enter that magical world, and cause trouble in heaven with his golden staff. But just as the story reached it suddenly ended. The kids looked anxious, their faces flushed, feeling very disappointed inside. Li Yi, as if he didn't see their reactions, walked over to a sand table. He used his finger to write the character Lu on it. Then he said, "When you come to school this afternoon, you all must learn how to write this character. When everyone can write Lu, I will tell the next part of the story." After saying that, he casually walked out of the classroom with his hands behind his back. As soon as he left, the naughty kids gathered around the sand table quickly. "Teacher said we all have to learn this character. Is this the character for Lu? Move aside, let me see how to write it." At this moment, the kids seemed to forget their past grudge with Li Yi. They stared intently at the character on the sand table, trying to memorize it carefully. The naughty kids had strong pride. They didn't want to fall behind just because they couldn't remember the character. More than that, everyone was eager to hear what would happen next in the story and what would happen to that magical monkey. "Remember this character well. If anyone can't write it this afternoon, I will beat you," said the strongest boy, who had a round face and a sturdy build. He pointed his finger at the air to show how to write Lu, making a fierce expression to threaten the other kids. "Whenever I think of that monkey who can go to heaven and earth, who knows the 72 transformations, and is all-powerful both above and below, I feel an uncontrollable excitement rising in my heart." At this moment, Lee stands at his own door, watching a group of hens foraging on a small dirt hill nearby. He begins to miss the fragrant mushroom chicken noodle soup from yesterday. Those children are quite naughty and hard to manage. "Is your first day as a teacher, sir? Are you getting used to it?" Suddenly, a voice sounds in his ear. Lee is startled and quickly turns around. He sees Lu Rui standing beside him, though he didn't notice when she arrived. Li's face still shows surprise. Does this woman walk silently? And she even initiates a conversation with him, which makes Li feel a little flattered. Although they are officially husband and wife, they are more like strangers. Lu Rui uses Li to keep others quiet, and Li relies on her to survive, just to eat. If he didn't stay in the mountain village, he might starve or be tied to a post and burned alive. After calming his mind, Li speaks. The children are a bit naughty, but they still respect the teacher. "Madam, don't worry." Then, he remembers something and looks up at Lu Rui, asking, "May I ask, Madam, how much is the monthly salary for a teacher at the school? And what are the rules for the initial gift, Shuxiu?" Li had previously looked into the school's rules. He didn't mention the ceremony of becoming a disciple or the entrance rituals. They're not important. But the tuition fee must be paid, right? His family is already so poor they can't afford to buy food. If he doesn't find a way, he will either starve or be forced to eat coarse rice and vegetables. The Shuxiu is the initial gift for the teacher, a kind of apprenticeship fee. When students meet their teacher for the first time, they present a gift to show respect. Li still hopes that these small gifts can help improve his life. Li didn't expect Lu Rui to be asked about this. Her expression flickers for a moment, then she looks at Li with a strange expression, shakes her head, and says, "There is no monthly salary for the teacher at the village school. And there is no initial gift either." "What?" Li is stunned and doesn't react immediately. He thinks he has heard wrongly and stands there in disbelief. No wages? No tuition fees? Does that mean he is working for nothing? Throughout history, such a thing has never happened. Even the hired workers from Zhou Bapi's family would be paid wages, right? Moreover, teachers are a very sacred profession. Even if they don't get paid, it is right to accept small gifts to improve their lives. These bandits don't even understand basic manners, completely rude. Lee sighed, suddenly feeling a bit tired. He turned around with a look of sadness and walked back. Yesterday, there was still half a chicken left. He thought about making something nice to comfort his wounded heart. For most people in Liuya village, today was a very ordinary day. They worked as usual, thinking that their food was running low at home. They decided to eat more carefully in the future. Last year's harvest was poor, so they had to wait a while longer to catch up with this year's new grain. However, families with children felt a small difference. In the past, the children played wildly all day inside the village. During meals, they wouldn't come home unless called 3 times. Suddenly, they all became quiet. They no longer ran around. Instead, they sat in front of their homes, holding sticks and drawing or writing, seemingly lost in thought. This made the parents of the children feel uneasy. In this mostly ignorant era, any unusual behavior was seen as being possessed or cursed. Parents treasured their children and wouldn't just burn them on a fire without reason. After watching their children for a long time, a middle-aged man finally couldn't hold back. He walked over and kicked a boy on the "Scaredy cat, what are you doing here?" he asked. When he saw his father standing behind him, the boy wiped his nose and pointed at the crooked characters he had just written on the ground. Proudly, he said, "Dad, this is the character Lu. The teacher taught us this morning. You probably don't know it, right?" The middle-aged man looked down and saw the lines scratched on the ground with a stick. As for the character Lu that the boy pointed to, it looked like a bunch of scribbles to him. Seeing his son so proud and acting as if he looked down on his father for not knowing how to read, the man's anger rose. He lifted his foot and kicked the boy's backside. "Just half a day at school, and you dare to mock me? I may not have gone to school, but I am still your father." Li Yi was in the kitchen, just now slicing chicken into thin strips to prepare chicken congee. Suddenly, he looked up toward the window, listened carefully for a moment, and softly said, "Whose mischievous kid is crying so loudly?" He shook his head and continued working. During lunch, a middle-aged woman watched her usually lively child eat very quickly, stuffing rice into his mouth, while the favorite dishes on the table remained untouched. She looked puzzled. What's wrong with her child today? After quickly finishing his meal, the child threw his bowl on the table and ran outside, as if the outside world had endless attractions. "Finished eating, what are you going to do?" the woman called out anxiously. "Go to school." The child replied loudly and then disappeared. The woman stood there, stunned. This little rascal usually refuses to go to school, so why is he so eager today? Similar scenes played out in many families in Liuya village. That noon, all the parents of mischievous children were completely confused. When Li entered the school in the afternoon, he saw a very different scene from the morning. "Hello, teacher." All the mischievous children sat upright at their desks, bowing politely to him with serious expressions. Their clear, cheerful voices sounded pleasant. At that moment, Li felt a sense of pride and satisfaction, like a gardener of the motherland. Children are simple, easy to deceive, and forget grudges easily. "Have you all remembered the characters I taught you this morning?" Li Yi, not sitting at the front teacher's desk, casually sat beside one of the children and asked. "Yes, we remember." The children replied in unison. The child sitting next to Li Yi looked a bit nervous, but also felt that this teacher was different from the previous Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, who always sat sternly at the front, looked serious as if others owed him money and never sat with them. "Good, let's check. Who wants to come up first?" Li Yi asked the children. It takes a lot of courage to be the first to try something new. The children looked at each other, but no one was willing to go first. "Me first." Suddenly, a voice came from beside Li Yi, sounding like someone who had finally gathered enough courage. Li turned his head and saw the mischievous child who had told him in the morning that he wanted to marry Lu Rui when he grew up. The child stood up from his seat, looking eager and excited. "All right, it's you. What's your name?" Li looked at him and smiled. "Sir, my name is Lu Xiaohu." It seemed the child's smile was contagious, and his expression relaxed. He walked to the sand table, took out a small stick from his sleeve, and started drawing on the sand. Li stood up and walked over, bending down to look. Although the child's handwriting was a bit crooked and childish, it was clear he had tried his best. Li nodded, patted the child's head, and said, "Very good. Everyone should learn from Xiaohu, be brave." The child also had a bit of pride. When the teacher said in front of his friends that they should learn from him, Lu Xiaohu felt as sweet as honey. His chubby face flushed with excitement, and he held his head high as he walked down proudly. With Lu Xiaohu's example, the rest of the children found it much easier. They came up one after another for their check. The results surprised Li Yi a little. He knew that the previous Mr. Qin only had these children memorize things by rote, and they couldn't read yet. But this time, everyone wrote the character Lu correctly. Was the story of the Monkey King really so attractive to them? It's hard to guess what these mischievous children are thinking. Li didn't bother to guess. As long as they behaved well and listened, that was enough. Once they all sat properly, proud and obedient, Li Yi asked, "Where did we leave off this morning?" "Quickly go west to ask the Tathagata Buddha." The children answered in unison. The mischievous children of Luyi village have recently been acting strangely as a group, which has caught the attention of all their parents. Sometimes, they see their children holding a stick, chasing a black dog in the village, shouting, "Hal Tian dog, where are you running? Hal Tian dog, die now." Now, whenever the black dog sees these children, it yelps loudly and runs away in fear. This was only the beginning of the symptoms. Later, it even extended to talking to a spider, a centipede, and a scorpion, mumbling to them. The mischievous children caught these creatures, pointed sticks at them, and after murmuring for a long time, they would stomp on them and laugh loudly, claiming they were exorcising evil spirits or banishing monsters. Some children even stole a gourd from somewhere, sneaked behind someone, and shouted, "Lu, I called you. Do you dare to answer?" If others did such things, they would have tied the person up and roasted them over a fire. But the crazy one was their own child, and no matter what, they couldn't bring themselves to hurt him. Some parents have been so worried these days that they have developed more wrinkles on their faces. Of course, for the previously illiterate children, they now could write their names on the ground with a wooden stick. They also casually spoke words that, although the parents couldn't understand, sounded very mysterious and impressive. This surprised the children's parents greatly. All of this started because of the new teacher at the school. Rumor has it that he was a brave man who came down from the mountain to rescue a noble family. Someone saw him from afar. He was quite handsome, slim, and looked like a gust of wind could him over. But he also seemed to have some skills. Even children that Mr. Qin couldn't control obeyed him perfectly, which was very strange. Some parents worried that the scholar might have used some magic on their children. Since scholars are often seen as mysterious, they became very cautious and didn't let their children go to school anymore. But unexpectedly, as soon as they forbade their children from going to school, the children immediately threw tantrums on the ground, crying and sobbing, smearing tears and snot all over themselves. They refused to get up unless they were allowed to go to school. Li didn't expect that the children had learned such quick and clever tricks. They had even learned how to throw a tantrum like Sun Wukong in the Heavenly Palace. Adults with no experience in such tricks couldn't handle it at all. In the end, everyone had no choice but to team up and go to find the second uncle, persuading him to find a different teacher. If this continued, they didn't know what their children would become. "Why are you all panicking? Why are you so worried? He's a scholar, and he knows how to teach. You don't need to teach him how to do his job." An old man with white hair and beard, lying in front of the door basking in the sun, said impatiently, waving his hand at the crowd. "Go do what you need to do. Don't worry about this anymore. You bunch of fools. This matter is none of your business." After everyone reluctantly left, the old man stretched lazily, a content smile appearing on his face. He muttered, "It's so nice without these little troublemakers bothering me all day." Although there were many disagreements within the Lu family when it came to major village affairs, besides Lu Rui, the person they listened to the most was this old man. As the oldest elder of the Lu clan, second uncle held absolute authority in the village. Since second uncle had spoken, no one stopped the mischievous children from going to school. Seeing how much the children had changed recently, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. That handsome scholar, though only the village chief's son whom Rui had rescued, probably had some real talent. At this moment, the talented scholar in the mischievous children's family was wearing an apron, humming a tune, and busying himself calmly in the kitchen. Using the same rice, flour, and ingredients, Li Yi always made tastier dishes than Xiao Huan. This was a conclusion Lu Rui had reached through comparison. What was originally just 2 daily meals to fill the stomach had become something to look forward to. Ordinary porridge and noodles, under his hands, could be turned into different styles. Sometimes, just a glance or the smell of the food would make people feel very hungry. Eating was no longer just about filling the stomach. Life seemed to become more beautiful. After a few days, Lu Rui no longer mentioned sayings like a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. She was curious. Why would a scholar be so interested in cooking? In an era where all trades except studying were considered low, it was hard to imagine a scholar lowering himself to do kitchen work. What about his dignity as a scholar? Lu Rui had met many scholars before. Usually, they appeared proud and aloof, looking down on others. Clearly, her fiancé didn't seem like a traditional scholar, but he was also different from others. She wasn't sure if he had talent, but she thought it probably wasn't bad. Those unruly children, who no one could control, surprisingly obeyed him. In just a few days, they changed so much that everyone was amazed, far beyond Lu Rui's expectations. Of course, hearing from Xiaohuan about the stories Li Yi told the children in class also surprised Lu Rui. How did he come up with those stories? Recently, it seems that even the entire village has experienced some small changes. At first, Li Yi was only pretending to be the village head's husband to temporarily stop certain people from pressuring him to marry. It was just a fake marriage with no real commitment. He thought that after some time, when things settled down, he could leave if he wanted to. Liang Rui actually had some preparations in her heart, expecting him to resist and try to escape. But no matter what, she never expected that he would never show any such thoughts. Instead, he quickly integrated into this place in an incredible way. Although they saw each other every day, Liang Rui felt as if she had never truly understood him. He was really a strange scholar. Overall, Li Yi was quite happy with his current life. It was a rare leisure and happiness he had never experienced in his previous life. Every day, he mostly cooked, taught the children, and nothing was difficult or stressful. Life was so easy it was hard to describe. As for running away, why would he run? Where would he go after escaping? How could he find such a beautiful wife elsewhere? He wasn't foolish. Since he was already enjoying a peaceful, retired life, why would he seek trouble? Li Yi always thought he was a person easily satisfied, which he considered a good thing. Good morning, sir. When he entered the school, the children had already sat properly, polite and attentive, with a hint of anticipation on their faces. Yesterday, before finishing, Li Yi left the story on a big cliffhanger. The children probably couldn't wait to find out what happened next. Their dark circles under their eyes showed they hadn't slept well last night. This also gave Li Yi a small sense of dark amusement. Getting closer to the children was very easy. Li Yi only needed to tell them stories every day and teach them to write their names or other words they were interested in, like Sun Wukong, Jade Emperor, or Buddha Tathagata. The effect was surprisingly good. Now, each child had learned at least 10 or more characters. Having over 10 years of experience as a student, Li Yi knew that interest was the best teacher. Passive teaching was never as effective as active learning. Although his methods might seem a bit tempting for minors, the results were extremely impressive. Right now, the classroom had more children than at the beginning, including a few girls. According to normal historical trends, the idea of valuing boys over girls is likely to persist for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even in Liuya village, there was never an intention to let girls sit in the classroom like boys. But the story of that monkey was too tempting. Even girls couldn't resist, perhaps because some mischievous child heard the story in class and then boasted about it in front of friends who hadn't attended school. Since then, whenever Li Yi was teaching, a few small figures would stand shyly outside the door or by the window, afraid to come in. Li Yi was not influenced by the idea of valuing boys over girls. Since they liked it, he allowed the girls to come in and listen. This had been going on for several days. However, sometimes awkward things still happened. Every mischievous child has a hero dream. Everyone wishes to become like the mighty Sun Wukong, who can do anything. When Lu Xiaohu argued with a girl about who was Sun Wukong, he couldn't win because of his poor speaking skills. Somehow, he got the idea to off his pants and point at his small, developing part, confidently saying, "The teacher said that monkey is a boy and has a small JJ. I have a small JJ, so I am the great sage." Lu Xiaohu's reason was so convincing that no one could argue back. Even Li Yi was speechless. The girl paused, then, perhaps upset that she couldn't be Sun Wukong, she suddenly cried out. Lu Xiaohu also cried because, after going home, the girl told her parents what happened. The girl's parents came to confront him. After hearing the story, Aunt Wu was furious and slapped Lu Xiaohu on the backside with her fan-like hand. Li Yi was nearby, just across the wall, and could only shake his head helplessly, mourning the mischievous child for a moment. How did he end up with such a mother? Then he just went on with his own things. By the way, when Tang Sanzang and his companions arrived at the Queen's land, they accidentally drank water from the mother and child river and all got big bellies. Li was used to telling stories to the mischievous children first, then teaching them something. He sat casually among them and continued the story from last time. Inside the classroom, the children listened attentively, ears perked up. Outside the window, Lu Ruyue crossed her arms and leaned lazily on the window frame, a curious smile on her face. Under the instructions of Uncle Second, Li Yi has full control over everything related to the school. This makes Li Yi very happy. In a way, that old man is quite open-minded. So, whether they have classes for 2 days and then take a day off, or have 1 day of classes and 2 days off, all depends on his mood. The purpose of Luyi Village School is mainly to keep the naughty children from running around the village, so the adults, specifically that old man, won't get annoyed. It's more accurate to say Li Yi is like a babysitter than a teacher. At most, he's a spoiled babysitter. Today, he again selfishly gave the children a day off. And as for the reason, do you really need a reason to take a day off? Although he now has another day to rest, Li Yi's mood isn't very cheerful. In the past, Li Yi's family wasn't wealthy, but life wasn't hard either. Since coming to this world, even though he cooks in different ways every day, his skills improved rapidly, like a rocket. He often made porridge or noodles because there was no rice, and after a long time, anyone would get tired of it. In this aspect, Li feels he's worse than even 3 women. Even Xiao Huan and the others didn't complain. They ate happily every day, but a grown man complaining all the time seems a bit too spoiled. Sigh. Li sighed deeply, feeling nostalgic for the days when his mother raised him like a pig at home. Back then, he just had to open his mouth to eat, and he didn't need to cook. Since coming here, he's been busy in the kitchen every day, and his cooking skills, long neglected, have improved rapidly. He's been missing for so long, he wonders how sad his mother must be, along with his old friends. Thinking of them makes Li feel gloomy. Little tiger, little bunny, where did you go? Come back for dinner. Next door, Aunt Wu was calling her son for dinner. Among the children in the village, Lu Xiaohu was the most mischievous. Plus, he was much stronger than the other kids, almost like the king of Luyi Village. Auntie Little Tiger said he doesn't need to wait for him to eat. He's going to the mountain to rescue a monkey trapped at the bottom. Hearing Wu shouting loudly, a child playing on a mound nearby raised his head, drooling, and pointed at a distant mountain with a peak that looked a bit like a hand. He said loudly, he's going to save the monkey under the mountain. Wu's face immediately changed upon hearing this. She hurriedly locked the door and ran towards the direction the child was pointing. Li was stunned as he stood at the door. The women of Luyi Village are truly fierce, each one more brave than the last. Even Aunt Second's plump body can move with such speed. Hello, sir. That mischievous child looked up and saw Li standing at the door. He immediately stood up and respectfully bowed. These mischievous children have always been well-behaved in front of Li. Li waved his hand, and the child ran off quickly. Although Li is friendly during lessons, he is still a teacher, and the children are a bit afraid of him. Li looked up and gazed at the distant mountain peak. A few days ago, Lu Xiaohu and some children were secretly planning in a corner to go to Wuzishan to rescue a monkey. Turns out, that's what they were talking about. Judging by Aunt Second Wu's attitude, it seems unlikely he can rescue the monkey. He should think of a way to save himself first. A fat hen walked past him, making Li miss the fragrant mushroom chicken noodle soup he had recently enjoyed. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Li turned his head to look in the direction Wu had left, deep in thought. Lu Xiaohu was not there, and Wu was also gone. All right, decision made. Tonight's dinner will be extra. Back by the familiar creek behind the village, Li took out a pair of scissors from a cloth bag he had prepared earlier. He skillfully slaughtered the chicken, plucked its feathers, cut it open, and cleaned out some useless internal organs. After finishing all the work, he suddenly felt something and turned around sharply. He saw a delicate figure standing on a large rock nearby, arms crossed. looking at him with a teasing expression. Li Yi's face froze, and the scissors slipped from his hand onto the ground. Wow, what a coincidence. He awkwardly greeted her. Getting caught stealing a chicken was clearly not a proud moment, especially since the person who saw him was his nominal sister-in-law. Even with Li Yi's thick skin, he couldn't help feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Ruyue gave Li Yi a faint glance but said nothing. She lightly tiptoed and floated down from the large rock, her figure quickly disappearing from Li Yi's sight. Watching her back disappear, Li Yi let out a long breath and sighed. It seems this usually cool sister-in-law has no intention of tattling. Thinking carefully, she was also part of the loot last time, so she wouldn't do something that harms others for no reason. With that thought, Li Yi relaxed and carefully wrapped the prepared chicken, then headed toward the village. When I reached the door, I saw that Lu Xiaohu was crying sadly in the neighboring yard. Wu Shi was probably very angry this time, and wanted to give Lu Xiaohu a lesson he would never forget. The boy's pitiful crying lasted twice as long as usual. Such a misdeed. Li Yi shook his head and walked into his own yard. Xiao Huan was sitting at the kitchen door, lost in thought. Since Li Yi told her not to go into the kitchen, she had been feeling a bit bored during mealtime. When she heard footsteps at the door, she looked up quickly and saw her husband carrying a familiar cloth bag. She stood up happily and said, "Husband, you found a wild chicken again." A bowl of light chicken noodle soup, with few vegetables, was still very tasty. The only thing that slightly spoiled the mood was Wu Shi standing at her own door, arms crossed, acting like a shrew, cursing the thief who stole her mother's chicken with very harsh words. Xiao Huan admired Li Yi's cooking skills the most, and also his luck in always finding a fat mountain chicken during walks. Recently, she often watched Li Yi cook, dreaming of when her own cooking could become as good as her husband's. Not only his cooking skills, but Li Yi's luck was very good too. Every time he went for a walk, he found a mountain chicken. Unlike second Andy, who couldn't even watch her own chickens, Li keenly noticed that the atmosphere in the village had seemed different these days. Lu Ruyue, who usually kept to herself, was now often gathering with some other girls her age in the village. Xiao Huan, who rarely went far from home, also started coming and going more frequently, busy with something. When Li finally couldn't hold back and asked his doubts, the girl looked up, revealing 2 small dimples, and smiled. "Husband, did you forget? In a few days, it will be the Qiqiao festival." The Qiqiao festival is the Qixi festival, the day when the cowherd and weaver girl meet on the Magpie Bridge. Although the history of this world has long since diverged from ours, some important customs are still very similar to those in ancient China, with no changes. There is a room in the village used specifically for storing books, but calling it a library is a bit inaccurate. Those books were actually stolen from when Li Yi village was still a real bandit stronghold. There are countless books scattered randomly around the room. When Li Yi has nothing to do, he often picks up one to understand what kind of world this is. Recently, he has been wandering there quite a bit. Qiqiao Festival, as the name suggests, is a day when many young women and wives pray to the Weaver Girl for skill and talent. Legend says the Weaver Girl is a beautiful, clever fairy with a kind heart, who can weave clouds and create the most beautiful silk in the world. As an excellent textile worker, she is a role model and idol for women in the old farming and weaving era. On July 7th, women in the mortal world pray to the Weaver Girl for wisdom and skill. Of course, some young girls in love and women unhappy in marriage also pray for a good marriage. Li always thought it was silly to ask the Weaver Girl to bless him with a good marriage. The Weaver Girl and the cowherd only meet once a year. His own marriage was falling apart, so he wondered how she could have time to bless so many lonely women. Since only women participate in the Qiqiao festival, it is also called Daughter's Day or Girl's Day. Basically, it's a women's celebration, shopping freely, hanging out with friends, or secretly listening to stories about the Weaver Girl and cowherd under the grape trellis on the night of Qixi. In short, if during these days before Qixi you notice your wife, sister-in-law, or maid acting differently than usual, don't be surprised or worried. It's all normal. After thinking about this, Li no longer found their behavior strange. He had never heard of activities like needle praying, spider pleasing, needle throwing tests, or Lanye's clever contests. He could only marvel at how women in the village knew how to have fun. But maybe that's better than the modern Qixi. Today's customs are mostly about celebrating Chinese Valentine's Day, people wandering around cafes, hotels, or motels, enjoying themselves without a care, while forgetting the origins of Qixi or who the Weaver Girl really is. In some ways, Li actually preferred this old-fashioned, conservative era. Since Chichio Festival was coming soon, it was a good excuse to give the kids a holiday. But the children, who used to love holidays most, now often count the days on their fingers, waiting to go back to school, just as the story of that monkey was reaching its most exciting part. Watching Xiaowan carry 2 clay jars into the kitchen, Li followed inside, looking a bit confused. He asked, "What are these?" "One is sesame oil, and the other is sugar frosting," Xiaowan replied, placing down the jars and pointing to each. "Sesame oil? Sugar frosting?" Li was surprised. He moved closer to look at the jars, and suddenly his face lit up with joy. "Is this sesame oil? And this, is it white sugar?" Xiaowan nodded and said, "You're very clever, young master. Sesame oil is made from sesame seeds. The Qiao Festival is coming soon, and we need to prepare some special treats in advance." Li didn't know what those treats were, nor did he want to. He didn't catch everything Xiaowan said. Right now, his eyes were only on these 2 jars. More precisely, what was inside the jars. "Oh my, after being here so long, I finally see white sugar and cooking oil." Li's mind was already imagining crispy fried chicken cutlets and sweet and sour pork that made his mouth water just thinking about it. Seeing his young master staring eagerly at the jars of sesame oil and sugar frosting, Xiaohuan suddenly thought of something. Her face changed quickly, and she stepped in front of Li, looking at him pitifully. She said, "Young master, the sesame oil and sugar frosting are used to make special treats. The village only managed to gather a little, so we can't waste it." "What do you mean waste? We're doing important work." "No pork, so we'll fry chicken cutlets first." Li rubbed the head of the little maid and reached toward the jar of sesame oil. "No." The little maid immediately got anxious, grabbing Li's hand to stop him from moving forward. This little bit of sesame oil and sugar frosting was bought with money saved by all the girls in the village to prepare the treats. The sesame oil was very expensive. Without the Qiao Festival, it was almost impossible to see such things normally. Li didn't expect that this obedient and adorable little maid, who always listened to him, would be so firm about this. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Li broke the silence and said, "All right, Xiaohuan, if you say no, then no. Let go of me first." "Really?" Xiaohuan blinked her big, innocent eyes, looking a little doubtful. "Really?" Li nodded sincerely. Because she was still a young girl, seeing Li's sincere promise, Xiaohuan finally released his arm. But as she did, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her pretty face turned bright red, and she shyly rubbed her hands against her clothes, lowering her head and avoiding Li's gaze. "Now you're shy?" Li glanced at the shy little maid and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Xiaohuan, how about we make a deal?" "Deal? What kind of deal?" The little maid kept her head down, rubbing her sleeve and speaking softly, like a mosquito. Honestly, Li was quite skilled at tricking naive children and innocent girls. Soon, under his half-tempting, half-coercive approach, Xiaohuan had no choice but to agree to his proposal. Li would help her make the qiaogua, a type of sweet treat. He promised to ensure enough quantity of the qiaogua, and she could keep the remaining sesame oil and sugar frosting without returning them. They didn't know exactly how much was used each year, but in the past, nothing was left over. Xiaohuan trusted Li's cooking skills, and, after briefly explaining how to make the qiaogua, she went out to do other things. Watching her charming figure leave, a smile appeared on Li's face. Did he think he could get his things back? Dream on. Qiaogua, also called qixi fruit or qiao fruit, is a traditional snack for the Qixi Festival. Besides eating, girls would thread colorful strings through the qiaogua and toss them onto the roof. On that night, magpies would carry the strings to build a bridge so the cowherd and weaver girl could meet across the sky. Making qiaogua isn't complicated. The main ingredients are sesame oil, flour, and sugar frosting. Adding a bit of honey would make it even better. Xiaohuan already told Li how to make qiaogua. First, melt the sugar frosting, white sugar, into syrup, then mix it with flour and sesame seeds. The dough is shaped with molds into various forms and fried in sesame oil until cooked. Flour and honey are common ingredients, but sesame oil and sugar frosting are more expensive. Ordinary families in the village rarely keep these at home. They only buy them during the Qixi Festival or New Year. These ingredients are hard to come by for young girls who haven't married yet. Only they value the Qixi Festival so much. Li looked at the clay jar filled with sesame oil scoffing. It's just frying some chagua. Do you need so much oil? Such a waste. He took an empty clay jar from the kitchen and broke it in half to put inside. White sugar. Too much sweets aren't good, cause cavities. The jar of sugar frosting nearby was also half empty. The flour looked decent, and each chagua was a bit smaller, which could save a lot. They just happened to be out of food at home. About 1/3 of the flour was left behind by Li Yi. After preparing everything, Li Yi began kneading the dough. He performed this set of actions smoothly, like a flowing stream. After mixing the dough, he glanced at the cookie mold set aside, too ugly, so he didn't use it. With a thought, a modern pastry-making guide suddenly appeared in his mind. Countless pieces of information flooded into his brain. After a moment of digestion with his eyes closed, he cut off a small piece of dough and kept kneading with his fingers. Soon, a model of a jade rabbit appeared in his hands. Thanks to this incredible mental shortcut, he quickly turned theory into practice. At this moment, Li looked like an experienced pastry chef. His movements were fast, and each piece of dough in his hands would soon turn into a lifelike small animal. As he became more skilled, a figure of a woman in palace attire gradually took shape in his hands. The woman looked up at the sky, her fairy dress flowing, as if she would ascend to immortality at any moment. The face of the pastry woman was carved with great detail. If looked at carefully, one could faintly see that her appearance somewhat resembled Lu Rui. It was impossible for Li Yi to imagine the image of a weaver girl out of thin air. There are no random thoughts in the world. He must have been inspired by someone familiar. The people he often saw were Xiao Huan and Lu Rui. Among these three, Lu Rui's temperament seemed to fit best. Young master, there's so little sesame oil left. Xiao Huan, who just entered the kitchen, looked at the pot with noticeably less sesame oil and asked Li Yi with wide eyes. There's not much oil, but enough. Li Yi finished the last cookie and clapped his hands. He reached out and patted the cute face of the young maid, leaving a white mark. He smiled and said, "All right, from now on, you handle the rest yourself." "Young master." The young maid's tone dragged on in dissatisfaction. Sometimes, the young master behaved like a child, always teasing her. Her face was covered with flour. Xiao Huan was about to wash her face nearby when she noticed the cookie Li Yi just made. Her eyes widened involuntarily, and she stopped in her tracks, exclaiming, "Wow. Xiao Huan, are the cookies ready?" A few girls of her age entered from outside. After a moment, small exclamations of surprise echoed inside the kitchen. "These delicacies are so beautiful, I don't want to put them in the pot." "Xiao Huan, did you make these? When did you learn?" "This one is Jade Rabbit, this one is Chang'e, and this should be the Weaver Girl and Coward. These are even prettier than what I saw at the market." The Weaver Girl they made looks nothing like her. They cost 5 coins each. On the chopping board, neatly arranged, were rows of delicacies. Unlike the molds she prepared, which were for animals or characters, these shapes were all new. The animals looked adorable and funny, just the kind the young girls liked. What surprised them even more were the lifelike figures. They wore different clothes, and their expressions and poses were very vivid and detailed, unlike anything they'd seen before. Xiao Huan was already lost in the praise from everyone. Although she didn't make these delicacies, the young lady had said not to let outsiders know that her brother-in-law usually cooked. The young maid felt a little shy but didn't explain. "He's our own brother-in-law. After all, whether we praise him or Xiao Huan, it's the same." The young girl thought happily in her heart. "Hey Xiao Huan, is that your brother-in-law?" Just as Xiao Huan was feeling proud, a girl suddenly came over and pointed at a handsome young man reading in the corner of the yard, whispering. The other girls gathered around, curious. Recently, Xiao Huan's brother-in-law had become very well known in the village, and the girls were full of curiosity about him. In this era, where reading was highly valued and all other pursuits were considered low, scholars were like protected animals, hardly seen outside a few villages. Girls generally liked scholars, which was an age-old rule. Even a poor scholar could attract many young girls willing to be with him. It didn't matter what life they were living now. What mattered was the potential of the scholar. If they managed to pass the exams and gain official titles, good days would come. Even though this was very unlikely, it was enough to make many girls eager to try. Of course, the only scholar in Liuye village, Mr. Qin, who was over 60, was not part of the girls' interest. He looks handsome and well-educated, giving off a refined vibe, quite different from the rough men in the village. The interesting stories he tells children have long been shared among young girls, and every exciting part makes their hearts flutter. For girls who have never met a serious scholar, Li almost fulfills all their fantasies. Many girls in Lyoye village admire him. However, no one dares to compete with the village chief's husband. The only thing the girls can do is hide in a corner, blush, and secretly watch him. Achu. Li, holding a book and pretending to study, but actually lost in thought, suddenly sneezes. He scratches his head in confusion and mumbles, "It's only July, and the weather has already turned cold?" The noon sun is just right, warm but not hot. A gentle breeze blows, making it very comfortable. It's the perfect time to sit on a small stool at the door and take a nap. Li sits on a small stool, half-closed eyes, leaning against the wall. The sunlight warms him, and he feels very relaxed. His current body has fair skin that even women might envy, a true white face. Li plans to tan it a little, not to become dark like bronze, but enough to look a bit more masculine. The only problem is that the stool beneath him is too hard, making it uncomfortable to sit. He thinks about making a lounge chair so he can lie down and sunbathe every noon. Life would be much better then. Xiaohuan cleans the yard, lays down a clean rough cloth, and takes out the books from Li Yi's house to dry in the sun. Scholars have a habit of drying their books on July 7th to show off their learning. The more books they have, the more learned they are. Li doesn't care for this custom. He thinks it's just a few broken books at home. Why show off? His mind holds a library of millions of books, covering all topics, far ahead of this world by hundreds or thousands of years. He's never boasted about it. When he opens his eyes, he sees a pretty girl busy in the yard. He points to a corner inside the house and says, "Xiaohuan, there are a few more books inside. Don't forget to bring them out to dry too." "Got it, young master." The young maid smiles, revealing 2 small dimples, and runs into the house happily. As Xiaohuan ran over, a gentle breeze of fragrance brushed past him. Li Yixin took a deep breath and felt as if the world had become much more beautiful. Life seemed to slow down by many times. Thinking back to the busy days before, it felt like a memory from another lifetime. There was no nightlife. After dark, the day truly ended. People went to bed early and woke up early. Li Wai never imagined he would one day live such a healthy and regular life. Just as he was feeling grateful, he suddenly heard a rustling sound nearby. He opened his eyes and turned his head to see the young maid crouched on the ground, holding a stick and drawing something on the dirt. Her strange action made Li Yi feel curious. He asked, "Xiaohuan, what are you doing?" The young maid stopped her movement and looked up, saying, "I'm drawing." "Drawing?" Li leaned in to look. He could vaguely see 2 fat ducks on the ground in front of her. His curiosity grew. "Why are you drawing ducks?" "Master, these are Mandarin ducks." Li's words made the young maid's pretty face turn bright red. She quickly stood up and smoothed out the marks on the ground, her cheeks flushing all the way to her ears. Someone else might mistake the Mandarin ducks for real ducks, but if it were anyone else, they might get angry with Li. When he realized that the 2 fat ducks were actually Mandarin ducks drawn by Xiaohuan, Li almost burst out laughing. But seeing her face so shy and her eyes almost brimming with tears, he held back his laughter and asked, "Why did you draw Mandarin ducks?" The young maid's face was still red. She fidgeted with her clothes and whispered, "I drew them on the prayer lantern. We're going to release the lantern tonight, and everyone draws something on theirs. That's how wishes come true." Li thought for a moment and waved his hand. "Go get your prayer lantern." The young maid always listened carefully to Li. She nodded and went inside. Soon, she came out holding something in her hands. "Is this the prayer lantern?" Li looked at the bamboo frame wrapped with white paper in Xiaohuan's hands. It looked like a traditional sky lantern. Of course, the lantern Xiaohuan held was much rougher than those in later times. "Go inside and grind some ink," Li said, taking the lantern from her. After thinking for a moment, he spoke again. Through just a few quick strokes, Li gained a clear understanding of Xiaohuan's drawing skills. Drawing 2 fat ducks on the lamp would only invite ridicule, so he decided to help her draw it himself. At this moment, the young maid understood what Li wanted to do. Her face lit up with happiness as she ran back inside to get a brush and ink. The young master was a learned man, so reciting poems and painting was easy for him. But as a maid, some words were hard to say out loud. Li Yi's actions matched Xiaohuan's feelings perfectly. Meanwhile, Li Yi's mind drifted to the library inside his head, specifically a corner on the 2nd floor, the painting area. Chinese painting, oil painting, sketching, watercolor, 3D art, simple line drawings. The painting area had several rows of bookshelves, probably containing at least 1,000 books. The sight made Li dizzy. After some thought, he focused on the shelf with books about simple line drawing techniques. He didn't have much art experience, and even with his extraordinary cheat device, he couldn't instantly learn to paint difficult styles like oil painting. Plus, there were no oil painting materials here. Traditional Chinese paintings emphasize mood and meaning, which can't be grasped quickly. Simple line drawings were the best choice. Li's mind moved, and books about simple drawing methods floated off the shelves, transforming into information that entered his mind. Inside the room, Xiao Huan stood gracefully by the table, grinding ink. Li placed a paper lantern on the table and fixed it in place. A scene gradually formed in his mind. He used a fine brush suitable for small characters. As Xiao Huan grinded ink, she watched tiny lines form under Li's brush. Soon, a woman in imperial robes appeared, with ribbons flying behind her, as if she was floating among clouds. Quickly, a man in rough clothes appeared opposite her. With just a few strokes, Li sketched an endless galaxy separating the two. Countless birds flew from afar, gathering at their feet and forming a bridge, an arch bridge connecting the two, symbolizing their reunion. Magpie Bridge Reunion. Xiao Huan paused her ink grinding, her crystal-clear eyes wide with amazement. She couldn't imagine that, without any colors, Li had used only simple lines to create such a vivid scene of the cowherd and weaver girl meeting on the Magpie Bridge. This was her first time seeing a simple line drawing, and her small heart was clearly deeply affected. Originally, she only planned to draw 2 simple mandarin ducks, but what Li drew indeed startled the young girl. The difficulty of simple line drawings lies in composition, but this was exactly something Li didn't need to worry about. He just needed to copy the images from his mind. The few simple drawing tutorials he had absorbed earlier made it easy to find similar materials. As a master of copying, Li didn't have to think much. His hand moved smoothly, and soon, a complete simple drawing was finished. The young maid girl held her sky lantern, looked at it repeatedly, reluctant to look away. When she looked up at Li again, her beautiful eyes sparkled with tiny stars. "All right, go do your own things." Li waved his hand at Xiao Huan. Then he lazily walked out the door, sat on his small stool, leaned against the wall, and enjoyed his sunny afternoon. Having absorbed so much information at once, his mind felt a bit overwhelmed and needed time to digest. Xiao Huan happily carried the sky lantern Li had drawn for her out the door. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice calling her from nearby. Turning her head, she saw a small stage set up in the open space ahead. The stage was not yet finished, and a few young men were busy working there. This was the Qiqiao Tower built every year during the Qixi Festival. In previous years, the young men of the village helped build it. The person who called her was a familiar sister. Although Xiao Huan was a maid, she had grown up in Lu's family since childhood. She was a little younger than Lu Rui, and the two sisters usually didn't treat her as a servant. In the village, some people still remembered the kindness of the former village chief and remained close to his family. Xiao Huan was closer to these girls of her age. "Is your sky lantern finished? Do you need my sister's help?" A girl with an oval face, seeming about 2 years older than Xiao Huan, approached and asked with a smile when she saw the sky lantern Xiao Huan held. In the past, Xiao Huan would have agreed without hesitation. She was proud of her ability to turn mandarin ducks into chubby ducks. It took a lot of courage for her to bring out her finished sky lantern. But today, her brother-in-law had already decorated her sky lantern with beautiful patterns, so she didn't need anyone's help. Just as Xiao Huan was about to speak, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Oh, isn't this Xiao Huan? So, your sky lantern is finished?" A woman of average looks, with a pointed nose and very thin lips, appeared in the sight of the two people. Several young girls, all smiling, followed behind her and approached this way. Seeing this group, Xiao Huan's pretty face changed, and the girl with an egg-shaped face slightly frowned. "Xiao Huan, let's go," the egg-faced girl said before Xiao Huan could speak. She stepped forward and held her hand, trying to leave. "Why? Are you too shy to show your drawing because it's ugly?" The woman sneered. "Lu Ying, don't be too much." The egg-faced girl turned and looked at her coldly. They usually didn't get along well with this group from the direct family. Although women's fights aren't very fierce, small conflicts like this happen often. Xiao Huan's painting skills were well known to her. If they saw her work, she would probably be laughed at again. "No need to say, it's probably because her drawing is too ugly to show," someone said. Even Xiao Huan's skill is so poor I could draw better with my foot, another added. It's okay if her drawing is ugly. Let's see it. Maybe we can give her some tips. Don't be so stingy. The people beside the woman looked at Xiao Huan with disdain and spoke up for her. What do you want to see? Suddenly, a lazy voice came from behind them. Hearing this familiar voice, the women who had been mocking immediately changed their expressions and turned around quickly. They saw a girl dressed in a white sports outfit, arms crossed with a sword, looking coldly at them. Second Mississippi Rui. Xiao Huan and the egg-faced girl both brightened and hurried over. Did they bully you again? Lu Rui asked calmly, glancing at the women in front of her. Seeing her gaze, the women immediately changed their expressions. It was clear they felt some fear toward Lu Rui. They want to see my prayer lantern, Xiao Huan said. With Lu Rui's support, she was no longer afraid. Actually, she had planned to show her father-in-law's painting just now to scare them. Now, she opened the bamboo tube, and simple lines formed a picture that was not very simple. A new style of painting, never seen before in this world, appeared before everyone. This, although it was different from the traditional paintings she had seen before, no one could point out what was wrong with this picture, which was made up of simple lines, including the woman with thin lips. In fact, when they first saw this kind of artwork, they were only shocked and nothing else. Next to Xiao Huan, the girl with an oval face also showed a hint of disbelief. Even Lu Rui, upon seeing this simple sketch of the Magpie Bridge meeting, couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Xiao Huan proudly held the prayer lantern, feeling very satisfied with their reaction. Now you see, making fun of me was a mistake. The young master must have been scared, right? Today, the sun was especially pleasant. Li, like a lazy cat, half closed his eyes and continued to enjoy his sunbathing. Suddenly, the warm sunlight was blocked. Li felt a shadow fall over his eyes. He quickly opened his eyes and saw the figure standing in front of him, looking down at him. His body trembled, nearly falling off the small bench. Even now, he still had a conditioned fear of the witch sister-in-law who originally tied him up the mountain. What's the matter? After a moment, Li recovered and thought that times had changed. He moved his small bench a little to the side so she wouldn't block the sun, and lazily said. Seeing Li Yi's relaxed attitude, Lu Rui couldn't associate him with the scholarly image she had in mind. Sometimes, she wondered how she had managed to tie this guy up in the first place. Apart from looking like a scholar, he was sneaky, lazy, and always busy either watching the chickens at the second aunt's house or working in the kitchen. He didn't seem like a scholar at all. However, thinking she needed his help, Lu Rui kept these feelings hidden in her heart. She handed Li a prayer lantern and said, "Help me draw a picture on the prayer lantern, just like Xiao Huan's." Li was momentarily stunned but quickly understood that Xiao Huan must have been showing off with his prayer lantern. He looked at Lu Rui and said calmly, "No cheating. 10 coins for one painting." He still remembered the debt from the last time he was the mountain. He had been thinking about it and finally got a chance. If he just helped her draw it so easily, where would his dignity as a man go? What did you just say? Lu Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. She reached for the sword at her waist and asked back. Seeing her action, Li's eyelid twitched. He immediately stood up, took the prayer lantern from her phone, and said seriously, "Just joking. We're family, talking about money hurts feelings. By the way, besides what I just mentioned, do you have any other requests? Do you know what you did wrong?" Seeing Xiaowan standing there with her head bowed, Li pretended to be angry. It was just a sudden idea to help the young maid draw a picture. After she showed it off to everyone, Lu Rui also asked him to draw an identical one. He drew it, but she didn't pay him? Even brothers settle accounts honestly, let alone a sister-in-law. What if all the girls in the village come to ask him to draw? It wouldn't take long, but Li always felt uncomfortable if he finished drawing and wasn't paid. Letting people work without paying is not proper. The people from Bairang village are not particular about such things. The young maid looked down at her toes, rubbing her hands on her dress, her face blushing and silent. Such actions only happen when she has made a mistake. After a moment, she softly said, "Young master, I know I was wrong." Li raised an eyebrow and looked at her. "Good, then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong?" The young maid thought for a while before lifting her head weakly and said, "I shouldn't have shown off the young master's painting." Although she admitted her mistake with her head down, she didn't feel nervous at all. After spending so much time together, she knew that the young master wasn't easily angered and treated her well, perhaps even better than Miss and Second Mississippi. The only time she was truly scared was when she cut her hand helping the young master chop vegetables. When blood flowed out and she wanted to grab some dirt to cover it, the young master got angry at her. But in the village, if someone accidentally cut their hand or hurt themselves, they usually did the same. She only remembered feeling wronged and wanting to cry then. Later, the young master pulled her to wash the wound, borrowed medicine from Miss, and even boiled some gauze to wrap her hand. Every time she thought of these things, her heart felt warm. She didn't understand why the young master did that, but she knew it was for her good. The young master was a learned man, knowledgeable, and wouldn't do wrong. Li wasn't truly angry. Seeing the young maid standing there, bowing her head to admit her mistake, he waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, just be more careful next time." Lu Rui usually doesn't know what she's busy with. She only appears during mealtime. As for Lu Rui, Li thinks it's better not to see her at all. In this small courtyard, only Li and Xiao Huan are usually around. Li is even more familiar with this young maid than with his nominal wife. Naturally, he wouldn't blame her for such a small matter. "Understood, young master." The young girl replied softly. Just as she was about to leave, Lu Rui happened to come in, carrying a bunch of things in her arms. Li saw her walk over and suddenly placed what she was holding on the table with a loud slap. "Paint the same design on these sky lanterns." Looking at the thick stack of sky lanterns in front of him, Li's face gradually darkened. They really think he's a free laborer. Bang! Another sharp sound. Lu Rui threw a bag onto the table and said calmly, 10 coins per painting, no less. Li was stunned for a moment, then his brow gradually relaxed. Deal. After being in Lui village for so long, he finally met someone who cares about details. Why didn't I do this earlier? Lu Rui couldn't stand his mercantile attitude. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Such a big attitude. A single painting costs 30 coins. Might as well just steal it. 30 coins? So what? You paid already, didn't you? Humph. And you have the nerve to criticize me? You paid faster than I did. Near the nearly completed Qiqiao Tower, several women from the Lu family line waited there, their faces looking a bit unhappy, as if someone had stolen their 30 coins. For these young women who haven't married yet, the Qiqiao festival is probably the most important holiday of the year. On the evening of Qixi, they release sky lanterns and make wishes, hoping to find a good husband next year. For women of this era, this directly affects their future happiness. Therefore, even over small matters, they don't want to be outdone. Xiao Huan and Lu Rui's sky lanterns had pictures of the Magpie Bridge meeting, clearly more beautiful and fitting for Qixi. As a result, even before making their wishes, they had already fallen behind. What if the Weaver girl prefers Lu Rui's drawing? Then it wouldn't matter to them anymore. Women are very superstitious, and these women, unlike Li, haven't been educated in atheism. They don't believe in no superstition. What do they believe in? Actually, Li is now starting to doubt the truth of atheism. Even things like time travel can happen, so who knows if ghosts and spirits exist in this world? Superstitions aside, everyone has a desire to compare themselves with others. Since others have achieved something, even if she can't surpass them, she wants to at least be on equal footing. Although she usually doesn't get along well with Lu Rui and close family members, it's not a deep hatred. If she can swallow her pride and ask her for help, she would do it. Unexpectedly, Lu Rui agreed, but she asked for 30 coins per painting, refusing to bargain. They clearly saw that Lu Rui did not take money from the close family women. Although they felt a bit unfair, 30 coins wasn't much. Since they were asking for help, they paid honestly. From afar, they saw Lu Rui walking over, and the women hurried to ask her questions. At this time tomorrow, wait here. I will deliver the paintings. After getting this answer from Lu Rui, everyone was satisfied and left. Apart from the feud with Lu Rui, they actually liked the paintings very much. Spending 30 coins on it was not hard to accept. After everyone left, Lu Rui took out her purse from her sleeve, weighed it, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Thinking about Li Yi's shameless attitude, she didn't find him so hateful anymore. Meanwhile, Li had just finished counting the copper coins in his cloth bag. 13 paintings and only 128 coins? Cheapskate. I lost 2 coins. Li looked unhappy as he packed the coins back into the bag. But soon, he smiled again, weighing the coins, and his smile grew wider. Anyway, this was his first earning in this world. Although it wasn't much, it was a good sign. He put down his money pouch and called out, "Xiao Huan, come in and grind the ink." A young maid outside responded, and after a while, a lively, charming girl rushed inside. The women in the village had prepared for many days, and finally, the Qixi festival arrived. As Li stepped out, he saw a tall platform built not far ahead. The women called it the Begging for Skill Tower, with colorful ribbons tied at the four corners, creating a very festive atmosphere. On the platform, there were fried delicacies, flour melons, and some simple wine and snacks, all seasonal items. Li saw Xiaohuan take some needlework tools, brushes, and inkstones from home, probably for tonight's activities. They really value the Qixi festival. The snacks on the table are probably treats you can't even find during the New Year. It's important to know that the average living standard in Luyui village is not quite comfortable. Only the Li family members are slightly better off, while others are just trying to get enough to eat without going hungry. Because of the Qixi festival, Li can also find a reason to give the mischievous children a few days off. The children, craving treats like sweet snacks and fruit, usually wander near the Qiaolu, the decorative building. They think about climbing up to steal a bite, but as soon as they get close, they are chased away by their older sister or the girls who decorated the Qiaolu. Li saw from afar that Lu Xiaohu was waving a stick vigorously, looking quite spirited and even a little intimidating. He received many envious glances from the children watching nearby. Most members of the Lu family are skilled in martial arts. Both men and women have some fighting ability. As for Lu Rui and her sister, Li has seen her own wife smash a solid wooden table with a slap, and her sister-in-law cut through a thick branch with a sword. When Li talks at home, he speaks much more quietly. Of course, Li only occasionally happened to see these things happen, so he never saw them fight anyone. But he roughly estimates that even if he faced 10 of them, he probably wouldn't be their match. As he learned more about this world, Li began to realize that martial arts or the martial world might really exist here. He's not sure if there are powerful fighters who can defeat armies of hundreds or thousands like in martial arts novels, but the strength of individual martial artists far exceeds his expectations. Overall, this world is very dangerous. Going out requires caution. Li thinks it's better to stay quietly in the village. Lu Xiaohu is the village's kid leader, the top mischievous child. He has been training in martial arts since he was young and is very strong. Li watched him with interest from the side. "Hello, sir." Suddenly, one of the mischievous children saw Li behind him. His body trembled, and he immediately bowed respectfully and called out. The children turned around and saw the teacher standing behind them. They all bowed and saluted, as if they suddenly became well-behaved children. Lu Xiaohu also put down his stick. He had just finished exercising, so his face was a little flushed, and he was breathing heavily, but his expression was very respectful. Among all the mischievous children, the one who liked listening to Li tell stories from Journey to the West the most. Although he was usually very naughty, he would immediately become a good boy in front of Li. Currently, among the villagers, no one is more popular with the mischievous children than Li. He is a kind man who doesn't make them carry around messy things, tells them stories, and often gives them days off. The children think he's much better than the old man they had before. Li nods at the children and then waves his hand, saying, "Go play now." As the children happily scatter, just as he is about to go see what they are doing, he suddenly hears a cold snort nearby. Some teacher? He's just a bandit leader. The voice sounds a little familiar, like someone who is jealous or upset because they can't have something they want. Li turns around and sees a young man standing not far behind him, looking at him with a mean expression. At first glance, Li remembers that this is the same person who, that night, barged into his house with Aunt Wu and was scared away by Lu Rui. This man's look at Li makes him feel very uncomfortable, like a dog that sees bones. "Hey, Wu Ying, don't say that. At least he's a scholar," the young man says as soon as he finishes speaking. "Bah, a scholar? He's just a bandit leader." Another person interrupts. There are a few people beside the young man, and after a few teasing words, they all burst into loud laughter. Since ancient times, scholars and martial artists have been rivals. Scholars think martial artists are just rough and simple-minded, only good at fighting bravely. Martial artists also look down on scholars, thinking they only talk and write, but have no real skills. Even if they recite some poems or paint pictures, they are still weak fighters. Moreover, the direct descendants usually dislike the main family, and Li now bears a big main family badge. A clear, sweet voice suddenly comes from the side. Several women walk down a beautiful building, and when they see Li Yi, they smile immediately. The leading woman steps forward, bows politely, and says, "Brother-in-law, you came just in time. There is something I need your help with." The confident woman is named Lu Yu. Her father was a former bandit leader's old subordinate. She is about the same age as Lu Rui. Usually, they call each other sisters, but after getting to know each other better, she now calls Li Yi brother-in-law. Regarding this woman, Li Yi had seen her before, but didn't know her name and had never greeted her. Later, for some reason, when they met again, her attitude suddenly became much warmer. Not only her, but even the few young women beside her now smile and say hello when they see her. Curious, Li Yi asked Xiao Huan, who told him that they all liked the drawings he made on sky lanterns. The reason was that he sold his paintings to his close relatives for 30 coins each, but gave them to the girls for free. The girls all thought he was very kind. When Xiao Huan said this, Li Yi looked confused. He couldn't hear what she said afterward, only that Lu Rui received 10 coins for each painting she sold, and he thought, at that moment, that he was a fool. The young man and others saw that the girls ignored them and only smiled at Li Yi. They felt quite annoyed. The young man named Wu Ying snorted and said, "What can a scholar do? Miss Lu Yu, if you have any orders, just tell us." Although they belonged to different groups, Wu Ying naturally treated beautiful women differently from Li Yi. He patted his chest and said enthusiastically. Li Yu turned around and looked at him with a strange expression, saying, "Today is Qixi Festival. Please compose a poem suitable for the occasion." Qixi. Poem. Wu Ying's face stiffened when he heard this, then turned pale and green, looking quite funny. He only knew how to write characters, but he had no idea how to compose a poem. If he had known Li Yu wanted someone to write a Qixi poem, he wouldn't have pretended to be so confident. It's better to stay low-key. Don't hit on girls who aren't yours, and don't pretend to be something you're not. Seeing Wu Ying's face turn pale and white, almost showing signs of embarrassment, Li Yi felt very pleased. He couldn't even write a Qixi poem, but still dared to act important. Although Li Yi himself couldn't do it either, he knew how to copy. Since he had been here so long, he had almost read all the books in the village's collection. The books they had stolen were quite diverse, enough for him to understand this world thoroughly. Poetry and literature existed here, but not as flourishing as in his original world. Famous poets like Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, Lu Yong, those legendary masters, couldn't be found in this world. Li Yi could confidently copy their works without worry of being caught. Qixi Festival poem. Li Yi may not remember many poems, but the one that has been passed down through ages, almost considered a masterpiece, left a deep impression on him. Moreover, his mind is filled with so many books that haven't been fully explored. If he randomly picks one of 10,000 song poems, just using a Qixi Festival poem could be enough to impress everyone. "I am not very learned, so I won't embarrass myself," said the young man surnamed Wu, his face stiff. After glancing at Li Yi, he added, "Reciting poetry and composing verses, I think the new son-in-law is better at that." Li casually glanced at Wu Ying, too lazy to bother with him. Not very learned? To describe himself with such words is really shameless. If this guy knew how to write his own name, Li would consider him well-educated. Clearly, he's illiterate but insists on pretending to be a big shot. Such people are really disgusting. Coincidentally, I have a suitable Qixi poem in mind. Do you have ink and brush? Li smiled and spoke to Lu Yu. He is gradually getting used to speaking in this refined tone. His elegant manner, combined with his handsome appearance, makes him look like a scholar. This polite and courteous appearance is far beyond those rough men who only know how to dance and show off their strength. The girls in the village are used to bold tastes, so when they see something fresh and gentle, they naturally feel a brightening of the eyes. A few girls looked at him, then at Wu Ying and others, feeling that everyone was born from their parents. But why is there such a big difference between people? "There's ink and brush on the upper floor of the tower," said Li Yu with a smile. The young man surnamed Wu and his companion sadly played the background role, watching that hateful guy being surrounded by girls as he went up the tower, ignoring them completely, which made their presence feel even more insignificant. "I want to see what he can write." Wu Ying's face darkened as he strode after him. "Young master." Xiao Huan was decorating the tower when she looked up and saw Li Yi coming up. She hurriedly ran over. Li Yu glanced around the tower and frowned, saying, "There is ink and brush here, but it seems the paper has run out." In the village, there usually isn't much use for paper, and most of the stored paper has been made into prayer lanterns. Li only realized this when she came up. "Young master, you can write on this," Xiaohuan said, knowing that Lu Yu and the others had just come to ask the young master for a qixi poem. She also brought her prayer lantern along. "Little girl, you are quite clever." When Liu came over with his brush and ink, he just happened to see Xiaohuan earnestly offering her prayer lantern and smiled, saying a few words. This girl probably had that idea in her mind just now. Caught in her thoughts, Xiaohuan felt a bit embarrassed and smiled shyly, politely taking the brush and ink, handing the brush to Li Yi, while herself working on grinding ink nearby. One side of the prayer lantern was painted by Li Yi with a scene of the Magpie Bridge meeting. He turned to the blank side, thought for a moment, and finally started to write. The Magpie Bridge Ferry. When Xiaohuan saw Li Yi write these 3 words, her face changed. Lu Yu and a few other women, standing a little farther away, peeked over and also looked surprised. Their lips moved, but they said nothing. This wasn't because Li Yi's writing was so impressive that it amazed everyone. Simply, the words Magpie Bridge Ferry alone had already impressed them. The real reason was that Li Yi's handwriting was very distinctive. Although they didn't recognize many characters, they could tell whether the writing looked good or not. Li Yi was calmly writing on the side, while the women's minds were elsewhere. He was so handsome and could create such paintings, so how could his writing be? An old saying goes, gold is not pure, and people are not perfect. The ancients truly did not deceive us. Right now, the most complicated feeling belonged to Xiaohuan. She had a little secret wish, hoping that her master would compose a poem on her prayer lantern. Now, she could only look at those crooked words with tears in her eyes. If she had known that the master's handwriting wasn't as good as his paintings, she would never have gone home specially to fetch her prayer lantern. That painting was so beautiful, but now, it was all ruined. Li finished the last line, put down his brush, checked carefully, and found no mistakes. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. Writing on the stretched prayer lantern was a bit uncomfortable, but it wasn't a big problem. After all, he didn't usually write with a brush. His characters were a bit ugly compared to those of ordinary scholars, but still passable and recognizable. He had many calligraphy books at hand, but learning from them wouldn't be quick. He couldn't instantly go from a beginner to a master. Moreover, since his identity, body, face, and even the world he was in had all become unfamiliar, familiar handwriting always gave his soul a sense of belonging. So what others saw as unattractive handwriting was actually very pleasing to Li Yi. Turning his head, he saw Xiaohuan's face fall, and the other girls looked at him with strange eyes. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" At this moment, a gentle and delicate girl, who had been standing behind Lu Yu and looked somewhat scholarly, stepped forward a few steps. Ignoring Li Yi's clumsy writing, she looked at the words on the prayer lantern and her beautiful eyes brightened slightly as she read aloud. "Fine clouds weave clever tricks, shooting stars carry sorrow. The silver river quietly passes by." After a brief pause, she continued, "When the wind blows and the jade dew meets, it surpasses countless things in the mortal world. Soft feelings like water, a beautiful date like a dream. I hesitate to look back at the Magpie Bridge path. If 2 hearts are true, if love lasts long." When she reached this part, a hint of amazement appeared in her eyes. Then her expression became dreamy, and after a long silence, she read the next line. "If love lasts long, why bother with day and night?" The girl's surname was Qin. Her grandfather was Mr. Qin, who had been teaching at the school earlier. She had been educated by him since childhood and had a good knowledge of poetry. When she started reciting the lines, the scene grew quiet. The women, although they didn't understand poetry or even couldn't read, thought that being able to write poetry was already impressive. Even if they didn't understand, Qin understood. From her expression, they could guess that Li Yi's poem for the Qixi festival was quite good. Behind them, a young man surnamed Wu, who had been waiting to criticize after Li Yi finished, couldn't think of any words to say. Seeing Qin's entranced expression and the reactions of the women, he snorted coldly and turned to leave the elegant building. The burning pine resin warmed the air, and the prayer lantern slowly rose into the sky. The flames gradually faded, becoming smaller and smaller until they merged into the starry sky. The girl clasped her hands together, her face full of devotion, holding a beautiful wish in her heart as she watched the lantern drift farther away. After releasing the prayer lantern for good luck, there were more activities. The girls laughed, Children played loudly, and the entire Liuya village was filled with lively excitement. Li leaned against a large tree under the elegant building, his gaze and thoughts drifting with the lantern into the distance. At this moment, he felt completely out of place amid the joyful atmosphere. Alone in a foreign land, far from home, every festival made him miss his loved ones even more. The loneliness and sadness of living in a strange place had never been so clear. The more lively the scene around him, the more intense the hidden feelings in his heart became, until he could no longer hold them back. My mother's nagging often made him feel extremely annoyed, and a few crazy friends also made him regret trusting them. He often cursed behind their backs the greedy boss who refused to pay overtime wages, and sometimes he sighed about his chaotic life. But these are the things he now misses the most. Usually not very emotional, Li couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. On the tower, a woman with her arms crossed and holding a sword stood there, looking at a distant figure. She showed a side of herself she had never seen before, with a slightly strange and surprised expression on her pretty face. Only then did she realize that the fallen scholar she thought she understood so well seemed to be covered again by a mysterious veil. Groom. A cute girl ran over from afar, her face full of a smile, her eyes curved like crescent moons. She lifted her skirt proudly and said to Li, "Groom, I stole some sweet fruits from there." Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, her clear voice became worried. "Groom, why are you crying?" Li flicked his sleeve and subtly wiped away his tears, smiling, "It's nothing. I just got some sand in my eyes earlier." "Then, Groom, you hold these sweet fruits, and little Juan will help them for you." As the girl carefully blew, the first sky lantern to rise floated into the air. Because the pine resin was almost burned out, it swayed a few times at high altitude before slowly drifting toward a certain direction. In the dark night, the starlight reflected a huge shadow. An impressive city appeared amidst flickering lights. Tall city walls separated the inside from the outside, creating two different worlds. Outside the city was lonely and cold, while inside the atmosphere was almost boiling. The sounds of street vendors, shouting, and the noise of drums and firecrackers mixed together. For the people living in this city, the nightlife was just beginning. On the main road inside the city, before nightfall, carriages and horses kept coming and going. Outside some wealthy homes, tall walls revealed glimpses of colorful buildings. In the markets and alleys, courtesans and taverns displayed various goods at their doors, competing in luxury face-to-face. The shimmering river reflected flickering lights. Small boats and painted ships moved continuously, with singing and laughter drifting over the water, rising and falling again. At this moment, on a slowly moving two-story painted boat, a small poetry gathering was reaching its. "Brother Su, your talent is outstanding, and I, a humble disciple, feel ashamed. Tonight, Brother Su's poem will probably win first place. Hee hee. I only have some small achievements. I wouldn't dare claim first place. I still need everyone's critique and guidance. Brother Su, you're too modest. When it comes to writing chishi poetry, no one here can compare to you." It seems a young scholar has composed an excellent poem, causing the people nearby to praise him. After a few polite refusals, the young man with the surname Su shows a hint of pride on his face. Although tonight's poetry gathering is small, attended only by a few lesser-known poetry clubs, even if his work wins, it will only be shared within a small circle. Tomorrow, it will likely be lost among many other poems. But at this moment, the praise from those around him makes the young man feel very pleased. If a singer later sings his poem, his vanity will be greatly satisfied. Humph, the poetry event isn't over yet, and you're already bragging. Are you too confident too early? Suddenly, a cold snort cuts through the praise, sounding especially sharp. Everyone turns their heads in annoyance and sees several figures approaching. It's the Bai Lu Poetry Society. Seeing their appearance, the crowd frowns slightly, clearly not fond of them. This is not surprising. Since ancient times, scholars have looked down on each other. They belong to different poetry groups and usually don't see eye to eye. During the poetry gathering, they are rivals, especially since the others just spoke disrespectfully earlier, so they naturally won't give them a friendly look. "Oh, I don't know if Brother Fong has any advice?" The young man with the surname Su raises an eyebrow and asks. "Advice? Not exactly. I just happened to compose a chishi poem and thought I might invite friends from the Dongli Poetry Society to critique it," says a young man in a blue long robe calmly. "Please, I'm all ears." Fong, the young man, is not polite. There are brushes and ink on the table nearby, so he picks up a brush confidently. After a moment of thought, he begins to write on a blank sheet of paper. Everyone's gaze naturally falls on the table. When Fong's writing reaches the middle, the group led by the young man with the surname Su shows a slight change in expression, looking a bit uncomfortable. Elegant and sorrowful, borrowing the cowherd and weaver girl, close to the joys and sorrows of the human world. What a good poem. Compared to Fong Zhou, I think Su Wentian still has a bit of a gap. Everyone attending the poetry event has some cultural knowledge. When they see Fong's poem compared to Su Wentian's earlier work, whether in word choice or theme, Fong's poem is clearly better. At the poetry gathering, such scenes are common. Even rare and beautiful words are often overshadowed by others. Many poets, once unknown, gain fame and fortune with just one excellent poem. This is the charm of poetry. When a young man named Su was defeated by a rival's poem, he and others from the Dongli Poetry Society left quietly. Meanwhile, the winning by Lu Poetry Society began to enjoy praise. No one noticed a singer who had just finished singing walking out of the boat hall onto the deck. The singer looked up and smiled softly. She climbed the stairs to the top level and approached the carved railing. She smiled at a woman leaning on the railing, gazing at the river, and said, "Why are you here alone? Some people just now wrote good poems. Do you want to go down and see?" The woman turned slightly and revealed a beautiful face. She smiled and said, "No need." The words are different, but they mostly say things like joy and short-lived sorrow, sad and dull, with no new ideas. It's almost tiring to listen. The singer sighed and said, "I wonder how those talented young men below would feel if they knew you described their work like that?" Just then, the stunning woman was about to speak, but looked up suddenly. The singer also looked up and saw a tiny spark flicker. Then, a white shadow fell from the sky and landed at their feet. "What is that?" At first, the woman was startled by the falling object. When she saw what was at her feet, her face showed a moment of realization. She bent down and picked it up, saying, "This might be a sky lantern, burned out and falling down." In Jinghua, during festivals, people often release sky lanterns to pray for good luck, especially during the Qixi Festival and Lantern Festival. The lanterns are made of pine resin or cloth soaked in oil, which eventually burns out. Finding a sky lantern on such nights is not unusual. There are words on it. Let's see what it says. After a brief pause, the singer glanced at the lantern in the woman's hand with interest and smiled. Girls in Jing will often write their wishes on sky lanterns during Qixi, hoping the weaver girl grants them a good husband or blesses their love. Everyone has a curious heart, especially women. Even when it comes to secrets about women they don't know, they are very interested. This probably isn't something a gentleman would do. The beautiful woman hesitated. "We are just young ladies, not gentlemen." The singer girl chuckled softly. She took the prayer lantern from the woman's hand and looked at it. The first thing she saw was a picture. Actually, at first glance, the singer girl wasn't sure if it was a real painting. It was just simple lines drawn without any color or shading. It was different from any painting she knew, but these simple lines surprisingly depicted a beautiful scene of a magpie bridge meeting. She had never seen such a strange artwork and was momentarily stunned. This painting. When the beautiful woman leaned closer, her face showed surprise as she murmured, "What a magpie bridge meeting. I've never seen this style before. It's a bit too simple, but it has some charm." The singer girl looked at the painting for a moment and then said, "There are also words here." When she saw the writing next to the painting, she couldn't help but smile, clawing and scratching. No sense of order. It looks like some ignorant child scribbled it. Then she sighed. It's a pity about this painting. Just as she was about to throw away the prayer lantern, the beautiful woman beside her suddenly stopped and said, "Wait a moment." She reached out and took the lantern, carefully examining the writing on it. "Magpie Bridge Fairy." When the beautiful woman read these 3 words aloud, the singer girl's expression changed, and she blurted out, "Is this a Qixi poem?" As a singer, she usually performed famous poems and songs. When she was invited to the Qixi poetry gathering and a good poem appeared, she would sing it. She was very familiar with these poem titles. The beautiful woman nodded, ignoring the crooked writing, and continued reading aloud. "Delicate clouds craft clever tricks. Flying stars convey sorrow. The silver river quietly crosses." The singer girl nodded in approval, a look of admiration on her face. "It's a new poem, with clever words. I doubt those talented scholars downstairs could have written the first line." But, although the words are beautiful, the theme is lacking. Flying stars convey sorrow. It still falls into the typical chishi limit. For these singing girls, perhaps they cannot create beautiful lyrics, but after years of singing poetry, they are quite skilled at judging its quality. She gave a fair comment on the first line, but at that moment, the singer did not see that when the woman beside her looked down again, her face gradually lit up with a bright smile. Delicate clouds craft clever tricks. Flying stars carry resentment. The silver river flows secretly. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless moments in the mortal world. After reciting the first part, before the singer could speak, the beautiful woman couldn't help but comment. The peaks suddenly turn, transforming hatred into longing. What a line! When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless moments in the mortal world. This alone is worth more than 1,000 lines from others. By this point, the theme and outline of the poem were already clear. This poem was noticeably different from the usual sorrowful style of chishi poems. It was uniquely expressive, elegant, and full of lingering charm. Chishi poems have always been a popular theme for scholars to recite. Over the ages, countless lines have been left behind. Although the wording varies, most follow the traditional theme of fleeting joy and sorrow, with a tone that is mournful and melancholic. In contrast, this poem takes a sudden turn, changing the usual tone. It is free of blame or regret, and simply from its theme, it rises to a higher level. Now, read the second part quickly. At this moment, the singer was completely captivated by the poem and urged impatiently. Without being prompted, the beautiful woman's gaze also turned toward the second part. This time, the singer waited for a long while but no sound came. When she looked back, she noticed that the beautiful woman's face had changed noticeably, showing a serious expression. She softly murmured a few words, and her face gradually shifted from calm to stern. Soft as water, love like a dream, I endure to see the Magpie Bridge again. The singer, unable to recognize, leaned forward and quietly recited, "If love can last forever, then why? Why?" As she reached the last line, her voice grew quieter and eventually faded away. On the decorated boat, the two women stared at the words on the prayer lantern, lost in thought. Which girl does not have spring feelings? Which woman has not dreamed of a tender, passionate love, finding her beloved, sharing life's moments, and growing old together? But when lines like "if love can last forever, then why?" appeared, they caused the women to question their views on love. Love must withstand the test of long separation. As long as two people love each other sincerely, even if they are apart for many years, it is far more precious than the mundane joy of being together day and night. This is a difference in realm or level, far beyond anything they have seen in the words of the Chishi festival. The beautiful woman's lips part slightly, and she instinctively begins to sing the song Magpie Bridge Immortal. This is a tune she knows very well. Her voice is light and pure, as if coming from the clouds, drifting far across the river's surface. Behind them, a little farther away, two young scholars in blue robes stand at the staircase entrance. When they hear the woman singing, their faces show extreme surprise. "Unbelievable, Miss Ruaching has such great talent." One whispers softly, "Such a wonderful song, Magpie Bridge Immortal, both in words and meaning, is truly excellent." "We are ashamed to compare," another says, his face showing shame as he tears apart a paper boat with his own poems written on it. He was the top contender in tonight's Chishi poetry gathering, planning to present his work for evaluation. But after hearing that song, he lost all interest. If love is long-lasting, why worry about day and night together? After a while, the stunning woman sighs gently, her face still reflecting deep thoughts, clearly affected by the poem. Meanwhile, the two scholars quietly descend the stairs and walk into the boat hall from outside. Suddenly, several people gather around. It's hard to leave one's homeland. On Chishi night, while others are busy dating or seeking opportunities, Lee, overwhelmed by homesickness, weeps uncontrollably. After the longing is eased, he must continue living. What the future holds is something he doesn't want to think about now. For the moment, his main concern is how to lead his family toward a better life. He says a little pain in the wind and rain is nothing. Wipe away your tears, don't be afraid. At least, we still have dreams. A young maid, worried about her master, secretly listens outside the window until the strange singing inside gradually fades. She looks up, feeling slightly calmer, and prepares to return to her room to sleep. The stars fill the sky. As midnight approaches, the lively atmosphere in Liuya village gradually subsides. A little farther away, a girl holding a sword leans against a large willow tree, sensing the steady breathing from a nearby room. She slowly exhales, her body disappearing into the darkness. At this moment, Li Yi, dreaming happily of reuniting with his homeland, is unaware that because of his unintentional actions, an invisible ripple is gradually rising somewhere far away. The scene shifts back to the interior of the painted boat. When the two young scholars entered the room, they looked a bit dazed, as if they had suffered a grade in life. At this moment, some people had already gathered nearby. "Brother Fong, how did it go? How did Miss Ruo Qing evaluate it?" "Tonight's top poem at the Chishi Poetry Contest. Brother Fong, you must have shown off in front of Miss Ruo Qing this time, right? No need to say more. Brother Fong's poem is truly excellent. Even among the large poetry gatherings like the Bai Xian Zhaowen event, it's considered a fine work." Earlier, after a round of competition, the talented scholar named Fong Zhou won first place at the poetry contest with a superb Chishi poem, beating out all others, and everyone praised him generously. That poem was truly excellent. Even at tonight's most popular large poetry events, it wouldn't be overlooked. Tomorrow, when someone compiles the most outstanding poems from tonight's contest into a collection, Fong Zhou's poem might also make the list. When that happens, he could become very famous. Seeing him earlier invite Miss Ruo Qing to evaluate his poem, now that he had returned, everyone eagerly asked him about it. If they had heard the praise from others just now, the scholar Fong Zhou would surely be pleased. But now, he only felt a strange sense of irony, and he smiled bitterly, saying, "Let's not talk about being first anymore. My poem really doesn't deserve those 2 words. Oh, Brother Fong, you are too modest. Yes, when it comes to Chishi poetry, no one in the room can compare to Brother Fong." Hearing this, everyone smiled and spoke kindly, thinking he was just being humble. Fong Zhou only shook his head with a bitter smile, looking extremely embarrassed. After a moment, everyone noticed his unusual behavior, and the atmosphere began to shift. Could it be that Brother Fong has seen even better poems? The scholar surnamed Fong smiled wryly, then nodded. He stepped forward to a table and slowly said, "Earlier outside, I heard Miss Ruo Qing recite another Chishi poem. Please take a look." With a flick of his brush, 3 large characters appeared on the white paper. Magpie Bridge Immortal. As each line of the poem was recited by Fong's surnamed scholar, the noise in the hall gradually faded away, leaving only the sound of the scholar's deepening breaths. When the last line of the poem was finished, everything fell silent, as quiet as if a needle could be heard. After a moment, a huge wave of surprise swept through the room. Li. The singer and the stunning woman descended the stairs, muttering this name to herself. Suddenly, she turned and asked, "Does Miss Ruo Qing know this talented scholar?" The beautiful woman kept thinking about this problem. She shook her head and said, "I have never heard of this before, but since the wishing lantern was found by you and me, it must belong to a talented person nearby. But this name is really unfamiliar. Someone with such talent probably can't write such good poetry in their whole life. Could it be one of those few famous poets?" The singer's face showed doubt, and she mentioned a few names. These people were well-known talented poets in Qing'an Prefecture, with deep skills in poetry, and several of their poems were widely loved. Aside from different names, just look at this handwriting. The woman named Ruo Qing shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "Just this handwriting, it's not something an ordinary talented person could produce." She kept a thought to herself that she didn't say aloud. With her knowledge of poetry, she could tell that even the people the singer mentioned earlier couldn't write such words. After a short while, they reached the door of the boat hall. The singer pushed the door open, and they stepped inside. Suddenly, they felt the atmosphere was strange. Looking up, they saw the room was eerily quiet, no longer lively and talkative. Everyone was looking at them with strange eyes. Both women were startled, unsure what had happened. At that moment, the scholar surnamed Fong stepped forward, smiling bitterly and bowing to the beautiful woman, saying, "Miss Ruo Qing, you are very talented. With this Magpie Bridge Immortal, we might not need to write Chishi poems anymore. I never expected Miss Ruo Qing to be such a talented lady. My apologies. With such talent, why did you hide it earlier? This talent truly makes us men feel ashamed. Although women's status was not very high nowadays, talented women who were even more talented than men still earned respect from scholars. At this moment, the beautiful woman roughly understood why they acted like this. She quickly said, "Everyone, you might be mistaken. This Magpie Bridge Immortal is not. Ah, Miss Ruo Qing, there's no need to be modest. Brother Fong and Brother Wu just heard it. Yes, such words. I'm afraid we could never write them in our whole lives. There's no need to make excuses anymore." Seeing that everyone didn't seem to believe his explanation, the woman showed a faint smile on her face. She reached down and pressed her hand, waiting until the sound gradually faded before speaking. "If I told you this poem fell from the sky by chance and I picked it up, would you believe me?" The surrounding atmosphere fell silent for a moment, then someone chuckled. "Hee, the young lady is joking." Everyone looked at the beautiful woman with strange eyes, showing expressions that seemed to say, "Don't treat us like fools." If such timeless poems could fall from the sky casually, then what would talented scholars need us for? It would be better for them to go home and farm, rather than write silly poems. The beautiful woman could only smile bitterly at this, and took out the lantern she had just found. Soon, on the river surface, 2 decorated boats crossed paths, and a paper message raft was passed along. After someone copied it down, it spread like snowflakes. This was the usual practice. During large festivals like this, if a poem was particularly good, it would be shared and corrected among poets. Over many poetry gatherings, by dawn, the most popular 10 poems would be selected and compiled into a book called Chishi Poetry Collection or similar. For a long time afterward, these poems would become popular songs in brothels and music halls, spreading quickly. Tonight, a poem titled Magpie Bridge Ferry was spread in this way along the banks of the Yuan River, causing quite a stir. Meanwhile, in Liuya village, a scholar named Li Yi suddenly felt cold in his sleep. He unconsciously frowned, pulled his quilt tighter, and turned over to continue sleeping. Li Yi woke up to the bright morning light. Judging the time, it was roughly around 10 o'clock in the evening. In the past, Xiao Huan would always wake him early. After washing up, he would go to the school to teach the children. Today was the first day after the Qixi festival. Normally, Li Yi should be in the school teaching the little kids about Sun Wukong fighting the yellow wind monster. But based on his waking time today, if he went to school now, he would almost be done with class by the time he arrived. He got dressed and just got out of bed when he saw Xiao Huan coming in with a water basin. She looked up at Li Yi and said, "Young master, you're awake. Why didn't you wake me up this morning?" Li rubbed his aching head and asked, still feeling a bit dizzy from sleeping too long. "This morning, I saw my brother-in-law sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake him up." Xiao Huan placed a copper basin on a nearby shelf and said, "Brother-in-law, go wash up first. I already went to the school earlier and told the children to come back tomorrow for class." Actually, Li didn't feel like teaching the children today. He casually washed his face with water from the copper basin and roughly wiped himself with a dry cloth. In this era, there is something called yuzi, similar to soap in later times. However, it was mainly used by high officials and wealthy people for washing their faces or bathing, and ordinary folks couldn't afford it. Li Yi had long been thinking about how to make soap. As a person with a bit of OCD and a water sign, he found it hard to tolerate not washing his face properly every day. After washing his face, he dipped a willow branch in some salt and simply brushed his teeth. Salt was still quite expensive in this world, and poor families rarely used it for brushing teeth. He didn't want to imitate Xiao Huan, who chewed willow branches to clean her teeth. Such a bitter taste, not worth the trouble. Stepping outside, he just saw Lu Rui returning from outside, her forehead slightly sweaty, probably from practicing martial arts. She only glanced at Li Yi without saying a word and went straight to her room to take a bath. Li Yi's room was in the front yard, while Xiao Huan and Lu Rui's sister lived in the backyard. He had never been inside their place. Watching Lu Rui's figure disappear, a slight smile tugged at Li Yi's lips. She was beautiful and had a thick skin. She had spent hundreds of coins to darken her skin and could pretend every day that nothing had happened. But at least Li Yi couldn't do that. "Hey, Xiao Huan is here." A rough voice suddenly came from beside him, startling Li Yi. When he turned to look, he saw a burly middle-aged man walking into the yard. Seeing this man, Li Yi's body trembled and his face darkened immediately. This man was also an old acquaintance. Back then, Lu Rui had given an order, and this man had dismounted, lifted him onto his horse, and thrown him onto the saddle. Seeing that familiar face, Li felt a dull pain in his lower abdomen. Uncle Fong, is there something you need? Xiao Huan greeted warmly, smiling as she spoke. The burly man smiled kindly, raised what he was holding, and said, just caught some mountain chickens from the mountain this morning. Take these to stew and help Miss Rui strengthen her body. Only then did Li notice that the man was also carrying two strange objects. Golden yellow crest, colorful feathers on its body, a red belly, and long tail feathers. This is a golden pheasant. Li glanced at the big man. Is this the mountain chicken he caught in the mountains? Hunting protected animals is illegal in later times, but here, a pheasant is just a bird with meat. Wild mountain chickens should taste much better than the domesticated hens raised by the Wu family, right? In an instant, when Li looked at the big man again, he found his previously annoying face much more agreeable. Xiao Huan looked worried and said, Uncle Fong, you can take these two mountain chickens home. Let Annie stew them for the children. The mountain chicken the young master found a few days ago, we haven't finished eating it yet. Last year's harvest was poor, and every family in the village struggled. The Lu family did a bit better since they're the main household, so they wouldn't go hungry. But many others only had enough for 2 meals a day, carefully planned. The big man here probably belonged to that group, likely eating meat only twice a year. Taking this mountain chicken would not only upset the young lady, but also Xiao Huan herself wouldn't dare to accept it. Ah, a gift from the elder, I dare not refuse. Xiao Huan, you shouldn't be so impolite. Li strode forward happily, smiling as he took the pheasant from the big man's hand. Uncle Fong, right? Thank you so much. The big man was stunned for a moment, then chuckled simply and said, I'm a rough person. I don't understand about refusing gifts. My wife said that if the old village chief hadn't given us a meal back then, we would have starved to death. People should have a conscience. We don't have much at home, so you can keep these 2 mountain chickens. Li's smile grew even brighter. People in ancient times really were simple and kind-hearted. Young master. Xiao Huan tugged at Li's sleeve and opened her mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing. The big man looked at Li, noticing his thin build, and chuckled kindly, patting his shoulder. Young master, with such a thin body, you should eat more and take care of yourself. Suddenly, a strong force hit Li's shoulder, causing him to stagger and almost fall to his knees. The big man was surprised again, then scratched his head awkwardly and said, Sorry about that. I have a strong grip. I forgot that young master is a scholar and physically weak. Please don't blame me. Taking advantage and acting innocent, Li Yi's face twitched. He wondered if this honest-looking man was really pretending to be simple. I'll be going now. My wife is waiting at home, Li Yi said, turning to leave. The tall man rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy, and said, Goodbye, Uncle Fong. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Xiao Huan let out a slow sigh and said, Young master, you shouldn't have accepted those 2 mountain chickens just now. Li Yi, massaging his still sore shoulder, asked curiously why not. Because the old master once helped Uncle Fong's family. Now, only 2 young ladies are left at home. Uncle Fong often sends things over, and some of the old master's old friends also help out when needed. The young girl frowned prettily and said, Usually, the young ladies don't allow Xiao Huan to accept these things. Their days haven't been easy. If the chickens in his hand were from the Wu family, Li Yi would have no problem killing and preparing them, one for fried chicken, the other for chicken soup. But hearing Xiao Huan's words, he suddenly felt the chickens in his hand weighed much heavier. Accepting kindness without reason isn't good. Li thought for a moment and said, How about this? Let's cook the 2 mountain chickens and send some to them as a thank you. Hearing this, the young maid's eyes lit up brightly and said, Yes. Yes. Young master makes such delicious food, they will definitely like it. Li smiled, placing the chickens carefully, then waved his hand and said, Get ready. Go pick some fresh mushrooms from the mountain. Today, we're having chicken stew with mushrooms. The young girl carrying a large bamboo basket sang brightly, Little mushroom picker, with a big bamboo basket on her back. Early morning, barefoot, walking through forests and hills. Her cheerful song echoed along the mountain path as she skipped happily, singing the song her young master just taught her. The bamboo basket on her back was already filled with many mushrooms. In the afternoon, the young master planned to cook a new dish he hadn't tried before. The girl felt a small sense of anticipation, and her steps became even lighter. Li followed a few steps behind, watching her lively figure, and couldn't help but sigh. Young people are really lucky. The mushrooms growing in the mountains are natural and pollution-free. Freshly picked, they are perfect for making chicken stew with mushrooms or a delicious mushroom soup, top-quality ingredients. Young master, look at this mushroom. It's so beautiful. The young maid's surprised voice once again sounded in Li Yi's ears. When he turned to look, he saw Xiao Huan happily running to a tree, picking a mushroom with an orange surface covered in white scales. This mushroom is so pretty, it must taste good, the young maid said proudly as she approached Li Yi, holding the mushroom in her hands. Li carefully examined the mushroom in Xiao Huan's hand. Soon, he found a similar picture in a mushroom guidebook stored in his mind. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "You can't eat this mushroom. It will give you a stomach ache." "Why?" the young maid asked, confused. "Why would such a pretty mushroom make you sick?" "This is a flytrap mushroom, also called a poisonous fly mushroom. It's a poisonous mushroom," Li Yi explained again, acting like a walking encyclopedia for the young maid. "Eating this kind of mushroom can cause headaches, stomach pains, and other aches. Basically, you shouldn't eat it." The young maid looked into Li Yi's big eyes, and her eyes started to sparkle with tiny stars. He can cook, draw, write poetry, sing, and even tell if a mushroom is poisonous at a glance. He's so amazing. Remember, the prettier a mushroom looks, the more likely it is to be poisonous, just like women. The more beautiful they are, the more dangerous, Li Yi said as they finished gathering mushrooms and prepared to go back down the mountain. He rarely shared life lessons with the young maid. This girl was so innocent and pure, like a blank sheet of paper. If she were sold, she might even pay others. It's important to help her develop the right values now, so she won't suffer later. How can such a beautiful mushroom be poisonous? The young maid looked at the mushroom in her hand. Thinking of Li Yi's words, she hurriedly threw the mushroom away and muttered to herself, "The more beautiful, the more dangerous." "That's not true. Miss and second miss are both so pretty." As she spoke, her face turned slightly shy, and she whispered softly, "Actually, Xiao Huan is quite pretty too." Looking up, she realized Li Yi had already walked several steps ahead. She quickly stopped thinking about it and hurried after him. "Gongya, wait for me." When Xiao Huan and Li Yi returned to the village, they encountered quite a few people greeting them along the way. Li Yi remembered each face carefully. Usually, those who were friendly to Xiao Huan tended to support Lu Rui and her sister. Passing by a certain household, I saw a rough-clad child, about 7 or 8 years old, sitting at the door eating. When he heard someone approaching, he looked up timidly and called out, "Little Sister Huan." This child, Li Yi, looked unfamiliar and probably had not been to school, so I guessed he was not from the Lu family clan. People in Li Yi village usually eat 2 meals a day at irregular times. As I passed by, I glanced at the child's bowl. It was dark and unclear what was inside. When I got closer, I noticed a strange smell, not very pleasant. It was hard to believe this was food for people. However, to the child, it seemed like a delicacy. He was happily slurping it up, holding a black, bun-like object in his other hand. He bit into it with a crunch, and after finally taking a bite, I felt a twitch in my mouth, as if I had a toothache. A strong figure came out of the house. Seeing Li Yi and little Huan, he paused briefly, then smiled kindly and greeted them. I was also surprised. Wasn't this big man the one who brought them 2 mountain chickens this morning? I looked again at what was in the child's bowl. I couldn't believe that the big man, who had so generously given them meat this morning, was feeding his own child such things. The big man stepped out and gently kicked the sitting child. He scolded, "Little rascal, what are you standing there for? That's the master's son. Call someone quickly." Master's son." The child, kicked by his father, put down his bowl and bun and timidly called out. A yellow dog ran out from inside the house. It seemed to find the young man unfamiliar and barked twice. Suddenly, it sniffed hard and, noticing the bun nearby, its eyes lit up. It bit the bun and disappeared at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, the child was stunned, little Huan was stunned, and Li Yi was stunned. The big man was also stunned, but then, suddenly, Li Yi heard a loud, angry roar like an explosion. The big, bear-like man chased after the dog. "Hey, if you dare to eat that bun, I'll kill you and serve you as wine today." Seeing the figure of a man and a dog disappear, Li Yi looked down at the bowl on the ground, which contained dark, foul-smelling food. He no longer felt curious about why the yellow stray dog was named. The tall man had given them 2 mountain chickens, yet his own family ate such food. This shocked Li Yi and made him think deeply. In Liuya village, the Lu family owned all the land and were like landlords. Their life was not very comfortable, but it was not too bad either. Most other people, like the tall man, were tenant farmers at the bottom of society. They could only just support their families and avoid starvation. If there was a bad harvest year, they might not even meet this basic need. Lee learned from his childhood friend that last year was a year of poor harvest, so everyone in the village was living very hard now. Honestly, if it were Lee himself, he would not have acted like the tall man in such a situation. Perhaps, this is the most admirable trait of the people in this world. Lee had to admit that he was touched by the honest, simple nature of the tall man, or perhaps by the honest folk of this world. In the afternoon, when cooking, the sesame oil saved from the previous Chichio festival finally came in handy. In this era where people mostly steamed or boiled food, having a real stir-fried dish was the greatest happiness Lee could feel at this moment. He made a simple stir-fried green vegetable with lettuce leaves and blanched water celery from the river, which tasted special when cold mixed. The mountain chicken given by the tall man was turned into chicken stew with mushrooms. Using fresh ingredients, along with a simple version of kung pao chicken and a delicious mushroom soup, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup. It might seem a bit modest by modern standards, but it made Lee feel like it was New Year's. For many people in Liuya village, perhaps they would never enjoy such a feast during the new year. Xiaohuan. After the last mushroom soup was ready, Lee took a sip and found it tasted good. Then he called out to the door. The young maid quickly ran in like the wind and asked, "Young master, what's the matter? Divide these dishes and take some to Uncle Fong's house. When you're back, we'll start eating," Lee said, taking off his apron and washing his hands as he spoke to Xiaohuan. "I'll go right now." Just smelling the aroma of those dishes, little Huan was already very eager. Quickly, she found a food box in the kitchen, washed it, and divided some portions of each dish inside. At the same time, in a rundown yard, a dirty, mischievous child looked longingly at a man with the surname Fong, weakly saying, "Dad, I'm hungry." Next to him, a woman in rough cloth clothes gently patted her child's head, a look of helplessness in her eyes. The man glared at a limping stray dog in the yard. The last remaining loaf of bread in the house was still missing. Turning his head, a bitter expression appeared on his face as he said, "Hold on a little longer. When I get my wages tomorrow, I'll buy some plain steamed buns for you." Hearing about plain steamed buns, the child's eyes lit up with hope. He nodded quickly and said, "Dad, I'm not hungry anymore. I want to go play outside." Watching the energetic figure of his child, the man shook his head with some helplessness. For them, a bad harvest meant a whole year of hardship. Meanwhile, just as the mischievous child was about to run out the door, he saw a figure at the entrance. He suddenly stopped, stood there, and softly called, "Little Huan Jie." The man turned around and saw little Huan standing at the door. He hurried over and asked, "Little Huan, why are you here? Is something wrong with Miss?" "No." Little Huan smiled and handed over the food box, saying this was sent by the young master. "What is this?" The man looked puzzled and opened the lid of the food box. Instantly, a strong, fragrant aroma wafted out. The mischievous child nearby sniffed sharply, a strand of saliva slipping from his mouth, and his stomach growled loudly. The man was stunned for a moment, but quickly said, No, little Huan, you must take this back quickly." Food was always the most important thing for people living at the bottom of society. Only by surviving could they have the right to think about anything else. At home, their meals usually consisted of a few grains mixed into bran and some wild vegetables, enough to get through the winter. But inside this food box, there was meat and vegetables. Just the smell alone made his mouth water. For the man, this was already a very precious thing. Little Huan didn't reach for the food box but smiled and said, "Uncle Fong, just keep it. We can't finish it anyway. The young master is waiting for me to go home and eat. Goodbye, Uncle Fong." "Little Huan, little Huan." The tall man called a few times. Seeing little Huan's figure gradually walk away, he could only smile helplessly. When he turned around, he saw his child standing there, eyes fixed on the lunchbox in his hand, constantly swallowing saliva. Glug. It seemed he could no longer resist the temptation of the food, and the tall man also swallowed hard. The mischievous child next to him wanted to laugh but dared not, his face turning bright red. "Brat." The tall man gently kicked the child's backside and cursed softly, then handed the lunchbox to the woman behind him, saying, "Don't eat it all at once. Save some for tomorrow." Just as the family with the surname Fong gathered around the table, Facing the unfamiliar delicacies, they were about to lick their lips in anticipation, while Li sat at the dining table opposite, looking at him with puzzled eyes. Is today a special day? After a long pause, Lu Rui was the first to ask. No, Li shook his head. If it's not a special day, why is the meal so rich? Lu Rui's confusion deepened. Because I was feeling spontaneous? Li really didn't know how to answer this question. It's just a few extra dishes cooked, and he had to come up with a reason? Couldn't he just treat himself to a good meal after a tiring lesson with the mischievous child? That reason didn't seem very convincing, since he hadn't taught the child for several days. Sighing inwardly, he realized he needed to improve the household's living standards quickly. The days when he could only eat meat during festivals were unbearable. He took a piece of golden chicken, tasted it, and nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a second-class protected animal, the flavor was far better than the chickens raised by the Wu family. Lu Rui cast a glance at him without speaking. After all, the meals now were worlds apart from before. Compared to that, she no longer paid much attention to the source of the food. As for how many chickens the Wu family had lost, it had nothing to do with her. The two new dishes in front of them were something she had never tasted before, and they smelled pretty good. Soon, Lu Rui's attention shifted elsewhere. Oh, and the household is running out of food. After finishing the meal, as usual, little Huan was tidying up. When Lu Rui was about to leave, Li Yi casually said, Rui will go down the mountain tomorrow. I'll ask her to buy some grain. The footsteps at the door paused briefly, then a voice responded. Rui will go down the mountain tomorrow. I'll have her buy some grain. Going down the mountain? Li Yi's eyes suddenly brightened at the sound. The location of Green Willow Mountain belongs to Jinghua Qing'an Prefecture. After descending the mountain and walking along the official road for about an hour or so, they would reach the city. Li Yi had been on this mountain for quite some time. Although he had about 100 copper coins in his purse, he couldn't spend them on the mountain. He had long wanted to see the bustling world below and experience the luxurious life of ancient times, what it was really like. Anqing Prefecture is located in the southwest of Jinghua. It used to be an auxiliary capital of Jinghua and was very prosperous. It is the second largest city in Jinghua after the capital. At this moment, on a government road leading to the southwest gate of Anqing City, several shiny, strong horses galloped toward them. A woman dressed in white riding gear pulled on the reins. The horses let out long whinnies of pain and raised their hooves high, then stopped a short distance from the city gate. Whoa! Several voices sounded one after another. A few sturdy men skillfully dismounted from their horses. The horses' hooves kicked up dust as they stomped on the ground. Young master, we've arrived at the city. A burly man with the surname Fong grabbed Li Yi's arm and jumped down from his horse. Li Yi looked up at the city wall, which was several zhang high, with endless stretches on both sides. He felt his legs go weak, and a dizzy spell came over him. Ugh! He leaned against a willow tree beside the city moat and vomited for a long time. Only then did the extreme discomfort begin to ease a little. Of course, he wasn't feeling it just because he saw the towering city wall that was over 10 meters high as a way to show his shock. For someone who had never ridden a horse before, being forced onto a horse and jolted over mountain roads for more than 10 miles, the fact that he could still stand here now showed that Li Yi's physical condition was quite good. His first visit to the city wasn't as perfect as he imagined. Before even entering the city gates, he already felt completely exhausted. Young master, your body is too weak. You need to train more. The burly man, surnamed Fong, said, unable to hide his concern as he looked at Li Yi's uncomfortable appearance. He had only been riding for a short while, and he was already vomiting like this. This new young master was good at everything, but his body was too fragile, hardly the mark of a real man. Li Yi shot a fierce glare at the man and didn't bother to reply. He turned his head and looked at the bustling city for the first time with a more formal gaze. Pedestrians constantly come and go through the city gate, with carts and horses mixed among them. It looks crowded but orderly. Looking inside the gate, the crowd is even thicker. The streets on both sides are filled with small stalls. Outside the city gate, you can hear vendors shouting. Li Yi, along with Lu Rui and others, led their horses into the city gate, finally experiencing the city's prosperity firsthand. The streets under their feet are paved with square blue stones. The buildings on both sides have eaves curling up, decorated with carved railings and phoenix patterns, giving a strong sense of ancient style. Passers-by dressed in traditional clothes walk past, making Li realize once again what kind of world he is in. The big man named Fong, who is leading the horse, does not own the horse from Li village. The kingdom of Jing is short on horses and relies heavily on imports from other countries to meet demand. A horse costs about 70 to 80 taels of silver. At this time, one tael of silver is roughly equal to 1,000 copper coins. Li roughly estimated the prices of this era. One copper coin is about 5 cents in modern money. So, converting a horse into modern currency, it would be, anyway, it's a lot of money. If every family in Li village had a horse, they wouldn't need to eat coarse rice and vegetables anymore. Their standard of living would definitely be above the poverty line, stepping confidently into the middle class. This also fits an old saying. Riding a handsome horse doesn't necessarily mean you're a prince. It could also mean someone who raises horses. That's right. Horse breeding, including Fong and others, is a side business for some people in Luyi village. Their ancestors were mostly bandits, with pure bandit bloodlines. Bandits who don't raise horses aren't good bandits. Fortunately, they inherited these excellent traits from their ancestors. Although they look rough, their riding skills are exceptional. They earn some extra money by using this skill, which helps support their families. However, since ancient times, most laborers could only get by with enough to survive. Exploitation in feudal society was even worse. The wages they earned could only keep their families from starving. Every month, Fong and the others take these horses down the mountain for inspection and to collect their wages from the previous month. On the way, Li asked him that the monthly pay for horse breeding was only 100 coins, which was very low, enough to buy just a few pounds of rice. They only raise horses about 4 months a year, yet they earn only a few hundred coins to support themselves for the whole year. We agreed on a meeting place to return to. The man with the surname Fong and others led their horses and left. In the blink of an eye, Lu Rui also disappeared, leaving only Li alone at the spot. This made Li very confused. Were they not afraid he might take the opportunity to run away? Thinking about the crazy old man who wanted to catch him, his old home was gone forever, Li checked his money pouch. Suddenly, he felt staying in Lyoye village might be quite good. He spent 4 coins to buy 2 buns from a street vendor. After taking a bite, he found the thin skin and plentiful filling very satisfying. After finishing the 2 buns, his hunger was completely gone. Li couldn't help but think that in the past, when he bought buns outside, he could barely see the filling with just 1 bite. Those people who only cared about money would sell plain bread as buns. Compared to them, people in ancient times seemed more honest. He had already spent 4 of his 128 coins. Originally, Li wanted to enjoy himself with this small amount of money, but reality was harsh. After wandering the street, he realized he could only eat buns. Whether in modern or ancient times, he was still a poor guy. This made Li feel a strange sadness inside. Especially after seeing the prosperity of Anqing Prefecture, Li decided that once he returned, he would immediately think of ways to make money. Modern people have their own pride, especially since he also brought a nearly miraculous cheat device. If he kept living a life of eating plain food, it would be too shameful for someone who traveled through time. While strolling, he bought some vegetable seeds from a small street stall. By chance, he saw hawthorn for sale at a nearby stall and bought a few jin, a Chinese weight measure. He still had some leftover sugar from before and hadn't tasted candied hawthorn in a long time. Even in the entire Jing kingdom, Anqing Prefecture was considered a top prosperous city. The brothels, taverns, and theaters lined up, but unfortunately, Li could only stand at the entrance of these places. After wandering the street and feeling a bit tired, he decided to find a corner to rest. It was a street corner with slightly less foot traffic. Not far from Li, there was a table with a chair. On the table were brushes, ink, paper, and a small stack of paper tubes. A young scholar sat there, deeply engrossed in reading a bound book. Nowadays, scholars often lacked money. Setting up a stall to sell paintings or calligraphy was common. Li was thinking about whether he should do the same when he had no money in the future, when suddenly, a man dressed in coarse cloth ran over from a distance. He hurried to the scholar, panted heavily, said a few words, and then left. After the man left, the scholar's face immediately showed some worry and tension. He suddenly looked up at Li standing under the tree nearby, his eyes brightening, and quickly approached him. Li noticed the scholar's surprised expression as he came over, bowed politely, and spoke a little hurriedly, "Brother, I have an urgent matter at home. Could you please watch my painting stall for a little while? Once I handle my family affairs, I will come back as soon as possible. Li could tell that the scholar was genuinely dealing with something important. Since he was free now, and he didn't know when Lu Rui and the big man surnamed Fong would arrive, helping out at the stall wouldn't cause any loss, and he could rest somewhere. Why not? Seeing the hopeful look in the scholar's eyes, Li nodded. Thank you, brother. The scholar's face lit up with happiness. After thanking him, he hurried away. After the scholar left, Li went to the front of the stall, sat on a chair, picked up the book the scholar had been reading, and leisurely started to look at it. Within a few minutes, Li shook his head and threw the book aside. The book was full of biographies of various people, boring and dull, extremely dull. He wondered how the scholar had been so engrossed just now. Li was just an amateur scholar. Sitting here and staring at this stuff without moving was a bit difficult. His eyes fell on the table, where a finished painting caught his attention. It was of a woman with a face like a lotus flower, a slender figure, quite beautiful. He casually picked up a few nearby scrolls to look at. They were mostly completed landscape or figure paintings. From an outsider's perspective, the scholar's painting skills were decent. But that was normal. People in this era, even if not experts in poetry or painting, would know a little. Without some skill, they wouldn't dare call themselves scholars. Seeing the brushes, ink, and paints nearby, Li couldn't help but feel a bit eager to try. In the past few days, he had read many books about painting techniques. He was even thinking that if things didn't go well in the future, he could learn from the scholar, set up a street stall selling paintings. It wouldn't be a bad way to make a living. The rice paper inside the village was gone, and Li hadn't found a chance to practice. He rolled up the painting on the table and set it aside. He casually grabbed a blank sheet of rice paper, dipped his brush in ink, and after a moment's thought, started sketching. Soon, the outline of a woman's face appeared on the paper. Although the features are not yet drawn, just by the face shape, it is clear that Li intends to paint Lu Rui. This is my first time creating a three-dimensional portrait, so I'll practice on her first. Thinking of Lu Rui's always cold and distant face, Li's lips curl into a mischievous smile. As he begins to draw, he starts outlining the features and body shape. Creating a three-dimensional picture sounds difficult and seems quite prestigious, but it mainly involves handling light and shadow, proportions, and some composition techniques. With just a little basic drawing skill, it's actually not hard to learn. Although this is Li's first time drawing a 3D portrait, he has practiced countless times in his mind. Without hesitation, he quickly starts drawing, and in a short moment, a woman resembling Lu Rui appears on the rice paper. Unlike ordinary paintings, this portrait not only captures her expression vividly, making her look almost real, but also adds a lively feeling, as if she might step out of the picture at any moment. Most 3D paintings are created by controlling proportions and adjusting light and shadow, which usually require viewing from a special angle to show the three-dimensional effect. Li has slightly weakened this effect, so the sense of depth isn't too strong, but he still maintains good proportions and creates a feeling of life about to emerge. For images that are too shocking, people of this era might not accept them easily. Change must happen gradually. This was just Li's first small attempt. After finishing, he carefully examined his work for a while, nodded in satisfaction, and felt somewhat pleased with his creation. When he looked up, he suddenly faced a strange face. Because Li's movement was so abrupt, the other person seemed caught off guard. Their noses were only a few centimeters apart. If they had been any closer, Li's first kiss in this world might have been lost, especially since the other person was a man. Although he was somewhat handsome, if such a thing really happened, he might be disgusted for at least 10 or 15 days. Who are you? Li quickly took 2 steps back, looking at the young man standing across the table, who was admiring the Lu Rui portrait with a stunning gaze. He blurted out in surprise. He was dressed in fine clothes and looked about the same age as Li. His eyes were fixed on the painting Li had just finished, and he nodded in admiration. This painting is very strange. The woman in the picture looks like she is about to step out of the paper. Li shrugged. Although this person was dressed properly, he was just a simple country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. It was just a 3-dimensional painting, yet he looked so amazed. This painting is quite unique, the young man muttered, then looked at Li with interest. Use this style to paint one for me too. No painting. Li didn't even look at him and simply said calmly, then sat back in his chair. He had been standing for a long time earlier, and his back was sore. Sitting was more comfortable. Why? The young man asked, surprised. Sorry, I only paint women, not men, Li replied lazily. The young man raised his eyebrows, surprised that a street artist like Li had such a rule. He looked him over carefully and suddenly said, "One tael of silver." One tael of silver? Li's mind moved slightly. One tael of silver was roughly equal to 1,000 copper coins. With current prices, it could buy about 2 stones of rice. A stone of rice weighed about 150 jin, enough for a family of 4 to eat well for a while, even if they ate rice every day. Judging by this man's clothes, he didn't seem poor. The jade pendant hanging at his waist was probably worth a lot of money, so he wasn't trying to trick him. But a man should not bow his head just for 2 stones of rice. Li shook his head. Not even for 1 or 2 silver. 5 taels. The young man saw that Li was clearly tempted earlier and a smile appeared on his face. He spoke again. 5 taels of silver, 10 stones of rice. Li's face showed hesitation. After a long moment, he managed to say through his throat, "Not even for 5 taels." A man should not bow his head for 10 stones of rice either. 10 taels. The young man said calmly again. As soon as he finished speaking, Li suddenly stood up from his chair. This sudden action startled the young man. Seeing this, a few figures resting near a wall corner nearby suddenly stood up, one hand instinctively reaching for his waist. At that moment, Li kindly patted the young man's shoulder and smiled. "When I first saw you just now, I felt a very familiar sensation. Now that I think about it, you resemble an old friend of mine. Just for this reason, breaking the rules today is no problem." Seeing the scholar across from him suddenly seem like a different person, the young man looked stunned and was momentarily unable to react. This scholar is quite a clever person. After about half an hour, the young nobleman glanced at Li, holding the portrait Li had just drawn for him, and nodded in satisfaction. He snapped his fingers softly, and a passerby squatting at a nearby stall, picking out goods, immediately stood up. The passerby took out a silver ingot from his pocket and threw it onto the table in front of Li with a snap. The transaction was complete. Watching the young nobleman walk away, the surrounding onlookers suddenly halved. Li, mimicking scenes from TV, bit his teeth, but couldn't figure out why. When he looked up, he saw the passers-by staring at him with unusually eager eyes, at the silver in his hand. He quickly put it into his pocket. In a way, this was the first real money he earned since arriving in this world. Don't underestimate these 10 taels of silver. With the current price where 1 tael can buy 2 stones of rice, 10 taels are enough for a family of 4 to live comfortably for several years. Touching the silver in his pocket, Li couldn't help but think to himself that city folks really are rich. Now, he just needed to draw a picture like this every day, and he could retire early. Of course, this was the most ideal situation. Apart from that handsome but seemingly not very normal nobleman, few others would spend 10 taels on such a painting. With the silver in hand, Li felt much better. He lay comfortably in a chair, basking in the sun, waiting for the scholar to return. This time, he didn't wait long before the scholar hurried over. They exchanged a few words, and the scholar gratefully clasped Li's hand, refusing to let go, constantly thanking him. Only when Li noticed the change in the eyes of the surrounding onlookers did he quickly wave his hand, signaling he was leaving. Of course, before leaving, he took the portrait of Lu Rui he had just drawn. The scholar didn't say anything about it, but instead shared his home address and invited Li to come over next time to exchange painting skills. Holding 10 taels of silver, Li felt much more at ease. The things he couldn't afford earlier he could now pay for easily. However, he already had quite a few items in his hands, so he decided to wait for the big man with the surname Fong and his companions to return. After all, he could use their free labor. Why not take advantage of it? He walked to the big poplar tree where he had arranged to meet Lu Rui and others, found a clean stone to sit on, and waited for Fong and his group to come back. At this moment, Li didn't notice that not far behind him, in the crowd, a young man with a sharp face and a sneaky look was watching his departing figure. A greedy light flickered in his eyes. After glancing around a few times, the young man quickly disappeared into an alley. Near the painting stall, after Li left, the scholar began packing up his things. Why are you packing up so early today? A clear voice came from ahead. The scholar looked up and saw the visitor. He smiled and said, "It's Miss Xiao Chui. I had some family matters today, so I packed up early. Are you here to pick up the painting?" The girl, about 15 or 16, with twin buns and a slightly chubby face, nodded. She said, "Is the painting finished? Miss has asked me to come early to get it." The scholar nodded happily and handed her a scroll tube placed on the table. He said, "It's finished. Miss Xiaochui, open it and take a look. If you're not satisfied with anything, just tell me. I can make adjustments." The girl waved her hand and said, "No need. Miss is in a hurry to get it. I have to rush back right away after taking the painting." She trusted the scholar's skill and took the scroll tube casually. She took out a few coins from her purse at her waist, placed them on the table, and hurried away. The scholar packed up his things, left the inn nearby where he had stored his items, and quickly departed as well. Meanwhile, Li Yi's situation was becoming a bit tricky. Seeing several strangers approaching him slowly, Li Yi stood up cautiously, his face showing suspicion. His instincts told him trouble was coming. Just as he was about to walk away, two people appeared from both sides. Their build was as large as the big man with the surname Fong, clearly more than Li Yi could handle. Almost instantly, Li Yi understood what was happening. Someone had probably seen the silver when he took it out earlier. Surrounded on three sides, with an alley behind him, Li Yi thought quickly and ran into the alley without hesitation. Seeing his actions, those people didn't chase after him. Instead, they all showed teasing smiles on their faces. Does the scholar really have silver? At the alley entrance, a tall, scar-faced man with a fierce look suddenly stopped and turned to the young man with a sharp chin, asking. It's understandable he was curious. Judging by the young man's clothes, he looked like a poor scholar, not someone wealthy. The young man, hearing this, immediately pretended to be respectful and said, "Big brother, I dare not lie to you. I saw him take out a big silver ingot just now. It must be at least 10 taels." While speaking, he also made a fist and gestured to the tall man. 10 taels. The scar-faced man licked his lips. 10 taels of silver, as long as he didn't go to the city's famous gambling houses, would be enough for him to enjoy himself for a while. "Let's go in." The tall man waved his hand, and everyone entered the alley. After running more than 10 steps, Li saw a tall wall at the end of the alley. He cursed silently, not expecting it to be a dead end. When he turned around, he saw the others had already gone inside. "Scholar, are you going to hand over the silver yourself, or do you want us to help you?" The scar-faced man, leading the group, walked up to Li Yi with a teasing look, arms crossed, looking down at him. This man was broad and muscular, at least 1.9 meters tall, nearly 2 meters, much taller than Li Yi, who was a full head shorter. His tone was full of superiority. Behind him, several others looked at him with mocking eyes, as if they were watching a lamb about to be slaughtered. The silver he had just obtained was still in his arms, not yet warm, and now it was about to be taken away. Li Yi felt a deep frustration that words couldn't express. He didn't plan to resist. Not only did the big, fierce-looking man seem dangerous, but even the others behind him, Li thought he only had a chance to win against the small, sneaky young man. He had no more silver to earn, and if he lost his life, it would all be for nothing. Even if these people didn't want to kill him, they would probably beat him up, which Li definitely wanted to avoid. Sighing inwardly, he raised one hand toward his chest, ready to take out the silver ingot. Seeing Li Yi's action, the tall man's face showed a smile. This scholar is quite sensible. Just as this thought appeared in the man's mind, his smile suddenly froze on his face. "Dead Scar, what did you just say? Say it again. I want to hear." To the scar-faced man, it seemed that the scholar's hand had already reached into his pocket, then suddenly withdrew. His face suddenly changed to a look of mockery and disdain, and he looked at him with a calm expression. "Dead Scar, what did you just say? Say it again. I want to hear." Surrounded by more than 10 burly men in a narrow alley with no way out, the handsome scholar looked disdainfully at the scar-faced leader. His clear voice reached everyone's ears. The men behind the scar-faced man looked stunned, as if they couldn't believe that, at such a critical moment, the scholar still dared to speak like that. Does he not fear death? Everyone knew that the boss hated anyone mentioning the word Scar in front of him. Quietly glancing at the boss's face, which had turned pale with anger, the others instinctively took a step back, worried that what might happen next would be too brutal and bloody. "Say that again?" The scar-faced man looked at Li Yi with a pale face, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. "Being ugly is one thing, but your ears seem to have a problem. What kind of belief keeps you alive until now?" Li looked at the scar-faced man with a pitying gaze and said regretfully, "Belief? That keeps me alive?" The men behind the big man were stunned by these words, not understanding their meaning at first. When it comes to insulting skills, as a good young person of the 21st century, Li Yi's level clearly surpasses those from this era by many streets. These street thugs, who haven't even read books, have lost countless brain cells. It took them a while to understand what he meant. Then, everyone looked at Li with strange eyes, as if there was a faint admiration. This scholar's words are too sharp. These ancient thugs and ruffians usually curse a lot, but their insults are simple words like useless or stupid pig, which are easy to say. Those with some education might throw out a few classical phrases like, your mother, or your mother is a concubine. But who has ever elevated insults to such a high level? What kind of belief keeps you alive until now? The whole sentence contains no dirty words, but in its meaning, it surpasses all curses in depth. This truly elevates insulting to a new level. Find death. The scarred man's face had already turned bright red. With just one word from Li, he was instantly filled with anger. He wished he could destroy the scholar in front of him immediately and make him disappear from this world forever. As he roared, he suddenly clenched his fist and swung it toward Li Yi's face. The tall, 2-meter-high man was very strong. One arm was as thick as Li Yi's thigh. His exposed muscles bulged, and his large fist made a whistling sound as it shot forward with great force. If this punch had hit Li Yi's face, he might have been sent flying again. But in the end, the man's fist did not land on Li Yi's face. A long sword, resting on his neck, was like a cold splash of water that instantly cooled all the anger in the man's heart. His fist stopped in midair, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Everyone around gasped in shock and took a few steps back. They looked at the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared beside them, holding a shining sword against their boss's neck. Her face was pale. The sword was sharp and cold, clearly very dangerous. If the woman used a little more force, the scarred man's head could be cut off. Big brother. When did she come here? Who are you? Quickly let go of our big brother. Heroine, let's talk nicely. The little brothers wanted to help their boss, but they dared not move. They were afraid of making things worse, so they stood there hesitating, not daring to get closer to the beautiful woman. The most frightened person was definitely the scarred man with the sword on his neck. The cold blade pressed against his skin, and he felt a chill from head to toe. He stood frozen, afraid that if he turned his head might be cut off. Heroine, please spare my life. Spare me. At this moment, he didn't care about saving face in front of his brothers. His face was pale with fear, and he trembled as he begged. What dignity? What face? None of that mattered compared to his life. Li was quite satisfied with Lu Rui's timely arrival. Although his sister-in-law was often unreliable and caused trouble, she was dependable when it mattered most. At this moment, Lu Rui did not pay attention to the begging big man. Instead, she looked at Li Yi with a strange expression, as if seeing him for the first time, and it was unclear what she was thinking inside. Li felt a bit nervous under her gaze and quickly looked away. When he looked back at the scar-faced man, a hint of anger appeared on his face, and he kicked him in the robbery, stealing money, bad influence. Behind the big man, more than 10 thugs watched as their leader was bullied by the weak scholar. They glared at Li Yi but didn't make a move. The scar-faced man felt a deep shame rising in his heart. He wanted to tear the scholar apart, but could only hold back because the sword was still on his neck. Stop hitting, let's go. After a few kicks, Lu Rui's gaze moved away from Li Yi's face. Li Yi saw her sword return to its sheath. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped beside Lu Rui. He felt terrible now. Earlier, he was confident because someone was holding the hostage. Now that the sword on the big man's neck was gone, could just the two of them, Lu Rui alone, fight so many thugs? When the sword disappeared from his neck, the scar-faced man lunged forward 2 steps, returned to the group of thugs, and wiped his neck. He noticed a bloodstain on his hand. His face first showed fear and regret, then a burst of anger. He pointed at Li Yi and Lu Rui, showing his white teeth and snarled fiercely, "Get them. Break the scholar's legs. And don't hurt that woman." Behind him, the thugs rolled up their sleeves, their eyes fierce. When they looked at Lu Rui, their gaze swept over her, and they licked their lips with a greedy look in their eyes. Seeing the dozen or so thugs approaching, Lu Rui's expression remained calm. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of mockery and disdain. "Young master, second miss, so you're here." Just then, a rough voice suddenly sounded at the alley entrance. Li Yi was very nervous, worried whether Lu Rui could handle these thugs. Just then, the figure of Mr. Fong appeared just in time at the alley entrance. The man with the surname Fong was not just one person. Several men who came down from the village were also beside him. "Get lost. This isn't your business." At this moment, The scar-faced man was very angry. When he saw a group of idlers appear at the alley entrance, he coldly shouted and was about to take action himself, breaking the legs of the scholar who had just been kicked in front of so many brothers, making him lose face. "Get out of here, or I'll beat all of you together." One of his younger followers saw that his boss had spoken and that the villagers at the alley entrance still hadn't left. He was furious and shouted as he walked toward the man with the surname Fong. There were more than 10 of them, but the other side had fewer than half that number. When the young man approached, he was not afraid. He pointed at the man with the surname Fong's nose and cursed, "What are you standing here for? Hurry." Before he could finish saying "get lost," he was cut off and pushed back by a kick from the man with the surname Fong. Although they didn't fully understand what had just happened, it was clear these reckless troublemakers were looking for trouble with the young master and the second young lady. The man with the surname Fong wouldn't hold back. He raised his foot and kicked. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the alley entrance, crossing 2 or 3 zhang about 66 to 100 meters, crashing into the crowd. 2 people were knocked down instantly and struggled on the ground for a long time without getting up. This sudden scene made everyone fall silent. Lee stared blankly at the young man being kicked 5 or 6 meters away by the man with the surname Fong, feeling stunned. Honestly, scenes like that he had only seen in action movies before. But movies are movies. Seeing such a big scene in real life, the shock in his heart was beyond words. That always simple-looking man was actually so powerful? Not only Lee was stunned, but also the scar-faced man and his gang of thugs. Seeing their younger brother being kicked away and unable to get up, they froze for a moment. Then, their faces turned fierce. But among them, someone was even fiercer. The man with the surname Fong couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted loudly and charged forward like a bull. "Are you blind? Bothering us at Liuye village? Daring to cause trouble for the second young lady and the young master? Are you tired of living? It has been a long time since I last fought with someone, and now I feel itchy all over. This time, I've caught the opportunity." Almost immediately, several men behind the man named Fong rushed forward. Each of them looked excited and eager, ready to fight. As a bandit, I was used to bullying others. I've never been bullied before. Although I've been trying to turn over a new leaf for a long time, my natural fighting spirit still remains deep inside. Before the troublemakers could react, we had already reached them. Without hesitation, we fought. At this moment, Lee realized what that saying meant. The group of men with Fong looked like tigers attacking a flock of sheep. With a quick move, one of them would knock someone down. Their actions were bold and full of strength, very impressive to watch. This was a clear display of power. In just a few breaths, everyone, including the scar-faced man, was on the ground. Some held their arms, others their legs, crying out loudly. Meanwhile, Fong and his men stood there calmly, not red in the face or sweating. They looked around at the fallen troublemakers with satisfaction, as if they weren't done yet. Bang! The scar-faced man had just managed to get up by supporting himself with his hands when Fong kicked him back to the ground. He didn't dare to move anymore. Pfft. The others spat on the ground at the same time, showing their contempt. Li understood what Fong and the others meant with their looks. With such weak fighters, less than 5 in strength, they didn't even deserve to be fought by the boss himself. Seeing these normally cheerful, honest men turn into fierce fighters like super warriors, Li realized they were completely different from the simple farmers he knew before. They had 2 faces. He even started to wonder if these people had some kind of split personality disorder. But none of that mattered right now. While Fong and his men looked confused, Li quickly ran over to the fallen troublemakers. Skillfully, he took out a few copper coins, some silver, and a few more copper coins from their pockets. He thought to himself, since they wanted to steal his silver, they should pay the same price. These poor guys didn't carry much money, and it wasn't enough to compensate for his emotional loss. Li was busy collecting his spiritual damages without realizing that Fong and his men, watching him so skillfully take the coins, were stunned and wide-eyed. My daughter, this awareness, this skill. Who the heck is the real bandit here? In just a moment, many people had gathered outside the alley. Since ancient times, spectators never shy away from trouble. In this era with limited entertainment, even a fight can become a good show. Watching a few strangers beat up a notorious troublemaker until he was on the ground, the crowd felt both shocked and very pleased. They couldn't help but cheer loudly. Good job, hero. That was so exciting. These troublemakers deserved this day long ago. What are you all standing here for? Make way. Make way. The officials are coming. After some noisy shouts, a few men dressed as officers, holding weapons, squeezed into the alley. Seeing what was happening inside, they shouted loudly and ran toward the scene. The officials are here. Let's go. The man with the surname Fong laughed loudly, then ran a few steps to the corner of the wall. He jumped up, pushing off the wall twice with his toes, grabbed the top with one hand, and in just a few breaths, disappeared over the wall. Miss Second, I leave the young master to you. The others also smiled and followed Fong's example, climbing over the wall like agile monkeys. Lee was still amazed at how fast they climbed. If this were modern times, he'd be a top neighborly hero, feeling very envious. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his shoulder, and he floated lightly into the air. Lu Ruyue held his shoulder, lightly jumped, and the two stood on top of a wall about a zhang high. With a tiptoe, they disappeared from everyone's sight. A few constables watched helplessly as Li Yi and the others climbed over the wall and left. They stared at each other in surprise, only able to sigh at the wall. There was nothing they could do, given their skills. They couldn't climb such a tall wall. Where are they? The constables looked at the wall, unsure how to follow. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Hearing this, everyone felt like they'd been given a reprieve. They turned around and pointed at the high wall behind them, weakly saying they ran away. Ran away? Why didn't you chase after them? The woman in officer's uniform, with a sword at her waist, glared at the constables. She lightly jumped, pushing off the wall twice with her toes, and was about to chase after them. The constables below were startled and hurriedly shouted, "Captain, wait a moment. Is there anything else?" The female officer turned back, frowning as she asked. A constable immediately said, "There are many people on the other side. It's too dangerous for the leader to go alone. Let's call more brothers. We can definitely catch them." "Yes, leader." Everyone clearly didn't think the female constable would catch up. At this moment, another person stepped forward and pointed at the rowdy troublemakers still lying on the ground, crying out in pain. "What should we do with these people? Should we send them to the medical clinic first?" The woman glanced sideways at the scarred men, showing clear disgust on her face. She coldly said, "They're not good people either. First, arrest them and keep them locked up. We'll question them later." Hearing this, all the constables looked unhappy. Usually, when they encountered street fights like this, if the situation wasn't serious, they would just give a warning or scold them. Such incidents happen often enough. If every time they caught people and put them in jail, they would be overwhelmed. But even though they were unhappy inside, they still had to follow the order from the lady captain. Forget her official status for now. They were supposed to be under her control. Even the county magistrate would be polite to her. How much more so for them, just small constables. They sadly walked over to the still crying troublemakers on the ground and kicked them hard. "Get up and come back with us to the county office." The situation took a surprising turn. The scarred man and the troublemakers looked confused, completely unsure of how these constables handled cases. This time, weren't they the victims? Seeing the constables act as if there was no room for discussion, the troublemakers felt bitter inside, like eating bitter medicine. They looked at the constables with resentment, furious in their hearts. "You're abusing your power. You're handling the case recklessly. You're just messing around." One group was happy, another sad. The troublemakers, discouraged, were taken away. Among the onlookers, cheers and shouts suddenly arose. Clearly, these people had been bullied by them many times before. "Today, we'll let you go for now." The brave female constable stood on the wall, looked in a certain direction, then leapt lightly down. A constable hurried over, smiling flatteringly. "Leader, everyone has been taken back." Outside the city, at a tea stall by the roadside, Li Yi, who was being held by Lu Rui and flying from wall to wall, finally saw what the legendary flying rooftops and wall walking looked like. He, who was slightly afraid of heights, still felt a lingering fear. Finally leaving the city, I sat down to calm my mind. A familiar voice belonging to the man with the surname Fong came from nearby. "Sir, how come those troublemakers are after you?" Even now, the man with the surname Fong was still curious about this matter. Usually, when troublemakers target someone, it's either because they are rich or because of personal interests. If one of those troublemakers liked men, then what just happened could be easily explained. Although Sir doesn't have much money, even Fong couldn't deny that in the eyes of some with special tastes, Sir might be considered quite a rare beauty. "That's nothing strange. They want to steal my money," Lee said, giving Fong a sidelong glance. He chuckled softly, and the others looked surprised at first, then smiled kindly, clearly not believing him. Even the troublemakers had serious work to do. Why would so many people block the street just to steal a few copper coins? They had never seen such idle troublemakers before. It seemed that the reason was indeed the second one. Fong was certain in his heart. This time, even Lu Rui cast a slightly mocking look at Li Yi. Her obvious disbelief hurt Li Yi's pride. Lu Rui was okay with it, but Li Yi was used to being looked down upon, even by these rough men. Did they think he, a talented scholar, would tell them he earned 10 taels of silver just by waving his hand? He took out a silver ingot from his pocket and placed it on the table with a snap, ignoring the shocked looks of Fong and others, and began to drink his tea. 10 taels of silver was a huge amount for everyone present. If they saved a little and spent carefully, their family wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for years. They worked hard for a month, earning only a few hundred copper coins, but this silver ingot was worth 100 times their monthly wages. Even Lu Rui's pretty face finally showed some excitement as her gaze shifted back to Li Yi. Sir, could this silver be stolen? After a long pause, Fong swallowed hard and looked up at Li Yi, asking. Besides that, he couldn't believe how Li Yi managed to get so much money in such a short time. You really are a country bumpkin, Li Yi sneered, giving Fong a disdainful look. He waved the scroll he was holding and said calmly, This is the payment I earned from painting in the city just now. Painting? Mr. Fong, a big man from the Han family, looked stunned. He thought a painting was worth 10 taels of silver, but this was clearly just a robbery. Thinking about how they worked so hard for a few copper coins, yet in just a moment, others earned 10 taels of silver. Everyone felt sad, but also looked up at Li Yi with changed eyes. He truly is a learned man, and the young master is impressive. Forget about 10 taels of silver. Even just 1 or 2 taels would make life in the village much easier. They might even get to eat meat every few days, which seemed like a dream before. Although these people are just rough men, being looked at with such admiration made Li Yi feel a little proud inside. When people are proud, they tend to feel a bit inflated. Seeing everyone's admiring eyes, Li Yi felt very happy. He waved his hand generously and said, Today's tea is on me. The total cost of the tea was only 5 coins. Li Yi took back his silver and paid the bill happily with his leftover savings. Suddenly, he felt something and turned around. He saw Lu Rui looking at him with a strange expression. For any family in Li Yi village, 10 taels of silver is a large amount of money. Even Lu Rui had never seen so much money before. But right now, as she looked at Li Yi, her thoughts went beyond just that. A few days ago, on Qixi Festival, a poem called Magpie Bridge Immortal was widely spread in Li Yi village. Even girls who couldn't read could recite it completely. Lu Rui didn't understand poetry. When she heard Li Yi's poem, she just thought it sounded nice and had some meaning. Especially the last line, if love lasts long, why fear the day and night apart, seemed to make some sense. Sometimes she also thought about more things. If she didn't deeply understand love between men and women, she wouldn't be able to write such poetry. Did this studious young man experience something passionate before? Does he also have a girl he misses but cannot meet? But on the surface, it didn't seem like it. Thinking about how she usually saw him lazy, greedy, and stealing chickens from Annie Second's house, it was hard to imagine that such a person could write impressive poetry. But all these thoughts were just in her mind. She couldn't ask about them openly. Regarding deeper things, such as the quality of poetry or how good it really is, she has no concept of these ideas. Poetry is something for scholars to enjoy. If you randomly pick a scholar from the street, they could probably create similar lines. But after witnessing certain events herself, she slowly realized that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Just now, while buying daily items for women on the street, she overheard 2 women talking about a poem called Magpie Bridge Fairy. The content was exactly the same as one she had heard before. Later, when they mentioned the poet, both expressed admiration for a talented young man named Li Yi. It was only then that she started to connect the dots in her mind. The brilliant young poet they spoke of gradually became the same figure she had seen lazily in her memory. Later, she paid more attention and heard more details. For example, this poem was said to have spread during a poetry gathering on Qixi night. It was rumored that someone found a sky prayer lantern on a boat, and the poem was written on that lantern. This poem caused a big stir among the scholars of Anqing Prefecture. Whether true or not, this rumor added a mysterious air to the story. However, most people saw it as just a fun story to talk about. A few, however, believed in its truth without doubt. Luiyue was one of those few. She saw the sky prayer lantern being released with her own eyes. At that time, no one in Luiyue village could have imagined that the simple poem they thought was written on the lantern would cause such a big fuss somewhere else. It is said that the top poem of that Chishi poetry contest was written by a famous talented man from Qing'an Prefecture. When he saw the poem Magpie Bridge Fairy, he tore up his own poem and declared, "I will never write Chishi poems again." This shocked everyone and added fuel to the story. After the poetry gathering, a special collection of Chishi poems was compiled, selecting the best works from that night. The poem Flying Poem from the Sky was ranked first. A talented young man named Li suddenly became famous among scholars, singers, performers, and many women who admired that poem, all without any warning. Those who were chosen to compile poetry collections are naturally not ordinary people. At least in talent, they must convince everyone. Since ancient times, there has been no first among literary works, and rankings of poems and verses often spark debates. However, this time, no one disagreed with placing the poem Magpie Bridge Immortal at the top spot. At the same time, a talented young man named Li Yi, with the line "If love lasts long, why worry about day and night," has captured the hearts of many young women. Of course, not only those young women. Women who have experienced emotional struggles or deep feelings probably feel this line even more deeply. Although his background remains a mystery, it does not stop women from admiring him. Even Li Yi himself may not know this. Of course, Lu Rui knows this well. Thinking about the dreamy expressions of those two women discussing, Lu Rui cannot imagine what their reactions would be if they knew that the most admired talented young man is actually the person right in front of them. Moreover, she cannot imagine that a poem he casually composed could be so good. None of the talented men in Qing'an Prefecture can match it. Lu Rui doesn't fully understand scholars' affairs, and still finds it hard to accept that someone she casually met could be so impressive. She puts aside these thoughts and looks down at the paper tube on the table, reaching out to take it. Li Yi, noticing her movement, looks up and sees Lu Rui about to open the painting. His heart suddenly races, and he quickly rushes over, reaching out to it away. If she sees that he drew a picture of her, who knows what she might think? Li Yi's speed naturally can't match Lu Rui's. She gently lifts her hand, and Li Yi misses his chance. "What is this?" she asks with a raised eyebrow, seeing how anxious he looks. "Nothing much, just a doodle." Li forces a laugh, knowing he can't tell the truth at this moment. If she thinks he has feelings for her. Brother-in-law falling for his sister-in-law, TSK. Sounds quite exciting. Lu Rui gives him a meaningful look but doesn't open the painting in her hand. Instead, she casually throws the tube back. Li quickly catches it, finally feeling at ease. "How should I spin this silver?" He quickly changes the subject to avoid further discussion. "Of course, buy some grain." Including the big man surnamed Fong, everyone almost in unison agrees. For them, even holding 100 taels of silver felt far less secure than having a house filled with rice. Living at the bottom of society, food and land held the most importance in their hearts. Nothing else could replace them. Their family was so poor that they couldn't even cook, so buying food was necessary. Even if they didn't say it aloud, Li Yi planned to buy some. He waved his hand, and the group continued confidently into the city gates. Meanwhile, the girl holding the painting wandered the street. After buying a few things, she entered a beautifully decorated small building in a busy part of town. Inside, the first thing you saw was a large, spacious hall. Many brightly dressed women danced and moved their hips, sometimes leaning into a guest's arms. The men's hands became a bit too friendly. The girl with the painting carefully avoided the crowd and went upstairs via a side staircase. After a few steps, a door suddenly opened, and a handsome man with a bright face came out. The girl quickly moved aside and walked straight to the innermost door. Long-lasting love is better than fleeting moments. A melodious singing voice came from inside. The woman inside finished singing a famous poem. She shook her head and said, "I've practiced for a long time, but my singing still isn't good enough. I've wasted this beautiful poem." Opposite her, a gentle woman looked at her with a smile and said, "Zmo, your expectations are too high. Even the skilled sisters in the tavern can't match your singing just now. But still, it's not as good as Ruo Qing's sister." The woman sighed helplessly. The gentle woman just smiled without speaking. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a young maid carrying the painting came in. "Miss, The painting is back, the maid said as she approached the two women. She handed the painting to the singing woman and then bowed to the gentle woman, softly saying, "Greetings, Miss Wan. Long time no see." "Xiao Chui has become more beautiful," the gentle woman said with a smile. Hearing this, the maid's face turned slightly red. Just then, the woman inside opened the painting. When she looked at it, she let out a surprised sound. "Who is she?" She looked at the unfamiliar woman in the painting, puzzled, and asked. The person in the painting is also a very beautiful woman with a graceful figure. She is dressed in a white outfit, holding a sword across her chest, looking brave and spirited. Looking at her, it seems as if she might step out of the paper, so vivid and lifelike. Wow. In the next moment, the woman in the room completely forgot that she was not the one in the painting and was amazed by its beauty. As the top courtesan of the gathering Jade Courtyard, she is skilled in reading, writing, poetry, and painting. She especially excels in painting. The painting's fine details are not extraordinary, but the new style used is something she has never seen before. It doesn't require very delicate brushwork to make the figure so expressive and lifelike. The feeling that the figure might jump out of the paper makes everyone who sees it gasp in wonder. Ah! At this moment, the young maid also saw the woman in the painting and exclaimed in surprise. Then she frowned and said, "Miss, I think I took the wrong painting. I'll go exchange it right away." She felt a bit regretful. If she had listened to the scholar earlier and looked at the painting, she wouldn't have made such a mistake. Wait a moment. The woman in the room shook her head and thought for a moment before saying, "Leave this painting here. When you go to get the other one, tell the artist that we have bought this painting and ask him to make another one." The maid nodded and left the room. After going out, she remembered that the scholar had already packed up early today, so she might have to wait until tomorrow to get the painting. Xiao Chui, you're really such a fool." She cursed herself softly, pouting, and then sadly went downstairs. Inside the room, the woman's gaze remained on the painting, her beautiful eyes flickering with surprise from time to time. She was very curious about this new painting style she had never seen before. The gentle woman nearby noticed her curiosity and leaned over to look. When she saw the woman in the painting, she couldn't help but exclaim softly, "This painting is so strange. It's on paper, but the woman in it seems as if she's about to step out." The woman nodded and said, "This must be a new technique. I don't know who came up with it. The person who painted this must be far more skilled than I am." When she spoke, a look of admiration appeared on her face. She thought to herself that she must meet this master painter. Her gaze shifted downward to the place where a signature should have been. Her pretty face suddenly changed, and a hint of anger appeared. She scolded softly, "Which mischievous child is this, scribbling on this painting so carelessly? Li, I won't let this girl meet you." After finally recognizing the name, the woman's anger grew even more. In her heart, she believed that the so-called brat named Li had probably been scolded harshly. At this moment, the woman didn't notice that after hearing the name Li, the gentle woman beside her paused briefly. Then she quickly looked toward the lower left corner of the painting. Seeing the crooked, childlike handwriting, her beautiful face suddenly lit up with joy. When she confirmed the familiar handwriting, she suddenly grabbed the hand of the woman next to her and said eagerly, "Zuemo, who made this painting? Quickly, take me to see him." Jia, what's wrong with you?" The gentle woman, who had never shown such an expression before, was surprised. After a moment, she asked with curiosity on her face. The man with the surname Fong and a few others carried 2 stones of grain each and strode out from a granary in Qing'an Prefecture. The clerk at the door stared with wide eyes, watching these strong men easily carry 2 bags of rice on their shoulders and walk briskly. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit stunned. It wasn't unusual for someone to buy so much grain, but he was truly amazed by the strength of these men. 10 stones of rice cost 5 taels of silver. In just a short time, half of Li Yi's savings had been spent. Although he felt a little regretful, Li Yi didn't hesitate to spend what needed to be spent. The horses they had brought down from the mountain in the morning still had use in the past 2 days. The group could only walk back on foot. Green Willow Mountain wasn't far from Anqing Prefecture City, only about an hour's walk. All the heavy items were carried by the men with the surname Fong. Li felt light and free, but after walking such a long distance, his legs still felt a bit sore. The group carried 2 coarse cloth bags and swaggered through the village, naturally attracting attention. Of course, compared to that, The sight of the pig carcass carried on the shoulder of the man with the surname Fong was even more eye-catching. Most people in the village often go without 2 proper meals a day. Many haven't had any meat or rich food for a long time. Seeing this scene, I felt a strong shock inside. As they walked away, someone suddenly bent down and picked up something from the ground. Everyone looked closely and realized it was a grain of rice. It seemed to remind them of something, and all their faces changed. Could it be that the bags they saw earlier were full of rice? With so much food, did they go down the mountain to rob? A silly thought suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. For most families in the village, their rice jars never held more than a bushel of rice. Daily meals mainly consisted of rice bran mixed with wild vegetables. The Liu family's life was a bit better, but they mostly just had thin porridge. If the big man named Fong and his group were carrying large amounts of rice, such an idea was too luxurious. They wouldn't even dare to think about it. Remember, the entire Liu village probably couldn't gather a full bushel of rice, yet those people had at least 10 bushels. In everyone's doubt and shock, Fong and his group confidently walked through the village, looking proud when they faced the Liu family, who usually didn't get along with them. In these times, just filling your stomach was enough to be proud. People who drank thin porridge looked down on those who ate bran and vegetables, and those who ate rice could look down on those who only had porridge. Carrying rice and meat made their posture straighter than others. Xiao Huan was in the yard washing the clothes Li Yi had changed yesterday. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Fong and his group, with bright faces, carried bags into the yard. Uncle Fong. Seeing Li Yi and Lu Rui following behind Fong and his men, the young maid quickly stood up from the bench. Master, where should we put these grains? Fong asked loudly as he entered the yard. Li Yi pointed toward the kitchen and said, move everything there. Keep half the meat and leave 2 bushels of rice. The rest, everyone can share. Fong was stunned at first, seeming to doubt his ears, then hurriedly said, Master, absolutely not. We. Li Yi waved his hand before Fong could finish. How to divide these things is up to me. That's final. Then, she reached out and waved in front of the young maid who was standing still, confused about what had just happened. Stop washing clothes for now. Go heat some water. You'll need it for a bath later. After a long day of traveling and a bumpy ride home on a rickshaw, Li Yi was exhausted. He didn't have the stamina of the burly man surnamed Fong. His feet were probably blistered from walking all the way back. All he wanted now was a warm bath and a good sleep. Tomorrow was a new day to deal with bigger problems. The young maid's gaze lingered on the half piece of pork carried by the man surnamed Fong. Hearing Li Yi call her, she quickly responded with a yes, put down her clothes, and went to heat water. Young master, wait. This really isn't allowed. The man surnamed Fong lowered what he was carrying, about to chase after Li Yi, but suddenly a figure blocked his way. Just do as brother-in-law said earlier. Share these things among everyone. Don't forget old Chin and Aunt Sun's portions, said Lu Rui, watching Li Yi's figure disappear into the house. A flicker of something strange crossed her beautiful eyes. Then she turned to the man surnamed Fong and others. Second miss, we. The man surnamed Fong and the others looked at her with complicated expressions, but they didn't speak for a long time. Right now, a few bushels of grain could feed a family. The grain they received was enough to last several months without worrying about food. All right, I understand everyone's lives are tough. We're all family. No need to be so polite, Lu Rui said, her usually cold face showing a rare smile. After a while, the man surnamed Fong turned around. Seeing the others behind him looking at Lu Rui with gratitude, he smiled honestly. He patted one person's shoulder and pointed to the kitchen. Why are you just standing there? Move the things inside. Li Yi, wearing only a simple loincloth, lay in a half-height wooden bath. He immediately felt relaxed, all the fatigue from the day washing away. The only problem was that the bath was a bit small. In the future, he wanted to make a proper bathtub or even dig a large bathhouse at home, like a hot spring and swimming pool combined. Xiao Huan came in from outside and added more warm water to the bath. When she looked at the bath, her face turned slightly red. She remembered the first time she saw her brother-in-law, and her cheeks looked like a ripe apple. Brother-in-law, Xiao Huan will help you wash your back, she said softly, holding a towel. The young maid's back-rubbing technique was very skilled, applying just the right amount of pressure. Li Yi leaned on the edge of the bath, enjoying the service. Suddenly, he thought that life in ancient times was too luxurious and decadent. Having a young maid was already like this, and wealthy families must be even more extravagant. As a young man from the 21st century who values virtue, Li refused to be corrupted by feudal luxury. A real man shouldn't seek pleasure easily. With this thought, he spoke to Xiaohuan. A little to the left, a little more to the left. Yes, right there. After a tiring day, the happiest thing was taking a warm bath with the beautiful maid's help, then sleeping peacefully until dawn without dreams. Of course, it would be even better if the pretty maid could stay with him overnight. He didn't plan for the maid to sleep with him. She was only 15 or 16, still a minor in modern times. Li was not that kind of person. He had never thought about such things with this innocent maid. Moreover, if he did, he worried that tomorrow morning his wife or sister-in-law might cut his tools of mischief with a sword. After a while, the maid left the room. Passing by the kitchen, she looked inside and saw a half piece of pork and 2 large bags of white rice on the table. Her small mouth opened slightly, and her pretty face showed a mix of surprise and happiness. Usually, when shopping outside, they only bought a small bag of brown rice or flour because they didn't have extra money for more. This was the first time she saw so much food. It seems these were all bought by the young master. She murmured softly, a faint smile appearing on her face, feeling a bit proud. She carefully placed the pork aside and happily went back to the yard to wash the clothes she hadn't finished earlier. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered that the young master had told her before bed to lock something in a cabinet and not let the second young lady see it. She hurriedly got up and took a scroll from the table at the door. She was about to lock it in the cabinet when her steps paused. She secretly looked into the bedroom and saw that Li was already asleep. Looking at the scroll in her hand, a look of doubt appeared on her face. What's so mysterious about this thing that it can't be seen by the second young lady? Xiaohuan will secretly open it and take a look. The young master probably doesn't know, right? After confirming that Li wouldn't wake up suddenly, she carefully untied the thin string outside the scroll, acting like a thief. When a stunning unfamiliar woman's portrait appeared before her, the young maid's expression froze for a moment, and she was momentarily stunned. After a long while, she stuck out her tongue softly and whispered, "If love lasts forever, why do we need to see each other every day? Is the young master talking about this young lady?" The maid named Xiaohuan sometimes wondered in her heart about what life was like for the young master before he went up the mountain, who was in his family, whether he was married, and if he had a sweetheart. As they lived together longer, she gradually learned some things. Some information casually revealed by Li made her dismiss certain guesses, but she was still not very sure about many details. On the night of the Qixi festival, when Li acted very strangely, she already had some suspicions. The meaning of the phrase "if love lasts forever, why do we need to see each other every day?" She had asked Qingjie, the only person in the village who could read, to explain. She remembered Qingjie saying that the young master was probably a man with a story. She looked again at the painting in her hand, gazing at the beautiful woman, and her mind wandered. Could this be the young master's former beloved? One was a handsome scholar, and the other a charming lady, an ideal pair that everyone would envy, supporting each other and sharing life. But suddenly, a great change happened. The scholar was kidnapped by mountain bandits and became the village chief, while the beauty sat alone in her room, crying. Though he didn't show it often, she guessed that the young master's heart must be very painful. Thinking of this, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in the girl's heart. She felt her nose sour, her chest tight with sadness, and tears started to fall. "Xiaohuan, what's wrong?" A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside her. Startled, she turned her head and saw Lu Rui standing behind her. "Ah, second Mississippi." She quickly wiped her tears and said, "It's nothing. I just blinked by accident." "What is this?" Lu Rui looked at the familiar painting in her hand and then glanced at it. A good sleep relieves 1,000 worries. When Li woke up the next day, it was almost time for lunch. It was impossible to teach the mischievous children, and no one was paying him, so he lacked motivation to work. Fortunately, whether he went to school or not was entirely up to him, with no restrictions. There was no one in the yard. Lu Rui was probably out practicing her skills. As for Louis, Li hadn't seen her since yesterday. Her occasional disappearances had become a habit. Xiaohuan was cooking in the kitchen. It wasn't right for a grown man to be wandering around in the kitchen all the time. After a while, Li also grew tired of it. About half a month ago, he started teaching Xiaohuan some cooking skills. Cooking shouldn't be as casual as tossing some ingredients into a pot. Eating should be an enjoyable experience, not just about filling the stomach. After a simple wash-up, he walked to the door and stretched lazily. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, he immediately felt refreshed. The air wasn't polluted by industry. Each breath carried the scent of nature, very fresh, and surprisingly, a strong aroma of meat. He carefully sniffed and confirmed he wasn't mistaken. There was indeed a meat smell. The aroma didn't come from his own kitchen. He had told Xiao Huan last night to handle the meat himself. He wrinkled his nose and looked toward the direction of the smell. He saw a big, bear-like man's child carrying a huge bowl walking over. The mischievous child approached Li Yi, holding the big bowl, and timidly said, "Sir, this was brought here by my father." Seeing the large bowl of cooked meat in the child's hands, Li smiled and patted his head, then took the bowl from him. Although they weren't lacking in food, it was a gesture of kindness from others, and he couldn't refuse. After completing his father's task, the mischievous child didn't even say goodbye, "Sir," and ran straight home. Today, not only was there fragrant rice, but also meat to eat. The child's face was full of a big smile, and his heart was already racing home. The rich aroma of meat wasn't only detected by Li Yi. That morning, many people in Luyi village were standing at the entrance, sniffing the air and swallowing their saliva. In the village, rice was already a luxury. The villagers hadn't smelled meat in a long time. When they saw a few mischievous children carrying bowls filled with white rice, topped with a layer of meat, wandering around the village, everyone was stunned. Without mentioning pork, just talking about white rice, even the wealthiest families in the village could not afford such luxury. A group of tenants without land were eating better than the Liu family, who owned land, making many people stare in amazement. Thinking about what happened yesterday, some finally realized that the things brought back by the man surnamed Fong and others were truly food. A full 10 stones of rice. For them, this was almost like a huge number. Someone who could not hold back ran to ask about the news. When they returned, they looked a bit dazed. They were eager to show off, so when asked, the Fong family men naturally told the story openly. When the news spread, it became about a powerful new son-in-law who easily exchanged a painting for 10 taels of silver. All the meat and rice were bought with that silver. Hearing this, everyone was deeply shocked. No one among them had ever seen what 10 taels of silver looked like. The poor old Fong family, who used to struggle to feed themselves, could now enjoy rice and meat. This was a big shock for them. At this moment, the most regretful were the women who paid to have Li Yi paint during the Qixi festival. When they thought about how their sky lanterns, which they released to prey, were worth 10 taels of silver, they felt heartbroken. Spending 10 taels of silver on sky lanterns was probably the most luxurious thing they had ever done in their lives. And those who used to be on equal footing with the Fong family, now only able to watch others eat meat, felt deep regret. They secretly wondered why, when everyone united to oppose the main family, they didn't stand with Lu Rui and her sister. Of course, some secretly planned whether to go down the mountain and steal a scholar, to do nothing but keep him in a room to paint every day. But it was just a thought. If any scholar had such a way to make money, there would be no such thing as a poor scholar. No matter how jealous and envious the direct relatives were, they had to admit, Lu Rui and Lu Rui's sisters had truly found a treasure this time. Li didn't know he had already become a treasure in some people's hearts. Right now, he was counting the items he bought on his trip down the mountain. Besides rice, meat, and some common vegetable seeds, he also bought many seasonings used in cooking. I initially thought that ancient people would be far behind modern times in this area. However, to Li Yi's surprise, the seasonings and condiments of this era are actually more diverse than what he has seen in modern times. The variety dazzled him, so he decided to buy a little of each. He bought quite a few things, spending most of his 10 taels of silver. Only about 3 taels remained. Li didn't spend it all immediately. He kept some money for emergencies. During breakfast, Lu Rui hadn't returned yet. When Li asked Xiao Huan, she said that the young lady often left like that, and the maidservant was used to it. Li wasn't worried about Lu Rui. She was strong enough to smash a solid wooden table with one palm, which showed she was a brave person. Usually, she wouldn't face much danger. But her habit of disappearing quietly without telling anyone was not good. Li shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and took out the hawthorns he bought yesterday. He went into the kitchen. Xiao Huan was washing dishes in the kitchen. When she saw Li Yi come in, she poured the leftover sugar frosting from the Qiao festival into a pot. After adding a little water, she slowly boiled it over low heat. Li Yi reminded her to watch the fire so the syrup wouldn't burn. After washing the hawthorns carefully, He cut them in half to remove the seeds. He also prepared smooth bamboo skewers, which he set aside for later. The maidservant sat by the stove, her big eyes occasionally glancing over. It seems the young master is about to make something delicious again, she thought, starting to look forward to the tasty treat. Today, Lee planned to make candied hawthorn sticks. In this world, there are no such treats, but in his original world, they were a favorite snack among children for thousands of years. Although in modern times, the types of candied hawthorn have changed a lot, using different fruits, fancy packaging, and carefully selected ingredients. The sweet and tangy flavor that lingers on the lips and teeth remains irreplaceable. As a child in his rural hometown, Lee looked forward to seeing hawkers walking around with a stick of candied hawthorn on a tall, swollen wooden pole. For a few jiao, he could buy one and lick it all afternoon. As he grew older, he stopped eating them. Now in this world, he feels nostalgic for that familiar taste. Whenever this special memory of his appears in this world, it brings him some comfort. Soon, when the syrup in the pot was nearly ready, Lee threaded hawthorn fruits onto bamboo sticks. He rolled them in the hot syrup a few times, coating the fruits with a clear, shiny sugar glaze. After taking them out of the pot, the syrup quickly hardened, creating the world's first string of candied hawthorn. In less than 15 minutes, Lee and Xiaohuan sat at the door, each holding 2 sticks of candied hawthorn. They took a small bite, and a crispy sound followed by a sweet and sour taste filled their mouths. The young maid had never tasted candied hawthorn before. Instead of biting into each one immediately, she first stuck out her little tongue to lick the sugar coating. Her face lit up with a sweet smile, and her eyes curved into pretty crescent shapes. This scene was very tempting. After glancing at her, Lee didn't dare to look again. A young girl at such a tender age, doing innocent actions, could easily make a person lose self-control. If she grew up, what would happen then? Facing 3 beautiful young women at home every day, Lee still managed to keep his composure. He thought, even if Lu Xiaohui were alive again, it might be the same. What's this? He finished the 2 sticks of candied hawthorn quickly, and suddenly a voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw Lu Rui walking over with a candied hawthorn stick. The top hawthorn was only half left, clearly bitten. Oh, that's used to trap mice. The sugar coating has arsenic inside, so don't eat it, Lee said seriously, flicking away a bit of sugar residue from Lu Rui's lips. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Rui's face changed color, turning pale instantly. Young master, one of the candied hawthorns is missing. At that moment, the young maid reappeared with 2 more sticks of candied hawthorn, looking a bit puzzled as she approached. Lu Rui turned her head and saw what Xiaohuan was holding, with a trace of sugar still on her lips. When she looked back at Li, her face grew cold and stern. One hand had already gone to her waist, gripping her sword. Li's eyebrows sharply raised. Usually, he teased Xiaohuan without thinking, but he hadn't realized that the person earlier was the witch Lu Rui. He suddenly stood up and strode toward the door, feeling a rush of urgency. I just remembered, I still need to go to the school today. The young maid was surprised and said, Young master, have you forgotten? The school is closed today, so you don't need to go. Cough, cough, Xiaohuan, you remembered wrong. Li coughed twice, but he quickened his steps. His casual joke earlier clearly scared Lu Rui. If she got angry and embarrassed, he wouldn't be able to handle it with his small frame. Bang! Li, hurriedly fleeing the scene, accidentally bumped into someone, falling into their arms. Soft and warm, he caught a familiar scent of fragrance. Lu Rui looked up at her and frowned. Why is the young master in such a hurry? Li looked up to speak, but suddenly noticed blood seeping from the spot where he had bumped her sleeve. He was stunned. Was it just a bump? Could it be that serious? Then he realized something and quickly grabbed her hand, asking, Are you hurt? Miss, what's wrong? The young maid hurried out from the courtyard, looking worried. Lu Rui's figure followed closely, and seeing that she was fine, she felt a little relieved and asked, Are you okay? Lu Rui subtly withdrew her hand, smiled faintly, and said, Just a small wound, it's nothing. She reached out and handed a small bag to Xiaohuan, saying, There are some grains here. Take them to the kitchen. With so much blood, it's not nothing. Li frowned, threw the small bag of grains aside, and again grabbed Lu Rui's hand, striding toward the house. Xiaohuan, go boil some water and also bring that small box from my room. Soon, a voice came from inside the house. The young maid nodded vigorously and hurried to the kitchen to boil water. Li Yi pulled Lu Rui into the house, and she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Inside, Li Yi rolled up Lu Rui's sleeve, untied the cloth she had casually wrapped around her, and saw a wound over 2 inches long still bleeding. He couldn't help but gasp. "How did you get hurt?" Next to her, Lu Rui's eyes flashed with a cold light after seeing the wound. "I don't know where this piece of cloth came from. It looks clean, but it must be full of bacteria. The wound was never disinfected. This is a matter of life and death. Shouldn't it be handled more carefully?" "Young master, the water is ready." Soon after, the young maid brought in a clean copper basin. Due to the difficult conditions, there was no alcohol or iodine for disinfection. Instead, a saltwater solution was prepared in a proper ratio. The maid was instructed to boil a clean towel in the water. Carefully, she used the salt water to clean Lu Rui's wound. Salt water isn't as effective as alcohol for sterilization, but it's better than nothing. Luckily, the wound isn't deep. Otherwise, stitches would be needed before applying medicine. There were no medical bandages, only sterilized gauze boiled in water. Last time, when Xiao Huan cut her hand while chopping vegetables, Li Yi prepared some gauze, so it was ready this time. Throughout the process, Lu Rui just watched quietly without speaking. Practitioners of martial arts often experience many minor injuries, but their bodies are much stronger than ordinary people. Even sword wounds heal quickly. She didn't pay much attention to such small injuries. But Li Yi's serious attitude made her hesitate to refuse, even though she had wanted to. This was the first time she saw such a method of treating wounds. She didn't understand why salt water was used to clean the wound, and the way the gauze was wrapped seemed to have some particular technique. But she trusted Li Yi completely. Moreover, she hadn't felt cared for like this in a long time. Of course, if he hadn't tied a butterfly knot with the gauze at the end, everything would have been even more perfect. When Lu Rui tore off her carefully tied butterfly knot and casually tied a plain, ugly knot instead, Li Yi felt a bit annoyed. Butterfly knots are so pretty, pleasing to the eye, and even a little cute. Xiao Huan was the most obedient. After taking care of Lu Rui's wound, she went out to teach the maid how to tie a butterfly knot. "Big sister, from now on, don't help the officials catch those fugitives." Li Yi and Xiao Huan left, and Lu Rui sat silently for a long time, holding Lu Rui's hand and speaking softly. Lu Rui smiled and said, "I was a bit careless this time, underestimated their strength. I won't do that again." "Big sister, you don't need to do these things anymore." Lu Rui thought for a moment. Then a small smile appeared on her face. "Our family won't lack food in the future." Li Yi didn't understand her meaning and looked up at her with confusion. "Do you remember that poem, Magpie Bridge Fairy?" Li Rui's face showed a rare hint of teasing as she said, "You have a good husband, you know." In the girl's soft voice, Li Yi's pretty face finally showed a surprised expression. Qixi Festival's top poet, 10 taels of silver for a painting. Inside the room, the two were whispering private talk. Li used to have silk to tie a bow and put it in the young maid's hair. The girl lowered her head, fiddling with her dress, her pretty face glowing with joy. It turned out that Li's worries were unnecessary. Li Rui's wound healed much faster than he expected. This made him strongly suspect that her body might be different from others. Such a long scar, healing completely in half a month without a trace. Could she still be human? Of course, he and Li Rui weren't at the point where they could study each other's bodies closely. Such a strange relationship was probably unique in the village. Sitting on a stone under the tree outside the door, a group of mischievous children ran past him. When they passed, they bowed and called him sir, then ran off shouting again. Teaching the children was still part of Li's daily life. Now, the children could do more than just write their names. Bored, he had taught them how to write Arabic numerals. After a few days, they were still only able to add and subtract numbers within 10. At first, the children were slow to accept these new symbols. But everything changed after Li rewarded the fastest learner with a candied hawthorn stick. The power of the candied hawthorn began to show in this strange world. In just one morning, all the children in the school learned how to write the numbers 1 to 10 in Arabic numerals. Unlike later times, they didn't need mnemonic songs like 1 looks like a thin pencil, 2 looks like a duck floating on water. For the children, the most important thing was that it was delicious. So that afternoon, all the children in the school enjoyed candied hawthorn sticks. Of course, Li's status in the children's hearts had risen to a new level. Old disputes among elders are not something mischievous children care about. Whoever tells them stories and gives them sweets, they will remember who is kind to them. Even the most mischievous children in the village will behave properly in front of Li Yi. This is something all parents of mischievous children envy. Recently, in the hearts of the Liu family members, Li Yi's image has changed completely. They may look down on scholars who are weak and powerless, but if a scholar can easily paint a picture and exchange it for 10 bushels of rice, everything feels different. Seeing families who used to be at the same level or even worse than them now eating rice every meal creates a big mental gap that cannot be fixed quickly. Moreover, this is just the beginning. Soon, bigger differences will appear in the village. Those who want to take land and resources from Lu Rui's two sisters are not doing it to improve their own lives. But who would have thought that because of this, they would make enemies with the main family and end up losing even more? More and more people are starting to think about gains and losses in their hearts. The scholar responsible for this change is sitting leisurely under a tree in front of his house, fanning himself and enjoying the shade. Although it is early August and autumn has begun, the nights are still hot and stuffy. Staying indoors makes people restless, so sitting outside under the tree to enjoy the breeze is better. The only problem is that there are quite a few mosquitoes here. In a short time, Li has been bitten several times. While thinking about how to repel mosquitoes, a strong and sturdy figure walks over from the front. This has always been Li Yi's guiding principle, so he can easily share food with them without even frowning. Over time, he truly considers them his own people. The man with the surname Fong walks over and sits heavily on a stone next to Li Yi, looking a bit downcast. Old Fong, what's wrong? Frowning again? Did Dehei steal the steam bun from the pole again? After getting to know him better, Li Yi casually calls the man by his surname. The pole is Fong's son, and Dehei is their family's yellow mongrel, a dog that often tries to steam buns from mischievous children. Li Yi has seen Dehei carry a bun in his mouth countless times, with Fong chasing after him with a broom, cursing that he'll cook and eat him if he catches him. Yet, every few days, the chase happens again. Recently, Fong shouldn't be worried because the last batch of grain they received has helped Fong's family move from the lowest level of the village to a better, more stable life. They are now ahead of most people, at least for a while, and don't need to worry about food or warmth. This is what surprises Li Yi. Fong clearly shouldn't be worried now. Could it be that he's experiencing those difficult days of the month? Or perhaps last night's marital issues caused tension, and he was scorned by his wife's family this morning. But seeing how energetic old Fong looks, that seems unlikely. Sigh. Fong sighs and turns to Li Yi, asking, "Young master, do you think I can only stay with my wife's family and live like this for the rest of my life?" When he says this, a look of deep dissatisfaction appears on the honest man's face. At that moment, Li surprisingly sees a defiance and struggle against fate in his eyes. He looks at Fong in surprise. If he's not mistaken, is old Fong talking about his dreams and ideals? Li has always thought old Fong was just a plain, dreamless man, like most people in the village, having a simple home, a wife and children, living a peaceful, ordinary life. But once a plain man has dreams, he's no longer just plain. He becomes a man with dreams. From Fong's expression, Li Yi can see his dissatisfaction with his current life. Clearly, old Fong is different from those who are physically grown but mentally dull. Could it be that you want to marry a few more wives? Li Yi asks, surprised. Old Fong shivered upon hearing this, looked around, and did not see his wife or sister-in-law's figures. Only then did he relax and sigh, saying, "Juzi is not young anymore. In a few years, I plan to arrange a marriage for him. But our family can't even afford a decent betrothal gift. We can't earn much from letting him work horses, and we can't even buy enough grain. I'm thinking about finding another way to make a living. Gunyang, you're capable. Could you give me some advice?" Li Yi didn't expect old Fong to be worried about this matter. Old Fong's child should be under 10 years old, right? Still sneezing with runny nose, running around the village. How could old Fong be thinking about marriage for him so soon? Even knowing that people married much earlier in this time than in modern days, Li Yi still couldn't imagine what it would be like for that silly little kid to get married. But, regardless of the era, one thing hasn't changed. Old Fong's current problem is just like what parents worry about before their son gets married, buying a house and a car. Li thought old Fong was tired of his wife and was planning to take a concubine to add to the family, but he was surprised to find that old Fong was actually thinking about his mischievous kid. Such is the love of a parent. In his mind, Li Yi had a powerful cheat device. In this backward feudal era, he had countless ways to make money: simple alcohol purification, making soap, perfume, or even selling paintings could bring in a lot of wealth. The reason he hadn't acted yet was just because he was too lazy. After experiencing life and death, Li Yi now felt that his previous life was really boring. Doing things he didn't want to do every day, working hard and diligently, so dull and exhausting. Living twice, he found sitting around drawing for others was no different from before. Life isn't just about being born and surviving. He didn't seek great wealth or fame, just a peaceful life and stability. That is his current attitude toward life. Of course, before that, he needed enough wealth to support himself. Otherwise, he could only pursue peace in a life of eating plain food. Old Fong has ideas and dreams. That's a good thing. Coincidentally, Li Yi also has a new idea in mind. After such a long time, he feels it's time to do something for this world. High-concentration alcohol and soap are not urgent items right now. Just buying the raw materials costs quite a bit of money. It's not just a few dozen or hundreds of silver coins. These are still just ideas for now. Since the costs are low and the returns quick, Li Yi has come up with a good idea. The candied hawthorn, which only appeared in Liuya village before, is now ready to leave the mountains and bring benefits to the mischievous children of the world. Making candied hawthorn requires hawthorn berries, called red fruit in this world. For mountain dwellers, these are almost free materials. There's a large hawthorn forest behind the mountain, with plenty of fresh hawthorn berries. The sugar syrup needed for making the candied fruit must be bought at the market below, but the price is not high. Just 2 silver coins are enough to start the candied hawthorn plan. For now, let's consider this as the first step in his plan to make money in this world. Li Yi is very confident about this treasure, which has been passed down for thousands of years in his original world and still attracts mischievous children. He hasn't mentioned it before because he didn't want to spend all his time carrying a stick around town. When he saw Old Fong looking frustrated, Li Yi smiled like spring breeze. Actually, I do have an idea. When Old Fong stood up and patted his pants to go home, his face still looked confused. With his wooden-like head, he couldn't understand yet. What good was the red fruit on the back mountain, which was still sour and unripe, and he didn't like to eat? Why did his master ask him to pick those things? And why did he need to cut bamboo? Old Fong didn't understand either. But soon, the confusion and doubt on his face disappeared. Thinking about the white rice and pork at home, all his doubts were pushed aside. His master was capable. Following him meant having food to eat, and his words wouldn't be wrong. In the days that followed, Old Fong's life became busier. Not only Old Fong, but also the mischievous children of the Fong family were ruthlessly deprived of playtime. They could no longer follow the other children in the village every day, nor wander around. They had to follow their father to the back mountain in the morning and only returned in the afternoon, often carrying a few bamboo sticks on their shoulders. Sometimes, people saw Old Fong leave the mountain before dawn and return to the village at night carrying a big bag of things. He even stopped riding his horse, acting mysteriously. No one knew what he was doing. There are no completely secret walls in the world. In Liuya village, no family has anything truly private. Soon everyone knew about what Old Third Fong was working on, called candied hawthorn sticks, strings of hawthorn fruit that could be sold outside. Hawthorn is not valuable to the people of Liuya village. There is a large hawthorn forest on the back mountain, owned by the village. Even when the fruit ripens each year, no one picks it because hawthorn is not filling, sour, and eating too much makes you hungry or even damage your teeth. Only mischievous children, when the fruit is ripe, pick a few to satisfy their cravings. Some people considered selling the hawthorn outside the village, but first, hawthorn is common and cheap, and second, it's harvest time for farming. Leaving work in the fields to do these shady deals would make everyone in the village laugh at them. Old Fong is often the target of such jokes. Few people find hawthorn fruit tasty. Only unworldly children in the village are interested. There are many delicious foods and fun activities in Qing'an Prefecture City. Who would spend money to buy hawthorn? Working as a horse herder is a good job, earning 100 coins a month, enough to buy a few pounds of rice, without resorting to shady tricks. But soon, they realized that Old Third Fong's family didn't seem to lack those few pounds of rice. Still, that didn't stop them from mocking Old Fong. When everyone has no big dreams and is content to live a simple life, just like a salted fish, Old Fong, a fish with dreams of change, easily draws attention. Everyone is just a salted fish, obediently facing the earth and working hard. So why should you have dreams? Thus, Old Fong, the fish trying to turn over, quickly became a topic of gossip in the village. Did you hear? Old Third Fong seems to want to sell candied hawthorn sticks. Shady deal. Doesn't he realize he's not cut out for this? Old Fong probably never thought of this himself. I heard it was that cheap husband of Rui's idea. Haha, that sour scholar doesn't know anything. I heard he invested a lot of money this time. Let's see how he ends up. Such rumors have been common in Liuya village these days. Even Li Yi has heard about them. However, he only listened to the gossip and just smiled before letting it go. Many people in the village wanted to see him embarrassed. Sometimes, he would secretly think that Lu Rui and her sister seemed to have many enemies in the village. Xiaowan was quite annoyed when she overheard some careless words. Li often saw her come back with a pout and complain constantly. You guys don't understand. The candied hawthorn made by the young master is really delicious. It will definitely make a lot of money. Just wait and see how angry you'll be. The young maid had been with Lu Rui and her sister since childhood and naturally faced cold looks from other villagers. To avoid trouble for the young lady, she endured hardships outside and kept silent when she returned. Since Li arrived, this situation changed greatly. Now, he no longer worried about making a living. Walking outside, he could hold his head high. The young master was truly impressive. No one in the village could compare. Why should they mock him? What surprised Li Yi was that the rumors didn't affect him much. Old Fong, however, couldn't hold back. Young master, what kind of candied hawthorn is this? Would anyone really buy it? Even now, Old Fong doubted whether this idea could work. After all, it was just ordinary hawthorn. Even if it was coated with sugar outside, it was still just a hawthorn. The young master handed all his money to him. If it all turned out to be a waste, he wouldn't blame him, but he would feel guilty. Seeing Old Fong look at him nervously, Li gave him a quick glance and said, If you're worried, I can find someone else. Lao Wu came to see me this morning and wants to try. Why don't you rest and let him do it? Seeing Li Yi's expression, Old Fong felt reassured. In the next moment, Old Fong immediately put on his usual honest smile, patted Li Yi on the shoulder, and said, No need, no need. Lao Wu is a bit simple-minded and not suitable for this. Besides, don't forget, I was the one who got the young master on the horse in the first place. Watching the burly man with a simple smile walk out, a few dark lines appeared on Li Yi's face. Making candied hawthorn is very simple and doesn't require much preparation. Old Fong had already bought the sugar glaze from the mountain foot. The hawthorn in August wasn't fully ripe yet, but it didn't affect the taste much. Under Li Yi's guidance, Lao Fong shaved all the bamboo he cut from the mountain into small, similar-sized sticks. He smoothed the edges and made the bottoms slightly wider for easier holding. After removing the seeds from the hawthorn berries and coating them with sugar syrup, he dipped a little sesame on top. The red berries with a touch of white looked very attractive. He inserted all the candied hawthorns on sticks made from wooden rods and brooms. Seeing the mischievous children salivating nearby, Lao Fong felt a bit more confident. He took one candied hawthorn and handed it to a child, giving him a kick on the back. Listen to your mother at home. When I come back tonight. An hour later, on a busy street in Qing'an Prefecture, a honest-looking man nervously carried a strange object and stood by the roadside. After hesitating for a long time, he finally showed a determined look. Soon, a strong voice rang out. Sugar-coated hawthorn. Suddenly, several people in the crowd looked over. Sugar-coated hawthorn. What is that? Don't know. I've never heard of it before. Let's go take a look. The phrase sugar-coated hawthorn was undoubtedly new to the people of this world. Curious, the pedestrians on the street looked toward the sound. In a corner of the street, a burly man stood holding a long object, with many small things densely packed at the top. Looking closely, those tiny, pearl-sized objects were just ordinary red berries. Even if they had a clear, shiny coating and sesame sprinkled on top, they remained red berries. Hey, man, how much for this sugar? Sugar-coated hawthorn? Asked a young man in a long robe. 5 won per string, replied the honest man immediately. 5 won. The young man was surprised at first, then shook his head and walked away. Red berries weren't rare. A few jin could be bought for just 1 won. Only a fool would spend 5 won for just a few berries. I thought it was something special, but it's just a few red berries. 5 won per string? That man really dares to ask that price. Bah, there's nothing worth watching. I'm leaving. Watching the crowd quickly disperse after being attracted by his first sale, Mr. Fong's heart sank. The thing he feared most had happened. 5 coins for a skewer, a voice came from nearby. Mr. Fong turned his head and saw a middle-aged scholar dressed in dark blue, pulling out 5 copper coins from his pocket and placing them in Fong's hand. This was his first customer. Mr. Fong felt happy and hurriedly took the money, handed over a skewer of candied fruit, and said, "Your candied fruit." The scholar took it and left directly, which made Mr. Fong feel a bit disappointed. He hoped all his efforts these days wouldn't be in vain. Somewhere unseen by Mr. Fong, the scholar bit into the candied fruit, a look of surprise on his face. He looked at the sugar-coated fruit in his hand and muttered, "Sweet with a tang, crispy, and tasty. I didn't expect red berries to have such a new way of making." Feeling a bit hungry, he bought a snack he had never seen before from the street, which brought him a new surprise. A faint smile appeared on the scholar's face, and his mood seemed to improve. He continued walking forward. Meanwhile, Mr. Fong, having made his first sale, also felt a flicker of hope. He raised his head and shouted loudly, "Candied fruit. Tasty candied fruit. Candied fruit. Free if not sweet." Half an hour later, Mr. Fong, whose voice had become hoarse from shouting, leaned dejectedly against the wall, his hope completely shattered. Until now, his second skewer of candied fruit hadn't sold. It must be said that the shape of the candied fruit was quite strange, attracting many people to ask about it. But when they saw that the so-called candied fruit was just a few red berries strung together and that the price was still 5 coins, they all lost interest. "Want to try? 1 coin per skewer," Old Fong muttered helplessly to himself. But remembering his father-in-law's warning that he must not sell the candied fruit for less than 5 coins, he had to abandon that idea. On the street, a little boy around 5 or 6 years old was crying loudly while clutching a woman's leg nearby. "Listen, when I go home, I will make you something tasty." The woman looked helplessly at her child, who suddenly started throwing a tantrum. No matter how she tried to soothe him, he wouldn't calm down. She sighed with some frustration. "No, I want to eat now." The mischievous child clearly wasn't easy to fool. He clung to her leg and shook his head vigorously. The child, who had already figured out his mother's tricks, knew that once they got home, he wouldn't get a tasty treat but instead face a punishment for not listening. Instead of waiting foolishly to be scolded at home, he thought it was better to cling to his mother now and ask for a treat. That way, even if he got a punishment later, it would be worth it. His tantrum on the street quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. The woman, feeling embarrassed with so many people watching, wanted to calm him down and wait until they got home to teach him properly. Suddenly, she noticed the crying had stopped. Looking down, she saw the child staring straight ahead at something in the distance. He swallowed hard, pointed to a street corner, and said, "Mom, I want that." After a moment, the child, satisfied, happily licked his candied hawthorn stick and walked away, feeling extremely pleased with the new treat he had never tasted before. He finished all the hawthorn berries and carefully kept the sugar-coated stick, even licking the remaining sugar from his lips. He was excited to tell his friends about the treat when he got home, not realizing that the woman beside him looked worried. She feared he might face a punishment when they returned. In an hour, only 2 candied hawthorn sticks were sold. Old Fong felt completely hopeless. This time, the young master will probably be disappointed. He sighed deeply, lifted his stick with the candied hawthorn, and prepared to head home. Just a few steps away, suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps and found himself surrounded. A group of mischievous children had encircled Old Fong. The oldest was no more than 10 years old. They all looked at him excitedly, eyeing the candied hawthorn sticks in his hand. The leading child, about 5 or 6 years old, was someone Old Fong had just seen before. He was the second customer he had served today. The child, holding his bottom with one hand, with tears still on his face, pointed at the candied hawthorn sticks and said, "It's this. You'll see if I'm lying or not." Then he reached out his small hand, showing 5 copper coins in his palm, and loudly declared, "Uncle, I want a stick of candied hawthorn." "I want one too." "And me. I want 2 skewers." The mischievous children started chattering excitedly. Old Fong looked at the small, fair hands reaching out, his face a bit confused. On the street, a passing girl watched a group of lively children rush past, each holding a stick with something delicious on it. When she looked ahead, she saw a man carrying a strange stick. The children's strength was not to be underestimated. The candied fruit was eaten down to half, replaced by a pocket full of copper coins. "Excuse me, how much is this?" Just as old Fong was standing there, puzzled, a sweet voice came from beside him. Seeing the charming girl standing next to him, the man with the big face blushed and said, Five coins." "Okay, I'll have one." The girl nodded and smiled. She took a small bite, and her mouth was filled with a sweet and sour taste. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She took out a small piece of silver from her purse and pointed to the remaining candied fruit. "I want all of these." Today, old Fong brought about 30 skewers of candied fruit down the mountain. Most of them had been bought by the children earlier, leaving about a dozen or so. The girl clearly couldn't carry them all alone. After paying, old Fong offered to help deliver the items. Carrying so many copper coins in his pocket felt heavy, but also made him feel very secure. At this moment, old Fong felt a bit ashamed for doubting his future son-in-law earlier. "Uncle, how do you make these candied fruits?" the girl asked as she walked ahead, holding a skewer and licking the sugar coating lightly. She guessed it might be sugar frost, but wasn't sure. She turned around and asked curiously, "Miss, I can't tell you that." Old Fong chuckled, not revealing his secret recipe just because she was pretty. He wasn't that foolish. This recipe was his future way to get rich. He wouldn't tell anyone easily. Hearing his answer, the girl paused, then realized her question might have been a bit inappropriate. She smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I forgot this is your secret recipe. I shouldn't have asked." Old Fong chuckled softly but didn't reply. Following behind the young girl, walking through a busy street, I don't know when the crowd started to thin out. The buildings on both sides gradually became more luxurious, with a row of bright red gates, each guarded by mighty stone lions. Very grand. Buying a village here must cost a lot of money. Old Fong muttered to himself, beginning to wonder about the young girl's background. After all, only the wealthy or noble could live in such places, not ordinary people like them. "This is the place." The girl stopped and turned around with a smile, speaking to the tall man. "You wait here for a moment. I'll go inside and come out soon." Old Fong nodded and watched as the girl entered a large gate about a yard high. Two young servants bowed and said something, but he couldn't hear clearly from a distance. Soon after, the girl reappeared. 4 young girls followed her, each holding a tray. They approached the tall man named Fong and looked at a string of shiny, clear candied hawthorn. One of the girls on the left asked curiously, "Sister Yin-ji, what is this?" "Don't ask too many questions. I'll tell you later. First, take off all these candied hawthorns." The girls looked at old Fong with puzzled eyes, then each focused on the candied hawthorns. The stick on his shoulder couldn't be thrown away. Once the girls finished removing all the candied hawthorns, old Fong's task was complete. As he prepared to leave, he overheard one girl mutter, "Isn't this just red fruit? What's so special about it?" He no longer cared about what happened next. He just wanted to return to the village quickly and start making the next batch of candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, in Qingping Prefecture, in a very luxurious mansion's backyard, "Who would have thought that red fruit could taste so good?" a girl said, licking her lips with a tempting expression. "Just now, you even doubted me." A girl named Yinji shot her a look and said, "Hee, it's all my fault." "Thank you, Sister Yinji," the girl said sweetly, patting her arm. "It's strange. It's just ordinary red fruit. How can it taste so different?" Another girl wondered. "It's probably because of the sugar coating outside. Making candied hawthorn isn't too hard. Maybe I'll try it next time." The girl named Yinji thought for a moment and said, although she hadn't asked about the making method earlier, it wasn't hard to guess. After all, besides the red fruit, the candied haws only had a sweet coating on the outside, which seemed to be melted sugar glaze. "Yinji, what are you girls doing here?" A gentle voice suddenly came from behind. Several girls turned around and saw a stunning woman walking over, supported by 2 maids. The woman had a beautiful face, though the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes revealed her age. Her charm remained, but her face looked a bit tired and thin, and her complexion was unusually pale. "Madam." Seeing this woman, the girls stood up in surprise, feeling a bit nervous. They were servants in the palace, and gathering here might look like they were slacking off. "Madam, why did you come out? The wind outside is strong. You should go back quickly," Yinji said with concern, hurrying over to support the woman. "It's fine. Staying in the room makes me restless. Going out for a walk is good." The beautiful woman shook her head and said. Then, her gaze casually drifted to the back of the girls. She saw a string of bright, translucent candied haws on a plate on the stone table and curiously asked, "What is this?" The girl closest to her quickly wiped her mouth and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this is called candied haws." Candied haws. The woman asked again, "What is it used for?" "Madam, this is a snack Yinji bought on the street just now." The charming girl named Yinji stepped forward and explained. The woman nodded upon hearing this, picked up a string of candied haws, examined it, and said, "Clear and shiny, quite good-looking." She then gently took a bite. The sour and sweet taste made her mouth water, and she said, "It tastes quite good." Watching the woman finish the candied haws, all the girls' eyes widened in surprise, especially Yinji, whose face showed a look of joy. As the lady's personal maid, she knew that the princess had been unwell lately, barely able to eat anything. When she did eat, she would quickly eat all out, causing her to become very thin. Many doctors had been called, but nothing helped. Even the imperial doctors brought in specially couldn't find a cure. For the first time in many days, she saw the princess happily eating something. After eating these things, why do I feel even hungrier? Having finished the candied hawthorn, the woman's face showed confusion. She said, "Yinji, tell the kitchen to prepare some food and send it to the room later." "Yes, princess. I will go right away." The young girl's face lit up with excitement. After replying, she quickly ran off. A moment later, in the study of the mansion, a middle-aged man reading a book suddenly stood up at the servant's report, his face full of surprise. He said, "What did you say? The princess can eat now?" The girl nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, it was the princess herself who asked the kitchen to make food. Sister Yinji said the princess ate a lot tonight. Quick, take me to see the princess." The middle-aged man's worries about his wife's health were gone. He laughed happily and strode out of the room. Meanwhile, old Fong also strode into Li Yi's house. Clatter! He piled a large heap of copper coins on the table in front of him and laughed loudly. "Groom, all those candied hawthorns have been sold. A month's income from selling horses was only 100 copper coins, but today, in just a short time, it was enough to match his entire month's earnings." Old Fong felt extremely happy. "Now you don't have to worry about whether Juzi can marry a wife," Li said with a smile, expecting this result. Old Fong laughed heartily and said proudly, "No worries now. If we keep earning money, we can learn from the rich folks, live in big houses, marry a few concubines, and enjoy a comfortable life." Seeing those grand mansions today clearly inspired Old Fong, even raising his life goals. Perhaps startled by Old Fong's ambitious dreams, Li Yi's smile froze on his face. After a moment, he sighed, patted Old Fong's shoulder, and turned away silently. "Groom, what's wrong?" Li's actions puzzled the big man surnamed Fong. Just as he asked, he suddenly felt something and turned around sharply. He saw a face he knew very well appear behind him. But now, that familiar face was extremely grim. If not the family aunt, then who else could it be? "Fool, what did you just say?" In an instant, Li Yi's broom was snatched by the Fong family man. Such a sin. Li stood in the courtyard, hearing the screams from inside the house, and let out a long sigh. Li couldn't see that Old Fong's usually gentle wife could suddenly become a fierce and strong woman. She waved a broom vigorously, full of energy. Old Fong had skills, but right now he couldn't use them at all and could only nervously run away with his head in his hands. Li was sitting in the yard, occasionally glancing inside and seeing Old Fong's wife acting tough. He couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. It seemed that their family members might all have superhuman genes, capable of transforming instantly into powerful versions of themselves. Half an hour later, Li sat under a tree outside, relaxing with a fan in hand. Opposite him, a bruised and swollen man with the surname Fong looked at him with a resentful expression. "Young master, you're not fair," Old Fong said after holding back for a long time. It was clear he still remembered that Li Yi hadn't warned him earlier. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't say anything. This is all your own doing." Li Yi quickly waved his hand, feeling like he was being stared at by a dog. He hurried to explain. It was obviously Old Fong's own careless words. Li Yi couldn't be blamed for this. Old Fong opened his mouth, but found he had nothing to say. After thinking carefully about what Li Yi said, he suddenly realized it made sense. He had said he wanted a big house and to marry a young wife. Luckily, he hadn't said he wanted to divorce his wife. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be standing here talking to his son-in-law now. He might only be able to complain during annual offerings. He didn't want to dwell on past hurts. Old Fong pushed those thoughts aside and was delighted to see how popular candied hawthorn was. He said happily, "Young master, you're right. Candied hawthorn is really a good way to make money. It's much better than just selling horses in the village." Li Yi looked at Old Fong with disdain. Even now, Old Fong's ambitions were still limited to selling horses on the street. He still wanted to buy a big house and marry a young wife. That dream probably wouldn't come true even in his next life. "Young master, what should we do next?" Old Fong asked eagerly. He remembered Li Yi had said this was just a small experiment. Good things like sweet treats also need a good place to sell. Relying only on Old Fong shouting on the street wouldn't be enough for candied hawthorn to become popular in this world. Li thought for a moment and said, "Ask around and see who else is willing to join us. We need more people." Li planned to involve people who usually get along well with Lu Rui and her sister. This would be very beneficial for them, enough to change their lives. Although they wouldn't become rich overnight, they could have enough to eat and wear comfortably. However, he didn't want to force others, so he left the decision to them. Is that even a question? Only fools wouldn't want to make money. Old Fong rolled his eyes and patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, young master, I will handle this." In his view, not making money when you have the chance is foolish. Sticking to a small piece of land at home makes it hard to fill your stomach, let alone marry a wife or live in a big house. Wealth should be kept within the family. Old Fong went to find his usual friends, who he knew well. In this era, it was very hard for farmers, who spent their whole lives working in the fields, to accept something new and strange. They only saw land and grain as real, tangible things. But since the young master asked, almost everyone agreed without hesitation. After all, he was the man who made sure their whole family could eat well. This kindness, even if not risking life itself, made them confident they would stand by him when needed. Though they still felt some doubt and nervousness, they chose to believe. And that nervousness disappeared immediately when Old Fong showed his first harvest. Earning about 100 copper coins in a day was very tempting, as it was like quick money. That night, everyone started working hard. The women washed hawthorn berries and made syrup overnight. Old Fong and others prepared the berries, coated them with syrup, and sprinkled roasted sesame seeds on top. By dawn, they hurried down the mountain. Their actions didn't go unnoticed. Wu, a plump woman, stood at her door, watching the group carry strange sticks out of the village. She frowned and whispered, "A bunch of fools. They'll be doomed by that poor scholar someday." In Qing'an Prefecture City, in a very luxurious mansion, the atmosphere was lively today, different from usual. Servants and maids moved around, each receiving twice their usual allowance of silver. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and even their steps were lighter than usual. "Ruer, is there any dish you'd like to eat today? I will ask the kitchen to prepare it right away." In a spacious hall, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes smiled as he spoke to a beautiful woman nearby. The woman looked at the table full of delicious food and smiled helplessly, saying, "Prince, you don't need to worry anymore. These are enough." The middle-aged man gently touched the woman's pretty face and said with concern, "Rura has become thinner these days. I'll send someone to bring some tonic later." A faint blush appeared on the woman's face. She looked at the young man across from her and whispered, "Shinner is still here." The young man opposite coughed and said, "Father, mother, I didn't see anything." Hearing this, the woman chuckled softly and then seemed to remember something, saying, "I don't really want the other dishes, but I do miss the taste of yesterday's candied hawthorn." The middle-aged man glared at the young man busy eating and said, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear your mother? Go buy some candied hawthorn now." "Yes, father." The young man immediately stood up, feeling a bit awkward watching his parents show affection. He said, "I'll ask Yanji where she bought the candied hawthorn." "Wait." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Since your mother likes it, why not invite the seller to the house and arrange for it in the kitchen? That way, she can enjoy it any time." "Understood, father." The young man nodded and left the hall happily, feeling pleased that his mother's condition was improving. From afar, he saw a girl named Yanji walking over and immediately waved to her. Qing'an Mansion is very large. To spread the knowledge of candied hawthorn quickly, many people are needed. Relying on Old Fong alone is clearly not enough. The group parted at the city gate. Li followed Old Fong, listening to him boast about how popular he was with the mischievous children yesterday. When they reached a certain street, Old Fong suddenly stiffened and looked toward a familiar corner. More than 10 mischievous children gathered there, their faces anxious. Is this the candied hawthorn? Are you guys lying to us? Lying is bad. We really had it yesterday. Why didn't that big uncle come today? Is there no candied hawthorn today? The mischievous children were pacing nervously in place. This morning, for the first time, they didn't sleep in. They woke up early and woke all their friends. They asked their parents for a few coins and hurriedly rushed here. But to their disappointment, the ice candy vendor from yesterday was not here. Several of the children searched nearby but couldn't find anyone selling ice candies. Thinking they might never taste those sweet and sour treats again, the children felt even more anxious. Look, the vendor is coming. Someone shouted first. The children turned their heads and saw a familiar figure standing on the street. The next moment, they saw the ice candies they longed for. Crash. The scene from yesterday played out again. Uncle, I want 2 skewers. I want 3 skewers. Here's 20 coins. Give me 4 skewers. The children hurried to buy, each reaching out with small hands to stuff coins into Old Fong's arms, afraid that if they waited too long, all the candies would be gone. Seeing the children happily leave, with most of the candy sold, Old Fong's face was full of smiles. It made him feel like he was one step closer to his dream. But compared to the joy of realizing his dream, another feeling came even faster. Soon, Old Fong clutched his stomach and, bending over, said to Li Yi, "Young master, you wait here for a bit. I need to use the restroom." Before Li Yi could respond, Old Fong quickly ran off. Li Yi had planned to explore the city, but now he could only wait for Old Fong to return. In a short while, a few more skewers of candies were sold. Almost all the buyers were children or adults being teased by children. Occasionally, a well-dressed girl bought 1 or 2 skewers. Normal adults, seeing only the simple red fruits, lost interest in buying. Li Yi had expected this. The main consumers of the ice candies were children. Whether in ancient or modern times, women and kids were the main buyers. This matched his initial idea of the product. The remaining dozen or so skewers sold out quickly. Only one lonely skewer was left, looking out of place and making Li Yi feel uncomfortable. He frowned, took down the last skewer, and was about to put it in his mouth when suddenly, a voice came from afar. "Shut up." A crisp sound was heard as he bit into the first hawthorn fruit. To make delicious candied hawthorn, controlling the cooking temperature of the sugar syrup is very important. This time, the syrup was cooked a bit too long and slightly burnt. Next time, remember to remind them to watch carefully. Then, Li looked up and saw the young man running over. After a moment of surprise, 2 voices almost spoke at the same time. "It's you. It's you." The young man across the street was also surprised. He didn't expect that the candy hawthorn seller was the scholar who drew pictures last time. Of course, Li recognized him immediately. After all, in this world, he had only met one wealthy person willing to spend 10 taels of silver on a painting. After a brief surprise, the young man's gaze shifted from Li Yi's face to the last candied hawthorn in his hand, which he had already bitten into. "You." He pointed a finger at Li Yi, just about to say a word, then suddenly waved his hand in frustration and grabbed Li Yi's arm. "Come with me." "What are you doing?" The young man looked thin and weak, but he was surprisingly strong. Li Yi staggered slightly and was pulled forward by him. "Did you make this candied hawthorn? Let go of me first." "Is it really you?" "So what if it is? Then it's definitely you. Life is like being pushed around. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it." After a moment, Li Yi realized that the young man's strength was not as great as he thought. Struggling further would only make himself uncomfortable, so he gave up resisting and followed him forward. From the look of it, it didn't seem like someone who would kill over candied hawthorn. The guy was taking him to see an official. As long as it wasn't about that, it was fine. At this moment, a few burly men were swaggering down the street ahead. Leading them was a big man with a scarred face, who casually grabbed 2 buns from a street stall. The stall owner, seeing the man leave without paying, looked angry but eventually sighed and accepted his bad luck, unable to speak out. "Big brother, look at that person over there." Suddenly, as if he saw something, the scarred man's subordinate trembled and pointed sharply ahead. The scar-faced man looked up when he heard this, and upon seeing a familiar figure, he paused slightly. His face immediately darkened. He couldn't forget the day he was beaten badly in an alley by some nasty guys, suffering terribly. The worst part was being taken to jail by the guards for several days, eating moldy food and having no comfortable place to sleep. Every time he dreamed of those days, he woke up sweating cold. All of this stemmed from that guy he now hated so much he wanted to destroy him. And that scholar he despised so much, whom he wished would disappear forever, was now standing right in front of him again. Follow them. Even though these ruffians were brave, they didn't dare to act too boldly in the street. The scar-faced man grimly ordered, keeping a distance behind the two. Li still didn't know where the young man was rushing to or what he wanted to do. He was about to ask again when suddenly, chaotic footsteps sounded behind them, and they were quickly surrounded. Who are you? What do you want? Blocked from the path, the young man frowned and asked, Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Nothing to do with you. The scar-faced man glared at the young man, and then turned his eyes to Li Yi, his expression full of intense hatred. When Li Yi saw the scar-faced man again, he knew trouble was coming. Judging by his angry expression and fiery eyes, it was clear he was a person who remembered grudges. Last time, Li Yi was protected by Old Fong and others. This time, it was just the two of them, and the young man with him didn't seem very strong. It looked like they might be defeated this time. They had already passed through the busiest part of the city. Now, only a few pedestrians were on the street, and these people had clearly planned to surround them. Get lost. Although the young man didn't know the scar-faced man, he could tell he wasn't friendly. His face darkened, and he spoke coldly. It was obvious they were outmatched, but the young man still stood firm, which made Li Yi look at him with more respect. He was brave in danger, not afraid of evil forces. He reminded Li Yi of his own past strength. What did you say? The scar-faced man's expression froze. He looked coldly at Li Yi and the young man in front of him. Don't you see how many of us there are here? I can't believe he dares to talk to himself like that. Thinking about the last scholar who reacted the same way, the scar-faced man looked at the two of them again. Could they be brothers? Kid, I was planning to let you go today, but now you can't even think about leaving. The scar-faced man stared at the young man with a mean look and said harshly. Without those strange guys from before, the scar-faced man felt no pressure in his heart. I'll give you 3 breaths to deal with them, said the young man suddenly with a serious face, as if speaking to the air around him. The scar-faced man and the other men were stunned by his words, clearly surprised by his actions. But in the next moment, they burst into loud laughter. Kid, are you crazy? One of the men started to say. Suddenly, a passerby walking past him punched out with a fist, knocking the man flying. Before the scar-faced man and others could react, a man squatting by a street stall, picking up goods, suddenly kicked out with one leg, causing several big men to fall down. Clang! The sound of a long sword being drawn. In an instant, a flash of sword light crossed the scar-faced man's eyes. A street vendor carrying a pole suddenly turned around, drew a long sword from his waist, and pressed it against the scar-faced man's neck. Everything happened so suddenly that neither the scar-faced man nor Li Yi could react. What the heck is going on? Let's go. At this moment, the young man once again grabbed Li Yi's arm and walked straight through the crowd, as if nothing had happened. The scar-faced man stood there in a daze, sweat pouring down his forehead. Being threatened with a sword again, he felt like his worldview was collapsing. The look in that person's eyes was cold and emotionless, like looking at a dead person. Just from that look, the scar-faced man understood that the other person really dared to kill him. He still couldn't understand why these passers-by had such great skills or why they listened to that young man. In the distance, suddenly there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Several officials dressed in dark clothes ran toward them. Seeing those officials, the scar-faced man almost cried with excitement. Although he had been scolded by these officials many times before, at this moment, seeing their figures felt like seeing family. Family, come quickly and save us. What are you doing? Put down your knife. In Anqing Prefecture, someone dared to hold a knife and attack people in the street. The leading officer shouted loudly, drew his sword from his belt, and pointed it at a few men from afar. The man with the knife showed no change in his expression. He casually touched his waist and threw a token over. The officer caught it, looked at it, and immediately changed his face in surprise. He quickly put away his sword and ran over, saying, Sir, take all these people away and wait for the punishment, the man said, withdrawing his sword from the scar-faced man's neck and waving his hand at the officer. He then picked up the burden from earlier and quickly disappeared down the street. When the officer looked back, he realized the 2 people who had been beside him had also vanished. After standing silently for a moment, his expression darkened. He pointed at a few troublemakers and shouted loudly, take all of them back. After finally finding a restroom and solving his problem, Old Fong came out from inside, looking satisfied. Walking back along the street, He kept wondering if his wife or aunt had added something to breakfast. Otherwise, how could he have run to the restroom 4 times in a row and still feel a bit lightheaded while walking? Young master. When he reached a familiar corner, old Fong called out. Seeing that the place was already empty, he was momentarily stunned and asked, "Where is young master?" While the big man surnamed Fong was searching everywhere for Li Yi was staring blankly at a tall gatehouse. The scene that just happened on the street made him suspect the background of the young man, and now he realized this wealthy person's background was truly extraordinary. Prince Ning's residence. Above the gate, a large, square plaque bore these words clearly. Such a plaque was not something just anyone could hang on their door. Could it be that this young man in front of him was actually a member of the royal family of Jing State? Before Li Yi could figure this out, the young man pulled him into the gate. Young prince. 2 servants at the door hurriedly bowed and saluted. The mansion was very large. The young man led Li Yi through many gates, and they finally stopped in front of a gatehouse. He pushed open the door, and when the people inside looked up, they immediately stopped what they were doing and bowed, saying, "Young prince. Hurry, make some candied hawthorn sticks right away." The young man waved at them urgently, speaking quickly. Li Yi was surprised for a moment. After all, this person hurriedly brought himself here just to ask him to make candied hawthorn sticks? Such a spoiled rich person, Li Yi had never seen anyone so capricious before. He looked around. Based on the decorations, it seemed to be a kitchen or similar place. On the table nearby, there were some hawthorns and white sugar, suggesting they had tried making candied hawthorn sticks themselves. Although making candied hawthorn sticks is simple, the ratio of sugar syrup, the heat, and the cooking time all affect the taste. Without centuries of experience and experimentation by countless predecessors, it's not easy to make delicious candied hawthorn sticks. While Li looked around, the people nearby were also watching him. The person who made the candied hawthorn sticks that improved the princess's condition was the young scholar in front of him? This was quite different from what they had imagined. Making candied hawthorn sticks isn't hard. You just need to boil sugar with water into syrup and coat the seedless red fruit. Li said to the young man, "I've already told you how to do it. Sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Li didn't intend to share the core technique of making candied hawthorn sticks. He didn't know this person well, and he just wanted to keep to himself, not get involved with any royal residents. If he didn't return soon, old Fong would be worried. With that, Li strode toward the door. "Young master, please wait." At this moment, a pleasant voice came from behind. A girl named Yinji hurried over and said, "Young master, you may not know, but although we only have hawthorn and sugar frost as ingredients, we've tried many times, yet the taste of the candied hawthorn sticks is still not quite right. There might be some secret behind it. Please, kindly tell us." Li paused, then smiled and said, "Miss, I think you're overthinking. What I know, I've already told you. There's no secret involved." He looked sincere, and although the girl still had some doubts, she believed him about 70 or 80%. She then turned to the young man and said, "Little prince, the person who sold candied hawthorn sticks yesterday was not this young master. We might have mistaken the person." Exactly. Li nodded and quickened his pace toward the door. 10 taels of silver. At that moment, the young man suddenly spoke. The young girl was surprised and unsure what the young prince meant by his words. At the same time, Li had just stepped outside but suddenly stopped. "I was too abrupt earlier. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Rouge, give this brother 10 taels of silver as an apology." Li turned around and saw the young man looking at him with a half-smile. After exchanging glances for a few seconds, Li also smiled. The smile only they two understood. This young prince is quite particular. Li's smile grew brighter as he said, "Although the way to make this isn't complicated, since the young prince is so kind, why not try making the flavor everyone desires? It's worth a try." Though he didn't understand why the young man suddenly changed his mind, since he agreed to help, the girl's face lit up with happiness. She quickly said, "Thank you very much, young master." The young man's expression grew stranger. He made a welcoming gesture and said, "Please, brother." After a moment, everyone, including the young man, watched Li skillfully handle the hawthorn, boil the syrup, and work smoothly and naturally. Their faces showed surprise. Seeing a gentle scholar doing these tasks was quite shocking for them. Because there were no skewers, Li coated the finished candied hawthorn with syrup and placed it on a plate. The girl picked one up with chopsticks, took a light bite, and her eyes brightened. She turned to the young man and said, "Young prince, this is the taste from yesterday. I'll take it to my mother right away," the young man said happily, taking the plate from the girl's hand and walking out confidently. Lee found this a bit strange. It seemed like the person who liked candied hawthorn was some princess. Could it be that this treat is addictive? "Thank you, young master. Thanks to your candied hawthorn, the princess's illness has improved," the girl said respectfully after the young man left. Princess's illness? Lee was a little confused. He didn't realize that candied hawthorn could have healing properties. "May I ask, what exactly is the princess suffering from?" Lee asked curiously. The young girl looked hesitant at first, then thought that if it weren't for the scholar in front of her, the princess's illness might not have improved. After some thought, she said, "The imperial doctor says it's a case of emotional stagnation, but even after half a month of medication, the princess still refuses to eat well and has trouble sleeping. Recently, her body has become even thinner." Lee didn't know what emotional stagnation was, but he understood the girl's description. She couldn't eat, slept poorly, easily caught fevers, and looked more and more exhausted. Isn't this just indigestion? Lee knew without thinking that in this palace, there was always lots of rich food. If someone had a weak stomach, it was no wonder they suffered from indigestion. Hawthorn, which has properties to clear the lungs, aid digestion, and stimulate appetite, especially helps with overeating meat. In his past life, Lee's stomach was very weak. Whenever he returned home, one dish on the table was always candied hawthorn. While studying away from home, his mother often called to remind him to take care of his stomach, eat less greasy food, eat more coarse grains, and avoid staying up late. And the person who loved him most in this world, who cared for him the best, he would never see again. Suddenly, deep memories stirred in Lee's heart, and he couldn't help but tear up. The girl named Yinji looked at the scholar with tears in his eyes, surprised. She had only mentioned the princess's illness, yet this young man was moved to tears. At that moment, the kitchen door suddenly opened. A young prince walked in excitedly, instructing the cooks, "Make some of the princess's favorite dishes right away. The candied hawthorn actually works so well." The young man turned to Lee, amazed. Even the imperial doctor couldn't solve the emotional stagnation, but this small thing seemed to help. His mother, who usually refused to eat, started eating those red fruits and even asked to eat more. It's hard to believe. Lee's mood had returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Red fruits do help treat emotional stagnation, but they are not a cure. Do you know how to treat emotional stagnation?" The young man asked, trembling with excitement as he grabbed Lee's arm. "I have some knowledge," Lee replied with a smile. A candied hawthorn costs 10 taels of silver, and Lee felt a bit guilty about charging so much. Since he is already a regular customer, Lee made sure he felt the 10 taels of silver were worth it. If someone else had said this, the young man and the girl probably wouldn't believe it, but when Lee spoke, they mostly believed him. After all, he had already performed a miracle once. Just as their faces lit up with joy, another part of Qing'an Prefecture City showed a different scene. Looking at the darkening sky, the big man surnamed Fong appeared anxious and worried. Old Fong searched all over Qing'an Prefecture City but couldn't find Lee's shadow. "Third Fong, you fool. Isn't the young master with you? How did you lose him?" Next to Old Fong, another man looked just as worried. "I don't know. I just went to the toilet, and when I came back, the young master was gone," Old Fong said helplessly. Even he couldn't understand how the young master, such a big person, could just disappear like that. "If we really can't find the young master, I wonder how you'll explain this to Miss." The man beside him glared sharply and said, "Do you think the young master might have run away?" At that moment, another big man showed a hint of hesitation before speaking cautiously. "Nonsense." Hearing this, the big man surnamed Fong suddenly turned around like a cat stepped on its tail, glaring fiercely and saying, "The young master isn't that kind of person." Old Fong, the man who had just scolded him, spoke in a deep voice. Old Wu's words aren't impossible to consider. After all, the young master. He didn't finish, but everyone understood what he meant. After all, the young master was taken by force. Although most people had been deliberately ignoring this fact for some time, it remained undeniable. Their lives had changed completely because of Lee's appearance. No one wanted to bring up that incident anymore. Deep inside, they already regarded Lee as one of their own. However, even if they didn't want to admit it, everyone couldn't help but think of the worst possibility now. Let's split up and look for him. Maybe the young master is waiting somewhere for us. The big man, surnamed Fong, said firmly after a moment, biting his lip and speaking in a low voice. The others exchanged glances and could only sigh. They dispersed again, beginning another search. Li Yi is not a medical student. If the princess has some other illness, and he hasn't even finished reading a medical book, he naturally has no say. But when it comes to treating indigestion and stomach problems, he can be considered half an expert. In his past life, his mother used many methods to help his stomach. At that time, Li didn't care much. Now, thinking back, each memory is clear and vivid, as if engraved in his mind. Li didn't give long speeches about modern medical theories. He simply said, besides frying candied fruit with red berries and sugar, you can grind corn and yam together into a porridge. This can be very effective in treating the princess's condition. Candied hawthorn and yam porridge were common dishes in Li Yi's family before. There are no stomach medicine tablets in this world, so hawthorn is used as an appetizer. When the appetite improves, the body naturally gets better. The pretty maid and the young prince listened carefully. Li continued, after meals each day, the princess can take a walk in the garden for half an hour, which also helps her condition. Also, it is very important to remember that her diet should be light during this time. No eating large amounts of meat and greasy foods all the time. Try to avoid oily dishes, such as Li spoke, the young man quickly ordered the cooks. Did you all hear that? Remove all those greasy dishes I just mentioned. That's about all I know, Li said after a while. He felt a bit thirsty and casually looked out the window, noticing that it was already dark outside. Yinji, did you remember everything I just said? The young man asked the girl. Yinji nodded and replied, Young prince, I've remembered everything. Even the imperial doctors were at a loss. The handsome scholar in front of them was their only hope. If Li suggested a specific medicine, they would carefully consider it. But he never mentioned any medicine, mostly dietary changes. Although they didn't understand the reasons, it didn't seem like he was making random guesses. It's getting late. I've shared all I know, so I won't trouble you any further. With 2 taels of silver in his pocket, Li politely took his leave. Later, Old Fong and the others would be very anxious. Young Li's method might or might not work. The young man still didn't know. But the appearance of candied hawthorn made his mother's condition improve, and he had to admit that Li Yi's help was important. He gently put his arm around Li Yi's shoulder and said, Brother, you've helped me so much. I really feel I should thank you properly. How about we have a banquet at the Gathering Jade Courtyard tonight? Let's celebrate until we're all drunk. Recently, his mother's illness had become a heavy worry for him. Now, he saw hope, and his heart was very happy. There's no need for a banquet. I have urgent matters at home. Oh, brother, that's not right. Do you look down on me? I didn't mean that. Then come with me. The young girl named Yinji watched the young prince and the scholar leave arm in arm. A small smile appeared on her pretty face. Her young prince was good at everything, but he had no proper manners. He looked like a spoiled child. If he inherited the throne in the future, she really couldn't imagine what that would be like. This thought only flashed through her mind for a moment before she hurriedly left the dining hall. She remembered everything the scholar had said, but she knew she might forget later. It was better to quickly write it down. Li was hurriedly pulled out of the prince's mansion by the lively young prince, who didn't look like a noble at all. Outside Willow Leaf Village, a big man named Fong looked blank and walked into the village in a daze, followed by a few other men, all with worried expressions. On the other side of the village, a young maid was busy in the kitchen, humming a little tune her master had taught her. Suddenly, she thought of something and a small smile appeared on her face, her eyebrows forming a beautiful arc. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. When the master returns, I should make some mooncakes, she murmured. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door inside the yard. Master is back. The girl's face lit up with happiness. She happily ran out of the kitchen, crossed the yard, and opened the door. When she saw old Fong's familiar face, her smile grew brighter. Uncle Fong, you're back. She looked around and saw only Fong and a few others outside the door, but no sign of Li Yi. Her face showed a hint of confusion. She asked, Where's the master? Old Fong looked up, his expression complicated as he looked at Xiao Huan. After a long pause, he finally opened his mouth with difficulty. Sir, the young master is missing. What? The young girl trembled at the words. After regaining her composure, her face immediately turned pale. Miss, it's all my fault. I should have stayed with the young master, said the man with the surname Fong, bowing his head in a low voice, full of regret. Li Rui's expression remained unchanged. After a moment of silence, she nodded and said, I understand. Her feelings were hard to read. The men with the surname Fong opened their mouths but said nothing. When they sighed and left, Li Rui leaned on her sword against the door, gazing at the nearly full moon in the sky. Her face was as cold as ever. A young maid with swollen eyes stood inside the yard, staring blankly at the gate. After a long while, she sniffed and whispered, the young master will definitely come back. After some time, Li Rui entered the room and looked at the woman inside. She asked, Sister, do you want me to go down the mountain? Li Yui knew what she wanted to say. Before she finished, she waved her hand and said, no need. Her face showed a slight distraction while speaking. Even though they were not truly married, they had bowed to each other. At this moment, she couldn't help feeling a little sad. She initially planned to let Li Yi leave after a few days, but as time went on, her feelings changed. No matter what, she was going to get married someday. She used to be busy with life and didn't think much about these things. But recently, that slightly thin figure had been quietly holding up the family with a relaxed attitude. She no longer needed to worry about those things she used to fret over. Sometimes she thought, if he didn't want to leave and they could stay like this forever, even if it was just pretend, it might not be so bad. But in the end, that was impossible. The Jade Gathering Courtyard. Just hearing the name sounds a bit improper. Just the name suggests it's probably similar in nature to places like the Red Pavilion or the Happy Tower. Li Yi suspected tonight's dinner might not be so simple. This young prince's style was very different from what Li Yi imagined. He always went out alone, rarely accompanied by followers, which seemed like a huge waste of resources. However, recalling the scene he saw on the street this afternoon, Li Yi immediately understood. On the surface, only he was present, but secretly, he didn't know how many people were protecting him nearby. An ordinary passerby or an unnoticed street vendor could suddenly turn into a top bodyguard in an instant. Remember, when we go inside later, don't call me Little Prince. Just call me Brotherly, said Li Xian suddenly, as they reached the gate of the Chuanyu courtyard. He then put his arm around Li Yi's shoulder and lowered his voice. Li Yi nodded, not surprised by this. In the martial world, to protect oneself, use a pseudonym. Even when visiting a brothel, he still carried the title of Little Prince. If it got out, his real father, the prince, might break his legs. By the way, I don't know your name, brother, Li Xian suddenly asked after walking a few steps. Li Yi replied quietly, glancing around with curiosity. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was his first time visiting a brothel, and he felt a little excited inside. Your surname is also Li? What a coincidence! Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. Although this guy looked quite handsome, Li Yi didn't want to get involved with any fate or destiny. Just as they stepped into the courtyard, a woman about 30 years old, heavily made up, immediately approached with a smile and said, Oh, isn't this young Master Li? It's been a long time since you've come. Li was momentarily stunned, then realized she wasn't talking about him. He looked at Li Xian with surprise, so this guy was actually a regular here. At this moment, Li couldn't help but wonder, was this guy really a little prince? Stop talking nonsense. Where is Miss Drunkenake? Call her out quickly. Li Xian waved his hand and casually threw a silver ingot to her, impatiently saying. Li turned to look at him. Weren't they supposed to be going out to eat? How did they end up in a brothel, sleeping with women? He couldn't casually lose his innocence like this. If this guy made any inappropriate suggestions later, he must refuse without hesitation. The madam caught the silver and was slightly pleased, but then she looked troubled and said, Young Master Li, you know that Drunken Ink is our top courtesan. She decides who she meets. I can't force her. Li Xian frowned upon hearing this, pocketed the silver, and refused to proceed. He hated people like that the most. The old madam quickly changed the topic and said, however, Zue Mo's performance is about to start soon. Why don't we wait until her show is over before asking her? Li Xian waved his hand and said, forget it. It was just to have her sing a song to liven things up. Since she's about to go on stage soon, it saves us the trouble. The old madam secretly muttered to herself. She found it strange that whenever young Master Li visited the Jade Pavilion, he never looked for girls, but only came to listen to Zue Mo sing. Still, she dared not say this aloud, as he was her big patron. She immediately put on a bright smile and said, Gentlemen, follow me to the private room. Zue Mo will be here soon. The private room she mentioned was a spacious chamber with a clean carpet on the floor. In the middle, a curtain separated part of the room. After leading Li Yi and Li Xian inside and seating them, she excused herself and went to busy herself elsewhere. In front of them was a long, low table filled with fruits and various dishes. Li Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, casually picking a grape and popping it into his mouth. He glanced at Li Yi and said proudly, "So, you've never been to a place like this before?" Li nodded. This was indeed his first time here. He had no money, so he couldn't afford such a place, and he also had no opportunity. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Xiao Huan and Lu Rui, the sisters, found out he had visited a brothel. After all, he was a married man. After copying Li Xian's relaxed sitting posture, Li Yi looked around. Around the room, at several small tables, there were many figures, all whispering softly with their companions. As Li Yi's gaze swept the entrance, he suddenly saw a few figures walking in. He could only see that they were women, walking slowly into the silk curtains. Miss Suemo has arrived. A small commotion arose around him. Soon, when music started playing from inside the curtains, the lively crowd fell silent. Li watched with interest as several elegant figures began to dance inside the silk curtains. After a moment, a beautiful voice drifted out. Delicate clouds weave clever tricks, shooting stars carry grudges, the silver river crosses secretly. When he heard this line, Li Yi's body suddenly trembled, and a look of extreme shock appeared on his face. Li is very sure that, although poetry exists in this world, it is only in form. Great poets like Li Bai, Du Fu, Su Shi, and Lu Yong from his original world do not exist here. Of course, their works are also absent from this world. Suddenly, hearing Qin Guan's Magpie Bridge Ferry in this unfamiliar world, Li Yi's first reaction is shock, extreme shock. But then, his shock turns into great joy. Could it be that the other person also traveled here from his world? No one can understand Li Yi's feelings. A lonely soul drifting alone in this world. Even if there is just one person, no, even if there is a dog from his world, it would bring the greatest comfort to his heart. Li Xian, who was nearby enjoying singing and dancing, doesn't notice Li Yi's unusual excitement. Suddenly, Li stands up quickly, takes 3 steps, and rushes to the center of the stage. He pulls aside the curtain. The woman singing, whose face is covered with a light veil, seems startled as her singing abruptly stops. She looks at the young scholar rushing forward with a surprised and frightened expression beneath her veil. "Are you also from Earth?" Li grabs her hand eagerly and asks. At this moment, everyone in the crowd also regains their senses. When they see what is happening, they gasp loudly and immediately stand up, their faces showing shock and anger. "Stop. Let go of Miss Suemo. Who dares cause trouble here in the Jade Courtyard?" The young Prince Li Xian also freezes in place, completely unaware of what is happening. This guy is so impatient. "Rascal, let me go." The woman, when Li Yi grabbed her hand, was truly frightened and froze there without moving. But once she reacted, she suddenly shook off his hand, her face showing embarrassment and anger. She took a few steps back and scolded him sharply. Li Yi stood there dazed, as if things were not going as he expected. Seeing her reaction, could he have guessed wrong? Just then, the old madam, accompanied by a few strong men, hurried in and scolded angrily. "Who dares to be so reckless and cause trouble in the Jade Courtyard? Catch him for me." The men immediately saw Li standing in the center of the stage. They strode forward and pressed his shoulders. Li was held by 2 men, his hands twisted behind his back, and he stared fiercely at the woman. "Where did you hear that song, Magpie Bridge Ferry?" The woman didn't want to respond at first, but seeing the crazy look in his eyes, she trembled and, instinctively, explained that poem has been known for a month. It's said to be written on a prayer lantern by a talented young man named Li. A month ago, the prayer lantern, Li. Li muttered a few words, showing a deep sense of disappointment. It should be Xiao Huan's prayer lantern. Still not throwing him out? The madam, seeing the men standing still, shouted angrily. "Stop." At that moment, a voice came from the front. Li Xian, looking somewhat upset, slowly approached. He reached the front of the big men and said coldly, "Let him go." "Who do you think you are?" One of the big men sneered. Before he finished, Li Xian's face darkened. The man only saw a flash, and Li Xian kicked him away. Li Xian seemed like a different person now. No matter how he usually behaved, his status as a young prince wouldn't change. How could he tolerate a common worker insulting him? "How dare you?" The other big men looked angry and were about to attack. The madam quickly ran over, saying, "Stop right there. Young Master Li, what's going on?" she asked, smiling flatteringly at Li Xian. Li Xian casually glanced at Li Yi, who was being held by the two men. The madam understood immediately, shot a look at the two men, and said, "Let him go now." Although she didn't know Li Xian's identity, she knew well who could be provoked and who couldn't. The young man in front of her clearly belonged to the latter. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Li Yi felt a deep ache in his heart that words couldn't describe. He no longer cared about visiting the brothel and silently walked outside. Li Xian looked back at the woman with a hint of confusion on his face, then turned and chased after her. "Hey, brotherly, wait for me." His arm still a little sore from being grabbed earlier. The woman named Zue Mo looked in the direction where he left and muttered, "That scholar." As she was thinking, the madam hurried over, worried, and asked, "Zue Mo, are you all right?" The woman shook her head upon hearing this. The madam immediately felt reassured. The top courtesan of their group, Qin Gunyang, any mistake she made would be a huge loss for them. Whether in past life or present, Li Yi has never drunk alcohol, but now he only wants to get drunk and forget everything. To toast to the past, never look back again. What is gone, and people must look forward. In his mind, images of Xiao Huan, Lu Rui, and even old Feng's silly face appeared. Li Yi took a deep breath and strode toward a tavern on the street. "Shopkeeper, bring out your strongest wine." A chubby shopkeeper approached, smiling at Li Yi. "Young master, our strongest wine is very strong, most people." "Stop talking. Are you afraid I can't pay?" With a loud slap, a silver ingot was placed on the table. "All right, young master, just a moment. The wine will be here soon." Seeing the silver ingot, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he hurried to fetch the wine from the counter. Li Xian came in from outside, sat opposite Li Yi, and sighed. That drunken ink girl, no matter how beautiful she looks, is just a courtesan. Brotherly is talented. Why cling to a courtesan? Though they only met twice briefly, it was clear that this young prince had developed a strong interest in Li Yi. If not for this, with his status, even if he humbled himself, how could he possibly call an ordinary person brother? "Guest, your wine is here." Li Xian clearly misunderstood, but Li Yi didn't want to explain. When the shopkeeper placed the wine on the table, Li Yi grabbed the jar and drank a big gulp. Thud. Before collapsing onto the table, Li Yi finally understood why he had never drunk alcohol before. Li Xian saw this, first stunned, then burst out laughing. "Didn't expect your alcohol tolerance to be so poor." He grabbed the wine jar Li Yi had just finished and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Thud. Both of them fell onto the table in the same posture. The shopkeeper at the counter saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer. Such poor drinking capacity, yet still boast about wanting the strongest wine. Serves you right. A few figures dressed in rough cloth clothing stood at a street corner not far from the tavern. Seeing two people who had passed out at the table inside, they all showed a faint, bitter smile and stepped out from the shadows. When his consciousness gradually returned, he felt his head was heavy and swollen. Despite trying hard, he couldn't open his eyes. He only heard some faint voices nearby. Princess actually ate something this morning, and she even drank a small bowl of yam and corn porridge. Prince is very happy. He even added all the kitchen staff's tips. Finally, he managed to open his eyes. His mouth felt extremely bitter and dry. Just then, a clear voice sounded nearby. "Young master, you're awake." A warm towel was handed over. Li roughly wiped his face and looked at the two maids standing in the room. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Water." After a moment, he took a teacup from the maid's hand and drank it all. Still feeling thirsty, he drank several more cups, and only then did the dryness begin to lessen. At this moment, a maid brought over a tray covered with a red cloth, smiling as she said, "Young master, this is a thank you gift from Prince. Please accept it." "Thank you gift? What is it?" Li Yi, still groggy and not fully alert, casually lifted the red cloth, almost blinded by the neat stacks of silver ingots on the tray. "Please thank the prince for me." Li smiled broadly as he took the tray from the maid's hand. The sleepiness immediately vanished, and he felt much more alert. The maid was surprised by his quick acceptance, as she had been told by the prince earlier that if he refused, she should persuade him to accept it. She had even prepared herself mentally for that. But the actual situation left her a bit stunned. Isn't it said that scholars regard money as dirt? Yet, this young man doesn't seem to think that way. Li Yi carried a small bag on his back as he left Prince Ning's residence. He waved to the woman named Yinji behind him and strode away confidently. Last night, he had drunk a little wine and passed out at the table. It was embarrassing, and he didn't wait for the young prince to wake up before leaving the residence in a hurry. In the small bag behind her back, there was exactly 110 taels of silver. Although converted into Chinese yuan, it was only about 50,000 yuan, but this was truly the first big sum of money Li Yi had received since arriving at this time. A rich man's son must have a rich father. Li Yi liked such generous princes. Dealing with feelings was too complicated. It's better to talk about money directly. His wallet was getting fuller, and he felt more fulfilled inside. He just wondered how anxious old Fong and the others might be since they didn't see him yesterday. It's better to return to the village early. In Liuya village, a young maid sat in front of the door, eyes swollen and red. Her once beautiful big eyes had lost their sparkle, dark circles under them, staring straight ahead. Soon, a strong figure approached from afar. A man with the surname Fong carried a cloth bag. He walked to the young maid, sighed, and said, "Xiaohuan, this is the money from selling candied hawthorn yesterday. Take it and keep it safe." The girl didn't speak, biting her lip tightly, shaking her head. This idea was suggested by the young master. He bought the sugar frost too. We only helped a little. It's better to keep this money safe. Old Fong placed the cloth bag at her feet, said no more, and slowly walked away. The girl sat quietly in her usual spot, as if there was still a figure beside her, telling her lovely stories, teaching her to cook delicious food. Those moments were almost the happiest of her life. Thinking that this figure would never appear again, her nose started to sting, and she fought back tears, not letting them fall. She was only a girl of 15 or 16. After a while, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She buried her head between her knees, sniffling softly. "Why is Xiaohuan crying? Did someone bother you?" Suddenly, a voice came from ahead. The girl's body trembled, and she quickly looked up. What she saw was a face she knew too well. A faint light appeared in her eyes, but it quickly faded. Since yesterday, this scene had happened countless times, first surprise, then numbness, because she knew that even if it was a real illusion, it was still just an illusion. Seeing the young maid's tear-streaked face, Li felt a pang in his heart. He hurried over, wiped her tears, and softly said, "Tell me, who bullied you? Young master will help you get justice." The young girl stared blankly as Li gently wiped away her tears. The real feeling on his hand made her realize this was not a dream. "Young master." Tears streamed from her beautiful eyes, and in an instant, Li felt her delicate body in his arms. Usually shy and quiet, the young maid had never acted like this before. Now, with tears streaming down her face, she hugged him with all her strength, making Li feel a bit confused. At that moment, the door to the courtyard opened. Li saw Lu Rui's figure appear. She pointed at the crying young maid and asked, "What happened to Xiaohuan?" Lu Rui stood at the door holding her sword, looking at Li Yi. Although her face showed no obvious emotion, she seemed to relax suddenly. Lu Rui's appearance made Xiaohuan stop crying. She lowered her head, her face flushed, and stood quietly beside Li Yi, clutching his sleeve tightly and unwilling to let go. "Young master!" A loud voice like an old copper bell came from behind, full of surprise that everyone could hear. "Young master, you're back." Seeing Lao Fong, excited as if he had just married several wives, about to give Li Yi a big hug, Li Yi immediately stepped back cautiously. Having just enjoyed Xiaohuan's soft embrace, Li Yi didn't want Lao Fong to touch him again. "Young master, where did you go last night?" Lao Fong's hug was not successful, but he didn't get angry. He looked at Li Yi with a puzzled expression and asked, "Last night?" Li Yi paused. Realizing it might sound inappropriate to say, he went to a brothel to listen to music. He quickly changed his words. "Last night, I got lost in the city and couldn't find you guys. I stayed at an inn and came back at dawn." From last night until now, Lao Fong believed that if it weren't for himself, Li wouldn't have lost his way. He had been deeply worried and restless all night. But when he saw Li today, all his guilt and regret disappeared. He suddenly felt life was full of hope again. Li took off his burden and handed it to Xiaohuan, saying, "Take this back and put it in my cabinet." Xiaohuan reached out to take it, but unexpectedly, the small bundle was much heavier than she thought. She accidentally dropped it on the ground. Clatter! The bundle opened, and a pile of silver ingots spilled out. Under the sunlight, they almost dazzled Lao Fong's eyes. Xiaohuan covered her mouth in surprise, her pretty face filled with disbelief. Li Rui's hand holding the sword clenched tightly, and her face showed a moved expression. Not far away, Wuxia came out of the house, having just poured a basin of dirty water outside. Suddenly, she felt a bit dizzy when she looked at the ground nearby, and she turned her head to look. Clang! The copper basin in her hand fell to the ground with a clear sound. As a poor and hungry commoner, whenever old Fong saw silver, he couldn't help but think about converting it into grain. This had become his instinct. But this time, seeing the silver bars about the size of fists on the ground, old Fong felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. How much grain these silver could buy was clearly beyond his understanding, which was limited to simple addition and subtraction within 10. Young master, what exactly did you do last night? Forcing himself to look away from the tempting silver bars, old Fong swallowed hard and asked Li Yi. Li Yi glared at the shy little maid and bent down to pick up the silver bars one by one, placing them in his bundle, then looked up and said, I found them on the road when I got lost last night. Found them, found them. Old Fong's voice trembled a little. That was nearly 100 taels of silver. He could never earn so much in his whole life, yet the young master casually picked it up? Even if he sold candied hawthorn daily and earned a profit of 100 coins, saving without eating or drinking to reach that amount would take him several years. As for the little maid, her beautiful big eyes sparkled with tiny stars. The young master's luck was always good. He always managed to find something whenever he went out. Although he hadn't found a mountain chicken for a long time, this time he found so much silver. He must be blessed by heaven. The girl's mood experienced a huge ups and downs overnight. Now, her heart was full of joy, and she secretly looked at Li Yi, unwilling to look away. Watching Li Yi and the others walk into the yard, Wuxia stood there dazed, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe what she had just seen in her eyes. That was bright, shiny silver. She thought she might never see so much silver in her life. For poor families who are still struggling just to fill their stomachs, a year's expenses amount to only a few taels of silver, which is enough for them to live their whole lives. After some time, Wuxia finally snapped out of her daze. She picked up a copper basin from the ground, her expression uncertain, and walked into the house feeling lost and distracted. 100 taels of silver is not a small amount. How to spend it remains a big question. Li naturally wouldn't think like old Fong and the others, whose first thought upon having money is to buy grain. Since their home isn't short of food, he needed to consider how to make the most of this money, how to turn these 100 taels into more silver. After all, no one can guarantee that he will always encounter wealthy people like Prince Ning and his son. Money is common, but wealthy patrons are rare. To earn enough money for a comfortable old age, he must rely on himself. He initially planned to slowly save enough funds through selling candied hawthorn sticks, but plans often change faster than expected. Now that he has some assets, he can skip that step. However, he still needs to continue selling candied hawthorn sticks, at least for now. Without market competition, there is still a lot of profit to be made from this business. Another important reason is that, although these funds are not much to him anymore, they could significantly change the lives of old Fong and others. Li doesn't aim to lead the entire village out of poverty, but since old Fong and the others are his people, he can't just enjoy good food and leave them eating dirt. His current only goal is to make money, lots of money, enough to support him for the rest of his life. As for the exact amount, Li hasn't decided on a number yet. In any case, more is better. With 100 taels as starting capital, according to his previous plan, he could consider refining high-concentration alcohol or making soap to earn money. Before the invention of distillation and purification methods, the alcohol in this world was actually quite weak, mostly rice wine below 10 degrees, at most 20 degrees. Only under such conditions could one avoid getting drunk after many drinks. If it were modern white liquor with 50 or 60 degrees, those so-called alcohol connoisseurs might not even have drunk 1,000 cups before suffering alcohol poisoning and dying. Last night, the shopkeeper brought out some wine. Its alcohol content was probably not very high. However, since Li Yi is someone who gets dizzy at the slightest smell of alcohol, he drank too much and was knocked out in one gulp. In this world, wine culture is very popular. People especially favor stronger drinks, which likely makes it a profitable business. Sterilizing and disinfecting wounds also requires high-concentration alcohol. Li values his life and doesn't want to die from an infected wound, which would be a great shame for a modern person. Besides distilling alcohol, making soap must also be prioritized. The legendary ingredient used for bathing, called inzi, is also very rare in this world. Li once searched the markets of the city for it, but found no sellers. He learned that making inzi is very complicated, and the secret recipe is kept by only a few, including the royal family. It is a luxury item that only a few can use, and it's rarely seen on the market. Even if it appears, it's quickly bought at a high price. What is common in later times has instantly become a luxury in this world. For Li, this is good news. He used to DIY handmade soap just for fun. The materials needed are simple, and the process is not complicated. He still remembers how to make it. Water, vegetable oil, and sodium hydroxide are enough to make basic handmade soap. This soap contains no additives, cleans well, and is gentle on the skin. Although sodium hydroxide is not readily available, it can be easily made from quicklime and soda ash. It's not difficult. After thinking it over, Li decided to start by making handmade soap. He was tired of bathing by rubbing himself with his hands every day. He was planning how to carry out this plan when he unconsciously walked into the inner courtyard. Suddenly, he heard strange noises. He looked up and saw a graceful figure moving around in the yard. A long sword shining with cold light, as agile as a serpent, was in her hand. Li watched as Lu Rui performed a beautiful sword dance, then leapt lightly several zhang away. Li felt extremely envious. If he also had such skills, he wouldn't fear being bullied. If he encountered that scar-faced man again, he could easily handle him alone. At that time, with his remarkable skills and his youthful appearance, he could easily become a handsome man skilled in both literature and martial arts, effortlessly gaining a large group of female fans and reaching the peak of success in life. From afar, Li's face showed that kind of smile again. Lu Rui put away her long sword and forcibly suppressed the urge to strike him down with a sword. When Li was a child, like other boys, he also had dreams of becoming a martial hero. He often dreamed of mastering the world's best martial arts, becoming a great hero, fighting injustice, wandering the world with his sword, and leaving legendary stories of chivalry. Especially after reading various martial arts novels and watching TV dramas, these ideas grew even stronger. However, as he grew older, his thoughts became less childish, and these dreams gradually faded. In the 21st century, where are there martial arts worlds? Any rational adult wouldn't keep thinking about such unrealistic things. But here, it's different. In this world, the martial world truly exists. Although where there are people, there is a martial world. The definition here is very broad. The martial world in this world is a place of real sword fights and legendary heroes. Here, individual strength is greatly amplified. Even a small place like Willow Leaf Village is considered a hidden dragon with talented fighters. People like Lao Fong and others seem like simple farmers, but when they fight, they are capable of defeating 10 opponents with one hand. Even his wife and sister-in-law are extraordinary martial artists. Li sees them practicing every day, and their casual moves often surprise him greatly. Things like breaking a wooden table with bare hands are just small tricks. Li thinks Lu Rui could even break a large stone on her chest without any problem. Thinking about it, he feels she's not suited for such dangerous stunts. Her chest is already flat, and if she crushed a stone slab on it, there'd be nothing left. Li is glad Lu Rui can't hear his thoughts, or she might have already come at him with her sword. After thinking carefully, Li sadly realizes that in his whole family, he is only slightly stronger than Xiao Wan. As a man, is there anything more embarrassing? No, the family is already dominated by women, and if he doesn't become more confident and powerful, he'll be suppressed his whole life. Rui. Li looked at Lu Rui with a smile, trying to make his voice sound gentler. Lu Rui had never seen Li behave like this. Her caution immediately heightened, and she kept her distance, adopting a defensive stance. When she only called his name, he looked ready to act, making her wary. Li's face darkened. If he didn't need her help, he would have turned and left. What's the matter? Lu Rui asked directly, looking at him. I want to learn martial arts, Li replied straightforwardly this time, without beating around the bush. Learn martial arts? Lu Rui looked at him, her expression changing slightly. Why? Li was momentarily stunned but then honestly said, just because I want to learn martial arts. I've admired martial artists since I was young, but I never had the chance. No. To Li's surprise, Lu Rui quickly shook her head. Why? He asked, confused. Your talent is too poor, Lu Rui said bluntly. Li was taken aback for a moment, then felt a bit annoyed. He was a traveler from another world, with a hero's aura, destined to change this world. Whatever he did, he believed he would succeed. Now he just wanted to learn martial arts, and she said his talent was too bad? That didn't fit the hero's story at all. But giving up so easily was impossible. An idea flashed in his mind. He looked at Lu Rui and said, "How about we make a bet?" "No bets," she replied quickly, cutting him off before he could finish. Li looked at her, a bit annoyed. She always played by her own rules. Could they still have a pleasant chat? "If I lose, I'll give you 50 taels of silver. If you lose, you have to teach me martial arts." Li didn't care if she refused. He truly didn't believe Lu Rui could resist the temptation of 50 taels of silver. Sure enough, after hearing his bet, Lu Rui's eyebrows lifted slightly, seeming somewhat tempted. 50 taels of silver was not a small amount for her. It could buy many things she wanted. She had never had so much money to control herself since she was young. But she also knew that if Li Yi could say such a thing, he must be confident of winning. From her understanding of him, he wouldn't do things he had no chance of winning. Li Yi saw what she was thinking and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I won't make you compose poetry or paintings, nor will I make you do anything difficult." He finished speaking, then stood up. He picked up 2 stones of different sizes from the corner of the yard, held them in his hands, and raised both arms to the same height. Looking at Lu Rui, he said, "You only need to guess which stone will fall first when I let go. If you guess correctly, I lose, and I will give you 50 silver coins. If you guess wrong, you must keep your promise and teach me martial arts." This bet was simple, but after Li Yi spoke, Lu Rui still felt a little doubtful. Of course, she wasn't doubting herself, but doubting Li Yi's intelligence. Since both stones are dropped from the same height, the heavier one should land first. Everyone knows that. Why bother betting? This bet was clearly in her favor. If Li Yi's smile wasn't so hard to read, Lu Rui would have wondered if he was really that foolish, just giving away 50 silver coins for nothing. She wasn't worried about Li Yi playing tricks. At such close range, she could see any move he made. "Well, are you brave enough to bet?" Li Yi looked at Lu Rui with a teasing smile. "Why not?" Lu Rui shot him a quick glance and replied calmly. No matter what, she couldn't lose this bet. Why would she refuse the silver? Handshake to swear. Li Yi first set down the stones and raised his hand. Smack. Lu Rui frowned, but still extended her hand to slap his. "Let's start. I guess the larger stone in your left hand will fall first," she said, referring to the bigger stone. "Don't be in such a rush." Li Yi didn't start immediately. He looked serious and said, "I need to call Xiao Huan to witness this. Otherwise, if you change your mind later, who will I argue with?" Lu Rui almost couldn't hold back her urge to draw her sword and strike him. After a moment, the young maid stood beside them, looked at Li Yi, then Lu Rui, and said, "Young master, miss, you can start now." She then focused all her attention on Li Yi's hands, sighing inwardly. The young master's 50 silver coins might be lost now. Even Xiao Huan knew the bigger stone would land first, so how could Miss Lu guess wrong? Watch carefully. Li Yi raised his arms to the same height, a faint smile appearing on his lips. He released his hold, and the 2 stones fell to the ground. Bang! The stones hit the blue stone slab from above, making only one sound. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Lu Rui's face showed extreme surprise, and she exclaimed aloud, "This can't be." Lu Rui's beautiful eyes widened, and her calm expression from before was gone. She shook her head and said. The little maid nearby also opened her mouth in shock, just as surprised as Lu Rui. From the same height, heavier objects should fall faster than lighter ones. This has been a deep-rooted idea in their minds for over 10 years. Yet just now, they watched 2 stones of different sizes fall and land at the same time. "You must be cheating." Lu Rui looked up at Li Yi and said confidently, "I knew you'd say that." Li Yi shrugged casually and said, "If you don't believe it, try it yourself." If the law of free fall could give a different result from Lu Rui's experiment, then losing 50 taels of silver wouldn't matter to him. In another world, Aristotle once confidently claimed that heavier objects fall faster, which ruled Western academia for nearly 2,000 years. 2,000 years later, Galileo climbed the Pisa Tower and dropped 2 iron balls of different weights, proving the law of free fall with a simple experiment. Similarly, in this world, this is a simple truth that could be understood with a small experiment. but due to ancient people's unquestioning beliefs, no one had discovered it. Lu Rui picked up 2 stones again to test. When she saw that both stones landed simultaneously in her hand, she was stunned. Then, biting her lip, she said, "Xiaohuan, you try?" The reason laws are called laws is because they don't change due to external conditions. Trying to challenge the laws of nature is doomed to fail for Lu Rui. Why? Why is it like this? Watching Lu Rui stand there in confusion, muttering these words from afar, as if her long-held worldview was collapsing, Li Yi felt a slight sense of guilt. Is it too mean to deceive a weak woman this way? No, my sister-in-law isn't a weak woman. If women like her could be weak, then women would have already taken over the world. Accept the bet and face the consequences. Now, can you teach me martial arts? Li walked over, looked at Lu Rui, and smiled. Why? Lu Rui looked up at him and asked through gritted teeth, why did 2 stones fall to the ground at the same time? For her now, winning or losing doesn't really matter. What matters is that her long-held beliefs have undergone a huge change over the years. She needs to understand why. Xiaohuan also stared at Li Yi with wide eyes, full of curiosity. Explaining the origin of the law of free fall is indeed difficult. Basic physics hasn't been established in this world, and involving concepts like acceleration makes it even harder to explain. Li thought for a moment and said, you can think of it like this. The speed at which a stone falls doesn't depend on its weight. No matter how different the weights are, if they fall from the same height, they will land at the same time. This explanation, actually, it's almost like no explanation at all. You're only aware of part of the truth, aren't you? After hearing Li Yi's explanation, Lu Rui looked at him with a disdainful expression. As a well-educated young person, how could she be looked down upon by a superstitious woman from a feudal society? Li looked at her and asked, do you know where the water in the river behind the mountain flows? Of course, it flows down the mountain. Lu Rui replied rudely. Why? Li asked her. Why does water always flow from the mountain top to the bottom, and not the other way around? Because. Lu Rui instinctively started to explain, but after saying just 2 words, she couldn't continue. Is there really a reason water flows from high to low? But Li Yi's questions didn't stop there. Why do leaves on the trees always fall to the ground instead of flying into the sky? Why can we see our reflection in the water? After a rainbow appears, why do the colors go from red to purple from outside to inside? One question after another, like a barrage, kept coming from Li Yi's mouth. Lu Rui's mouth opened and closed, completely stunned. The falling leaves in autumn, the reflection in water, the order of rainbow colors. Aren't these all just natural facts? Do they need explaining? But why? Lu Rui and Xiaohuan stood in the yard, their minds filled with questions. Li Yi's words seemed to open the door to a new world for them. Actually, the subtle things she usually didn't notice are not as simple as they seem. Even small matters hide great knowledge, and in this world, not every problem has an explanation. Li gave a free science lesson to the 2 of them, feeling a little proud. Young master, why are these things like this? The young maid looked confused and looked up at Li Yi, asking, Li Yi, Liang Ermis's character is quite trustworthy, even if she loses the bet. Inside the courtyard, Li sat on a stone bench, looking at Lu Rui, who seemed unhappy, and asked excitedly, do you know the 18 dragon subduing palms? What 18 dragon subduing palms? Lu Rui frowned and asked. It's the strongest palm technique in the world, with a dragon roar when attacking. Its skill is unmatched. Li explained with shining eyes. I haven't heard of it. Lu Rui said calmly. What about the 6 meridians divine sword? It gathers all the true energy at the fingertips, can strike distant enemies' acupoints, or hurt people with energy from afar. It's a top-level sword technique. Haven't heard of that either. How about the light step? Have you heard of it? After practicing, you become as light as a swallow, able to walk on walls and water. I haven't heard of that either. Then, you must have heard of Tai Chi, right? Using weakness to overcome strength, softness to conquer hardness, combining hard and soft, borrowing force to generate force, and using a little to control a lot. After Li Yi finished speaking, Lu Rui frowned and looked at him, saying, I have never heard of these wonderful skills in the martial world. The 18 dragons subduing palms, 6 meridians divine sword, Tai Chi if what you say is true. Mastering even one of these top martial arts would be enough to dominate the martial world. But in the martial world, no one can do even a fraction of what you describe. Let's not talk about the others for now. Just the true energy projection. Even grandmasters couldn't possibly do that. Really? None of those exist. Li Yi's face showed clear disappointment. After all, the so-called martial masters in this world are not much different from grandmasters in the martial arts world of Old Master Jin. Where did you hear about these martial arts? Lu Rui looked up at him, a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. This is a long story. Tell me for now. Well, all right. Li thought for a moment and said, it is said that during the late Song dynasty, there is a legend from the end of the previous dynasty. In the martial world, 5 top experts fought over the legendary martial arts book, the 9 True Scripture. They challenged each other on the peak of Manhwa. That battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights, so fierce that the sun and moon seemed to hide, and the world turned dark. Under the warm autumn sun, a handsome scholar lazily leaned against a stone bench. His deep voice echoed in the small courtyard. This was the first time a story called The Legend of the Eagle-Shooting Heroes, after a fresh makeover and background change, appeared in this world. The 5 Greats. Manhwa Sword Debate. 9 True Scripture. As he narrated, the beautiful girl opposite him initially showed no interest. Her face was indifferent at first, but after a while, her expression gradually changed. She couldn't help but become immersed in the wonderful story. She had practiced martial arts since childhood and was always interested in the martial world. However, she grew up in a village and had no chance to experience it firsthand. She only heard bits and pieces from others and thought that the so-called martial world was just like that. But now, a true martial world that matched her expectations was gradually forming in her mind, unfolding step by step. At some point, a girl with a slightly childish face came out of a room nearby. She looked over from a distance and softly muttered, "Gonya and the second miss. What are they talking about?" Her face showed confusion, and curiosity made her walk over. After long practice, Li Yi's storytelling skills had become superb. If he couldn't make a living elsewhere, he could consider setting up a stall on the street to sell paintings or telling stories at theaters, another way to earn a living without much trouble. Traveling the martial world, having many skills was never a bad thing. Even a rare girl like Lu Rui, who seemed detached from worldly affairs, was attracted by his stories about Master Jin, boosting his confidence a little. Although Li Yi didn't create stories himself, he was just a storyteller. Who knew? The intricate martial arts, unknown martial sects, and the names of top experts in the stories. Lu Rui had never heard of any of them. Although the previous dynasty was several decades ago, Lu Rui was not unaware of the situation at that time. The political landscape, she knew, was quite different from what Li Yi revealed. Does this mean he made it all up out of thin air? However, he clearly knew nothing about martial arts. Yet some of his opinions seemed to reach a very high level of understanding. They even gave her some insight and occasionally inspired her, helping her improve her martial skills. Let's stop here for today. When will you teach me martial arts? The story of the eagle-shooting hero isn't something that can be finished in a day. Even if he relied on his memory without thinking, he would eventually get bored after a long time. Let's talk about that in a few days, he said. Although Lu Rui was very curious about what would happen next, right now she needed to digest what she had just realized. She waved impatiently and hurried back to her room. Li looked at her back in surprise. She just listened to the story and left. Wasn't she supposed to be a person who kept her promises? It's like betraying someone after using them, or killing the horse after the race. What kind of person is she? In the end, Lu Rui didn't ignore Li completely. She casually handed him a book about basic martial arts and told him to practice on his own. Li had no choice but to accept this irresponsible little sister-in-law. Luckily, he could absorb books into his mind. After learning the basics from this book, he quickly understood the techniques, but they were only superficial. The true power of these moves depended on a special mental method and a strong internal energy. Without true chi, these techniques were just for show. When facing stronger opponents, his limited skills wouldn't be enough. Unfortunately, cultivating true chi was not quick. It required long-term effort to gradually increase, making Li Yi's dream of becoming a top expert in a short time impossible. Still, his learning ability amazed Lu Rui. She remembered how long it took her to master these basic moves, about a month. But Li Yi did it in less than a day. His control was even more refined than hers at that time. The difference between 1 day and a month was like heaven and earth. This realization hit Lu Rui hard, and she couldn't help but wonder, could he really be a once-in-a-century martial genius? She may not be as good at poetry and painting as Li Yi, but Li Yi does not know martial arts. This is one of the few things that give Lu Rui confidence in herself. Now, she has lost even that confidence. If Li Yi knew what Lu Rui was thinking, he might be very proud, but right now, he cannot feel proud at all. The reason is simple. Since autumn began, there are more mosquitoes in the room. Unless he stays hidden inside the mosquito net all the time, his exposed skin will soon be bitten into big bumps. Getting bitten by mosquitoes isn't a big problem normally. Li Yi has been bitten before, but he doesn't know what kind of body he is now after crossing over. Others might just get a small red spot or bump, but when Li Yi is bitten, a large swelling appears immediately, extremely itchy and hard to bear. In the evening, he no longer dares to go into the room. He sits on a stone not far from the door, where there are fewer mosquitoes because of the wind outside. In this backward time, mosquito coils haven't been invented yet. The most common way to repel mosquitoes is to hang a sachet inside the room filled with herbs like patchouli, mint, perilla, sweet flag, and lemongrass. Li Yi has tried this method, but it's not very effective, and he can't stand the smell himself. He fears that the mosquitoes won't be driven away before he is overwhelmed by the smell. Wouldn't it be great to have a bottle of 6 Gods flower water now? Li deeply misses the mosquito-repelling tools from his previous life. People often only realize the value of something after losing it. A box of mosquito coils or a bottle of flower water could save him from suffering, but even this small wish is just a dream. Oh right, I don't have it now, but I can make it myself. After a moment, Li suddenly claps his head and exclaims, as if he just realized something. He has a whole library of books in his mind. How could he not find a recipe for mosquito repellent? Chemistry. Daily life. In the next moment, Li Yi's consciousness sinks into his mind. His eyes skim the shelves of books, and a flood of information pours into his brain. After some time, Li suddenly slaps his thigh and exclaims, I found it. Just then, he hears footsteps approaching. He looks up and sees the familiar face of Old Fong. Did you get beaten up by your wife's family again? Seeing the worried look on Old Fong's face, Li temporarily forgets about the mosquito problem and asks. Old Fong's wife is actually quite a remarkable woman. Usually, she looks like a simple rural woman, but when she fights Old Fong, she instantly becomes a brave heroine, with a strong aura of determination that Li Yi can feel from afar. Today, Old Fong seems to have some worries on his mind, but his face isn't bruised or swollen, so it probably isn't because of his fierce wife. Old Fong shook his head, indicating that he had a peaceful day at home with his wife, and then he sat down heavily next to Li Yi. That must mean the candy apple business is having problems, Li said, swatting away a mosquito that had just landed on his arm. Is it because many people on the street are copying our candied fruit? How does the young master know that? Old Fong suddenly jumped up from the ground, looking at Li Yi with a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Li Yi flicked the dead mosquito away and pointed ahead. Old Fong looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a few people carrying racks of candied apples walking past them. They glanced at Li Yi and Old Fong as they passed, with some pride on their faces. Bah! Old Fong spat fiercely at their backs and cursed, shameless guys. That idea was clearly the young master's, so why are they selling candied apples too? If this world had patents, Old Fong might have already gone to the government to report them. These people were from Lu's direct family line. At first, they looked down on Old Fong and others, thinking they were dishonest and selling crooked goods, like candied apples. But later, seeing their lives getting richer and noticing that even Old Fong's children had become healthier after a few days, everyone realized that what Old Fong and his family were doing was probably a good way to make money. No one wanted to be poor, and those who had secretly looked down on Old Fong and his family soon started copying them and selling candied apples too. Making candied apples is very simple, just a quick look is enough to understand how. So, overnight, several candied apple workshops appeared in the village. Although they didn't learn some of Li Yi's secret techniques, the taste was only slightly different, which wasn't a big problem. Old Fong was very angry about their approach, which didn't involve any pure or noble methods. But he could only feel angry. After all, Jinghua had no law explicitly forbidding them from selling candied hawthorns. This was what made Lao Fong feel so frustrated. Maybe they're not the only ones copying them. Li Yi asked again. Lao Fong looked at Li Yi with surprise once more. Not going out and knowing everything happening in the world made him feel more mysterious and profound. He nodded and said, Since a few days ago, more people on the street have been selling candied hawthorns. We used to sell out all our stock in less than an hour, but today, after a whole day of shouting, half of them are still unsold. The candied hawthorn business carried Lao Fang's big dreams, beautiful wife, lovely concubines, a big house. Now, those hopes, just beginning to sprout, were ruthlessly crushed. The pain was hard to describe with words. It was no surprise to Li Yi that such things happened. In fact, he had expected them all along. Never underestimate human copying ability, especially for something like candied hawthorns, which doesn't require much skill. When people see the business opportunity, it's normal for many to follow suit. Li didn't plan to run the candied hawthorn business forever, but so far, it still had good profits. Looking up at the burly man with the surname Fang, he sighed and said, "Old Fang, I've told you many times. When doing things, you can't be reckless. You need to think. If you keep doing this, you won't only fail to marry a pretty concubine, you'll never be able to buy a big house." Old Fang's face turned red. He looked around but didn't see his wife. He glared and said, "Who wants to marry a concubine? I'm already satisfied with my mother-in-law and wife." It seemed impossible for Old Fang to think carefully and come up with ideas. Li waved at him helplessly and said, "Come here. From now on, you need to do this." Old Fang was overjoyed and hurriedly leaned in to listen. After a moment, Lao Fang looked at Li Yi with a blank expression, speechless for a long time. He looked at Li Yi, then at himself, and a question started to form in his mind. Same parents, same upbringing. Why are people so different? I think the young master isn't a good person either. Thinking about what Li Yi had just said, Lao Fang nodded in admiration and gave Li Yi a big thumbs up. Get lost. Li Yi kicked Lao Fang's backside. This guy's praise was so unique. Over the next few days, many people in the village had already turned selling candied hawthorns into their main job. However, after a few days, everyone noticed that selling candied hawthorn sticks was becoming harder each day. The reason was simple. More vendors were selling candied hawthorn sticks every day. In the streets of Qing'an Prefecture, they could be seen everywhere. With fierce competition and their candied hawthorn sticks not being very special, business naturally declined. Eventually, they could only sell a few skewers each day. Later, nobody knew exactly when, vendors selling candied hawthorn sticks suddenly decreased rapidly because they couldn't buy hawthorn fruits anymore. When they asked the hawthorn sellers, they learned that just a few days earlier, the entire city's hawthorn fruits had been bought up at low prices. This meant they couldn't find hawthorn to make their candied sticks. This situation didn't last long. Within 2 days, several new vendors appeared in the city with large amounts of hawthorn fruits, quickly causing a rush to buy. Although the price of these hawthorn fruits was more than 3 times higher than before, making candied hawthorn sticks from them still brought some profit. People secretly cursed the honest-looking men who first stored the goods and then raised the prices of hawthorn fruits. But they could only grit their teeth and buy. After all, it was the only place in the city to buy hawthorn fruits. However, this increased competition led to a price war. Once someone lowered prices to sell more, the price of candied hawthorn sticks dropped sharply. When they could be bought for just a penny per skewer, the profit in this business hit rock bottom. At this point, a new type of candied fruit appeared in the city, sparking another rush to buy. This new candy treat was not made from hawthorn but from fresh seasonal fruits. The fruits were cut into small pieces, coated with sugar, and skewered, making them tastier than the traditional hawthorn sticks. This new style of candied fruit quickly gained popularity in Qing'an Prefecture. Observers noticed that the earliest candied hawthorn sticks in the city were made by these new vendors. Their candied fruits had a better taste than those of other vendors. This brand effect meant that even when others tried to imitate the new style, they couldn't threaten the reputation of Lu's candied fruits. The honest-looking faces of the vendors seemed to symbolize the authentic, high-quality candied hawthorn sticks in Qing'an Prefecture. Clatter. Li Yi had just finished teaching the children and had not been home for long when the door of the small courtyard was pushed open from outside. Old Fang and several men walked in with big smiles on their faces. Old Fang first pulled out a large bag from behind him and then said, "Sir, this is the money we earn from selling red berries and candied haws these days. As we initially agreed, we split it in half. This is the remaining half." It must be said that Old Fang and his group are very honest people. Although they usually work hard selling candied haws, Li Yi was the one who invented the candied haws. At first, he also provided the money. Even when they faced various problems later, he helped solve them. Without Li Yi, they wouldn't be where they are today. They all understand this. The master could have done these things without relying on them, but because of the young lady, he gave them a lot of care. Old Fong and the others remember all of this in their hearts. When they first heard that the master wanted to give them half of the profit, they were shocked. Then they became worried. After all, they only did a little work. How could they deserve so much? However, they insisted on taking only 10% of the earnings, but in the end, Li Yi refused. Old Fong never imagined that the reason Li Yi changed his opinion about them was just because of those 2 mountain chickens. Perhaps everyone should thank those 2 mountain chickens. Inside the courtyard, Xiao Huan and Lu Rui saw Old Fong open the bag and reveal the copper coins inside. Their pretty faces showed a moment of distraction. They knew that the big man with the Fong surname and his men had been working on the candied Ha's business these days, which was Li Yi's idea. They were only slightly curious, but didn't pay much attention. Last time, Old Fong brought a small bag of copper coins to Xiao Huan, saying it was the profit from selling candied Ha's, about a few hundred coins. Xiao Huan thought that Sir had helped Uncle Fong find a way to make money, so their days wouldn't be so hard in the future. She was very happy about that, but she didn't expect that in just a few days, they had earned so much money. If they only sold candied Ha's made with hawthorn like before, they naturally wouldn't earn so much. What Xiao Huan and Lu Rui didn't know was that Old Fong and his group had been doing more than just this. First, Li advised them to buy a large amount of hawthorn, almost clearing out all the hawthorn candies in Qing'an Prefecture. A few days later, they sold them at several times the original price, making a big profit. Not only that, but they also harvested all the still unripe hawthorn fruits from the back mountain and sold them during this hot trend. Most of the coins they have now actually come from selling hawthorn candies. In addition, when the price of candied hawthorn made with sugar was so low that there was almost no profit, they quickly launched a new type of fruit candied hawthorn, which was very popular. While other vendors were still unaware, they made another big profit. All of this was Li Yi's idea. Even now, although many have copied the new candied hawthorn, their early establishment of the Lu family brand gave them a natural advantage. Their business is still very busy, and all their daily stock is sold out quickly. Every day, they receive steady income, and their business can continue long-term. They no longer have to worry about daily meals or starving. They have meat at every meal, rice to fill their stomachs, and their family savings are growing. In a short time, they went from being the poorest family in Liuye village to a well-off family. Not only the tenant farmers who used to be at the same level as them, but even the Lu family members who are a bit better off now are far behind them. Who would have imagined such a life before? Because of this, these people are very grateful to Li Yi. If it weren't for him, they might still be herding horses for others, living day to day with no stable food. Did you buy everything I asked you to buy in the prefecture city? Li asked, not holding back when accepting the money sent by Lao Fong and others. After all, this was a crucial time when they really needed money. Oxgall, mint, honeysuckle, spices, and wine are all bought. I'll deliver them to the young master soon. Lao Fong nodded vigorously. Although he was still curious about what the young master wanted those things for, Lao Fong now genuinely admired Li Yi. When it comes to tasks that require thinking, the young master handles them. As for other matters, he just needs to do his part. Oh, and there's one more thing. Li looked up at Lao Fong and the others and said, from now on, your wife can handle the sugar-coated Ha's business. If you trust any relatives, you can let them join in. Lao Fong was surprised and asked, then what should we do? The others looked confused as well. Don't worry, you won't be idle, Li smiled and said. Sending Lao Fong and the others to sell sugar-coated Ha's on the street is a waste of their talents. The real work Li Yi plans to do will be when he truly needs their skills. All right, I'll go back and tell my mother-in-law. Lao Fong nodded without hesitation, even though Li didn't explain much. The others had no objections either. This strong trust and quick action made Lu Rui secretly amazed. She turned to look at Li Yi with surprise. He had only been in the village for a short time, but had already convinced these people completely. Soon, the big man surnamed Fong and his group left the yard. Walking through the village, many members of the Lu family looked at them with unfriendly eyes. The reason was simple. Their own sugar-coated Ha's business had gone bankrupt. Now, a regular stick of sugar-coated Ha's only sold for 1 cent, and the profit was far less than before. Even at 1 cent each, they couldn't sell many in a day. In Qing'an Prefecture, Lao Fong and his group's faces were the only true mark of authentic sugar-coated haws. Only Lu's sugar-coated haws remained popular as always. Of course, compared to others, Lu's sugar-coated haws had more varieties and better taste, which was why they stayed popular. And Lu's sugar-coated haws wasn't just a name any Lu family member could use. Even if others tried to imitate, their taste was far from the original. At this point, everyone realized that the seemingly simple sugar-coated haws might have some secret techniques they didn't know. If they wanted to make money from sugar-coated haws, they would need Lao Fong and his family's secret recipe. But since the main family and the direct descendants often didn't get along, they wouldn't easily share their secrets. Seeing people they once ignored now living lives even they envied, many Lu family members began to regret. If they hadn't targeted Lu Rui and her sisters before, perhaps today's situation wouldn't have happened. Initially, for such a small profit, they made things difficult for the Lu sisters. Now, they have lost a rare chance to make money. Only the Lu family members can truly understand how it feels. At this moment, the memory of the scholar they looked down on so much before comes back to everyone's mind, making their feelings very complicated. Young master, look, did I forget anything? Old Fong carried a big bag inside, took out the items, and placed them in front of Li. Bear bile, mint, honeysuckle, spices, and several jars of wine bought from the city. Looking at the many things in front of him, Li counted them and nodded. Old Fong was very reliable. He didn't forget to buy anything. As autumn deepened, mosquitoes became more aggressive at night. For Li, whose body had a special constitution, every night was a difficult time. Now that the business of candied hawthorn was running smoothly, Old Fong and the others could handle it themselves, so Li no longer needed to worry about it. He finally had time to solve his biggest current problem. Young master, it's not a festival. Why buy so much wine? Old Fong's eyes stayed fixed on the wine jars on the ground. He swallowed nervously and asked Li. When the family had no money before, they only bought a bowl of wine from the taverns in the town a few times a year to satisfy their craving. That taste could be remembered for days. Although life was now comfortable with enough food and clothing, Old Fong, who was used to poverty, still lived very frugally. Earning copper coins was easy, but spending them was as hard as climbing to the sky. Naturally, he couldn't afford to indulge in good wine and meat every day. Who said it's not a festival? Li raised an eyebrow and looked at Old Fong. In a few days, it will be Mid-Autumn Festival. We've been busy with the candied hawthorn business. Everyone has worked hard. We should reward everyone then. Hearing this, Old Fong's eyes suddenly lit up. Are these wines for the Mid-Autumn Festival? No, Li replied straightforwardly. These wines were for making mosquito-repellent flower water. He couldn't let Old Fong waste them. Old Fong's expression froze, and he couldn't speak for a moment. Ignoring Old Fong's resentful gaze, Li spoke again. Go find a few iron pots and some empty bamboo tubes. We're about to start working. Li Yuan planned to delay the alcohol purification process for a while and focus on making soap first. However, plans changed unexpectedly, and he had to prioritize alcohol purification. The reason was simple. To make mosquito-repellent floral water, high-concentration alcohol was essential. Old Fong worked quickly. He found a large iron pot and, under Li Yi's guidance, spent most of the day assembling a distillation device. Distilling alcohol is not as simple as heating it in a pot. If the temperature is too high, both alcohol and water evaporate together, and after cooling, the result is still low-concentration alcohol, which cannot purify effectively. This simple distillation device works by heating water to evaporate the alcohol. The alcohol vaporizes, condenses again at the top, flows through a bamboo tube, and emerges as purified alcohol. Li easily found a diagram of the distillation principle in a book. However, the glassware like flasks and tubes was unavailable at the moment. Reluctantly, they had to use the basic tools they had, knowing the results would be less effective. As long as the alcohol concentration exceeded 75%, it would be enough for their use. Once everything was ready, Li lit the fire beneath the pot. All that remained was to wait. Old Fong scratched his head, glancing at Li and then at the strange device his son-in-law had made, feeling confused. As drops of liquid flowed from the hollow bamboo tube, the kitchen gradually filled with a strong aroma of alcohol. Old Fong swallowed hard. Li looked at him and saw him wipe his mouth, then quickly look away from the bowl under the bamboo tube, pretending to be calm. When the flow of alcohol from the bamboo tube slowed significantly, Li knew the distillation was nearly complete. He dipped a chopstick into the bowl, tasted a drop, and frowned slightly. Although the alcohol content had increased after one distillation, it still did not meet his standards. It seems this distillation device is still too simple. If I want to produce on a larger scale and improve efficiency, I must upgrade the distillation setup, Li muttered. He poured all the distilled alcohol into an empty jar and replaced it with fresh liquid for a second round of distillation. Old Fong smelled the aroma in the air, his throat constantly moving as if he wanted to drink the wine eagerly. But thinking that this wine would surely be useful for the young master, he held back his desire. The alcohol distilled once was still not strong enough. The equipment was simple, and he repeated the distillation multiple times. With each round, the alcohol concentration increased slightly. The book said that using distillation, the maximum alcohol concentration could reach about 95%. With the crude equipment, it was impossible to reach such a high level, but around 80% was enough for his use. After several rounds of distillation, Li found that the alcohol concentration no longer increased significantly, so he stopped. Gulp. Old Fong swallowed another mouthful of saliva. Li glanced at him and, unable to watch anymore, poured a small bowl of the distilled alcohol and handed it to him. Enough. Don't be greedy. Try the taste of this wine, he said. Old Fong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He eagerly took the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Li watched as Old Fong's face turned from black to red, and he let out a satisfied moan, looking extremely pleased. He loudly exclaimed, "Good wine." Suddenly, Old Fong's body shook a few times and then collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Looking at Old Fong lying there, snoring loudly, Li couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful. He thought that since this guy looked so strong, he would be tough, but it turned out he was just a delicate flower, falling over after one drink. He wasn't much better than himself. He brought the distilled alcohol close to his nose and sniffed. A spicy smell rushed into his lungs, and in an instant, Li felt a bit dizzy. He quickly moved the bowl away. At this moment, he realized that the alcohol in front of him was over 75% concentrated. In his previous world, alcohol over 60 degrees was apparently banned from sale domestically. Looking down at Old Fong on the ground, Li Yi's mouth twitched. So grown up, yet so easily tempted. Serves him right. Old Fong was carried back to his own house by Li Yi's men. As he was taken away, he kept muttering, "Good wine." Li clearly noticed that when the two men smelled Old Fong's alcohol scent, their eyes lit up. At first, Li felt a small sense of mockery towards Old Fong, but not long after, he began to regret it. Just now, I really shouldn't have convinced Old Fong to drink those spirits. They're over 75% alcohol, very strong. He probably won't wake up by tomorrow morning. If he doesn't wake up, Li Yi will have to handle everything alone. He used ingredients like bezoar, mint, honeysuckle, and spices, grinding them into powder. Then, he poured distilled alcohol into a porcelain bottle, mixed it with the powdered ingredients, and kept shaking the bottle to ensure they blended well. Bezoar and honeysuckle help clear heat and detoxify, cooling the body. Mint mainly repels mosquitoes. The spices are just to make the floral water smell better. Li Yi found a simple recipe for making floral water in a book. It's not as good as big brands like Six Gods or Longlaki, but Li Yi wasn't expecting that. As long as it can repel mosquitoes, it's fine. According to the instructions, he mixed 75% alcohol with powdered bezoar, honeysuckle, and mint, then shook the mixture for half an hour until everything was well combined. After filtering out the residue, the simple floral water was ready. When the young maid came into the kitchen, she saw the young master holding a porcelain bottle, shaking it back and forth like he was in a trance. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" She hurried over, looking worried. If the young master really lost his mind, what should we do? Shaking for so long, even a tough person would struggle. Just as Li Yi started feeling dizzy and nauseous, Xiaohuan appeared just in time. "Xiaohuan, come here quickly and help me shake the bottle." With Xiaohuan helping, Li Yi could finally rest for a bit. He watched the silly maid standing there, still shaking the bottle, not knowing what was happening. He thought that when they make floral water on a larger scale in the future, they should find a better way to ensure everything mixes well. Shaking the bottle like this every time isn't a good long-term plan. The two took turns shaking for about half an hour. Li Yi estimated it was enough. He removed the bottle cap, poured the liquid through a clean cloth to filter out any undissolved residue. After filtering, he got a semi-transparent liquid. At the same time, a familiar fragrance began to fill the room. "Sir, what is this? It smells so good." The young maid widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at Li Yi and asked, "It seems I used a bit too much spice. Next time, I will reduce the amount by a third," Li Yi muttered softly. He carefully poured the first successful batch of floral water into a new porcelain bottle. This was his first time making floral water. Overall, it was quite successful, though there were still some small flaws. With more experiments, he believed he could find the best recipe. Li Yi was eager to test the effects of his homemade floral water. "Little Huan, hurry and boil some water. I want to take a bath later." "Got it, sir." The young maid looked curiously at the strange contraption made of several large pots in the kitchen. She then glanced at Li Yi's happy, departing figure, filled with curiosity. What new thing was her master working on this time? Li poured some floral water into the bathtub and enjoyed a warm bath. He immediately felt refreshed and noticed a faint, pleasant fragrance on his body. To test its mosquito-repelling effect, Li stayed in the corner of his room where the mosquitoes were most active. Surprisingly, there were far fewer mosquitoes trying to get close to him. Success. Seeing the mosquito-repelling effect of the floral water, Li Yi smiled happily. This proved that using floral water to repel mosquitoes was a good idea. Next time, he could add more mosquito-repelling herbs like mint to make it even more effective. Similarly, if he adjusted the formula and added more fragrant spices, he could create perfume. That would be a win-win situation. However, Li was not very confident about promoting floral water and perfume in this world yet. He had read many stories about people traveling to different worlds, where protagonists used their knowledge from hundreds or thousands of years ahead to invent modern items. They were welcomed by ancient people, counting money until their hands ached, living in grand mansions with beautiful wives and many servants, enjoying a luxurious life. But Li Yi, having experienced some of this himself, knew that reality was much harsher than dreams. Things that seemed simple in theory often faced many difficulties when trying to make them happen. Right now, his main task was to improve his alcohol distillation device. If each distillation was as inefficient as the first one, it would be impossible to succeed. In addition, a separate workshop needs to be built because it is not practical to always work in the home kitchen. As production scales up, the small kitchen will no longer meet the needs. Fortunately, Li still needs some time to improve the distillation equipment and refine the formula, so building the workshop is not urgent. Furthermore, choosing the location, construction, and operation of the workshop require careful planning before making decisions. Li Yi cannot handle all these tasks alone, so he plans to have Lao Fong and others quickly step away from the candied hawthorn business. Relying only on selling a few skewers, Lao Fong's dream of marrying a concubine and building a stronghold might have to wait until another lifetime. Li feels he is naturally hardworking. Living comfortably as the village chief, eating well, drinking well, and being served by maids, he enjoys a happy life. Yet, he keeps seeking trouble by dragging Lao Fong and others into a modest life. He longs for a simple, carefree life but ends up exhausted like a dog that's all his own doing. When he leaves the room, he sees a young maid sitting in the yard, pouting and constantly scratching the mosquito bites on her arm. From afar, he hears the master calling her at the door. She quickly stands up, turns around, and asks, "Master, what's the matter? Come here." He beckons her over, takes her inside, and pours some floral water onto her hand to apply on the mosquito bites. He asks, "How does it feel? Is it still itchy?" "No, it's not itchy anymore." The sunset's glow filters through the window. The maid rolls up her sleeve, revealing her fair, lotus-like arm. She lowers her head shyly, speaking softly. Her pretty face is glowing with a charming blush, absolutely stunning. The newly developed floral water cannot be immediately sold on the market. Li Yi walks out of the room, pondering possible improvements. As he passes the kitchen, his steps suddenly halt, and he looks inside with some doubt. He seems to have forgotten something just now. While feeling puzzled, he suddenly sees a familiar figure come out of the kitchen. Lu Rui's face flushes with a faint red, her eyes are dreamy, and she walks unsteadily. From a distance, Li can smell a strong alcohol scent. His expression changes slightly. He quickly rushes into the kitchen. When he sees the empty porcelain bottle on the table, his face immediately darkens with a few black lines. Looking back at Lu Rui's appearance, I could tell without guessing that she had just finished drinking all the wine. I don't know how much she can handle, but that strong wine made even old Fong faint after just one sip. Yet she was still standing steadily. As I thought this, I looked up and saw her figure sway a few times before she suddenly collapsed forward. A moment later, I saw Lu Rui fall into my arms, her body soft and limp. I couldn't help but slightly smile. Xiaohuan. Next, my voice rang from the kitchen to the yard. The young maid hurriedly ran out of her room. When she saw what was happening in the kitchen, her face showed surprise. Young master, 2nd Mississippi, what's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Come help quickly, I said, giving Xiaohuan a glance with some annoyance. I really had no experience taking care of a drunk woman, and I couldn't do much anyway. If Lu Rui woke up and misunderstood something, she might even draw her sword to attack me. Oh, Xiaohuan responded. Although her face still showed some confusion, she quickly moved over. The floral water has been successfully made, but before selling it officially, it needs a good name. Let's call it Flower Dew. But that sounds a bit too common. As a cultured person, I immediately rejected that idea. Maybe call it 6 Gods? When old Fong, Lu Rui, and Xiaohuan heard me say this name, they all looked surprised. 6 Gods? What kind of name is that? What's wrong? Is there a problem? I frowned and looked at the 3 of them. Why do they look like that? What's wrong with 6 Gods? They seem to look down on that name. In the future world I come from, 6 Gods is the most famous brand of floral water. Everyone knows it. It's very well known. Cough. Young master, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Old Fong finally cleared his throat and broke the silence. Then don't say it, I said, giving him a side glance. He's just a rough man who doesn't know much about writing, yet he's trying to act sophisticated. I don't know if I should say it. Is that something Old Fong would say? Old Fong nodded and said, well, I'll say it. This name really doesn't sound good. I looked up at Old Fong. Didn't I just tell him not to say anything? Does he not understand what I said? Old Fong looked at Li Yi with a troubled expression. Usually, he wouldn't oppose Li Yi, but this time. He thought that calling it Old Fong's fragrant water was 100 times better than the 6 Gods named the young master just mentioned. Xiaohuan, what do you think? Li Yi turned to ask Xiaohuan. Old Fong was becoming less honest. He should learn more from Xiaohuan. No matter what, he would never oppose her opinion. Young master, I also think that's not a good name, the young maid said softly, lowering her head and fiddling with her clothes. Li Yi, I think we should just call it Rui water. At that moment, Lu Rui suddenly spoke. That's a good name. Old Fong was surprised for a moment, then nodded quickly, clearly agreeing with Lu Rui's suggestion. I also think that name is good, Xiaohuan nodded. Honestly, when Lu Rui said this name, Li Yi also felt a bright spark. Fragrant water has many uses, repelling mosquitoes, relieving itching, cooling heat, sterilizing. Its powerful functions make it an essential daily tool, capable of meeting various needs. Calling it Rui water fits perfectly. However, he looked up at Lu Rui's slightly expectant face, then thought for a moment. His gaze toward her became strange. Rui water, Rui water. Did she really have no personal motives when she thought of this name? Everything about fragrant water was his achievement. Why should her name be used? Is being pretty a privilege? Based on his contribution to this world's fragrant water, the most suitable name would be Li Yi water. Among the 4, 3 opinions were unified, and Li Yi was currently trailing 3-1. How about calling it 6 Gods Rui water? He asked, looking at the 3 of them and testing the waters. Seeing Xiaohuan's strange expression and Lu Rui and Old Fong's dislike, Li Yi thought for a moment and asked again, or maybe Rui's 6 Gods water. The matter of the fragrant water's name was happily settled this way. As a well-educated young person from modern times, Li Yi finally decided to follow democracy and gave up his insistence on 6 Gods. The upcoming fragrant water would be named Rui water. Of course, he also indirectly expressed his dissatisfaction with Old Fong's rebellion. The way he expressed his dissatisfaction was by talking with Lao Fong about his life goals, revealing that once he made a lot of money, he would build a big house and marry a beautiful concubine. He didn't remind Lao Fong about this. His mother-in-law was standing behind him, planning to call him home for dinner. Li Yi didn't know whether Lao Fong ate that day, but over the next 2 days, he noticed Lao Fong walking strangely, possibly because he had knelt on the washboard for too long. He had also wanted to give the young maid a serious talk, but when he saw her standing with her head down, nervously twisting her clothes, he couldn't say a word. In the following days, Li once again gave the mischievous children a long holiday and focused almost all his energy on improving the distillation device and refining the floral water formula. After reading many books and documents in the library, he made clear progress in both distillation efficiency and formula improvement. As autumn approached and August was halfway through, the first Mid-Autumn Festival since Li arrived in this world was getting closer. In this world, the Mid-Autumn Festival on August 15th remains one of the most important holidays each year. This festival symbolizes family reunion, but for Li, it was a sensitive day that could easily bring back some buried memories. Now, he had learned to hide those feelings deep inside and not let others see them easily. Tomorrow was the long-awaited Mid-Autumn Festival for Xiaohuan. For the innocent girl, every holiday was something she looked forward to long in advance. After Li taught her to count, she would start counting the days on her fingers. Today, Lao Feng and the others didn't go to sell candied hawthorns on the street. The festive holiday was a good excuse to take a break and relax. When their family was poor, a holiday meal might just be a bowl of porridge with extra rice grains, and that was enough to celebrate. Now, with plenty of silver coins coming in every day, they could eat rice with meat without any worries. Economic strength shaped social structure. As their family's situation improved, their ambitions naturally grew. Yesterday, Lao Feng and the others bought wine and meat from outside, preparing for the Mid-Autumn celebration. Li looked at what they brought yesterday and surprisingly saw mooncakes inside. They called them mooncakes, but they were just dough with filling. After tasting one, Li suddenly felt nostalgic for the 5-nut mooncakes of his past life. Walking with Xiao Huan through the wide streets of Qing'an Prefecture, the young maid looked around with big, curious eyes, finding everything she saw so strange and interesting. Meanwhile, Li was thinking about something else entirely. Recently, he had tried many ways to improve his alcohol distillation device and had made great progress on the formula for floral water. Soon, he would be able to start official production. Unlike candied hawthorn, Li initially planned floral water as a high-end product. The cost of distilling alcohol was high, and it took several jars of alcohol to make just a small bottle of floral water. If he priced it too low, he would lose money quickly. This created a new problem. Since floral water was meant to appear luxurious from the start, it couldn't be sold like candied hawthorn on the street. Li imagined a scene where old Feng held 2 bottles of floral water, shouting on the street, stopping a passerby and saying mysteriously, "Brother, do you need some lucky floral water?" This image felt like selling cheap adult products or herbal oils, which didn't match the high-end image he wanted. Clearly, a street stall was not enough to meet the luxury standard. To keep floral water business going long-term, he might need to add strong liquor, perfumes, and soaps. Having his own shop in the city would be essential. However, renting a shop in the busy part of Qing'an Prefecture was as difficult as opening a store on a prime shopping street in a big city. The annual rent alone could be very expensive. Some people said it was worth 70 or 80 taels of silver, and a little renovation could push it to 100 taels. For Li, this was a big problem. His total savings were only 100 taels of silver. If he rented a shop, he wouldn't have enough money left for ingredients to make wine and floral water. But if he didn't rent a shop, how could he sell his floral water? Old Feng and the others didn't think about these issues. If Li didn't speak up, he might end up selling floral water like candied hawthorn. Both were profitable, after all. To him, they were just different kinds of treasures that could make money. Money wasn't something he could rush for now. He decided to think of a solution later. Xiao Huan hugged the cloth her husband bought for making new clothes for her 2 horses. Her eyes curved into crescent shapes, and her face was full of happiness. In the past, our family didn't have extra money to buy cloth. Xiao Huan's clothes were mostly hand-me-downs from Lu Ruyo. Lu Ruyo is very tall, so Xiao Huan couldn't wear her clothes. Lu Ruyo is a bit taller than Xiao Huan, but not by much. With some slight alterations, Xiao Huan could wear her clothes. Apart from wealthy families, most ordinary families did the same, wearing clothes that were passed around. Li often saw Xiao Huan's clothes with patches. Today, he specially took her out. At that time, there were no ready-made clothing stores. To make clothes, people either bought a few yards of fabric to sew at home or went to a tailor to order custom clothes. The latter was more expensive. Poor families usually chose to buy fabric and make their own clothes. After learning about this, Li was a bit tempted. If he opened a clothing shop here, Would he make a lot of money? But right now, he could only think about it. He had many things to do and no time to take on more. Near noon, he and Xiaohuan casually found a street stall to eat. Surprisingly, even though the food looked simple and not fancy, it tasted quite good and was very cheap. Unlike in later times, eating street food here was safe. No worries about unhealthy oils. Perhaps because of his good looks, Li Yi noticed that the stall owner gave him and Xiaohuan larger bowls of noodles than the other customers nearby. This made him feel a little happy. He never thought he could get special treatment just because of his appearance. After eating, they wandered around the street for a while and bought some things. Because of the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, there were more people on the street than usual. It's true, beauties in ancient times were really impressive. Without modern procedures like eyelid surgery, nose jobs, or chin reshaping, all the women were naturally beautiful, with minimal makeup. On the way, Li saw many such beauties. If he were in later times, he could easily star in a period drama without changing clothes. Of course, his own young maid was also quite pretty. Though she was a bit young and had a little baby fat on her face, in a few years, she would grow into a true beauty. Li Yi's resistance to beauty was much stronger now than in his previous life. At home, the three beautiful young ladies were constantly in his sight, which greatly increased Li Yi's immunity to beauty. Even when he saw attractive women on the street, he only glanced at them with appreciation before turning his attention to other women. Passing by a certain part of the street, he saw a group of people gathered there, loudly arguing about something. Li wasn't interested in joining the crowd, but Xiaohuan, curious, looked in that direction. When she saw Li walking straight past, she quickly withdrew her gaze and hurried to catch up. She actually took out 100 taels of silver. That's a bit too generous. As he approached the edge of the crowd, two voices of conversation reached his ears, causing Li Yi to suddenly stop in his tracks. Note: after class tonight, I've been writing until now. There's still some time before midnight, so maybe I'll talk about something else. First, about updates. Since I am a graduate student in engineering, I am usually busy with classes. I don't have much time to write, and I want to ensure the quality of my writing, so updates are limited. However, I will try to update more often to improve the story's progress. Ideally, I aim for 2 updates a day, if possible. Also, this book's performance is quite average among new releases on Qidian, but surprisingly, it has performed much better on another platform, far surpassing Qidian. As the author, I hope readers can support me there with just a simple bookmark. I wanted to say more, but the dorm lights are about to go out, so I'll stop here. Li suddenly stopped walking. Xiaohuan, who was about to catch up quickly, accidentally bumped into him. Feeling a bit of pain, she rubbed her chest and looked up. She saw her master turn his head and look toward the crowd. 100 taels? Li muttered this number softly. If he hadn't heard wrong, the two people talking on the outskirts of the crowd had just said those 3 words. For Li Yi, anything related to money was a sensitive topic. Even from several meters away, he couldn't help but overhear. Originally not planning to join the crowd, he quickly walked over. May I ask, 2 gentlemen, what is happening here? Why are everyone gathered? Li Yi first bowed to the 2 men who had spoken earlier, then asked with a smile. The 2 men, deep in conversation, were naturally annoyed to be interrupted. But when they saw that the person in front of them also seemed to be a scholar, their displeasure immediately disappeared. One of them smiled and replied, Sir, you may not know, but today several poetry clubs from Qing'an Prefecture are here at Zhuixianglu, competing with poems and essays. The winner will be invited to participate in tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. It won't be long before some fine works are shared. Li Yi's clothing and mannerisms clearly showed he was a scholar. Perhaps because of this, the 2 men in Confucian robes treated him quite warmly. Li Yi had no interest in poetry clubs or poetry gatherings. The other brother talked for a long time, but didn't get to the point. Li Yi decided to give a little reminder. He smiled and casually asked, Gentlemen, about the 100 taels of silver you mentioned earlier. Oh, that 100 taels is the prize for this contest. The winning poetry club will receive it. One of them paused briefly before explaining. For scholars like them, the focus was on the poetry contest itself. Money was secondary. They regarded wealth as nothing. But, as a pretend scholar, this was what Li cared about most. 100 taels of silver, win, and he could take it home. Then the rent for his shop would be settled soon. This 100 taels was practically made for him. Thank you, gentlemen. Li bowed with a smile, then glanced at the young maid behind him. Xiaohuan, let's go inside. Xiaohuan nodded and followed Li Yi, acting as if she belonged to a noble family. Wait, sir. Just as Li Yi took a few steps, a voice suddenly called out from behind. He turned around, puzzled, to see the young scholar from before. Is there something else, sir? Do you have an invitation card? Invitation card? Li Yi's expression froze. What invitation card? The young scholar explained. Zui Xiang Lu has been reserved today. Only those with an invitation can enter. That's why we are being turned away. So, we can't go in? Li looked disappointed. It was as if he saw the 100 taels of silver he had just earned fly out of his hands again. That's not quite right, said the scholar, pointing ahead. You can go in without an invitation, but only if you guess their lantern riddles correctly. Watching this brother speak so slowly, Li felt a bit annoyed. He thought, he's not acting like a man. Just say what you mean quickly. Saying half a sentence at a time makes others misunderstand. Since that's the case, let's guess the riddles before going in. Li had been playing riddles since he was young and knew many tricks. He was confident he wouldn't need to cheat. The two men looked at each other and smiled wryly. These riddles are from last year's Lantern Festival and haven't been solved. If they were easy, we wouldn't still be waiting outside. Whether we can guess or not, we'll find out after trying, Li said with a smile. He took Xiaohuan's hand and moved to the front. At the very front of the crowd, people were gathered around a few big red lanterns, arguing. White cloth strips hung from the bottom of the lanterns, with riddles written on them. White snake crossing the river, with a red sun above its head. Li looked at the cloth under the lantern, his face unchanged, but inside he was already cursing. What kind of terrible riddle is this? No hints, no indication if it's a character or an object. How's anyone supposed to guess? Isn't this just deliberately making things difficult? Some guessed the answer was boat, others guessed on, but the young servant standing nearby didn't react, clearly not guessing the right answer. Li had hoped to use his cleverness to solve the riddle, but now he knew that was impossible. Cheating honestly was the best way. He thought of a thick book of riddles from ancient and modern times, and it appeared in his mind. He refused to believe that this riddle, as obscure as a dictionary, was not in the book. He searched by the first character, white snake. And then he found it, white snake crossing the river, with a red sun above its head. It only took about 10 seconds, and Li Yi's face lit up with a smile. He waved to the young servant and, when he came over, said with a smile, the answer to this riddle is oil lamp. The crowd around was stunned first, then burst into noise. Well, lamp? Even if you guess blindly, you should pick something that looks similar. Exactly. White snake, red sun, and oil lamp. What's the connection? Just guess and get out of the way quickly. Don't block the path. Some people speak very bluntly. These folks have thought hard for so long but couldn't guess the answer. You're a newcomer. Why are you joining the fun? Young master, you are very talented. The answer to this lantern riddle is oil lamp. The young servant was surprised upon hearing this, then immediately bowed and said, What? Guessing it right. Why is it an oil lamp? I understand now. Then the wick is the white snake, and the flame. Isn't that the red sun? This lantern riddle was actually quite simple. Without hints, the guesswork was broad, and without a flash of insight, it was hard to think of an oil lamp. After Li Yi revealed the answer, some people quickly understood. The answer was so simple that many were stunned, feeling both lucky for the scholar and regretful for not thinking of it earlier. The two scholars who had been talking to Li Yi looked at this scene with wide eyes, unable to believe he actually guessed it. Can I go in now? Li asked the young servant. Please, young master. The servant hurriedly gestured to invite him. Li waved to the girl behind him, Xiaohuan, let's go in. The young maid nodded immediately. Master is so clever, even guessing a riddle that so many couldn't. Xiaohuan sees oil lamps every night but never thought of that. A smile appeared on her face. Just as she was about to follow Li Yi inside, the servant quickly caught up and stopped them, looking troubled. Young master, you can only go in alone. Why? Li asked, frowning. Hearing this, Xiaohuan immediately clutched Li Yi's sleeve, worried. She didn't want to be separated from her master. Because you only solved one lantern riddle. According to our rules, only you can go in. The servant explained patiently. The servant's explanation was clear. They used a one-person, one-vote system here. If Li Yi wanted to bring Xiaohuan along, he would need to solve another lantern riddle. Money matters are important, and they couldn't break their rules. Li Yi returned to the lanterns, feeling as if an invisible aura surrounded him. The crowd around made way for him. Yulong on the wall, dressed in thousands of golden stars. Apart from this sentence, There was still no explanation. Everyone guessed for a long time, but couldn't figure out the answer. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Li Yi. Of course, most people were just watching to see a joke. Maybe he guessed right by chance the first time, but did he have the same luck the second time? After a moment, Li Yi spoke again. The answer to this lantern riddle is scale. With ancient and modern lantern riddles in hand, what riddle could he not solve? Congratulations, young master. Now you can take this young lady inside, said the servant, showing that Li Yi's answer was correct. After Li Yi spoke, a few faces showed confusion, but they quickly became clear. Ah, I see now. Compare the scale's rod to a black dragon, then the star of the scale is like a shining gold star. How shameful. Despite being well educated, I couldn't see through these two small riddles. How embarrassing. In fact, guessing lantern riddles, to some extent, isn't really about good writing or deep knowledge. It's about quick thinking or having a special skill like Li Yi's extraordinary talent. Some riddles don't even set a clear range, just a sentence left for people to guess blindly, which isn't very fair. It seems like they want to make things difficult on purpose. At this point, the people around Li Yi looked at him differently. Guessing one answer might be a lucky guess, but being able to guess the second so easily made it unlikely to be random. It could only mean that the handsome scholar in front of them probably had some real skill. Soon, Li Yi proved their thoughts right with his actions. He had planned to take Xiao Huan inside, but when he glanced at the two scholars who had enthusiastically introduced him earlier, he felt it might be rude to just leave. He walked over and smiled, saying to the two, "Gentlemen, why don't we go in together?" The two looked surprised. Before they could respond, Li Yi had already reached the last two lanterns, looked up, and recited, "The bright moon leans on Yun's foot, fallen flowers before the horse's hooves." The answer to this riddle should be the character bear. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with surprise, as if he were seeing a monster. How could they tell it was a bear character? It made no sense at all. Li Yi did not stop because of the crowd's cheers. His gaze was already fixed on the last lantern. Soon after, he spoke again. Two rows of trees stand on the mountainside. A small boat floats level. This is also a riddle, and the answer is the character Hui. No one around was speaking anymore. Their eyes looked at him with strange expressions. Admittedly, he guessed the first two riddles correctly, but the last two. What were they trying to guess? Half a bright moon leaning on the clouds at your feet, fallen flowers and horses' hooves. Does this poem have any connection to the character bear? Two rows of trees stand on the mountainside. A small boat floats level. How did he figure out that this was the character Hui? However, when everyone looked at him, they saw the young man standing there blankly, with an expression like he had seen a ghost. Their expressions gradually changed. Could it be? Did he really guess it right? Everyone, please. After a while, the young man finally came back to himself. He swallowed hard and respectfully gestured for Li Yi and the others to enter. He knew very well that these riddles were just tricks created by some people to attract others. Without any hints, no one could guess them. But the truth was, all these very difficult riddles were solved by the scholar in front of them. It would be one thing if he had guessed just one, but he guessed them all. It was clearly embarrassing for everyone else. But with so many people watching, he couldn't say he was wrong. Even though he was shocked inside, he still respectfully invited Li Yi and the others to go inside. At this moment, those who had been guessing riddles for a long time felt a mix of emotions they couldn't describe. He actually guessed them all. He only thought about each riddle for a few breaths. Compared to that, what had they been doing all this time? And normally, guessing one riddle was enough. Guessing two was acceptable. But why guess so many? Taking all the spots and leaving no room for others. Seeing the four scholars enter the restaurant, everyone looked at the lanterns that had been taken down by the young man. It seemed they had no chance to go in anymore. They felt like crying but couldn't. Meanwhile, Li Yi, Xiao Huan, and the two scholars who still hadn't recovered from shock had already entered the restaurant. "Thank you, sir." After regaining his senses, the two men immediately bowed to Li Yi and expressed their thanks. Today, in this restaurant, besides the poets participating in the contest, some other friends of the same circle were also invited. After all, there is no single best in literature. If only those poets were present, no one would agree, and by tomorrow, no clear winner would emerge. These invited guests would critique the poems and writings made today to decide who is better. If it weren't for Li Yi, neither of them would have the chance to enter here. These scholars always thank each other repeatedly, which is quite dull. After Li Yi waved his hand, he started observing the scene around him. The space inside this restaurant was much larger than he expected. The main hall on the first floor could hold about dozens of people, and there were also many figures upstairs. Even with so many people, the place still felt very spacious. On nearby tables, there were some fruits, cakes, and snacks, looking quite delicate, perfect as desserts after a meal. Just as Li Yi was about to try some fruit, a beautiful woman a few steps away opened her handkerchief and shared her exquisite pastries with several women beside her. Li Yi sniffed the air, his expression suddenly alert, and looked in that direction. The service here is quite attentive. Even a maid looks so beautiful. The pastries she's holding seem quite tasty. Li Yi quietly marveled, then quickly walked over. The pastries were originally only a few pieces, but after being divided among the women, only 2 remained. Li Yi was worried that if he arrived late, someone else might the last 2. So he quickened his steps and approached the pretty maid, imitating the women by reaching out his hand. Seeing the suddenly appearing long, fair hand before her, the pretty maid paused slightly, her face showing a hint of surprise. She looked up at Li Yi, appearing confused. Meanwhile, the other women around her also looked surprised. "Brother, do you recognize Miss Wan?" Not far away, the 2 scholars Li Yi brought in exchanged glances and whispered to each other. "Young master, do you want this?" The pretty maid looked at Li Yi with confusion. After a moment of hesitation, she pointed at the pastry in her hand and uncertainly asked, "Is this what you want?" Her voice was soft and gentle, very pleasant to hear. No matter how beautiful another person's maid is, it has nothing to do with herself. Li Yi was only interested in the fragrant pastries in her hand. When she handed them out to the other women quickly and decisively, she seemed reluctant to give him any, which made him feel a little unhappy. Could it be that this beautiful maid has a biased view favoring women over men? Li Yi looked at her and nodded confidently, thinking that if she refused him, he would definitely complain to her supervisor later. Such futile ideas are unacceptable. The woman was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the scholar in front of her again. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking and really handed her a silk handkerchief, she hesitated. "Xiao Wan, come and try this." Li reached out and took the last 2 pastries from the silk handkerchief, then waved to the young maid. He was not someone who liked to eat alone. The pastries smelled good, and Xiao Huan liked sweets, so he decided she should try some too. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, said thank you to the maid standing there blankly, and then walked away again. The maid watched Li Yi's back, her face showing more confusion. "Ruo Qing, do you know that scholar?" A woman nearby asked with some doubt, her surprised expression still on her face. The woman called Ruo Qing shook her head and said, "I've never seen him before." "What?" The women around her looked very surprised upon hearing this. "Why did he? This scholar is so strange." "Yes, I've never seen someone like him." Even though Ruo Qing tried very hard to remember, she had no impression of the scholar. After a moment, she was sure she didn't know him before. But if they had never met, his earlier action of asking for osmanthus cakes was a bit hard to understand. In today's era, manners between men and women are very well developed. Even if they are familiar, a man would stand upright and bow when he sees her. It would be unthinkable for him to reach out and ask for a pastry like that. So, when the unfamiliar scholar reached out to her, Ruo Qing felt confused and at a loss. And until now, she still couldn't understand why she had suddenly extended her hand just now. "Ruo Qing, I remember that Zue Mo once said we should leave 2 pieces for her. She really likes the osmanthus cakes you make." After a moment, a beautiful woman beside her seemed to recall something, turned her head to look at her, and said with a strange expression, "Ah." The stunning woman named Wan Ruo Qing gasped softly upon hearing this, a look of regret appearing on her face. At this moment, everyone's eyes naturally turned toward the scholar nearby, who was chatting and laughing with a charming young girl. His expression was very strange. Li still didn't realize that in the eyes of these unfamiliar women, he had completely lost his gentlemanly demeanor. Maybe he would even be labeled as shameless. The taste of the unnamed pastry earlier had surprised him, and he was thinking of asking the maid later where she bought it. Just as he was planning this, he suddenly felt something and turned to look back. He saw that the beautiful maid and the women around her were looking at him with strange eyes. Li was slightly stunned by this and felt a bit surprised. Although the pastry was indeed very tasty, they didn't seem to be that upset about it, right? He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and turned to Xiaowan with a smile, asking, "How is it? Is the pastry delicious?" The young maid's eyes had already curved into a crescent moon. For her, the happiest thing was having such pastries to eat every day. "Brother, it turns out you have a past with Wanner and the talented ladies of the Uniying Society." Sorry. At this moment, the two scholars who had entered with Li Yi approached. Looking at him, they said with envy, "Who is Wanna?" Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then asked with some confusion. He had never heard of Wanner from the Uniying Society. "Brother, don't joke." The two looked at Li Yi with strange expressions. Before Li Yi could speak, one of them continued, "Although Wanner is an entertainer, her literary talent is so outstanding that even we are in awe. Even famous talented scholars wouldn't look down on her because of her status. Having a past with Wanner isn't something shameful. Why hide it?" Li Yi was really confused now. They had said so much, but he didn't understand what they meant. He truly didn't know this Wanner. And as for the discrimination against entertainers, such a thing simply didn't exist. Ancient courtesans were similar to actors in later times, but their social status was vastly different. The latter often enjoyed high fame and respect, while the former held very low status, considered outcasts outside the four main social classes. In the minds of ancient people, their status was even lower than that of. There is an old saying, "Prostitutes have no feelings, actors have no loyalty," where actors refer to courtesans. This shows how much ancient people looked down on this profession. But what does that have to do with me? He was a well-educated young man of the new era, with strong values advocating equality. Why should he look down on courtesans? In later times, they would be like celebrities, something to admire. Who exactly is Miss One you all are talking about? Li looked at the two people and asked sincerely. This time, the two were stunned. They pointed at a beautiful maid nearby and said, "That is Miss One." "What?" Li Yi's eyes widened, almost blurted out, "Isn't she a maid from Drunken Fragrance Tower?" "Miss One can't be a maid, and those women beside her are the talented women of Yuning Society," said a scholar, looking at Li Yi with some surprise. Li Yi leaned on the table, feeling dizzy. So, the woman just now wasn't a maid here? And the pastries weren't from the restaurant's buffet, but brought by her? No wonder she and the women around looked at him so strangely. Turns out they knew who he was. In an instant, Li felt his face flush with embarrassment. He felt terrible. Even in the modern world, he wouldn't dare to ask a stranger for snacks on the street. Yet just now, he had done exactly that. And the worst part was, she actually gave him some. He couldn't help but look in that direction. Just then, her gaze also fell on him. When their eyes met in midair, Li Yi's face turned extremely awkward. In her past life, Li Yi was a moderate foodie who had a strong love for delicious food. She tried all kinds of famous snacks. When she arrived here, food was very scarce compared to her previous life, but she finally found a pastry that sparked her appetite. Her heart, as a food lover, began to get a little out of control. And then, she made a fool of herself. Feeling embarrassed by this awkward moment, Li Yi stopped glancing over there. The women, after experiencing this small incident, lost their curiosity about Li Yi and started whispering quietly in their own space. After all, today's small poetry contest was the main thing they needed to focus on. The outcome of today's contest would determine whether they could participate in tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry gathering. For talented scholars from Qing'an Prefecture, this was a sign of strength and status. Though they were women, they also wanted to compete with the men. With Ruoqing here today, the other poetry societies are no threat. Only Dongli and Bailu societies are worth noting. Suwentian and Fangzhou are both very skilled at writing mid-autumn poems. "We need to be careful," said an older woman, looking at the two opposing poetry groups with a serious tone. "Suwentian is okay, but Fangzhou's talent is impressive. His poem for the Qixi Festival a month ago was among the top 10. If it weren't for Sister Ruoqing, he might have won the contest," said a girl with a delicate face. Ruoqing smiled gently and asked, "What does that have to do with me? How does it not relate?" The girl argued with a smile. If Sister Ruoqing hadn't brought out that poem Magpie Bridge Fairy, the first place would have gone to Fangzhou. Magpie Bridge Fairy. The girl's words seemed to bring Ruoqing into a memory, and a look of regret appeared on her face. "Don't underestimate Su Wentian," the older woman said, shaking her head at the girl. "When it comes to Qixi poems, Su Wentian might not be as good as Fangzhou, but the styles of Qixi and mid-autumn poems are quite different. A good Qixi poem by Fang Zhou doesn't necessarily mean he'll do better in Mid-Autumn poetry. Last year's Mid-Autumn contest, he lost to Su Wentian. Hee, what are we afraid of? We have Sister Ruoqing. The girl said confidently. Sister Ruoqing, go check outside if any sky lanterns have fallen. Maybe you'll find a stunning Mid-Autumn poem that will surprise everyone. All the women heard this and smiled helplessly. Such a level of poetry was already destined to be remembered forever. How could it be something that could be easily found? Then, it seemed she remembered something. The young girl suddenly said, "Do you think the talented person who wrote Magpie Bridge Immortal will also participate in tomorrow's poetry gathering?" As soon as she spoke, a bright light seemed to flash in Wanrua's eyes. Probably not. The older woman shook her head and said, after Magpie Bridge Immortal appeared, there were no more Qixi Festival poems. The top poet of Qing'an Prefecture, who was good at Qixi poems, tore up his own work and declared he would never write Qixi poems again. Since that night, many people have searched for the poet named Li Yi, but no one has ever seen him. Could it be that the poem was really written by a celestial being? The girl's eyes flickered with a strange light as she murmured, "Foolish girl, just silly thoughts. There's no such thing as a fallen immortal in this world." A woman beside her gently tapped her head and said irritably, "Oh right, Wanrua, didn't you once hear about that poet named Li Yi? What happened to him later?" The older woman suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask Wanrua. Wanrua shook her head and said, "I asked the scholar who painted for her. He said he didn't paint that picture, he only met the artist once." The older woman nodded and said, "I've seen that painting too. It's hard to imagine how the painting could be so skillful. The phrase penetrating the wood is usually used for such skill, but this is beyond that. The poet Li Yi was truly talented in both poetry and painting. If I could see him, it would be a great regret of my life." Wanrua smiled and said, "Zuemo has been studying that painting all day and has made some progress. He keeps talking about it, and I think he's also hoping to see that person tomorrow." Li Yi, of course, didn't know that a poem like Magpie Bridge Immortal had captured the hearts of many women. He already had many female fans in this world, treating him as a soulmate. Just one word from him, and countless young girls would offer themselves to him. In this world, don't underestimate the charm that talented men have over women. Those famous poets are roughly comparable to the handsome Korean stars admired by young girls in later generations. Li Yi is among the most popular, and his influence is clear. Of course, Li didn't know about these things yet. Because of the recent embarrassing mistake, he was feeling a bit down. If he wasn't so reluctant to part with the 100 taels of silver, he might have already left quietly with his young maidservant. He had never done anything so shameful in his life. He felt truly embarrassed. "Young master, shall we go home?" The little maid beside him noticed Li Yi's bad mood and whispered softly. "Wait a little longer." Li Yi shook his head and replied. His face was already red with shame, and he desperately needed the 100 taels of silver to feel better. Even if those women felt awkward, Li Yi had no intention of leaving. What kind of poetry gathering is this? Why hasn't it started yet? Li Yi felt a bit frustrated and decided to stand up and ask someone. As he reached the entrance, two figures came inside from outside. The beautiful woman walking in front saw a young man dressed like a scholar approaching her. She paused suddenly, her expression stiffening for a moment. Then anger appeared on her face. "It's you," she shouted, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Behind her, a girl around 15 or 16 stood frozen, not understanding what had upset the lady so much. Li Yi was also stunned. He looked up at the unfamiliar woman in front of him, feeling confused. Was she talking to him? But he didn't recognize her at all. "Rogue." The woman pointed at him with a slender finger, her face full of anger as she scolded. Li Yi was truly confused now. What does rogue mean? Do we know each other? Rogue usually refers to a troublemaker or a flirt, like a scoundrel in later stories. First time meeting, and she's already insulting him. Could this woman be crazy? P.S. I got up early this morning and finished writing this before class. There will be an update today. This week's recommendation is important for the website's future suggestions. Support us on Monday. The beautiful woman's eyes widened as she pointed at Li Yi and scolded him harshly, looking furious, as if her innocence had been stolen. To outsiders, it might seem like Li Yi had done something terrible to her. At least, the two scholars standing next to Li Yi thought so. They stared blankly at the scene, as if struck by lightning, completely stunned. Although he had not spent much time with Li Yi, his performance outside cracking riddles just now deeply impressed them. His words and manners also showed a gentleman's grace. The reason they could come in was entirely thanks to his help. Such a person doesn't seem like a scoundrel at all. Of course, compared to their doubts about this righteous brother's character, they were even more surprised by the woman's identity. The top courtesan of the Jade Gathering courtyard, many had wanted to be with her, but no one ever succeeded. How could Miss Drunken Ink, who was pursued by countless men, be taken advantage of? If those talented scholars interested in her found out, who knew what might happen? The two of them opened their mouths, feeling their throats dry. When they looked at Li again, their eyes filled with strong envy, because he had achieved what many men only dream of. Standing behind Li Yi, Xiao Huan, who also didn't understand what was happening, looked at the woman in confusion. She was still wondering what scoundrel meant. Strangely, this beautiful young lady made her feel strangely familiar. The young maid thought for a long time, but couldn't remember where she had seen her before. Her doubts grew even stronger. At this moment, Li finally realized something was wrong. A normal woman wouldn't curse a stranger loudly by pointing at his nose, calling him a scoundrel. From her appearance, she didn't seem mentally unstable. What made him even more uneasy was that this woman seemed vaguely familiar to him. Her beautiful face, he felt like he had seen her somewhere before. But he had only been in this world for a short time, living mostly in a mountain village with little contact outside, let alone with women from outside. Of course, the old woman he bargained with on the street earlier didn't count. But this feeling was real. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Li Yi's mind. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that she knew the previous owner of this body? Seeing the woman's angry expression, she looked like a betrayed woman abandoned by her lover. Could it be that the previous owner of this body had slept with someone and not paid? The more Li thought about it, the more he believed this was likely. He couldn't help but curse that scoundrel silently in his heart. He had enjoyed himself and left such a mess for her. Now, a girl had bumped into him. What should he do? Li was a naive young man with little experience in relationships. When faced with this situation, he truly didn't know how to handle it. Meanwhile, the unusual scene had already caught the attention of many people in the hall. Isn't that Miss Zuamo? She came here today. Miss Zuamo and the Yuning Poetry Society are usually friendly. It's not strange for her to appear here. But who is that scholar? He seems to have a past connection with Miss Zuamo. I saw him talking with Miss Wan just now. He seems to be a talented person with some fame, but he looks so unfamiliar. Because they were a bit far away, the crowd didn't know exactly what was happening. They became very curious about the identity of the unfamiliar scholar. After all, Miss Zuamo was usually proud and rarely interacted with men. But from the current scene, it seemed she had a close connection with this stranger. Miss Zuamo, what's wrong? A gentle voice came from behind. Li saw a beautiful woman, called Miss Wan, and some members of the Yuning Poetry Society rushing over and standing next to the woman who had scolded him as a lecher. The women from the Yuning Poetry Society looked at Miss Zuamo's face with suspicion and then at Li Yi with increasingly unfriendly eyes. Miss Zuamo? Li finally learned her name. It sounded familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered. The last time, that young prince took him to visit a brothel, took him to the Chuanyu court to listen to music. The woman singing Magpie Bridge Fairy seemed to be called Zuamo. At that time, Prince Li Xian praised her as rare in the world. But because she wore a veil, Li couldn't see her face clearly. Besides, he was so excited about hearing Magpie Bridge Fairy in this world that he had no time to look at her appearance. He thought there might be someone in this world with the same experience as him, but it turned out to be just empty hope. He was disappointed and didn't feel like listening to music anymore, then left feeling sad. Now, looking back, he realized he forgot to apologize to Miss Zuamo. When he was excited and rushed forward, he seemed to have grabbed her hand, scaring her. No wonder she thought he was a lecher. After the woman called her name, Li immediately understood what was going on. At this moment, his heart finally relaxed. The troublemaker is just a troublemaker. As long as he didn't sleep with the girl without paying, it's okay. Xiao Huan, let's go, he said, waving his hand in front of the young maid who was still stunned and didn't understand what was happening. He took her hand and led her away. This was just a misunderstanding, and he was at fault first. When they met again, a simple apology from Li Yi would be enough to settle the matter. But this woman was so aggressive that he didn't want to bother himself. Whether she was a drunken girl or the top courtesan of the group, it didn't matter to him. Their lives probably wouldn't cross much anyway. Li Yi just wanted to keep his job as a wealthy village head, protect Liuya village, earn enough money before he turned 20, and then retire to enjoy his old age. If life in the village became boring, he could secretly go down the mountain with Lu Rui and Xiao Huan to relax, maybe listen to some tunes at the group Jade Courtyard. Of course, he would choose others for that, not caring about the drunken girl's business. The title of top courtesan didn't hold much weight with him. Seeing the scholar calmly holding the young maid's hand and leaving, Zhang Drunken Ink's face grew angrier. But seeing many people noticing them, she hesitated, feeling worried, and snorted coldly, not chasing after them. That night on stage, when the scholar rushed up and grabbed her hand, acting wildly, she was truly frightened. She instinctively thought he was a troublemaker. But later, upon reflection, she felt he didn't seem to want to take advantage of her. Yet, he left without even saying sorry, which made her somewhat angry. Lately, she kept thinking about this incident and felt uncomfortable. When she saw the rude scholar again, all her built-up anger burst out. She had hoped that if he explained sincerely and apologized, it wouldn't be a big deal. But who expected him to ignore her completely, not even showing a hint of apology? This makes me so mad. She gently patted her chest a few times, feeling a little better. Drunken Ink, what exactly happened? A few women looked at her with concern, unsure why she was upset. One of them, Qing Shang, stepped forward and asked with doubt. Let's discuss this later. Sister Ruoqing, where's the osmanthus cake you promised to bring me? Zheng Zue Mo shook his head, suppressing his anger, and tried to shift his focus to something happy. When she's unhappy, she tends to eat, which has always been her habit. Wan Ruoqing's expression froze, and her face showed embarrassment. Did you forget? Seeing her reaction, Zheng Zue Mo looked worried and said, Ahem, Zue Mo, why don't you tell us what happened just now? An older woman asked with a cough. It was just a flirt, what's there to say? Zheng Zue Mo glared sharply at Li Yi's departing back, teeth clenched, deliberately emphasizing the word flirt. Meanwhile, on the other side, a young maid was curious and scratched her head, looking up at Li Yi. The pretty sister just now called the master a flirt, and she seemed angry. But what does flirt mean? Xiao Huan still couldn't figure it out. Young girl, don't ask so many questions, Li Yi gently ruffled her hair. Young girl. The maid looked confused again, but this time she seemed to understand Li Yi's meaning. She lowered her head, twirling her clothes, and whispered, Xiao Huan is already 15, not young anymore. Master. Just as she was about to ask again, Li Yi took a piece of cake from the nearby table and put it in her mouth. Try this. She made some muffled sounds, unclear what she said, but the maid knew the master didn't want to answer her earlier question. After swallowing the cake, she stopped talking. What does flirt really mean? When they return to the camp, she will ask the young lady. By the way, that pretty sister from earlier seems familiar. The girl sat there, propping her chin with one hand, looking into the distance. She caught a glimpse of Zheng Zue Mo's profile, and after a moment of surprise, her eyes widened, and her mouth opened in shock. At that moment, the figure of the pretty sister finally matched a shadow from the maid's memory. The painting that the master had locked in the cabinet, the woman depicted on it, wasn't she the same pretty sister? Suddenly, the maid felt like she had discovered something incredible, and her heart stirred with excitement. Earlier, she thought that her husband probably liked the woman in the painting very much, which is why he carefully stored it away and locked it in a cabinet. Many things she dared not ask about, and could only wonder in her heart what kind of story her husband and that beautiful woman shared. Every time she thought of this, her heart felt a little sad. Fortunately, apart from that hidden painting, her husband was no different from before. Over time, she gradually let go of her worries. But today, when she saw the woman in the painting, her young heart finally started to feel anxious. Although she didn't understand what the beautiful sister said, she knew that her husband and that woman were indeed acquainted. Was she so angry because the young lady had taken her husband away? The young maid didn't want to think the worst, but out of worry, she couldn't help but guess. What if her husband left Xiao Huan and went with that beautiful sister? If her husband left, the young lady and the second young lady would be very sad, but Xiao Huan would be the most heartbroken. What if her husband was willing to take Xiao Huan with him? If that happened, Xiao Huan would be so happy she might cry. No, Xiao Huan can't leave. If she also leaves, only the two young ladies will be left at home, and they would be even more sad. The best thing would be if her husband stayed too, and everyone could be together like before. That was the best outcome the young maid could hope for. At some point, the poetry gathering officially began. It seemed well prepared, and soon some people had already composed a few poems. Upstairs and downstairs, people gathered to appreciate and comment on each other's work. Meanwhile, Li overheard some unpleasant news amid the chatter. Today's contest was only among a few poetry gatherings. Even if others wrote good poems, they wouldn't be part of the competition. At most, they would receive a few compliments from others. This meant that those poetry gatherings were the main focus today. Li and the others here were just spectators, offering opinions on the poems presented. Of course, for Li, what mattered wasn't the poetry or participating in the Mid-Autumn Poetry event. If he didn't qualify for the poetry and calligraphy exam, even if he copied the best poems, he wouldn't get the 100 taels of silver. He felt a bit regretful now. He should have checked the lunar calendar before leaving today. It probably said it was an unlucky day to go out and better to stay at home. In front of those women, I lost face. Meeting that drunken girl, Mo, was also a bad luck. Now, I have no more comfort in my heart. I planned to leave with Xiaohuan, but the fruit and pastries here are really delicious. I went through a lot of trouble to come in, so leaving now feels a bit wasteful. I might as well enjoy myself first. Thinking this, I turned around and saw the young maid, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Her pretty face showed changing expressions, sometimes worried, sometimes smiling. For a moment, tears even appeared in the corner of her eyes. Just as Li, was curious about what kind of big story was unfolding in her mind, another voice, surprised and a bit angry, rang out. What? My osmanthus cake was eaten by that scoundrel. After hearing what happened earlier, Zhang Zui Mo raised her eyebrows and showed anger again on her pretty face. Her sharp eyes looked in a certain direction. I sensed something and looked up. Our eyes met in the air, sparking like fire. She snorted coldly and turned away. Actually, that scholar doesn't seem like a scoundrel. There might be some misunderstanding, said a slightly older woman from the Yuning Poetry Society, after thinking for a moment. Zhang Zui Mo now understood that the scholar probably didn't mean to offend. But his dismissive attitude earlier still made her angry. Although her impression of him as a scoundrel changed a bit, she still felt annoyed. Next to her, a woman named Wan Rua Qing saw Zhang Zui Mo's expression and was a little surprised. How could the scholar, who seemed gentle, make her so angry? Thinking about what just happened, she started to guess. Maybe he came to ask for pastries, mistaking her for a servant here. She looked down at her clothes. Did she dress like a servant today? Whether because of this or because of Zhang Zui Mo, she became a little curious about the scholar. When she looked in that direction again, she saw the scholar pick up a piece of dried fruit. Then after a few moments, a pastry, then a sip of tea, and then another piece of dried fruit. It seemed that, compared to the poetry and writings of talented scholars, he was more interested in these simple foods. Such a strange scholar. Seeing the focused scholar quietly eating his food, Yinrua's lips slightly parted as she thought to herself. Before long, someone else composed a new poem, drawing applause from the crowd. Several women stood up and walked over there. Li sat quietly, occasionally hearing a few poetic lines from the so-called talented men around him, followed by everyone's praise. They praised those poems as if they were timeless masterpieces. Li couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking that these so-called excellent mid-autumn poems were just a few people getting excited about the moon. When thinking of the mid-autumn poems, the lines that come to mind are look up at the bright moon, then lower my head and think of my hometown, or raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. Or may we live long and share the moon's glow across 1,000 miles. Compared to those famous poems passed down through generations, what are these praised works worth? A hint of disdainful mockery appeared at the corner of Li Yi's mouth, which Zhang Zui Mo, who was watching him from nearby, quickly noticed. Not sure what good poems you can make, but you're quite arrogant, he snorted, already judging Li Yi as a talentless, proud young man. Ah, Xiaohuan exclaimed suddenly in Li Yi's ear. He quickly turned his head and saw the young maid covering her head, while a young man opposite her held his chest, his shirt front soaked. Young master, I'm sorry. The maid looked panicked and hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. The young man didn't seem to have a good temper. He was splashed with tea and was about to scold her when he saw her delicate appearance. His expression first froze, then a strange light flickered in his eyes. It's nothing. The young man smiled and reached out to help her. Just then, a figure stepped in front of him. The young man frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you?" "Young lady." Xiao Huan, like a child who had made a mistake, stood behind Li Yi. "Young lady?" The young man suspiciously looked at Li Yi and asked, "Is this young lady your maid?" "The young maid is careless and caused trouble for the gentleman," Li Yi said politely, slightly apologetic. "It's no big deal." The young man glanced at the young maid and showed a strange expression in his eyes. Then he looked at Li Yi and asked with a smile, "Brother, you seem unfamiliar. I am a talented scholar from Qing'an Prefecture." Li Yi noticed his gaze on Xiao Huan and saw that he was clearly trying to flatter him. He furrowed his brows and casually responded with a few words. Just as he was about to lose patience, the young man suddenly changed his tone and pointed at two young girls standing behind him, saying, "What do you think of these two maids of mine?" Li Yi looked up at him, unsure of what he meant. The two girls were about 17 or 18 years old. They should have been lively and innocent, but their faces looked tired, their eyes dull, lacking the brightness of Xiao Huan. The young man smiled slightly and said, "Honestly, I quite like your maids. If you're willing to part with them, I am willing to exchange these two for something else." The two girls behind him heard this, and their expressions flickered. They looked at Li Yi, and a faint light appeared in their eyes. "Young master." The little maid's face turned pale. She immediately clutched Li Yi's clothes tightly, afraid he would give her away. "Sorry, I have no intention of exchanging my maid," Li Yi said calmly, looking at her. "I am sincere. Brother, why refuse so far away? To be honest, my father is the county magistrate of Anxi County. If you need help in the future, I might be able to assist," the young man said with a smile, not seeming worried about the refusal. Qing'an Prefecture is under the jurisdiction of Anxi County. Although there are many who could stand up to the county magistrate, most people still find the title intimidating. On the surface, his words sounded like a proposal, but in fact, they were a threat. What he really meant was, "I like this girl. You can exchange her or not, but I, the son of the county magistrate, will get what I want. You decide." However, the son of the magistrate might scare others, but he couldn't scare Li Yi. Li Yi had slept in the palace, wandered through brothels with the prince's son, and a mere county magistrate's son was nothing to him. The young man's words just now were not hidden or cautious. Among scholars, exchanging maids or concubines has been common for a long time. They see it as normal. At this moment, many people gathered around, laughing and saying a few words for the young man. "The Liu family is not good. That girl will probably be mistreated again if she falls into his hands. I wonder if that scholar will change. Liu's father is the county magistrate, so the scholar might be." Sigh. A few women from the Yuning Poetry Society sighed, looking upset. As women, they naturally disapprove of treating women like goods to be exchanged. Wan Ruoqing also sighed, feeling very angry about such things, but she knew she couldn't change them. Hopefully he won't exchange her. Although Wan Ruoqing hated Li Yi deeply, for some reason, Zhang Zuamo felt a strange confidence in him. Just a maid, a gentleman would appreciate kindness. If you were willing to give her up, it might even become a good story at today's poetry gathering. At this moment, a young man who seemed to be somewhat famous stepped forward, smiling at Li Yi, and said, "I am Su Wentian, the president of the Dongli Poetry Society. Brother Liu is my friend. Please consider giving me a favor." Li Yi, always smiling kindly, responded with a bright smile and said, "Sell your mother." "Huh." Suddenly, the scene became very quiet. Zhang Zuamo had just taken a sip of tea and suddenly spat it out. Note: the story is paused here. I've been writing since 7 o'clock. It's been a tough day. Some readers asked for the group number. Here it is, 2016888857. Feel free to join. Everyone is welcome, and you can discuss updates or other questions in the group. Zhang Zuamo hurriedly wiped water off her clothes, her pretty face showing surprise. She wondered if she had misheard what was just said. That scholar was supposed to be educated. How could he say such unreasonable things? Turning around, she saw that Wanriking and the other women had expressions just like hers, clearly surprised. Only then did she realize that what the scholar had just said was indeed those 4 words. Her mouth slightly opened as she looked at the scholar standing in front of the young maid. Her expression changed for the first time. "Young master, how can you?" Wanriking's lips parted, and her pretty face showed a strange expression. As a learned person, she had never heard anyone speak such rude words. She had always disliked such behavior, but for some reason, she felt no hatred toward the scholar now. If the scholar truly succumbed to the young man's threats, she would be truly disappointed. Unexpectedly, the scholar not only refused but did so in a very unique way. The women from Uniying Poetry Society nearby all had smiles on their faces, trying not to laugh so as to maintain their dignity. It was quite difficult. But now, when they looked at the scholar again, they found him much more agreeable. "Sell your mother." Seeing the scholar across from him smile as he said this, the young man called Su Wentian was first stunned, then his face turned bright red. He pointed at Li Yi with trembling lips, unable to speak. He was a scholar, usually dealing with fellow scholars. As a famous talented person from Qing'an Prefecture, he was well-educated and well-mannered, never speaking such words. He disliked such language deeply, but for some reason, he couldn't think of any insult that could match those 4 words. His face grew even redder. It was truly difficult for a scholar, raised on Confucian teachings, to insult someone as well as Li Yi, who came from the 21st century. Person. Profane language, unbearable to hear, unbearable to hear. You are truly shameful for a scholar. You are wasting your education. Around Su Wentian, some talented young men from Dongli Poetry Society were stunned for a moment. But then their faces changed drastically, and they scolded Li Yi with a dark expression. "We are all scholars. Even if you disagree, can't we persuade you kindly? Why resort to insults?" Faced with these people's accusations, Li Yi's expression remained unchanged. After all, compared to the kind of insults in later generations, using your mother as the core, with ancestors' names as the radius, weapons of language, fantasies as main skills, radiating in all directions, and even rewriting the family tree. His current insults like dishonor to scholars, unworthy of a learned person, or brat were harmless and lacked any real harm. He was even worried that the power of such insults might be too strong, so Li Yi had already restrained himself. If he had truly angered a few people here and caused trouble, he would likely face legal trouble. Moreover, he didn't see any need to get angry with these people. On the surface, they appeared refined, all claiming to be talented scholars, constantly talking about being learned men. But secretly, they were men of vice, involved in dirty deeds, some even trading in immoral acts openly. To them, such behavior was perfectly normal. Especially when the talented young man named Su Wentian, smiling kindly, asked him to give him face. Li Yi thought the 4 words he used to describe him were very fitting. Simple and direct, with a clear effect. The Dongli Poetry Society was currently the hottest topic, attracting many people's attention. Soon, the unusual scene here drew the notice of many others. Several people looked over from all around, and a few figures descended from upstairs. Su Wentian cared about his reputation. Whatever the outcome of today's events, it wouldn't be good for him. He snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Next to him, a few members of the Bailu Poetry Society glared at Li Yi with fierce eyes, showing their disdain for associating with him. "I'll remember you." The young man who claimed to be the county magistrate's son looked at Li Yi with a gloomy expression and coldly said a few words. Behind him, 2 young girls' eyes flickered with sadness. They looked at the young maid standing behind Li Yi with envy and silently left, following the young man. "Groom, it's all Xiaohuan's fault." After they left, the maid tugged at Li Yi's sleeve, tearfully whispering, her eyes shining with tears. "It's okay, this isn't Xiaohuan's fault," Li said softly, smiling as he gently rubbed her head. "But they all call you the young master." The maid looked up, tears falling from her gemstone-like eyes. To her, the insults people threw at Li Yi were already very harsh. He only managed to say half a word before Li stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth. Li pinched the pretty face of the young maid, whose small mouth was puffed out. She looked at him with a somewhat innocent blink, wiped away her tears, and smiled, saying, "They're all bad people. They made our little Huan cry. After we finish this cake, we'll go home." That scholar's words just now were really satisfying. On the other side, a girl around 16 or 17 covered her mouth, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Thinking about the expressions of Su Wentian and the others when they just left, the women couldn't help but find it amusing. As women, they naturally disapproved of those men treating maids and even concubines like objects to exchange. The scholar's actions gained her some admiration in their eyes. "Zue Mo, I think that young master doesn't seem like a flirtatious person. Otherwise, he would have already exchanged those 2 girls," said one woman, looking at Zamo. "Are you sure there's no misunderstanding between you 2? Even if he's not a flirt, he's not a good person, Zuei said with a dismissive curl of her lips. No matter what, his attitude toward her still made her unable to forgive him. While they were chatting and laughing, suddenly a loud cheer erupted from upstairs. They all looked up and saw many people gathering around a table. What's happening over there? Is there another good piece of art? Confused, the older woman went upstairs. After a moment, she came down holding a paper raft with a worried look on her face. What's going on upstairs? When the women went forward to ask, the older woman had already handed over the paper raft and sighed, saying, "This poem was just written by Su Wentian. Everyone, take a look." One woman took the paper raft from her and immediately began to read aloud. Although all of them were women, in Qing'an Prefecture, they were known as talented women. After just a few lines, they could tell that the poem was far above ordinary people's work. What's wrong? Is this poem very good? Zuei-mo's knowledge of poetry and writing was not very deep. Unless it was a famous poem like Magpie Bridge Fairy, which ordinary people could recognize, she had little ability to judge poetry. Su Wentian's mid-autumn poem is indeed better than many in Fangzhou, said one woman, her face showing a complex expression after finishing the poem, and she spoke slowly. This poem, after just one listen, allows her to judge its quality roughly. She also heard the mid-autumn poem written by Su Wentian last year. Unexpectedly, this year he has improved even more, and she fears he will shine brightly at tomorrow's poetry gathering. Older sister Ruoqing, do you think your poem can surpass Su Wentian's? Zheng Zuei-mo asked her while looking at her. She cares a lot about this. Today's success or failure of the Yunying Poetry Society affects whether they can participate in the real mid-autumn poetry meeting tomorrow. If they win, she can join them and perhaps meet that person. I didn't expect Su Wentian to reach such skill in poetry. I might not be as good as him, Wannerwoking said with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Based on this poem, Su Wentian has already won today's contest, said an older woman from the Yunying Poetry Society with a sigh. Although reluctant to admit it, historically, women have always been less skilled in poetry than men. Zhang Zuei-mo heard this and looked disappointed. If the Yunying Poetry Society cannot win, they won't qualify to participate in the mid-autumn poetry meeting, and she naturally won't get to meet the talented young man named Li. In recent days, her mind has been troubled by questions about that new painting style, but she can only keep it to herself. That person seemed to appear out of nowhere and then quietly disappear. No matter how others search, they can't find any news about him. Zheng Zuei-mo can only place all her hopes on tomorrow's poetry gathering. With his talent, he probably won't miss such a high-level event. Knowing what she was thinking, Wannerwoking turned to her and said, "Even if we can participate in tomorrow's poetry meeting, we might not see the person we want to meet." As Wannerwoking said, Zheng Zuei-mo understood everything, but this is just hope. If she loses today, she will have no hope at all. Feeling a bit disappointed, she turned her head and happened to see the scholar holding a piece of paper raft. After looking at it, a smile appeared on her face, and her expression resembled the one she saw earlier. This expression was somewhat similar to the look she had when seeing the paintings of those unskilled artists. She casually threw the paper raft onto the table and said something to the young maid. Then the two of them headed toward the door. Grinding her teeth, she walked toward the scholar's previous position, picked up the paper raft he had discarded, and looked at it. On the raft was written the poem by Su Wentian, which was praised by many. For a moment, Zuei-mo's usually charming face showed a very complex expression, but soon it turned into determination. She chased after the scholar's figure from behind. Zuei-mo Yuan Qing called her from behind, but seeing she seemed not to hear, a look of doubt appeared on her pretty face. She put down Su Wentian's poem and followed. "Miss Zuei-mo." On the way, a man bowed to her, but Zuei-mo didn't respond. When she hurried past, the man's smile froze on his face, and his gaze followed her back. The scholar and his maid had already reached the door. If she had known that this poetry gathering wouldn't allow outsiders to join, Li wouldn't have wasted so much time here. After tasting the fruits and cakes inside, he planned to leave with Xiaowan. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind as they reached the door. Li looked back and saw the woman who called him a scoundrel walking quickly toward them. This woman, she just won't stop. Li frowned and instinctively thought she was here to cause trouble. "Xiaowan, let's go." As a man, he decided not to fight with this crazy woman. He took Xiaowan's hand and was about to leave when Zuei-mo ran a few steps forward and blocked their way. Xiao Huan looked at the beautiful woman in front of her with a cautious expression, instinctively moving closer to Li Yi. What do you want now? Li asked with a frown, clearly annoyed. Just help me with one thing, and our past grievances can be wiped clean. Zui Imo stared into Li Yi's eyes and said through gritted teeth. No. Li Yi replied calmly, pulling Xiao Huan's hand to leave. He didn't care about any past grudges. Whether they would meet again in the future didn't matter. Why bother with trouble? Moreover, if this woman could lower herself to ask for help, it probably wasn't simple. They didn't know each other well. Strictly speaking, they had some minor grievances. Why should he help her? You stop right there. Zui Imo pointed at him with her finger, her teeth almost clenched. Whether in the past or now, no man had ever ignored her like this. How could this guy lack the manners of a scholar? But thinking about how he had spoken those 4 words in front of so many people, she realized he had no grace at all. She had never been so coldly ignored before, and she felt extremely wronged inside. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Young master, please stay. Li Yi and Xiao Huan had already left the door when a gentle voice came from behind. He paused, turned around, and looked at the graceful woman approaching. This time, he did not simply turn away as he did before. Feeling indebted, knowing words can be harsh, after politely asking her for 2 pieces of cake earlier, he realized he shouldn't be too cold now. The woman, named Wan Ruoqing, stepped forward, first bowing politely, then apologizing. Zui Imo is a mischievous person. If I have offended you in any way, I apologize on her behalf. Please do not blame her. Li Yi looked at Wan Ruoqing, and then at Zui Imo, who was still glaring at him with big eyes. He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Why is there such a big difference in personality between these 2 women? The young maid standing beside him looked increasingly worried. She thought, I can't even handle a beautiful older sister, and now another one is coming. Miss, second miss, where are you? Xiao Huan can hardly watch over the young master alone. Miss Wanrua, there's no need to worry about this, the woman before him said softly, her voice gentle like spring breeze, making people feel refreshed. Leah offered a respectful bow and smiled, saying, It's not a big deal. I really don't mind. Not a big deal? Clearly, you do mind. Zui Imo looked at the scholar coldly, feeling a sharp ache inside when she saw him smiling at Ruoqing. She wanted to rush over and bite him, but she managed to hold back her impulse. If you don't mind, just call me Ruoqing, Wan Ruoqing said happily, looking up at him. Li cast another meaningful glance at Zui Imo, giving her a subtle look. You. Zui Imo's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, almost unable to suppress her feelings again. Although Li didn't say it outright, she understood his gaze clearly. It meant, look at how gentle, polite, and likable she is. And look at yourself. As women, don't you feel ashamed? Li nodded and then said, Miss Ruoqing, if you have no other matters, I will take my leave now. The stunning woman opposite seemed hesitant. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke. Actually, I do have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Li Yi's expression froze slightly, clearly surprised that Wan Ruoqing would say such a thing. His previous words were just polite words. His intention to leave was very clear. Normally, a person would wave goodbye. But Miss Ruoqing, why don't you follow the usual way? Miss, please speak freely, Li Yi said with a smile, although he was curious inside. He liked Miss Ruoqing very much. In ancient times, what kind of woman should she be? Li Yi had imagined this many times. Virtuous, gentle, suitable for home, graceful, and elegant. But no matter what he imagined, it never included breaking a solid wooden table with bare hands, cutting through a thick tree trunk with a sword, or pointing at others like a shrew and calling them lecher. However, when Li Yi truly arrived in this world, he realized the reality was very different from his imagination. Until he met Ruoqing, the image of an ideal ancient woman suddenly became clear in his mind. Like crossing 1,000 years, a woman stepping out of a painting, smiling and bowing to him, with a gentle voice. Young master, I have seen you. This is the kind of image Li Yi thought an ancient woman should have. For this reason alone, Li Yi was willing to listen to what she wanted to say. Moreover, since he had just eaten her food, it would be rude to refuse her without hearing her out. Miss Ruoqing knows this may be a bit bold, but could you ask the young master to write a mid-autumn festival poem for my Yining Poetry Society? I would be very grateful. Ruoqing looked up at him and said, Write a mid-autumn poem? Li was surprised. Ruo Qing's request was quite unexpected. She should find famous poets from Qing'an Prefecture to write such poems. Why would she come to him, an unknown nobody? Zhang Zuo, standing nearby, also looked slightly surprised. Did Miss Ruo Qing realize that this scholar was unusual? Ruo Qing nodded and then quietly waited for his answer. Earlier, while everyone was discussing Su Wentian's poetry, only this scholar was joking with a young maid. When Ruo Qing passed by him, she saw him throw away a paper raft with Su Wentian's poem written on it, discarded like trash. She faintly heard him whisper, "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become three." And then he said no more. When she heard this line, a vivid scene appeared in her mind, drinking alone under the moon, facing only the bright moon and her shadow. This single line had already set a beautiful scene. It seems that Ruo Qing has already achieved a high level in poetry, just from a single unfinished poem. It's clear that this scholar is not only unique in his actions, but also far more talented in poetry than Su Wentian. However, given her personality, she wouldn't take the initiative to ask for help. Losing is just losing. She only blames her lack of talent. It was only when Zuo ran out drunk that she realized Zuo had also noticed something. After thinking for a moment, she decided to make this difficult request. After all, tomorrow's poetry gathering isn't just something Zuo is looking forward to. A month ago, during the Qixi poetry event, she personally picked up the sky lantern that fell from the sky. The poem written on it, Magpie Bridge Fairy, was also created by her and spread by her. Even now, many people believe that poem was written by her. In recent days, everyone has linked her closely with that poem, Magpie Bridge Fairy. But Ruo Qing knows she probably could never write such a poem in her lifetime. She admires and envies the talented young man named Li, just like many other women. If she could meet him once, it would fulfill a long-held wish. "Miss, are you going to participate in tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry event?" Li asked her with curiosity. Ruo Qing smiled and said, "Honestly, the Yunying Poetry Society wants to win today's contest because we hope to meet someone special tomorrow at the mid-autumn poetry gathering." Seeing her beautiful face show a look of admiration for her idol, Li was very surprised. Could it be that Ruo Qing, Zuo, and the women of the Yunying Poetry Society are all going to meet a famous talented young man at that event? Thinking about this, Li suddenly felt very envious of that unknown person. Ruo Qing doesn't need to be said. She's so beautiful, has a good personality, and seems very talented in poetry. As for Zuo, her personality is a bit bad, but her looks and figure are just as good as Ruo Qing's. And those women from the Yunying Poetry Society. In today's world, talented young men are so popular. Even these talented women are captivated. Who knows how many naive young girls are also fans of that guy. Li always thought that the profession of village chief's husband was already promising. His family has stunning sisters and beautiful maids to show around. But now, comparing himself to others, Li suddenly feels like there's a huge difference, like heaven and earth. Oh, heaven has no eyes. It's just that he can recite a few poor poems. What's so impressive about that? Yet he can't even resist liking a girl like Ruo Qing. Li sighed inwardly, showing a very regretful expression on his face. From Zhang Zuo and Ruo Qing's perspective, this was naturally a sign that he was about to refuse. "Forget it, Sister Qing, let's go. We won't ask this scoundrel anymore." Zhang Zuo raised her eyebrows sharply, glaring at Li angrily. Not wanting to endure his attitude any longer, she took Ruo Qing's hand and prepared to leave. Ruo Qing's pretty face also showed disappointment, but she wasn't surprised. Since they didn't know each other well, her request was indeed a bit too much. Just as she and Zhang Zuo were about to leave, the scholar's voice finally came over. "Good men help others succeed. Since tomorrow's poetry meeting is very important to Miss Ruo Qing, how could I refuse? Good men help others succeed." Zhang Zuo turned to look at Li. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't associate the word gentleman with this scholar in front of her. After all, no gentleman would casually curse your mother like he did. But anyway, he finally agreed. However, thinking about how he refused her outright when she asked him earlier, while he agreed so quickly and decisively with Ruo Qing, she couldn't help feeling a strange bitterness. Her eyes toward Li also grew resentful and angry. "Thank you, young master." Wanruo Qing's face lit up with happiness when Li Yi agreed. Don't be in a hurry. I have one more condition, Li Yi said again. What condition? Zhang Zue Mo looked at him, her expression suddenly becoming cautious. Although she came from a brothel, she was a performer who sold her art, not her body. If Li Yi asked for something inappropriate, she wouldn't agree even if he didn't ask her to write poems. Li flicked a glance at Zhang Zue Mo, who was clearly imagining things, and ignored her. He turned to Wanruo Qing and asked, Miss Ruo Qing only needs to win today's contest to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meeting, right? Wanruo Qing nodded but didn't understand what Li Yi meant. At this moment, Li Yi looked at her and said, I heard that the Poetry Society that wins today will receive a reward of 100 taels of silver. I don't want anything else, just that 100 taels of silver. Helping out is good, but the benefits must be taken. The women of Yunying Poetry Society and Wanruo Qing, who wanted to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meeting, Li wanted that 100 taels of silver. Everyone gets what they need. It's a win-win situation. Hearing this, Wanruo Qing's face froze for a moment, appearing surprised. She looked up at Li Yi and nodded, saying, that is as it should be. Although 100 taels of silver was not a small amount to them, their focus was not on the money. It was just a bonus for winning the contest. If they lost, they wouldn't even qualify for the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, let alone receive the reward. She didn't need to ask the women for their opinions. She could decide for them. A miser, always obsessed with money. Zhang Zue Mo secretly cursed in her heart, showing her disdain for Li Yi. The deal was settled, and the three of them turned back toward the hall. Along the way, Wanruo Qing walked beside Li Yi, chatting with him. Slightly behind, Zhang Zue Mo kept glancing at Li Yi with sharp eyes. If her gaze were swords, Li Yi would have been cut into pieces. A young maid followed behind, glancing at Li Yi and then secretly at Wanruo Qing and Zhang Zue Mo, feeling a bit nervous. Upstairs, several people looked down and paused with surprised expressions, then spoke with curiosity. Who is that person with Miss Wanruo and Miss Zue Mo? He looks unfamiliar. Probably a friend of Miss Wanruo. I saw him with the Yunying Poetry Society just now. It's him. How could Miss Wanruo be friends with such a rough person? Among these people, some didn't recognize Li Yi and were shocked. They couldn't believe Wanruo Qing and Zue Mo were so close to a man. Seeing him scold Su Wentian away earlier, they were even more stunned. How could this person be associated with the famous talented woman Wanruo Qing and the top courtesan of the Jade Pavilion, Zue Mo? Such a crude person, a scoundrel, they wouldn't even consider befriending him. Could it be that these two young women like this kind of rough style? Meanwhile, a few women from the Yunying Poetry Society gathered in a corner. In front of them was a table with beautiful poems they had already read. Though unwilling, they had to admit that in poetry, they couldn't compare to those men. Are we doomed to have no chance at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering? One woman said bitterly. The other women sighed and fell silent. Just then, Wanruo Qing and Li Yi approached. Everything is entrusted to you, young master, Wanruo Qing said with a respectful bow, her expression serious. Ruo Qing, this is. When they saw the young scholar again, the women looked confused. The older woman stepped forward to ask, but Li Yi had already picked up a brush. Dipping it in ink, he was about to write when he seemed to remember something. He looked back at Wanruo Qing, handed her the brush, and said, I'll read it. Miss Ruo Qing, you write. Wanruo Qing naturally didn't know that Li Yi was worried her handwriting might be ugly and cause laughter. She thought that since this was a work representing the Yunying Poetry Society, she should write it herself. She took the brush from Li Yi's hand. As the women looked on with some suspicion, Li Yi began to speak. Among the flowers, a pot of wine, drinking alone without a friend. Is it a poem? The women gasped softly, their eyes full of surprise, but they still didn't understand what was happening. Can this guy really do it? Zhang Zue Mo looked at her, feeling uncertain. After all, she had only guessed so far. What if this scholar was just a proud fool with no talent? Would all her efforts have been in vain? Raise a cup and invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become three. At this moment, Li Yi recited his second line of poetry. Suddenly, the talented women looked stunned, then their faces changed. Seeing their expressions turn serious and solemn, Zhang Zemo was startled. She then looked at Li Yi, feeling a growing disbelief. Could it be that his poetry is really impressive? The moon refuses to drink. My shadow just follows me. Temporarily sharing the moon and shadow, we enjoy spring's happiness. Li Yi's voice continued. Beside him, Wan Ruoqing was writing with her brush. Beautiful, neat characters appeared on the paper. I sing as the moon drifts by. I dance as my shadow scatters. Awake, we are apart. Drunk, we disperse. Forever bound in a carefree journey, we meet again in the distant Milky Way. Wan Ruoqing finished the last character, and Li Yi spoke again. This poem is called Drinking Alone Under the Moon. Zheng Zuamo stood there in a daze. She saw that everyone's gaze seemed fixed on the poem on the paper and hadn't moved for a long time. When she looked back at the calm scholar, her expression started to change. After a while, the women of the Yunying Poetry Society finally looked away from the paper, exchanged glances, and a subtle, unspoken joy appeared on their faces. Congratulations, Brother Su. Brother Su, your talent is remarkable. We admire you. With Brother Su's poem, I believe you will also shine brightly at tomorrow's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. I will congratulate Brother Su in advance. No, you all praise too highly. Somewhere upstairs, Su Wentian was receiving everyone's compliments, repeatedly bowing in thanks. He had already forgotten the earlier unpleasantness and was feeling quite elated. Since the Qishi Poetry Gathering a month ago, where he was heavily suppressed by the Bailu Poetry Society, he had finally turned the tide and regained his top position in life. Brother Su's poem truly amazed us. By tomorrow, I think it can even compare with those by Yang Yinzhou and Shen Zhaoji, and see who is better, said a young scholar in a scholar's robe, smiling across from him. Brother Su is too generous. I, Su, have some self-awareness. Many talented men in Qing'an Prefecture are skilled in poetry, but I doubt they can surpass these two, said Su Wentian, shaking his head. The young scholar smiled and was about to speak when a paper raft was delivered from the side. His eyes casually glanced at it, and he couldn't look away. Brother Su, Brother Su. Su Wentian looked at the young man, suddenly lost in thought across from him. After calling twice, the other still didn't respond, making him quite puzzled. Time moved forward, earlier still. A pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone without a friend. Raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three. The moon does not understand drinking, and my shadow merely follows me. For now, I accompany the moon and shadow, enjoying springtime. Forever bound in carefree wandering, we part ways across the distant Milky Way. If you, my dear, this poem, as Wan Ruoqing wrote this poem, Drinking Alone Under the Moon, in elegant calligraphy on rice paper, the talented women of Yunying Poetry Society gradually changed from confusion to shock. After she finished, the older woman turned to look at her, opening her mouth in disbelief. Compared to the one written by Fong Wentian, how does this poem measure up? Everyone had seen the change in the women's expressions just now. Zheng Zumo, who was intoxicated by ink, couldn't hold back anymore and eagerly asked. The older woman's expression grew serious and said, "The light of a grain of rice cannot compete with the bright moon." What virtue does Fong Wentian have to compare his words with this timeless poem? Timeless poem. Zheng Zumo's lips parted slightly, and it was as if a lightning bolt flashed through his mind. Could that unreasonable fellow really have such high poetic talent? If this poem were to spread, I fear that the talented scholars and writers of Jinghua would always be reciting, whenever they raise a cup for a light drink, the line "Raise my cup to invite the bright moon. With my shadow, we become three friends." A young woman's beautiful eyes showed a dreamy expression as she softly spoke. The performances of several talented women did not surprise Li Yi. It is known that this poem, Drinking Alone Under the Moon, is considered a top masterpiece even among the works of the great poet Li Bai. The line "Raise my cup to invite the bright moon. With my shadow we become three friends," is a famous couplet passed down for thousands of years. Who is Li Bai? He is a legendary figure at the peak of ancient literature. Any poem he writes could be enough to astonish people. It seemed as if Qingqiao's lovely face also couldn't hide her excitement. Hearing a fragment of the poem, she guessed that this young man must have some talent, but she never expected his talent to reach such a high level. Setting aside her personal feelings, the level of this poem is already comparable to the Magpie Bridge Fairy. Of course, Qingqiao still prefers the Magpie Bridge Fairy a little more. Not to mention her connection to that poem. In Jinghua, poetry and lyrics have developed over time, and for various reasons, lyrics have become more popular and flourishing. As for poetry, It was very popular in earlier dynasties, but over the past 100 years, scholars in Jinghua have favored writing lyrics more. Therefore, although this Drinking Alone Under the Moon is of high quality, its influence would not surpass that of the Magpie Bridge Fairy. However, comparing this poem to works by writers like Fong Wentian might be overdoing it. Once the initial shock in their hearts eased a little, everyone's gaze naturally turned to Li Yi. For them, through a poem, they could see the poet's personality and even what was on their mind when composing. Drinking alone under the moonlit flowers, no one nearby, moving from loneliness to not loneliness, and then back again, his poetic talent is vast, and between himself and the world, there is nothing that can contain his heart. What kind of broad mind is this? Raising a cup to invite the bright moon, with his shadow becoming three friends, after such joy. What kind of loneliness is this? The scholar's face showed no change, but the hearts of the talented women were already filled with mixed feelings. Being stared at by so many women, Li Yi felt a little guilty. He cleared his throat, and the young women blushed slightly, realizing that it was inappropriate for women to stare so intently at a man. They hurried back to their seats, copying the poem onto several pieces of paper and passing them among the crowd. Li Yi's side was not far from Zhang Zuamo, who was sitting there. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should feel happy or angry. He was happy because he hoped to win today's contest and participate in tomorrow night's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. He was angry because the heavens seemed unfair, giving that unreasonable person such great talent. As for the young maid standing beside Li Yi, although her head was still dizzy, she felt very happy inside. It seemed that the poem her master wrote scared those older sisters. Last month, during the Qixi festival, her master even wrote a poem on Xiaowan's prayer lantern, called, what was it again? Last month's Qixi poetry gathering, Fang Zhou outperformed Su Wentian. If it weren't for that sudden appearance of Magpie Bridge Fairy, he might have been the champion that day. But today, in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Competition, Su Wentian overshadowed him. If the Bailu Poetry Society doesn't have better poems, they might lose this time. That's not surprising. In poetry, it's always hard to tell who is better. Fang Zhou is good at Qixi poems, but Su Wentian's moon poems are outstanding. They fit perfectly in this mid-autumn event. It's no surprise that Fang Zhou lost to him. By the way, the talented women of Yuning Poetry Society shouldn't be underestimated. I wonder if they have any impressive poems tonight? Of course they do. Miss Wan's moon poem is even better than Fang Zhou's, but compared to Fang Wentian, she's still a bit inferior. Some scholars on the first floor raised their cups, drinking and commenting on the outstanding works of the poetry gathering. In the end, women are just women. So, the winner today must be the Dongli Poetry Society. With this poem, Su Wentian probably won't be unnoticed at tomorrow's poetry event, said a man in green, sighing. He casually took a piece of paper from a passing servant, wanting to see if any other poetry societies had new works. That might not be the case. Many talented people from Qing and Prefecture will gather tomorrow, and good works will surely be plentiful. Whether Su Wentian can make it to the list depends on his luck. While they were talking, one person among them remained silent for a long time, a look of shock gradually appearing on his face. I hope Su Wentian can make a name for himself tomorrow. If he does, we can boast a little and feel proud. A talented man said with a smile. Before he finished his second sentence, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Everyone, wait a moment. The voice was slightly higher in pitch. The talented man stopped speaking, and the others looked at him with curiosity. The young scholar in blue looked surprised and slowly handed over the paper raft. After the others took it, they leaned in to look, and within a few breaths, their faces changed color. The scene shifts back upstairs. Brother Su? Brother Su? Su Wentian called out many times until he finally shook his shoulder and the young man woke up. Brother Su, what happened? Why are you so distracted? Looking up, he saw Su Wentian looking at him with confusion. The young man's face showed complex feelings. He looked at Su Wentian, then handed over the paper raft. Brother Su, just look. You'll see. Note, I have class tonight, so the second part will be very late. Su Wentian took the paper raft from him, and as he looked at his expression, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He scanned the paper raft and soon his face showed surprise, then turned grim. Whose poem is this? He turned to look at the young man with the surname Su, and no longer saw any joy on his face. The handwriting is in delicate, lively small calligraphy, surely from a talented woman of the Yun Ing Poetry Society. This poem was probably written by one of them, the young man with the surname Su said, pointing at the writing on the paper raft. He patted Su Wentian on the shoulder and sighed. Brother Su, you don't have much time left. Su Wentian understood what he meant. If he couldn't produce a poem better than this one in a short time, they would definitely lose the contest today and miss the chance to attend tomorrow's poetry gathering. But Su's words made him want to curse. What does it mean that he doesn't have much time? Even if he had a day, a month, a year, or even a lifetime, he might not be able to write such a poem. If he truly had that talent, how could the top scholar of Qing'an Prefecture fall behind Yang Yanzhou and Xinjiao? Raise a cup and invite the bright moon. With my shadow we become three. This line of poetry was like a towering mountain blocking his view, making him feel powerless just by looking at it. Impossible to surpass. No way, this can't be. In the Yun Ing Poetry Gathering, no one can produce such a poem, not even the Yin Ruoqing. Su Wentian looked unhappy and said, this poem doesn't seem like something a woman would write. A pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone without friends, no friends or family, just this alone shows they are not satisfied. And more than that, forever bound in a loveless journey, meeting in the distant sky. How could a woman have such a broad mind? Su Wentian was very talented. After reading the poem a few times, he had an idea and said, let's go see. I don't believe this poem was written by the Yunying Poetry Society. The young man with the surname Su also planned to go downstairs. Hearing this, he nodded and followed behind him toward the stairs. At this moment, the place where the Yunying Poetry Society was located was already very crowded. Not long after the poem spread, people started coming here one after another, with mixed expressions and a faint sense of admiration. There were so many talented men here, yet they couldn't compare to a few women. This made the men feel a little ashamed, but the poem, it was truly well written. At this point, no one mentioned Su Wentian anymore. The excellent mid-autumn poem he just composed was forgotten by everyone. The girl's talent is so great that it makes us ashamed and eager to die. From today on, she might be called the top talented woman in Qing'an Prefecture. Not just the top talented woman. If this poem were in tomorrow's poetry gathering, even Yang Yanzhou and Xinjiao would have to admit defeat. We are lucky to witness such a legendary poem today. We have no regrets. Everyone heard only praise, far surpassing the previous words about Fong Wentian. Some even compared her to the top two talented men of Qing'an Prefecture and concluded she was far better. All because this poem, Drinking Alone Under the Moon, was truly outstanding. The talented women of the Yunying Poetry Society were surrounded by many people, their faces full of excitement. Naturally, many people gathered around Yin, listening to their praise. She felt a little embarrassed and guilty, forgetting Li Yi for a moment. When she saw him smiling at her, her face turned even redder. That poem was clearly written by the young master. A young maid pouted and whispered, feeling annoyed for her young master. When Su Wentian and the young man with the surname Su went downstairs and reached this place, they were blocked outside the crowd and couldn't get in. Excuse me, please make way. Don't push. Someone stepped on my foot. That shameless rat. Who touched my? The two finally squeezed in, immediately attracting everyone's displeasure. When they turned around and saw it was Su Wentian, their expressions became strange, and they made way for him. After all, if a sudden dark horse hadn't appeared, Su Wentian would have been the last to laugh today. He lost and gained, and probably felt very uncomfortable inside. The crowd also wanted to see his reaction, hoping he would make some speech about not winning the prize. Under everyone's watch, Su Wentian approached the women of Yun Ing Poetry Society. He first bowed and said, this poem, Drinking Alone Under the Moon, is truly a peak work of mid-autumn poetry. I admire it greatly. Suddenly, his tone shifted sharply. May I ask which talented lady of Yuning Poetry Society composed this poem? One of the younger women, a girl, slightly changed her face, though she quickly returned to normal. Su Wentian caught this change. A faint smile appeared on his lips, revealing that there was indeed some trick involved. Is it Miss Wan? Su Wentian looked at Wan Ruoqing with a half-smile. No, Wan Ruoqing shook her head. Even if she wanted to win today's contest, she couldn't lie so convincingly. Could it be Miss Zuemo? Su Wentian turned to look at Zuemo. I don't have such talent, Zuemo shook her head. Then, there's no need to ask. This poem was written by this young master. Wan Ruoqing pointed at Li Yi beside her before Su Wentian finished speaking. Li Yi looked at Wan Ruoqing helplessly and sighed inwardly. This girl is really honest. As soon as Wan Ruoqing finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? This poem wasn't written by Miss Wan. That scholar actually created such a fine piece. So, this poem can't be considered the work of Yuning Poetry Society? Such a pity. If not, this poem would have outshined all the talented poets at tomorrow's poetry gathering. Seeing the amazed expressions on everyone's faces, Fang Wentian's face now showed a smile. He looked at Wan Ruoqing and said, if I remember correctly, besides a few poetry societies, outsiders probably can't participate in this contest, right? The women of Yuning Poetry Society all slightly changed their expressions upon hearing this. Today's contest indeed had this rule, but in reality, each poetry club often invites talented friends. If they also produce good poems, it's understood that these are considered part of their own group. Everyone knew this secretly, but rules are rules. If someone takes it seriously, poems from outsiders naturally don't count. Thinking of this, their hearts sank. What if this young man is not an outsider? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from nearby. The leader of Yuning Poetry Society, an older woman, approached and looked at Su Wentian, saying, what if this young man is not an outsider? What does Miss Zhao mean? Su Wentian frowned and asked her. To be honest, this young man has already joined Yuning Poetry Society. His poems naturally represent us, Zhao Yunru said softly, glancing around at everyone. When she said this, everyone, including Wan Ruoqing and Zheng Zumo, was stunned. When did this young man join Yuning Poetry Society? Li Yi also froze. He didn't know when he had joined. At that moment, Li Yi saw the woman secretly wink at him, and he suddenly understood. Yes, from now on, he was officially part of Yuning Poetry Society. Meanwhile, a wave of surprise spread among the crowd. How is that possible? He's a man. Yuning Poetry Society has always been only for women. When did a man ever join? Clearly, Zhao Yunru's words caused a big shock. Yuning Poetry Society was made up of talented women from Qing'an Prefecture and had never accepted any men. Where did this guy come from? Yuning Poetry Society has always been known for only allowing women to join. Miss Zhao, you're joking, Su Wentian said with a gentle smile. Zhao Yunru's words seemed to be a tactic for her own benefit, but she used the wrong approach and was easily exposed. Oh? Zhao Yunru smiled and looked at everyone, saying, when did we say that Yuning Poetry Society only allows women? Su Wentian's smile froze. The noise around gradually quieted down. Everyone looked surprised and thoughtful. Soon, they realized that throughout, Yuning Poetry Society seemed never to have said such words. It was only because of the society's name and the fact that all members were women that they had the previous assumptions. However, the society's leader personally refuted the claim that only women could join Yuning Poetry Society. What more could they say? No wonder the scholar who came in was so familiar with Miss Wan and the women of Yuning Poetry Society. It turns out he is also a member. Yuning Poetry Society actually allows men to join. We have been mistaken all along. With this, the poem naturally represents Yuning Poetry Society. If they can participate in tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry gathering, with his presence, Yang Yinzhou and Xin Zhao would be humiliated on the spot. The title of the top talented person in Qing'an Prefecture might be about to change. Not entirely. Although this poem is good, Xin Zhao's poems are often widely circulated in brothels and music halls. No matter how good a poem is, it can't compare to that. Everyone initially thought that Zhao Yunru's words were just a clever tactic. But when they saw the scholar who entered earlier heading straight to Yuning Poetry Society and acting intimately with Wan Ruoqing and others, they realized they must have known each other long ago, and their doubts disappeared. The two scholars who came in with Li stood behind the crowd, staring blankly at him, murmuring, so that senior really knows Miss Wan. He is also a member of Yuning Poetry Society. You have kept this from us so painfully. Su Wentian's face darkened. He hadn't expected that Zhao Yunru's words would ruin his plan. The refined scoundrel was actually a member of Yuning Society, completely beyond his expectations. But he was not willing to give up. The mid-autumn poetry gathering tomorrow would be his chance to shine and surprise everyone. He absolutely would not allow anyone to ruin it. He looked up at Zhao Yunru, gritting his teeth, and said, even so, this poem doesn't count, because today's contest is about mid-autumn lyrics, not mid-autumn poems. When Su Wentian spoke, Zhao Yunru was momentarily stunned. Then she said coldly, What difference does it make? The Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering has always included both poetry and lyrics. Su Wentian replied calmly, but today's contest is indeed about mid-autumn lyrics. Miss Zhao, you can't deny that, right? Zhao Yunru was momentarily speechless, unable to find a reason to counter. At the time when the Poetry Societies set their rules, they did not consider this situation because talented poets were very rare. During the poetry gatherings, lyrics often made up more than 90%. Even when poems appeared, they were usually mediocre. Therefore, there was no real difference between a mid-autumn poem and a mid-autumn lyric contest, because in the end, one piece would be chosen as the winner. She never expected that Su Wentian would find a loophole like this. As a result, the poem that could be passed down through the ages was considered a mid-autumn poem, so today it no longer counted. After Su Wentian finished speaking, the talented men around him also frowned. Su Wentian's mind is too narrow. Even if he has some talent, he will never become a great person. I didn't expect that Su Wentian is such a person. When the rules were set, we overlooked this point. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have happened. Although Su Wentian is a bit shameless, this time he truly stands on the side of reason. It's a pity. If this excellent work had outshined the others in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Contest, we would be proud to say we were part of it. Such a shame. After today, Su Wentian's image among many talented men present would surely decline. But at this moment, he couldn't care about that. If he could make a name for himself at tomorrow's poetry contest, what he gained would far outweigh what he lost. So, today's champion must be Brother Su, right? Lu, who had just argued with Li Yi, smiled mischievously, looking at Li Yi and the women of the Yuning Poetry Society with a gleam of schadenfreude, and said, Zhao Yunru and the women of the Yuning Poetry Society looked angry but couldn't speak. Zheng Zumo felt anxious, filled with both excitement and deep disappointment. Had he ultimately failed? Young master, this is all Ruoqing's fault. She didn't tell you in advance. Wan Ruoqing looked at Li Yi with apology, her eyes slightly red, and whispered. If she had thought of this earlier, none of this would have happened. The Yuning Poetry Society is truly a pity, but there's no need to be too sad. After today, just this one poem alone is enough for the scholar to gain fame throughout Qing'an Prefecture. The Yuning Poetry Society will also be known by everyone. Su Wentian has lost people's hearts. Though he won, he truly lost. The Yuning Poetry Society may have lost the contest, but it remains honorable. The rules could not be changed. Although the talented men present disapproved of Su Wentian's actions, they could only sigh regretfully for the Yuning Poetry Society. Aside from this poem, Su Wentian's mid-autumn lyrics truly surpass those of others. I might as well wish Brother Su in advance. The young man with the Lu surname smiled and cupped his hands, speaking to Su Wentian. Brother Lu, you're speaking too early indeed. Su Wentian replied modestly, also cupping his hands. Seeing their insincere back and forth, Li sighed quietly. Young master. Wanriking looked up at him with an apologetic expression. Just as she was about to speak, Li waved his hand and looked at her with a hint of reproach, saying, You want a poem, not a song. You should have said so earlier. Initially, Wanriking had said she wanted to compose a mid-autumn poem herself, but the only mid-autumn poem Li Yi could recite from memory was Su Shi's Water Melody. However, Water Melody has stood at the peak of mid-autumn poetry for thousands of years. Once it appears, all other poems seem insignificant. Its quality is so high that it can be intimidating. In this small contest, Li Yi was reluctant to bring it out. After all, such a level of poetry, producing one means losing another. For just 100 taels of silver, it's not worth it. Earlier, when he entered and spoke with Wanriking, he learned that both mid-autumn poems and lyrics were acceptable. The first poem that came to mind was Li Bai's Drinking Alone Under the Moon. This is one of the few poems Li Yi can recite completely without cheating by flipping through a book. The other is the famous line, Looking up at the bright moon, I feel homesick. Although Quiet Night, Thought only has 4 lines, it became Li Bai's most influential work for future generations. Every child learning classical poetry probably memorizes the first line. The moonlight before my bed, I suspect it's frost on the ground. Therefore, in Li Yi's mind, this poem holds a much higher status than Drinking Alone Under the Moon, and he was reluctant to bring it out. Unexpectedly, this poetry gathering only allowed lyrics, not poems. It would have been better called a lyrics meeting, as it wasted people's feelings. Should have said so earlier. Wanriking looked up at him. suddenly feeling a bit more hopeful. Young master, what do you mean? Li didn't have any hidden meaning. He just wanted to finish things quickly so he could go home and have dinner. It seems I will trouble Miss Wanriking to write again, Li said with a smile. At this moment, Wanriking finally understood what Li meant by his earlier words. He actually plans to compose another Mid-Autumn lyric on the spot. Similar to poetry gatherings during the Qixi Festival or the Mid-Autumn Festival, the theme is very clear. At these events, only poems about Qixi or Mid-Autumn are allowed. Talented poets often prepare for a long time, sometimes spending months refining their verses and carefully choosing every word to create a stunning moment during the event. If they were asked to compose poetry on the spot, even the most talented poet from the Celebration Palace would likely produce only average work. After the poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon was rejected, it was almost impossible for them to write a new mid-autumn poem that surpasses Su Wentian's. They had no hope for that. Young Lady Wan. Li saw that Wan Ruoqing was not moving, so he waved his hand in front of her eyes. Wan Ruoqing snapped out of her thoughts, looked at Li again, quickly picked up a brush, and spread out a sheet of rice paper. She then quietly stood to the side, waiting for Li to speak. Although she didn't know why this young man wasn't writing himself this time, she was just curious and immediately followed his instructions. Her action naturally drew the curiosity of others. What is Miss Wan doing? Someone asked. Is she going to write another mid-autumn poem? Even if she does, she probably can't surpass Su Wentian. Many talented poets sighed inwardly, not optimistic about Wan Ruoqing. After all, even her carefully prepared mid-autumn poem was overshadowed by Su Wentian's. How could her improvisation possibly beat his? Seeing this, Su Wentian showed a mocking smile. If Wan Ruoqing had spent months preparing, she might pose a real threat, but her spontaneous poem was unlikely to be better than the previous one. Young Lady Wan. A few women from the Yunying Poetry Society also seemed to think the same. Zhao Yunru looked at her, opened her mouth to speak, but finally just sighed. Only Xingzue Imo looked up at Li Yi, having seen the two lines he whispered to Wan Ruoqing earlier. Zhigu Tian, Li suddenly spoke calmly. Zhigu Tian? A talented poet looked surprised. It's a type of poetic form, someone quickly explained. So the poem was written by that gentleman, everyone suddenly understood. However, this also made them lose some confidence in the Yunying Poetry Society. Although poetry and prose are often mentioned together, they have very different styles and rules. Mastering one takes a lot of time and effort, not to mention being exceptionally talented in both. Such geniuses would probably be famous worldwide and would surely know each other. The level of Drinking Alone Under the Moon has already reached a point that amazes everyone. If a spontaneous poem could surpass Su Wentian, then the shame would not only fall on Su Wentian but on everyone present. Su Wentian's smile remains, full of confidence. He's not worried about the person in front of him, just a modest scholar, or even the top talent in Qing'an Prefecture. When the time comes, if the poem he writes is just average, how will they handle it? When Li Yi's voice sounded, the women of Yunying Poetry Society were momentarily stunned, then quickly looked up with hope in their eyes. Could this young man once again turn the tide? Zhengzhe Mo watched the scholar with a calm expression, and for some reason, his heart suddenly felt more at ease. Just then, Li Yi's voice rang clearly again. Breaking through the remaining smoke into the night wind, a bright moon rises over the curtain. As their minds automatically pictured the night wind disturbing the thin mist and the bright moon hanging outside the window, their expressions froze. Startled by the distant road and the faraway person, even if the heart is close, they cannot sleep together. Li Yi continued, as if he was delicately copying the poem onto rice paper with a graceful, lively brush. Love so deep, feelings so anxious, the blue clouds have gone without a trace. Perhaps in a past life, we loved and were kept apart in two places. After reciting Lu Yong's Nian Nu Jiao, Li Yi picked up the nearby tea and took a sip, then suddenly noticed the room had fallen silent. The young maid blinked her big eyes and leaned closer to Li Yi, feeling a strange quietness that made her a little scared. After a moment, a sound finally broke the silence. Su Wentian turned his head, his expression hard to describe. He opened his mouth but said nothing, pushed through the crowd, and strode out without a word. His figure disappeared at the door, and only then did the crowd erupt in surprise. Using slow, long melodies to describe parting and longing, Though simple, it is very expressive. It seems straightforward but reveals deep feelings of missing and sorrow. I never expected that the young master is a master of both poetry and prose. Truly impressive. For a moment, several people with complicated expressions bowed to Li Yi and said, Su Ian knew he was no match for you, so he chose to leave voluntarily. Today's contest was won by Yunning Poetry Society. Although the process was winding and difficult, they ultimately won. All the women of Yunning Poetry Society showed happy smiles, occasionally secretly watching Li Yi with their beautiful eyes. The entire poem was full of feelings of parting and longing. This young man must be thinking of someone he cares about. But no one knew which young woman was so lucky to catch his favor. At this moment, in the hearts of several talented women, this handsome young poet, who was both talented and charming, had already surpassed people like Yang Yinzhou and Xin Zhao, almost matching the famous Li Yi from the Magpie Bridge immortal poem. This poem, Nian Nu Jiao, although not S best work, shows that where there is well water, one can sing lyrics. S talent is well known, and even a single poem of his is not something ordinary people can compare with. I don't know how S literary talent compares, but he has some self-awareness, which is a good thing. After left, everyone from the Dongli Poetry Society also left feeling disappointed, including some close to him, who no longer had the face to stay. After all, had been overly proud earlier. Unfortunately, he climbed too high and fell harder. Not only did the Dongli Poetry Society lose its chance to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, but himself might also find it hard to stand out among many talented poets in the future. If it weren't for the young master today, we might have been the ones to leave first, said Zhao Yunru, the president of Yunning Poetry Society. She carried a tray covered with red cloth and slightly bowed, saying, This 100 taels of silver is meant as a gift for today's champion. Please accept it, young master, and don't refuse. Thank you, Miss Zhao. I won't be polite then. Li Yi smiled as he took the tray from her hand, his smile growing brighter. He really had nothing to refuse. This 100 taels of silver was his ultimate goal for coming here. Without Yunning Poetry Society, even if he had the best poems, he wouldn't get the money. Likewise, without him, Yunning Poetry Society wouldn't have been able to smile last and qualify for the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Everyone had their needs, so there was no need to be polite. Such poetry gatherings should be held more often. Instead of working hard and running around with candied hawthorns, just throwing down poems and taking the money is much easier, isn't it? Of course, Li only thought this to himself. Such a good thing doesn't happen every day. It's better to be honest and focus on real work. After all, a strong industry benefits the country. Xiao Huan, take the silver and let's go home. He wrapped the silver in a red cloth, placed it in the young maid's arms, and gently patted her head. The 100 taels of silver weighed about 7 or 8 jin, which wasn't heavy for the young maid. Xiao Huan had long since seen how good her master was at making money. She was no longer surprised and happily held the silver close to her chest. Besides the silver in her arms, the young maid also tightly held 2 folded pieces of paper with poems written on them, composed by her master. Xiao Huan couldn't read or remember the poems, but when the others passed them around earlier, she secretly kept 2 copies to take home for her young lady and second young lady to see. The older sister earlier said that her master's words expressed feelings of parting and longing, thinking of someone special. Could that someone be the young lady? If the young lady knew, she would surely be very happy. Last time, her master didn't come back all night. Everyone thought he had run away. The young lady showed no obvious reaction, but that night, she, like Xiao Huan, didn't sleep at all. The young lady would probably be surprised to see her master's poems too. Xiao Huan thought to herself. Fortunately, their time wasn't wasted. Li Yi's mood improved a bit. Just as he was about to leave with Xiao Huan, he saw Zheng Zuimo standing nearby. His steps paused slightly, and after a moment of thought, he walked over. Zheng Zuimo looked at him approaching, her expression slightly stiffening. She asked instinctively, "What are you doing?" Li cupped his hands and said, "Zuimo, I didn't mean to offend the other day. I mistook you for a friend of mine. If I caused you trouble, I hope you won't hold it against me." Earlier, because of his mood, Li Yi's attitude toward Zuimo wasn't very friendly. But he knew it was his fault. In this era, even holding a woman's hand was considered a serious offense. If she called him a scoundrel, it was understandable. Of course, these words weren't exactly asking for forgiveness. They were just showing his attitude. After all, they had fought side by side once. Mistakes are mistakes. Even if they might never meet again, speaking some words helps clear the mind. Hearing Li Zuemo's expression slightly paused. He surprisingly apologized to himself, something Zhang Zuemo had never expected. After what just happened, Zhang Zuemo clearly understood that the scholar was unreasonable, but his talent was astonishingly high, at least much higher than people like Su Wentian. Perhaps he was even on par with Yang Yanzhou and Xin Zhao. Such talented men with deep minds are always proud and aloof. In front of many people, he actually bowed his head to admit fault to a woman, but she had seen many scenes before. After feeling surprised, her expression quickly returned to normal. She slightly bowed to Li and said, "Since young master did not mean it, there is no need to mention this again." Li did not know that Zhang Zuemo had already guessed that the incident that day was just a misunderstanding. What she wanted was exactly Li's attitude. He thought the other person would curse him a few more times like before, so he was mentally prepared for that. But he was surprised to see her bow and return the courtesy, clearly not intending to pursue the matter further. "Do you know if young master will attend tomorrow's mid-autumn poetry gathering?" Zhao Yunru asked with a smile as she approached Li. In Zhao Yunru's view, with the talent he showed today, if he participated in the poetry gathering, he would surely shine brightly, surpassing Yang Yanzhou and Xin Zhao, and perhaps even earn the title of the top talented person in Qing'an Prefecture. "I won't hide from Miss Zhao. I have little interest in that poetry gathering," Li replied with a smile. Then he cupped his hands to everyone and said, "It's getting late. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave first." Hearing his words, several women from the Yunying Poetry Society were stunned. The poetry gathering they dreamed of attending seemed insignificant in his eyes. At this moment, Wanrua Qing's mind suddenly recalled the scene where he casually tossed aside Su Wentian's poem, and she felt a strange sense of relief. This young master acts differently from ordinary talented men. He is probably a noble and pure person who doesn't care about superficial fame. Moreover, with his poetic talent, there's no need to compete with others. Thinking this, she suddenly seemed to remember something. Her delicate face slightly changed. When she turned her head to look, the scholar and the young maid had already disappeared at the door. "I was so focused on poetry earlier that I forgot to ask that young master's name," she softly exclaimed and hurriedly chased after them. A moment later, Wanrua Qing stood on the street, looking at the bustling crowd that stretched as far as the eye could see. She sighed softly and turned back to leave. Due to the delay caused by the poetry gathering, Li was walking back to the camp carrying the young maidservant as the sun was gradually setting. The young maidservant was much weaker physically. After walking all day, she was too tired to take another step halfway back. At first, Li offered to carry her, but she kept refusing. She gritted her teeth and took a few more steps, nearly falling. Without saying a word, Li simply lifted her onto his back. The girl struggled a little but didn't break free, so she obediently adjusted her posture and leaned on his back. When she first arrived in this world, her body was still quite fragile. But over the past 2 months, Li had been consciously exercising every day. Recently, he had been learning martial arts from Lu Rui. Although he could only perform a few nice poses so far, and they weren't very useful, his physical strength had improved a lot. He was now about as strong as an ordinary person. The girl had a round face with a bit of baby fat, but she was small and slender. Li didn't find her weight heavy at all. On the way, they occasionally exchanged jokes, making the girl giggle and tremble with laughter. Sometimes she would interrupt to say a few words. Later on, Li spoke less and just listened to the girl talk endlessly. Of course, Xiaohuan didn't have many stories in her mind. She mostly talked about things from her childhood. Xiaohuan and Lu Rui grew up together, so their stories naturally included both of them. When alone with Li, they spoke more freely. Sometimes she would accidentally share amusing childhood memories. For example, the second young lady was mischievous. When she didn't practice her martial arts properly, her father scolded her. She took a wooden sword and swung it around in the yard to vent her anger, accidentally breaking her father's favorite flower. She sat down in the yard crying loudly. Xiaohuan tried to comfort her but couldn't stop her, so they both ended up crying together. Later, the young lady confessed to her father that she was the one who broke the flower. The father punished her by locking her in her room to reflect and not allowing her to eat for a day. Xiaohuan and the second young lady each secretly hid half a steamed bun and slipped it through the window for her. As she told these stories, the young maidservant's lips curled into a smile. Her voice gradually grew softer until Lee noticed her breathing had become steady. She had fallen asleep. To avoid waking her, Lee slowed his steps, trying to walk smoothly without jostling her. As they made their way back to the camp, only a few faint lights remained in the sky. As I passed through the village and headed home, I encountered the water bucket-wearing woman face to face. I don't know if Mrs. Wu did it on purpose or by accident, but when she brushed past Li, she suddenly tilted her body. Although Li's physical strength had improved over the past few days, he was still at a disadvantage in weight. He was immediately bumped and nearly lost his balance. Just when he managed to steady himself, the young maid behind him was startled awake. Mrs. Wu curled her lips, wearing a mischievous and teasing smile. "Young master," she whispered softly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. The small bag hanging on her arm fell to the ground, scattering open, and a few silver ingots rolled out. It was a familiar scene. Mrs. Wu looked down at the silver ingots on the ground in a dazed manner, her mischievous expression gone. Her impulse was hard to hold back. She really wanted to rush forward and grab the silver and run away. But she didn't manage to turn her plan into reality before Li picked up the silver. Until Li and Xiao Huan disappeared from sight and the sky darkened completely, the water bucket-wearing woman stood there in a daze, as if turned into a statue. Rarely getting up early, Li pushed open the door, walked into the courtyard, and stretched lazily. It was just the beginning of autumn, so there was no chill in the air. The morning sun shone warmly on him, feeling very comfortable. The sky was a clear blue, with only a few wisps of clouds on the distant horizon. The air was fresh, but at this moment, Li couldn't help but miss the thick smog of an ancient city in the northwest. However, in this lifetime, he probably wouldn't smell that familiar scent again. The young maid came out from the inner courtyard, rubbing her sleepy eyes, planning to wake up the young master as usual. When she looked up, she paused slightly and then smiled. "Good morning, young master." She watched him do a strange, slow movement that didn't seem like a martial arts move. After a moment, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Li continued to practice Tai Chi slowly, sorting through some thoughts in his mind. The issue with the shop could now be resolved. He could start by releasing a small batch of floral water to see how the market reacts. As for the factory, it was time to begin construction. He trusted Lao Fong and the others to handle it. He couldn't interfere much with building the house, but he wanted to choose a site close to the water source. He also planned to discuss the room layout and design with Lao Fong in advance. Other matters are not urgent for now. Master Lu needs to take things step by step. Fortunately, although the process has been a bit difficult, it has been moving forward steadily. The only thing that has made him somewhat regretful these days is another matter. He originally thought that with the support of the protagonist Aura, practicing martial arts would be easy and smooth. He believed he would improve rapidly and soon become the top martial artist in the world, able to defeat enemies with a wave of his hand and become the strongest man in his family. It seems that this goal has already been achieved. In short, he is very powerful, really very powerful. However, reality is harsh. The dream of becoming a top expert may never come true. In these days, he can only pretend to be confident. He learns moves quickly but lacks real killing power, and as for internal energy, he feels nothing at all. According to Lu Rui, his talent is too average. No matter how hard he tries, he won't achieve much in martial arts in this lifetime. Becoming a second-rate master is already the best he can do. This implies that even if Li trains in martial arts his whole life, he won't be her match, and he should stop dreaming about surpassing her. Li's interest in martial arts is mostly a childhood obsession. It's okay if he can't become a martial arts master. He's already satisfied just to be a low-level martial artist. Lu Rui and the others started practicing martial arts from a young age. They endured countless hardships to reach their current strength. Li might not be able to handle such hardships. Compared to that, practicing Tai Chi casually not only strengthens the body but also cultivates the mind, which is much easier. Before finishing a set of movements, Lu Rui entered from the front door. She practices outside every morning. She glanced at Li doing those strange moves, then mimicked them casually, shook her head, and went back to her room to take a shower. "Hubby, what are you doing?" After completing the final pose, a gentle voice came from behind. Li turned to see a stunning woman in a plain dress standing there. The morning breeze lifted her skirt, and sunlight shone through her hair, illuminating the entire courtyard with an autumn glow. Even though they meet every day, Lee still feels a strong sense of amazement whenever he sees Lu Rui. Her beauty is on par with top actresses in later generations, and no amount of praise would be an exaggeration. It is well known that even the mischievous children in Liuye village, whose hair hasn't fully grown yet, all know that when they grow up, they want to marry a wife as beautiful as Rui Jie. This shows how attractive she is to men. People say that the old Lu family has excellent genes. Each daughter is more beautiful than the last. Although Li has never met Rui Jie's parents, who were his nominal in-laws, he can easily guess that their looks must be outstanding. Sometimes, Li even wonders if this is heaven's way of making up for his accidental crossing over. Could this stunning woman really be his wife? Although they are not officially married yet, they have already worshipped heaven and earth together. Even though Li still lives a single life every day, in his heart, he no longer belongs to that single category. Looking up at her with a smile, he said, "This is called Tai Chi. When I was a child, an old Taoist priest in the village taught me. He said practicing it can help improve health, strengthen the body, and maybe even lead to a long life. Wife, do you want to learn?" Rui Jie smiled and replied, "My husband is joking. While Taoist practices are good for health, very few people live past 100 years. In our village, only a few reach their 70s or 60s. Most people live to about 50 or 60, which is already considered a blessing. Even us martial artists, who tend to live longer, reaching that age is a sign of good fortune. We can't expect to live forever." Li knew she was speaking the truth. Medical care was very poor at this time. Something like a simple fever or diarrhea could be deadly. Poor hygiene made illnesses more common. Poor families often didn't bother to see a doctor. Living to 40 or 50 was considered a good life. It seems necessary to teach those mischievous kids about hygiene. If anyone dares to defecate or urinate anywhere in the village again, their tools for mischief will be confiscated. Rui Jia shook her head, thinking Li Yi was just making a passing comment, and she didn't want to continue the topic. She then said, "I've sewn a set of clothes for you these past few days. Husband, try it on and see if it fits." Li was slightly surprised and felt a deep sense of wonder. Rui Jia actually made clothes for him? In recent days, their relationship had become much more harmonious, but it hadn't reached this level of intimacy. Earlier, when Lu Rui was teaching him martial arts, she watched from the side and occasionally offered a few pointers. When Li told Lu Rui and Xiaowan the story of the hero from the eagle-shooting heroes, she listened quietly nearby. After Li finished, she sometimes shared her thoughts, such as inner strength isn't really that powerful, or the martial arts in the book are exaggerated compared to real life, and so on. But clearly, she enjoyed listening to Li Yi's stories. Sometimes, Li wondered who was stronger between the two sisters' martial arts. He thought it might be Rui, but he wasn't sure. If they fought, he wondered who would win. However, this idea hasn't been proven yet. Since Rui is the older sister, she probably is a bit stronger. It's strange that, although they share the same mother, their personalities are so different. Lu Rui is always cold and distant, giving the impression she might draw her sword at anyone who looks at her twice. Lu Rui, on the other hand, is more like a noble young lady, gentle, graceful, and poised. She will surely be a good wife and mother in the future. Any man who marries her would be very lucky. Thinking about this, Li even felt a little envious of himself. He was wearing a moon-white outer robe. The fabric was simple, but the stitches were fine and neat, showing that the person who made it was very careful. Li Yi had already taken off his outer clothes before practicing Tai Chi, so he put this on casually. He buttoned it up, and it fit just right. He was naturally handsome and fair-skinned. Recently, he had been exercising regularly, so he was no longer weak. His body could support the robe well. His scholarly appearance also carried a hint of masculinity. If he went out like this and recited a line like "If love lasts long, why worry about day and night?" it might cause many women to fall for him. Fits perfectly. "Thank you, my lady," Li Yi said with a faint, almost unnoticeable, touch of emotion in his eyes. He could feel that Lu Rui no longer saw him as just someone to use. On the first night he was captured, Lu Rui once said that after some time, if he wanted to leave, he could do so anytime. Now, their status in Lu Yi village had changed greatly, and no one could force her to marry anyone. Both of them kept this matter silent, without mentioning it. In just 2 short months, the Lu family's direct descendants have become much more confident. Even old Feng and others can stand tall and speak loudly when facing their relatives. "Young master, No need to be polite. Lu Rui smiled as she approached him, reaching out to help fasten the top button of his robe. This was the first time Li had seen her so close. Her stunning face was clearer than ever. Lu Rui finished buttoning her robe and looked up. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and in that moment, they saw each other's reflection. Lu Rui's pretty face paused in surprise. Suddenly, she remembered how Xiao Huan happily recounted Li Yi's poetry to her yesterday. Thinking of what the young maid had said, her face blushed slightly, and she quickly looked away. "Young master, miss, it's time to eat." The young maid came out of the kitchen and saw the two figures in the courtyard. Her face showed a hint of confusion. What are the young master and miss doing there? Why is Mrs. Face so red? When Li Yi was in Luyi village, he was mostly cut off from the outside world and didn't know what was happening in Qing'an Prefecture City. The day before the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, after a small poetry event, 2 mid-autumn poems spread quickly. One poem, comparable to the best of previous year's competitions, was soon sung in some brothels and taverns, becoming widely known. The poem titled Drinking Alone Under the Moon stunned many people. Many talented men recited lines like Raise my cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become three, singing and praising it as the greatest mid-autumn poem in history. Of course, many talented women preferred another poem called Nian Nu Jiao, and they admired the unnamed poet behind it. No one knew how many hoped that this mysterious poet would appear at today's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, competing with Yang Yanzhou and Shun Zhao for the title of the top poet. Among those who loved poetry most, this poet's talent was considered to surpass Yang and Shun. After hearing that this poet was connected to the Yuning Poetry Society, the society's entrance was almost overwhelmed with visitors in just one day. Of course, Li Yixi was unaware of this. While preparing tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival dinner in the kitchen, she kept sneezing repeatedly, which made her a little worried. Could it be that she caught a cold last night and is now coming down with a cold? The Mid-Autumn Festival has always been a very elegant holiday. In the courtyard, a fragrant altar was set up with fruits, cakes, mooncakes, and snacks. There were 3 cups of light wine, 2 small dishes, and family members gathered together, raising their cups to the moon. Such a charming scene. But no matter how refined the atmosphere, when it comes to Lao Feng and his friends, it's always quickly spoiled. Even a graceful festival like Mid-Autumn can turn into something quite ordinary and dull. Before it got dark, a large tent had already been set up in the open space in front of Lao Feng's house. Inside the tent, a huge pot was bubbling hot, steaming. Lao Feng stood on a platform nearby, waving a large spatula vigorously, stirring the contents with great effort. The pot was filled with fresh pork from the mountain that had just been bought today, along with some ribs. The aroma of the meat was so strong that it could be smelled from afar. They had originally planned to buy a whole pig, but after asking about the price, Lao Feng and the others decided to buy half a pig instead, as it was more economical. Having just escaped poverty and started to live a better life, they wanted to save money wherever they could. A few mischievous children wandered outside the tent, staring intently at the big pot, saliva constantly dripping from their mouths. Inside the tent, several men sat around a table, which was filled with freshly cooked small dishes. They raised their bowls filled with murky wine and drank it all in one gulp, their hearty laughter filling the air. "Lao Feng, let your wife watch the meat. Come over and drink with us." One strong man put down his wine bowl, looked toward Lao Feng, and loudly said, "You guys drink first. I'll be right there." Lao Feng replied, but he didn't put down the large spatula in his hand. The man looked at Lao Feng with a puzzled expression and muttered to himself, "What's wrong with Lao Feng today? Usually, he drinks faster than anyone else, but today he hasn't touched a drop." A little further away, Lao Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, determined in his mind that he must stay alert tonight. No matter what, he wouldn't let anything happen. Last time, after drinking a bowl of wine given by his son-in-law, he had to lie down all day to recover. When he finally woke up, his head was pounding as if it was about to explode. Thinking back to that feeling, even Lao Feng, a strong and brave man, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He decided he wouldn't touch alcohol again for a while. After a moment, seeing that the meat in the pot was almost cooked, Old Feng waved his hand to call everyone over. He filled each person's bowl with a generous amount of meat soup, including plenty of meat chunks. Looking around, he saw a few mischievous children wandering outside and called out to them from afar, waving them in. Each child also received a bowl. Although these children were from the Liu family directly, Old Fong understood well that adult grudges had nothing to do with the kids. The children, having received their share, didn't bother to thank him. They grabbed their bowls and ran to the side. The hot meat soup made them gasp as they reached in with their dirty little hands to pull out a soft, cooked bone. After tearing off the meat strips from the bone and eating them, they bit the bones into pieces and swallowed them. Nowadays, life was hard for everyone. Even the Liu family members couldn't just eat meat whenever they wanted. Only Li Yi's family and a few others like Old Fong's could enjoy such comfortable days. The candied hawthorn business had become stable, bringing in a good daily income. Although Old Fong and the others usually wouldn't indulge in such luxury, during festivals and special occasions, they felt they deserved a treat. Li village was small, but not too big. The open shed and the large pot cooking meat created a smell that nearly filled the entire village. Some villagers stood at their doorways, watching enviously as they smelled the delicious aroma, their throats unconsciously moving with longing. Among them were many from the Liu family. Do you think we should apologize to Rui and the others? A middle-aged man looked at the lively scene, which resembled a festival, then turned to another man beside him, hesitating as he spoke. Apologize for what? The other man asked, surprised. We were a bit too harsh on them before, the middle-aged man said with a complicated expression. Those are uncles and elders. I can't lower my pride like that, the man replied immediately, his face changing. But what does pride matter? Look at the Fangs now, having meat to eat, wine to drink, living better than us in so many ways. The middle-aged man looked very jealous and continued, I asked around secretly. Their candied hawthorn business makes a steady profit every day, just a steady profit. If only we could sell those candied hawthorns too. Recently, for the Liu family members, the hardest thing to accept was realizing that those people they used to look down on were actually living better lives. They could drink wine and eat meat freely, while they couldn't even get soup. As for comparing themselves to Liu Rui and her sisters, they never even considered it. Wu once said that Rui's husband always brings back hundreds of taels of silver when he returns, silver ingots as big as a fist. You know very well that the secret recipe for candied hawthorns is in their hands. Right now, only they have the business in the city. We can't get involved unless they agree. If Rui agrees, then it could work. You're the one who should ask her, I won't go. After saying this, the man turned and left in a huff. The middle-aged man stood there, sighed, and muttered to himself, it's true I can't afford to lose face. Maybe I should talk to Uncle Liu first. Rui should listen to him. He stood there lost in thought for a long time. Just as he was about to turn back home, he suddenly saw the man from earlier come out of the house, holding something in his arms, hurrying forward. Where are you going? The middle-aged man asked casually. Rui and her sister have had a hard time these years. There are only a dozen eggs left at home. I want to send them to help strengthen their bodies. The man's voice faded into the night as he hurried away. The middle-aged man was left standing there, stunned, looking puzzled in the night wind. In the small courtyard, Li Yi was explaining to Xiao Huan and Lu Rui's sisters. He said, there's no Chang'e, no osmanthus tree, no Wu Gang on the moon, and of course, no jade rabbit. The place where you are is tens of thousands of miles from the moon. The moon itself doesn't emit light. What you see as moonlight is actually, the young maid never doubted Li Yi's words. After hearing this, she felt a little sad that there was no Chang'e or jade rabbit on the moon. Lu Rui always believed that the stories about Chang'e and jade rabbit on the moon were just fairy tales for little girls. But she was skeptical about Li Yi's statement that the moon doesn't emit light and that what they see is actually sunlight. I'm not entirely skeptical. Although this event sounds quite unbelievable, compared to that, the idea that two stones of different sizes falling from the same height land at the same time is even more astonishing. If such things can happen, then what is impossible? As for Lu Rui, she just listened quietly. Although she was also curious, she didn't ask questions and patiently waited for Li Yi's explanation. Li Yi was about to illustrate the principle of how the moon reflects sunlight when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Just now, someone delivered eggs and mooncakes. I wonder what they are bringing this time. His face showed confusion, and he was quite surprised. Could it be that this world also has a tradition of sending warmth during the Mid-Autumn Festival? Even if this world truly has a tradition of sending warmth during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it shouldn't be the Liu family members who still hold grudges against them. Li Yi remembered when he first arrived at the village. These people didn't even look at him directly. But just now, they were deliberately flattering and fawning. Really quite pleasing to see. They came with gifts, so Li naturally couldn't be cold. No matter what they brought, he accepted everything without hesitation. When they hesitated, seeming to want to say something, he cheerfully sent Xiaohuan to see them off. Li understood their intentions. Seeing how well Lao Feng and the others were doing now, no wonder these people envied them. However, unless they are willing to spit out everything they ate from Rui and Rui's sister over the years, there's no room for negotiation on some matters. Li's attitude also made these people realize that just a few eggs, some mooncakes, or a few words of apology wouldn't be enough to get what they wanted. They needed to show more sincerity. For the Liu family members who had previously caused trouble for Liu Rui and her sister, there was no moment they regretted more than now. What they have lost now is far more than what they took from the sisters back then. It is not easy to teach modern scientific knowledge to people of this era. Some principles can be explained with simple experiments, but for those that are harder to verify, it's much more difficult for them to accept. Whether it was Liu Rui's sisters or Xiao Huan, they couldn't understand what Li Yi was saying. He explained that starting from Liuye village and walking forward, one day they would return to the village. When Li Yi used a big ball to compare their world, even the young maidservant couldn't help but smile. Young master, if we live on a big ball, won't the people below fall off? Even the most trusting young maidservant couldn't understand this. At this point, Li Yi realized that tonight's lesson should end. If he explained further, it might involve gravity or even Earth's rotation and orbit. By the way, is the planet under their feet called Earth? Li Yi couldn't confirm this. But here, all the natural laws of their original world still apply. Sunrise and sunset, 12 hours a day, spring, summer, autumn, winter, 24 solar terms. He guessed other aspects were probably the same. It was somewhat similar to the parallel universe theory in later times, but whether that was true didn't matter to him anymore. After dinner, he strolled out of the yard and reached the gate, smelling a lingering aroma of meat. Old Fong and the others were too showy, so bold, not afraid of attracting wolves from the back mountain. Since tonight was a full moon, that was quite possible. He needed to remind Xiao Huan to close the gate tightly tonight. Thinking this, he saw several strong figures walking toward him. Young master. Old Fong was surprised to see Li Yi and quickly greeted him. Where are you going? Li Yi asked curiously. We plan to go down the mountain tonight and visit the city, Old Fong replied with a smile. At this late hour, going to the city? Li Yi's suspicion deepened. Seeing Old Fong and the others acting sneaky, their smiles looked strangely mischievous. Li Yi said, Are you guys going to visit a brothel? The more he thought about it, the more he suspected that. Old Fong seemed honest, but was always thinking about making money and marrying a young wife. He was very reserved, but secretly ambitious. Strangely, today he didn't seem afraid of his wife at home. Li Yi looked at Old Fong and said seriously, Young master, on mid-autumn night, the city is lively. We just want to go down and have a look, enjoy the festivities. Please don't tarnish our reputation. Old Fong's words made Li Yi want to punch him. Although I have little education, I insist on speaking in a refined and cultured way like a scholar, but I always misunderstand the meaning. It tarnishes his reputation, and just thinking about this scene makes my eyes hurt. Moreover, where does this fool get his innocence? Everyone is a man, I understand, but such things still require restraint. Tomorrow, make sure no one carries you out of the Jade Gathering Pavilion, Old Fong said, looking vigorous, but who knows if he's as strong in that area as he appears. Li kindly reminded him, Young master, how do you know about the Jade Gathering Pavilion? Old Fong looked at Li Yi with a puzzled expression. Li Yi was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He looked up at the sky and sighed. The moon tonight is beautiful, so big and round. Old Fong. After a moment of surprise, he could only laugh awkwardly and say, Yes, the moon is really big and round tonight. Feeling the beauty of the mid-autumn moon, he suddenly felt inspired and almost started composing poetry. Old Fong quickly stopped him and turned to Li Yi, saying, Young master, would you like to come down with us and see? The most lively and bustling days in the city are mid-autumn and the Lantern Festival. Don't worry, if you want to go to the Jade Gathering Pavilion, we won't tell the young lady when we return. Old Fong and the others exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile that only men understand. Honestly, Li was quite tempted by Old Fong's words. In this era, there's no TV, no movies, and even no mobile phones, there's really little entertainment. Outside the city, in the villages, it's even worse. After dark, people can only sleep early. Li was very curious about how city folks spend their nights. Since old Fong sincerely invited him, he reluctantly agreed to go for a walk with them. Of course, visiting the Jade Gathering Pavilion was out of the question. First time in 2 lives, he couldn't be so careless. Moreover, he and Xing Zui Mo were acquaintances. If he ran into her, it would be so awkward. Other brothels could be considered, as long as he kept his boundaries and experienced ancient culture properly. Going out late at night with old Fong and the others made him feel much safer. Just as he was about to go back and say hello to Lu Rui and the others, he turned around and saw a woman holding a sword, leaning on a willow tree behind him, watching them with an interested look. "Second miss, hello?" Old Fong showed a very honest and simple expression, greeted Lu Rui, but a faint mischievous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing his sister-in-law behind him, Li Yi's face immediately darkened. He realized that old Fong had set a trap for him, probably because he remembered the 2 times he was beaten by his own family aunt. He had already seen Lu Rui earlier and deliberately said those words to lure him. Is this still the honest and simple old Fong? After experiencing the celebration in Qing'an Prefecture on mid-autumn night, Li Yi finally understood that old Fong was right. Before this, he never thought that ancient people's nightlife could be so lively. The streets of Qing'an Prefecture were more bustling than many modern night markets. The entire street was brightly lit. The main street, several meters wide, was so crowded that carriages and horses struggled to pass. Crowds of pedestrians, vendors carrying goods, and various calls for business filled the air. Not far from where he stood, Li Yi saw several vendors selling candied hawthorn, and their business was very busy. If old Fong and the others saw this, they would probably be heartbroken. The business tonight might be worth 10 days or half a month of their usual earnings. Thinking of old Fong, a few dark lines appeared on Li Yi's face. The saying men get corrupt when they have money is true in all eras. Old Fong's wallet is now full, and even his personality has changed significantly. He wondered where the honest man who once refused to eat the mountain chicken he caught, and instead gave it to Lu Rui and her sisters had gone. In just a short time, he had turned into a cunning and shameless person. Looking at Lu Rui, who was nearby, curiously observing the street market, Li Yi decided that in the coming days, he would let old Fong handle the hardest and most tiring work. If it weren't for old Fong, he might be enjoying himself now, perhaps even visiting a brothel to experience the dazzling culture of ancient times. Of course, this is just a hypothetical thought. Bringing his sister-in-law to a brothel might be a bit exciting, but before that, Li Yi couldn't guarantee that Lu Rui's sword wouldn't be used inappropriately. Old Fong and the others were clever. As soon as they entered the city, they found an excuse to slip away, leaving this big trouble to Li Yi. Of course, Li Yi was initially reluctant about this. Since entering the city, Lu Rui has been following him closely, not showing any intention to leave, and he simply can't shake her off. "Rui, how about I give you some silver, and you go explore on your own?" Being constantly watched like this was really uncomfortable. Li finally couldn't take it anymore. He turned to Lu Rui and offered a very helpful suggestion. Lu Rui looked back at him with a calm face, not saying anything, but her gaze made Li Yi feel a bit uneasy. After a moment, Li helplessly waved his hand. "Forget it. If you want to follow, then follow." With such a fierce little sister-in-law around, the idea of experiencing the brothel culture with a learning attitude probably wouldn't work out. Li gave up on that thought and wandered the street feeling bored. Only street performances could catch his interest. Just as he was about to go watch, someone suddenly patted him on the back. Li Yi turned around and was slightly surprised, showing an expression of astonishment. "Brotherly, it's really you." Seeing Li Yi here, the handsome young man on the opposite side also looked very surprised and said with a hint of joy, "Li, haha, brotherly, what a coincidence." Li Yi didn't expect to meet the young prince of the Ning residence here. He was about to speak, but then remembered he had once said not to call him that outside, so he changed his words. "Is this young lady Brotherly's wife?" The young Prince Li Xin glanced at Lu Rui standing beside him and was visibly impressed, asking casually, "No, Brotherly, you misunderstood. This is my wife's younger sister," Li quickly explained. Anyone who married Lu Rui would be very unlucky. He definitely wasn't that foolish. Young lady's younger sister? Li Xian was first stunned, then a strange smile appeared on his face. He looked at Li Yi with a knowing gaze and then patted his shoulder, saying, "Brotherly, you have great taste. I admire you." Li Yi was momentarily stunned, then realized what Li Xian meant. When he looked at him again, his expression changed. Is this guy really the young prince? Or are all ancient young princes this scheming and sneaky? Lu Rui initially didn't understand what Li Xian was saying, but seeing his expression, she seemed to realize something. Her face turned cold, and she already reached for her sword hilt, a faint murderous aura emanating from her slender body. Meanwhile, two men dressed as servants standing behind Li Xian suddenly looked very surprised. One stepped forward and stood in front of Li Xian, reaching for his waist. "What are you doing?" Li Xian asked, confused, as he watched the two become nervous. Tension filled the air, swords seemed ready to draw. Li saw this and felt a jolt in his heart. This young prince could flirt with anyone, but why pick this witch? If she got angry, she might cut him down with one sword, making the evening at Qing'an Mansion very lively. From then on, he could only run away with his two sisters and Xiao Huan, hiding somewhere quiet for the rest of their lives living together. Thinking about such a life seemed kind of happy. No, if they ran away, old Feng and everyone at Luyi Village wouldn't be able to escape. They might become scapegoats, especially since killing someone was a serious crime, and they were royal family members. The consequences of that sword strike were too serious. Before Lu Rui drew her sword, Li Yi quickly held her hand and said, "Don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. We're all on the same side." Lu Rui trembled slightly, looked down at Li Yi's hand holding hers, and her eyes flashed with danger again. At this moment, Li Xian's look at Li Yi changed even more. Although they all shared the surname Li, this Li brother's actions were clearly unconventional. He was even touching his aunt's hand in public, yet claiming they had no affair? But he quickly pushed this thought aside. He grabbed Li Yi's sleeve and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Come on, I'll take you to a fun place." When Li Xian mentioned a fun place, Li Yi immediately thought of something. His expression became serious, and he said uprightly, "Brotherly, what do you think I am? I wouldn't go to such a place of entertainment." He secretly shot a glance at Lu Rui, and his righteous aura grew even stronger. "Brotherly, you've misunderstood. It's not the Jade Pavilion this time. You'll find out soon enough where we're going," Li Xian explained. "Ah, my bad luck with teammates." Feeling two cold gazes on his back, Li Yi sighed inwardly, feeling very melancholy. He had been tricked twice in a row. He was afraid he could never refuse the Jade Pavilion reference again. The bright lights all night reflected the bustling prosperity of the autumn night in the city. Everywhere was lively and noisy. In a grand estate in a busy part of the city, the scene was no different. The students and officials wearing feather fans and silk hats, dressed in flowing robes, casually exchanged poems and jokes. After sending out a few paper boats with poems, a dedicated singer in the garden quickly used a gentle voice to sing the verses, inviting everyone to judge. On the opposite side, all the women were wealthy young ladies from the city, occasionally glancing across, smiling softly while hiding their faces with handkerchiefs, secretly watching the talented young men they liked. When a paper boat with poems floated over, a few would gather to discuss and comment quietly. As daughters of prominent families in the city, they generally understood some poetry. In a quiet corner of the garden, in a small pavilion, the atmosphere was a bit lonely. A girl of about 16 or 17, resting her chin on her hand, sat by a stone table, watching the crowd pass by with a bored expression. After a moment, she turned to the other women in the pavilion and said, "What kind of mid-autumn poetry gathering is this? It's not fun at all." The women looked at each other silently upon hearing this. Today's event was a mid-autumn poetry gathering, not a temple fair. Even stopping a random person on the street could mean they were a famous talented scholar from Qing'an Prefecture. Everyone came here to exchange poems and make friends through literature, not for entertainment. If a talented scholar was not well known, they wouldn't even qualify to join the poetry gathering. The invitation from the Yunying Poetry Society was hard to get, requiring quite a bit of effort. "Yunru, do you think that talented scholar you mentioned is really here tonight?" The girl speaking wasn't a member of the Yunying Poetry Society, but she had asked Zhao Yunru to bring her along, hoping to see some excitement. However, the event wasn't as fun as she imagined. She still remembered a few senior sisters mentioning a certain talented scholar she liked. She looked at Zhao Yunru and asked. Zhao Yunru sighed with a smile and shook her head. They didn't have much hope of seeing Li Yi, the poet who wrote Magpie Bridge Fairy, at this event. Those who participated were mostly there just to see the world. The young master from yesterday really didn't come today, a young woman in the pavilion said. The legendary talented scholar was not present, and neither was the anonymous scholar who helped them get into the poetry gathering yesterday. That young master probably values fame and fortune very little. He didn't even take the invitation yesterday, so he seems uninterested in this poetry event. Manhwa thought for a moment and added. Until now, she still felt a bit regretful about forgetting to ask the young master's name yesterday. Given his poetic talent, he was definitely not an unknown figure in Qing'an Prefecture. However, after carefully checking each talented young man, she found nothing. He was like Li Yi from Magpie Bridge Ferry, leaving only poems behind but no trace of himself, sparking many imaginations among talented scholars. If he could come, perhaps things wouldn't be so boring now. At least, officially, he was still a member of the Yunying Poetry Society. During today's poetry gathering, the status of the Yunying Poetry Society was quite awkward. Although they were all talented women, they still lagged far behind the upper-class scholars and couldn't really blend into their circles. Even the prefect Qing'an appeared briefly at the poetry event, let alone the top 2 most famous talents recognized by everyone. In the past, they had no contact with such people. Even the most famous among them, Manhwa Qing, only had a reputation as a talented woman within a small circle. But tonight's mid-autumn poetry gathering was clearly of a higher standard. Their seats were placed in a remote corner. In the center of the garden, the water pavilion and tower, many renowned talented scholars gathered, forming the core of the event. All the excellent works from the poetry gathering were collected here for review. The reviewers were influential scholars or respected elders with high status. The poetry event was not just about reciting poems and exchanging verses. Everywhere, singers and dancers performed. Their songs were melodious, and their dance moves captivating. Most of the lyrics performed tonight were newly created. If a particularly good piece appeared, it would quickly be passed outside the garden. Soon, people in brothels and taverns throughout the city learned of it and sang the new poem. Ordinary scholars and writers who had no right to attend the poetry gathering also gathered in such places tonight. They wouldn't miss the excellent works. Various poetry events in the city tonight were common, but if a few truly stunning pieces appeared, they might be shared in the garden and compared with the poems written by talented scholars. However, such outstanding works were rare and hard to find each year. The elegant atmosphere spread throughout the city. At this moment, the mid-autumn poetry gathering was more than halfway through. Qin Yang's performance tonight was quite average. Although it was steady, there was nothing particularly outstanding. It is indeed surprising that Lord Qin's mid-autumn poem is quite good. Last year, it was among the top 10, but today it seems unlikely he will succeed. Chen Yui's poem is also good, with a fresh idea that is quite unexpected, making it a rare masterpiece. Not bad. Given his usual standard, producing such poetry is already quite impressive. In the center pavilion, in a spacious pavilion somewhere, several talented scholars are discussing tonight's poetry. They are all well-known talents in Qing'an Prefecture. Their opinions are not official but still very valuable for reference. Next to them, a tall figure leans on the railing by the water, holding a wine cup. He looks up at the bright moon in the sky and drinks the wine in his cup. He murmurs, "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become 3. Brother Yanzhou, what's wrong today? Why are you silent?" One scholar looks in a certain direction with a puzzled expression. The person is recognized as Qing'an's top talent in poetry. His poetic talent is unmatched. Apart from Shinzhao, who can compete for the top spot in the poetry contest, he has no real rivals. Even Shinzhao, in terms of mid-autumn poetry, cannot compare to Yang Yanzhou. Although he hasn't yet produced a poem, he is almost certain to win the contest. But now, his mood seems quite low. Unbeknownst to them, after witnessing the 2 highly talked-about poems in the city yesterday, Yang Yanzhou no longer has much hope for today's poetry contest. He is recognized as Qing'an's top talent and has great confidence in his poetry. However, that confidence was shaken yesterday. The poem Nian Nu Jiao is quite good, considered a fine work, but he believed he could do better. Yet, the poem Drinking Alone Under the Moon, with the line "Raise a cup to invite the bright moon, and with my shadow, we become 3, truly surprised even him. Yang Yanzhou's poetry is very popular in Qing'an, and he has high skill in poetry composition. When he first read this poem, it felt like reading a famous work left by a master, with no desire to compare it to others. A similar feeling had appeared about a month ago. When he first heard the poem K Chiao Xian at the Chishi Festival Poetry Gathering, he had just written the first line of his own poem, and after that, he could no longer continue. Before the gyms, as the top talented scholar, Yang Yinzhou's poetry should surpass that of Magpie Bridge Immortal. If not, it might be better not to write at all. As for Xin Zhao, he was even more unlucky. His Chishi poem had already received widespread praise, but when he reached the line "If love lasts forever, why care about day and night?" it was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, suddenly losing all its shine and attracting no more attention. Later, Xin Zhao angrily tore up his proud work and publicly declared he would no longer write Chishi poems. Yang Yinzhou did not say anything similar, but from then on, any new Chishi poems he wrote would likely be just for private amusement and not shared for others to judge. This situation might mean that in the future literary world, Chishi poems would be a taboo that talented scholars would avoid easily. After that night, Yang Yinzhou wanted to meet the talented scholar who wrote Magpie Bridge Immortal, but he never managed to see him, which remained a regret. Later, someone mentioned that person to him and Xin Zhao, subtly suggesting that he was considered the top talent in Qing'an. Yang Yinzhou didn't care much about this. One Chishi poem couldn't prove much. Some mediocre poets also occasionally produce impressive works. Yang Yinzhou was recognized by many because he had some real talent. He didn't think he was weaker than that person. Still, regardless, such a person was worth knowing. While he was thinking about these things, someone approached from nearby. Hearing footsteps, Yang Yinzhou turned around and saw a young talented scholar walking over. Brother Wan. The other was also a famous scholar from Qing'an. Yang Yinzhou nodded politely and greeted him. After returning the greeting, the young scholar, curious, said, "Just now, I saw you drinking alone for a long time. Is something bothering you?" Yang Yinzhou smiled and replied, "Thank you, Brother Wan, but I have no worries. Could it be that tonight's many talented scholars' works didn't impress you?" Brother Wan teased with a smile. "After all, you are Qing'an's top talent. Your mind is vast, and our works, even the best, might seem mediocre in your eyes." Yang Yinzhou understood he was teasing himself. He just smiled and didn't reply. At that moment, the young scholar spoke again. "You must have heard the Drinking Alone Under the Moon, an ode to the moon yesterday, right?" Yang Yinzhou nodded upon hearing this and said, "Today, the entire Qing'an prefecture is talking about this matter. Such a wonderful work, how could I not know? I've also never heard of the Yunying Poetry Society before, but I didn't know that among a few women in this small poetry club, there are hidden talents. I heard some talented women from the Yunying Poetry Society are also here. Brother Yinzhou, would you like to visit them together?" The talented scholar surnamed Wan smiled as he looked at him. "I've heard that these two poems were not written by women, but since they are related to the Yunying Poetry Society, let's go take a look." Yang Yinzhou nodded. The two of them chatted happily as they left the water pavilion in the middle and headed in a certain direction. "Look over there. That's young Master Yang. He's coming this way." "Ah, is that Yang Yinzhou, the top talented person in Qing'an Prefecture?" He's coming. Is young Master Yang coming here?" Yang Yinzhou's name was very well known in Qing'an Prefecture. As one of the most talked about people tonight, wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Tonight, he hadn't yet published any poetry, so no one knew how many eyes were watching him. Especially the women who admired his talent deeply, their eyes shining, constantly watching his every move, causing quite a stir. In a pavilion in the corner, several women from the Yunying Poetry Society exchanged and read the beautiful works circulating tonight, whispering to each other, their faces showing hints of envy. Like Qing, who was nearby, was copying favorite poems, while Xingzimo leaned on her shoulder, gazing blankly in a certain direction, seeming somewhat disinterested. She wasn't very interested in this poetry gathering. She just hoped to meet Li Yi here and ask him about the painting, what techniques he used to make it so vivid. But even now, she had no news, feeling a bit disappointed, but also realizing that person probably wouldn't come. Unintentionally, her gaze flicked to a graceful figure passing by, a stunning side profile appearing before Xingzimo's eyes. After a moment of surprise, she suddenly stood up. "What's wrong?" Her sudden movement startled Yuanrua Qing, who quickly stopped writing and looked at her with concern. "It's her. I just saw her." Xingzimo's face was full of excitement. She looked around anxiously but couldn't find the figure etched deep in her mind anymore. "Who did you see?" Yuan Ruoqing asked doubtfully. The woman in the painting, I really saw her just now. After the figure flashed by, it disappeared immediately, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Zhang Zui Mo's tone was a bit anxious. What? You saw the woman in the painting? Where? Wan Ruoqing asked, slightly stunned, then immediately stood up and looked at her. Right there. Zhang Zui Mo pointed in a certain direction and said, she was just there a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, I couldn't see her anymore. Could I be mistaken? Wan Ruoqing asked uncertainly. No, I saw her clearly, Zhang Zui Mo replied confidently. Lately, she had been copying that painting every day. The beautiful woman's face was etched into her mind. How could she mistake it? As long as she could find that woman, she would naturally find the person who painted that picture, namely, the talented man named Li Yi. Zhang Zui Mo was anxious and about to go look for her. Not far away, several figures were walking toward them. As they approached, the atmosphere around seemed to become a little strange. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the garden. May I ask your honorable surname, young lady? Li Xian politely looked at the stunning woman in front of him and smiled. Lu Ruoyi glanced at him coldly and coldly spat out one word. Get lost. Seeing Li Xian retreat in embarrassment, Li Yi began to doubt again, was this guy really the young prince? Even among royal relatives, he might be the most pathetic. He was a young prince, yet he was insulted openly by a woman. Could he really tolerate that? If it were someone else, regardless of her gender, they would probably have slapped her long ago. Bold woman, how dare you insult a royal relative? And given her a lesson first. Of course, if Li Xian really did that, he probably wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to Li now. Li Yi was also preparing to take Xiao Huan and Lu Ruoyi and run away. The two men following Li Xian looked at Lu Ruoyi with anger, but dared not act rashly. Although the woman in front of them was young, she exerted great pressure on them. Fortunately, her words to the young prince were a bit harsh, but it seemed she wouldn't do anything harmful, so they relaxed a little. Then, their gazes involuntarily shifted to the unfamiliar young man across from them. If it weren't for him, the princess might still be suffering from that stubborn illness, a condition even the imperial doctors couldn't treat. Yet, in his hands, it was easily cured. The prince was very happy about this and had been sending people to find him, likely planning to reward him handsomely. Thinking about how this person was about the same age as the young prince but possessed such skill, both of them felt very surprised. Brother Li's younger sister-in-law. Her personality is truly quite unique, said Li Xian with a forced smile after being scolded back by Lu Rui with a go-away command, then looked at Li Yi. Lu Rui's personality is not just special, she is a fierce heroine who would draw her sword at the slightest disagreement. The young prince has not yet fully experienced just how truly special she is. Hee, so the funny part Brother Li mentioned is here, Li Yi said awkwardly with a smile, changing the subject. Only now did he realize that what Li Xian had just referred to wasn't a brothel. He felt a small wave of disappointment inside. The atmosphere in the garden looked very elegant, filled with talented scholars, beautiful women, dancers, singers, and poets enjoying the moon, quite lively. Li Xian waved his hand and said, calling me Brother Li is too formal. We have helped each other, so there's no need for such manners. Just call me by my name. Although this young prince seemed unreliable, his temper and personality suited Li Yi's taste. If he had really acted like a young noble in front of him, Li wouldn't have gotten close to him. Even though he was in ancient times, having lived in the 21st century for so long, Li still felt some resistance to the strict hierarchy of the old days. He believed in adapting to local customs, but among peers, he didn't want to always seem inferior. He preferred to avoid too much contact with these so-called high-status figures. A small place like Luyi Village was enough for him to have fun. Li Xian patted his shoulder and said, you don't know this, but this year's Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering is being held right here in the splendid garden. Just point to anyone, and they could be a famous talented scholar. The talented women from the capital, or the noble young ladies who admire their talents, are all here. Even some well-known courtesans from the brothels have been invited. If someone can write a powerful poem that outshines the top scholars, maybe they will catch the attention of these women. A night of dreams. Li Xian was talking non-stop, confidently discussing these matters. The noble young prince of Ning Mansion was speaking seriously, making it seem like they were talking about poetry or something similar. At least Li noticed a few women walking past them, glancing at them for a long time. After passing by, they looked back and quietly giggled, whispering that these two young men looked very handsome. This was true. Since crossing over, Li was most satisfied with his appearance in this body. No matter how you looked at it, he was extremely handsome. Otherwise, Lu Rui wouldn't have fallen for him at first sight. Although this young prince was and often didn't do serious things, his looks were undeniable. If he were in the modern world, he would be the type who could survive solely on his face, without relying on talent or family power. It was known that lonely middle-aged wealthy women like this kind of handsome face the most. Lu Rui had no idea where she had gone. Li Xian led Li Yi around the garden, occasionally pointing at a woman and introducing her from afar. This is a famous talented woman from Qing'an Mansion. This is the top courtesan from a certain brothel, and this is a young lady from a noble family. For women with a bit of beauty, he knew everything in detail. Li couldn't help but wonder inwardly if this young prince had some kind of unusual hobby. With his background, he could have any woman he wanted, yet he chose to hide his identity and pretend to be an ordinary person, going to the gathering of Jade to listen to music every day. Maybe he believed that the other person's realm was far beyond his own, and this was just his way of life. An imperial noble hiding in the mortal world, enjoying the human world, passing through a sea of flowers without getting stained by them. But no matter how he looked at him, he didn't seem like a high-level master with such enlightenment. The environment in Jinxiu Garden is indeed much better than outside. Forget about talented women and young ladies for now. At least the singing and dancing here are quite enjoyable, and the taste of the drinks and pastries is pretty good. Earlier, Li Xian mentioned something about a mid-autumn poetry gathering. I wonder if it's the same event Wan Rua Qing and the others talked about yesterday. Anyway, I haven't met them here so far. Ancient people really had a lot of free time. They held poetry gatherings every day without feeling bored. But I haven't seen them focus much on practical work. They just do these superficial things. It's kind of boring. As the two of them headed toward the lively water pavilion at the center, another part of the garden, a quiet corner, Wan Rua Qing and several women from the Yuning Poetry Society stood up. They wanted to find Xingzue Emo, the woman in the painting, but had to stop when a few figures approached from ahead, blocking their way. Are you ladies from Yuning Poetry Society? The young man leading the group asked politely with a bow and a smile. Talented women? We don't dare to claim that. May I ask who you are, young sir? Zhao Yunro stepped forward, looking at the seemingly familiar young man with some confusion. The young man smiled again and was about to speak when another voice came from behind. I am Shen Zhao. Hearing this, Zhao Yunro and the others froze for a moment, then gasped in surprise. The name Shen Zhao is not unfamiliar to Zhao Yunro and the women of Yuning Poetry Society. He is a famous talent from Qing'an Prefecture. Although he has always been overshadowed by Yang Yanzhou and only regarded as second best for 1,000 years, his talent is still considered outstanding by others. The women covered their mouths and gasped softly. Although they are called talented women, Shen Zhao and Yang Yanzhou are still figures they look up to. In a way, they are no different from other women who admire talented men. So it's young Master Shen. I just read your poetry earlier. Your talent is impressive, and I admire you greatly, Zhao Yunro said politely. She and the others had already seen Shen Zhao's mid-autumn poem tonight. As the leader of the Poetry Society, Zhao Yunro was surprised that Shen Zhao came to talk to them, but she still bowed politely and smiled. Shen Zhaogong nodded politely, then looked at her and said, if not for Drinking Alone Under the Moon, then the poem Nian Nu Jiao that your organization presented yesterday is also far beyond my reach. Zhao Yunru was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, seemingly surprised that Shen Zhaogong would suddenly say such words. She was momentarily unsure how to respond. At that moment, Shen Zhaogong asked again, do you know if the talented poet who wrote, Raise a cup to invite the bright moon, with my shadow we become three, is here tonight? Hearing this, Zhao Yunta realized that this was likely Shen Zhaogong's real purpose for coming. She apologized softly, saying honestly that young master is not here tonight. That's a bit unfortunate, Shen Zhaogong said with a hint of disappointment. If those two fine poems had been presented tonight, winning the Mid-Autumn Poetry Contest would have been a sure thing. I disagree. Shen Xiong's words tonight are also a peak work of mid-autumn poetry. They might not be inferior to those two poems, Zhao Yunra replied. That's true. Nian Nu Jiao is too full of romantic feelings. In my opinion, it still doesn't compare to Shen Xiong's work, Shen Zhaogong said. Drinking Alone Under the Moon is good, but it's not a poem, so there's no need to compare. As Shen Zhaogong approached, Many people had already gathered around him. When he spoke, everyone agreed enthusiastically. Being praised by so many people made Shin Xiaogong feel quite pleased. Although he modestly declined the compliments, a slight smile of pride appeared on his face. For today's poetry contest, he had prepared a mid-autumn poem months in advance. After months of polishing and refining, he only finalized it recently. He was very satisfied with its quality and hoped to suppress young Yinzhou at the mid-autumn poetry contest, releasing some long-held resentment. However, he never expected that the day before the contest, a dark horse would suddenly appear. The two mid-autumn poems he brought out stunned everyone, including himself. Shin Xiaogong was better at writing lyrics than poetry, so he didn't have much opinion on drinking alone under the moon, but the standard of Nian Nu Jiao was on par with the poem he had prepared. If both were compared at the same contest, even Shin Xiaogong wouldn't be sure that his poem would win. Fortunately, that poem was released before the contest, so it couldn't participate in tonight's evaluation. Otherwise, he might not have had a chance to compete with Yang Yinzhou before being overshadowed by that poem. Of course, not everything is bad. At least in Shun Zhao's view, in a short time, that person would never be able to write such high-level poetry again. However, his fame had already spread among the people. If he could surpass him tonight, it would greatly boost his own reputation. Later, if he defeated Yang Yinzhou, the title of the top talent in Qing'an Prefecture might finally belong to Xin Zhao. He was looking for Yuning Poetry Society with this goal in mind. But what he didn't expect was that the person didn't attend the poetry gathering tonight, which made him a little disappointed. Zhao Yunru listened to the flattering words from some people and didn't know how to respond. Flattery among talented poets was common. Even though Xin Zhao's fame was well known, Zhao Yunru felt that the young man from yesterday's event was just as talented as Shun Zhao and Yang Yinzhou. Although that person isn't here tonight, Miss Wan from Yuning Poetry Society is also very talented. Even we men would feel ashamed. I wonder what beautiful work Miss Wan has composed tonight. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Seeing the man walking out from the crowd, Zhao Yunru and the women of Yuning Poetry Society slightly changed their expressions. Su Wentian. Although she didn't know why he was here, it was clear that he didn't have good intentions. Everyone in the hall was somewhat familiar with the name Wan Ruoqing. Qing'an Prefecture was large, and although there were many talented people, only a few women poets were well known. Naturally, people knew a bit about them. As for Xin Zhao, this was the first time he heard of her. He was highly talented himself and wasn't interested in those with less fame. I am just a humble girl with limited talent. My modest work is not worth showing off, Wan Ruoqing said modestly, her tone very humble. Miss Wan, there's no need to be so modest. The poem you wrote, Magpie Bridge Fairy, is something we may never reach in our lifetime. Su Wentian still smiled as he spoke, glancing casually at Xin Zhao. Sure enough, after hearing the words Magpie Bridge Fairy, Shun Zhao's face darkened. Because of that poem, he had impulsively torn up his proud work and declared he would never write Qixi festival poetry again. He later regretted it deeply, but given his status, once those words were spoken, they couldn't be taken back. However, whenever he thought of this matter, he felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, when Su Wentian mentioned it, it brought back some unpleasant memories. It is said that the poem was written by a talented person named Li Yi, so what does it have to do with the woman in front of him? Is that Magpie Bridge Fairy poem really written by the young lady? Xin Zhao looked at her with a surprised and doubtful expression. Young Master Xin, you misunderstand. The Magpie Bridge Fairy poem was indeed written by a talented person named Li Yi. I just happened to see it by chance, Wan Ruoqing explained. Haha, and the story about praying for lanterns is just too unbelievable. We don't believe it. Before Xin Zhao could speak, Su Wentian shook his head and said, let's not talk about this for now. The young lady is known as a talented woman. She can easily compose a mid-autumn poem. If she keeps refusing, does she look down on us talented men? That day at the Qixi poetry gathering, Su Wentian was present and knew that the poem was not written by Wan Ruoqing. However, after yesterday's incident, Su Wentian's reputation was ruined. He hated Yuning Poetry Society deeply. He had gone through great trouble to get the chance to participate in today's poetry gathering. If they also made her look bad publicly, he couldn't swallow that anger. At this moment, Xin Zhao pondered for a moment and finally spoke. What this brother says makes sense. Today's poetry gathering is about sharing poetry and making friends through literature. If the young lady still refuses, it would truly be disrespectful to us. When Su Wentian spoke just now, Shun Zhao already had some doubts in his mind. Now he was just going along with his idea. Whether this woman truly has poetic talent or not, she would naturally be judged after she writes a poem. Brother Shin, you are right. Yes, there's no need for the young lady to keep refusing. We also want to see the talent of the talented woman of Qing'an Prefecture. Everyone in the scene, led by Shun Zhao, agreed and spoke in support. Zhao Yunru and the women from Yuning Poetry Society saw this, and their expressions became somewhat uncomfortable. Sharing poetry is voluntary, but forcing others to compose poems has never been heard of before. Shin Zhao and others doing this was really bullying. Wanhua Qing looked troubled. She wasn't unable to compose a mid-autumn poem, but her improvisation at the moment was only average. Su Wentian would definitely take this opportunity to make a fuss, which she didn't want to see. Wanhua Qing and the women from Yuning Poetry Society saw Su Wentian's expression and knew what he was thinking. A trace of mockery appeared on his face. Even if I look down on you, so what? So many men bullying a weak woman, it's truly shameful. At that moment, a clear voice reached everyone's ears. The scene fell silent instantly. Then, a few faces showed anger as they turned to look in the direction of the voice. Under the moonlight, a woman in white with a sword stood there, coldly watching them.